Chapter 1, January 6, 2010. Cleveland, Ohio. Quicken Loans Arena. The fans within the arena rallied behind their home team, synchronized with the pulsating beats of the DJ. Chen Yi was jolted awake by the cacophony surrounding him. As he regained his composure, he found himself seated on a familiar yet foreign court, clad in a white number 7 jersey. What is happening? Wasn't I just playing 2K? Chen Yi shook his head, recalling that only moments before, he had been immersed in the game, venting his frustrations at the developers of 2K. It seemed there had been an electrical short in his headphones, causing his body to convulse before he lost consciousness. Damn it, I must have bought a defective headset. As he muttered to himself, he was suddenly taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. LeBron James, adorned in a number 23 Cavaliers jersey and sporting a headband, bulldozed his way to the basket, weaving the ball behind his back as he evaded 3 defenders, before passing it to a hulking figure beside him. The giant took a powerful step, leaped into the air, and with a forceful slam, sent the ball crashing through the hoop, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. Chen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The towering player was none other than Shaquille O'Neal. LeBron and Shaq together? Is this not the NBA from 14 years ago? What shocked Chen Yi even more was that as O'Neal hung from the rim, a small, gray ball, the size of a ping-pong ball, fell to the ground. This alley-oop had utterly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm, and a head coach, dressed in a suit, fervently clapped his hands, signaling a timeout to the referee. Simultaneously, a torrent of memories surged into Chen Yi's mind. He gasped the date was indeed January 2010, and he was now the point guard for the Washington Wizards. Naturally, like many protagonists in novels, he was merely a benchwarmer. Standing at 1.91 meters with a wingspan of 2.03 meters and weighing 88 kilograms, Chen Yi had showcased considerable static athleticism, allowing him to leap onto the professional basketball stage at just 18, traveling across the ocean to hone his skills. After 2.5 years of rigorous training, he was selected by the Wizards manager and signed a non-guaranteed contract worth $410,000 for 1 year. However, the Wizards still boasted a near-peak Gilbert Arenas, and Coach Saunders had no intention of utilizing the rookie during regular games. Chen Yi couldn't even make the active roster, let alone wave a towel on the bench. But just yesterday, the Wizards' locker room had been shaken by a shocking gun incident on Christmas Eve, leading the league to suspend the main figures, Crittenton and Arenas, for 38 and 50 games respectively, effectively ending their seasons. This turn of events had allowed Chen Yi to be summoned urgently to Cleveland for tonight's away game. Coach Saunders was berating the Wizards players for their dismal performance. As the game reached the 4th quarter, the score stood at 69-86, with the Wizards trailing by a substantial 17 points. LeBron, as always, was performing consistently, having accumulated 23 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists by the end of the 3rd quarter, while Shaquille had contributed an efficient 19 points and 6 rebounds. Early in the final quarter, the duo executed an astonishing play together. In contrast, the Wizards, lacking Arenas as their offensive linchpin, had only Nick Young scoring in double digits, and that was only due to his sudden burst of 12 points in the 3rd quarter. After chastising the players, Saunders fixed his gaze on Chen Yi, narrowing his eyes slightly. Chen Yi sensed something amiss in the coach's stare and instinctively retracted his neck. Is he really thinking of putting me in? He had just arrived and was still acclimating to this new body. With the clipboard in hand, Saunders pointed at Chen Yi and declared, "Chen, you're subbing in for Randy Foye?" Chen Yi swallowed hard. He was indeed being called to play. Gazing at the Cavaliers lineup, he realized that LeBron was playing the point guard position tonight. What a joke! Is he really expecting me to match up against LeBron right off the bat? Moreover, this was the headband-wearing version of LeBron from the 1.0 era, a player relying heavily on physical prowess. After giving Chen Yi his directive, Saunders proceeded to outline the strategy, making it clear that Chen Yi had no choice but to accept the reality of stepping onto the court. The coach was informing him, not negotiating. Fusion template? System? Chen Yi shouted inwardly. Yet there was no response. What the hell, no system? Before he could ponder further, the timeout concluded, and the players returned to the court. The Cavaliers hadn't made any substitutions. The lineup remained Shaquille O'Neal, Anderson Varejao, J.J. Hickson, Danny Green, and LeBron James. The Wizards roster shifted to JaVale McGee, Anton Jamison, Fabricio Oberto, Nick Young, and Chen Yi. Hey, who's that guy coming in for the Wizards? Looks like the Eastern kid they signed as a mascot at the start of the season, remarked Kenny Smith on TNT. His partner Barkley chimed in. Sure enough, the arenas-less Wizards are tanking. Aside from Yao, no Asian can play basketball. Meanwhile, in a studio across the ocean, the commentator Zhang voiced, Chen Yi has actually stepped onto the court. With arenas suspended, the Wizards have no one left, making this a golden opportunity for Chen Yi. Added commentator Yang Yi. Chen Yi felt a whirlwind of confusion as he slowly advanced to the front court, preparing to receive the ball. It seemed he would indeed face off against LeBron right away. His attention was drawn to the small ball beneath the basket, left behind after O'Neal's dunk. It appeared to have gone unnoticed by everyone else. As he approached and his toes barely grazed the ball, it instantly transformed into a slender beam of light, penetrating into his body. Amidst his astonishment, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Acquired dunking ability. In-game 0.1. Chen Yi blinked in surprise. Immediately, a virtual screen materialized before him. Host, Chen Yi. Age, 20 years. Height, 191 centimeters. Weight, 88 kilograms. Wingspan, 203 centimeters. Basic attributes, speed 65, jumping 65, strength 67, attractiveness 100. Other stats, standing layup 60, driving layup 63, driving dunk 55.1, standing dunk 27, three-point shot 63, mid-range shot 65, free throw 85, rebounding 40, steal 35, block 25, ball handling 65, passing 67, interior defense 30, perimeter defense 70, stamina 78, overall rating 65. Bench player. Acquired badges, none. Equipment aura, none. Dominion skills, none. Points, 0. Shop, unavailable. NBA stars on the court can drop various attribute or skill rewards in the form of small balls, categorized into gray, blue, and gold levels, corresponding to attribute values, star auras, and dominion skills respectively. The host can permanently enhance their abilities by collecting these small balls. The higher the attribute values, the greater the host's strength. Star auras include shooting packages, dunk packages, dribbling packages, or exclusive badges, which can enhance a specific ability of the host. Dominion skills are divided into organization, defense, and offense. Once activated, they can significantly boost the host's capabilities in various areas during critical moments. Ding! The system has detected the host's initial activation and grants one lottery opportunity, allowing the host to draw from 4 basic attributes to receive a full value. The system? The golden finger has arrived. Just as Chen Yi had suspected, his golden finger allowed him to collect the attributes dropped by other players on the court and add them to himself. Attractiveness 100? This system seems rather realistic, Chen Yi murmured. However, apart from his attractiveness, all other attribute values on the panel appeared rather low, with an overall rating of merely 65. Wait, the system mentioned a lottery? Chen Yi thought. Hurry up and give me a draw. Ding! Due to the host's full-level attractiveness, the draw probability has been optimized to 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing full-level strength. Instantly, the panel underwent a subtle change, and Chen Yi's gaze returned to the basic attributes section, where the strength value surged to 100, standing out prominently. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Chen Yi's eyes. Hey, Chen, what are you doing? On the court, Nick Young's voice snapped Chen Yi back to reality. Holding the ball, he realized the timer was already counting down. Ha! Is he daydreaming? Barkley laughed heartlessly from the commentary booth. The Eastern player appears to be overwhelmed with fear, which is hardly surprising. His slight stature cannot withstand the collisions with LeBron, Kenny Smith mocked. Regaining his composure, Chen Yi took a deep breath to alleviate his tension before hastily dribbling the ball towards the half-court, nearly committing an 8-second violation. Currently, his ball handling rating stood at 65, barely passing, allowing him to safely advance the ball up the court in the absence of James' defensive pressure. James lowered his center of gravity and approached. Chen Yi swallowed hard. The proximity to such a prodigious talent filled him with an acute sense of pressure, disrupting his dribbling rhythm. The gallant knight, Nick Young, began to signal for the ball from the elbow area. Fearing a potential steal, Chen Yi swiftly bounced the ball to him, subsequently guiding James to the corner, allowing Nick Young to take on his defender. As James kept a watchful eye on the unfamiliar Chen Yi, he directed his teammates to position themselves. Once stationed in the corner, Chen Yi meticulously reflected on the events that had just transpired. Having consumed a plethora of online novels, Chen Yi recognized that the fabled system had indeed been activated. He grasped the fundamental functionalities of attribute collection and the data panel, while the references to a marketplace and point system remained yet to be explored. On the court, Nick Young showcased his dribbling prowess, weaving back and forth to shift the defender's weight before retreating for a mid-range jumper. Clang! The basketball arced high, striking the rim with a resounding thud. In the paint, JaVale McGee battled Shaquille O'Neal for the rebound, with the aging giant relying on his bulk to fend off McGee. Yet even then, McGee's long arms managed to make contact. The ball soared towards the baseline. Chen Yi sprinted forward, eyes fixed on the ball's trajectory. James was also in pursuit, preparing to intercept. Both leapt almost simultaneously. Witnessing this, domestic broadcaster Yang Yi furrowed his brow. Chen Yi was on a collision course with James in midair. Cavaliers fans erupted in raucous cheers, envisioning the rookie being sent sprawling. "Oh, this Oriental lad has collided with LeBron. The Wizards' teammates must rush to the sidelines to catch him," Barkley astutely remarked. Chen Yi's focus was solely on the basketball, yet after leaping, a massive hand obstructed his vision. Simultaneously, his shoulder collided with Jameis. A tremendous force propelled towards him, but Chen Yi, holding his breath, engaged every muscle in his body to stabilize himself, bracing against Jameis' bulk to contest for the ball. Jameis' vertical leap utterly eclipsed Chen Yi's, and he seized the basketball. However, at the moment James made contact, it was as if he had collided with an immovable wall. The sheer impact caused him to stagger backward upon landing. Barkley blinked in disbelief. This rookie had not been sent flying to the sidelines as he had anticipated. It was somewhat astonishing. In the entire NBA, how many guards could withstand a collision with James? After taking a few steps back, James finally regained his balance, but as he relaxed his grip, Chen Yi deftly snatched the ball away. The shot clock reset to 24 seconds. James quickly positioned himself in front of Chen Yi. He never underestimates any opponent, yet the recent collision had left him internally astonished. Could it be that he had slipped? Chen Yi dribbled along the wing, feeling an inexhaustible power coursing through him. To the muscles in his arms were more pronounced, with veins visibly bulging on his forearms. His earlier anxiety diminished significantly. He gestured for teammate Nick Young to come over for a screen, as Cavaliers' Danny Green switched on a Chen Yi. At that moment, Green had yet to evolve into the future Green Fairy, his defensive skills still underdeveloped and his lateral speed sluggish. Thud thud. Chen Yi extended his right foot tentatively forward before suddenly accelerating. Danny Green spread his arms wide to block him, and Chen Yi positioned himself at the edge of the paint, clutching the basketball tightly as he took 3 steps. His speed was not particularly rapid, allowing Green to easily keep up, but as Chen Yi launched for the layup, Green felt as if he were facing a charging tank. Green's chest collided with Chen Yi's shoulder, and he was instantly sent tumbling away. Chen Yi gathered the ball with both hands. Leaping into the air, his natural explosiveness and wingspan were commendable, making the drive and dunk relatively effortless. He aimed squarely for the rim and slammed the ball down with force. Seeing the impending score, Varejao abandoned his defense against McGee and rushed to the basket, raising his arms high in an attempt to disrupt. Undeterred by Varejao's challenge, Chen Yi's gaze was fixated solely on the hoop. Bam! With a thunderous two-handed dunk, Chen Yi hung on the rim for a moment before descending. The scoreboard read 71-86. Varejao was violently dislodged, stumbling back and collapsing against the basket structure. The Cavaliers' home crowd fell into a hushed silence. Meanwhile, a few scattered Wizards fans, on the verge of dozing off, were suddenly invigorated by the electrifying dunk. Head coach Sanders clenched his fist and, with a quiet exclamation, uttered a triumphant yes. Chen Yi clenched his fists, gazing with satisfaction at the muscles adorning his arms. Is this the might of a power rating of 100? As an avid fan of 2K games, Chen Yi vividly recalls the peak strength of O'Neal, which was merely rated at 99. What a remarkable play. Chen Yi executed a thunderous dunk over Varejao, marking the first points of his career. In the domestic commentary booth, Yang Yi watched this spectacle with palpable excitement. Coach Zhang squinted in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wait a moment, Chen Yi did not rely on his physique to play before. How has he transformed so drastically in just 2.5 years in America?" On TNT, Kenny Smith gasped, "Wow, what have I just witnessed? This Eastern player just dunked over Anderson Varejao? What extraordinary leaping ability." Barkley blinked in disbelief, pondering, no, it should be asked, how can his strength be so formidable? To power through the defense and score demands an exceptional level of core strength and physical conditioning. Varejao, playing the power forward position, weighs a substantial 124 kilograms. Yet, Chen Yi not only managed to push him aside but also soared for a two-handed slam as if the lane were utterly devoid of opposition. In addition to the dunk itself, Barkley noted Chen Yi's approach before the slam. A simple dribble, followed by a determined sprint while shouldering the basketball against the defender. It resembled carrying a bundle of explosives. Barkley even questioned whether LeBron James had mistakenly donned the wrong jersey. Was it not James who had just slipped moments ago? "Chen, do you possess such prowess?" Nick Young rushed to Chen Yi, playfully patting his backside in celebration. Meanwhile, Jamison, who had previously been dunked on by O'Neal, finally felt a sense of vindication. Chen Yi had no time to celebrate and swiftly made his way to the arc's summit. Meanwhile, on the Cavaliers' side, LeBron, in a race against time, had already secured the ball and was poised to launch an offensive. Confronted by a rookie assigned to guard him, LeBron called for a one-on-one play, prompting his teammates to shift their positions. Chen Yi gazed intently at James, who was dribbling the ball with a crab-like gait beneath his legs, beads of sweat forming involuntarily on his forehead. Despite his own surge in strength, James was not to be underestimated. His prowess was formidable, and apart from his long-range shooting, he was virtually a force of nature on the court. After rhythmically dribbling the ball, Chen Yi found himself retreating slowly, taking small, cautious steps. Allowing James space for a shot seemed a preferable option to permitting him an unimpeded drive. Opting against the shot, James advanced his right leg forward, propelled himself off the ground, and leapt into the paint, preparing to execute a three-step move with the ball in hand. Chen Yi stood firm, blocking the side with his chest as James, in a full sprint, was momentarily thrown off balance by the contact. Both players leaned back, with Chen disrupting James's rhythm for the layup. Simultaneously, a dull pain surged through Chen's chest. Fortunately, James's center of gravity was also unstable. This brief window allowed the Wizards' Jamison and Nick Young to converge and apply pressure. Typically a judicious player, James opted not to force the shot, instead passing the ball to the unguarded Danny Green. However, Green's open jump shot failed to find the net, and McGee seized the rebound. The possession shifted. Chen Yi advanced the ball past half court, and the young swordsman Nick Young began to request the ball. However, Danny Green had already positioned himself defensively to the side, making a forced pass likely to be intercepted. JaVale McGee signaled towards the paint, and upon understanding, he promptly moved to set a screen. Utilizing this barrier, Chen Yi drove towards the basket, while LeBron James maneuvered around McGee to join Shaquille O'Neal in double-teaming him. Chen Yi skillfully delivered the ball to McGee's hands. Executing a straightforward pick-and-roll tactic, McGee lifted the ball with one hand, performing a classic center's slow three-step layup. However, Varejao had already raised his hand to contest the shot, while the unguarded Jamison stretched out in the low post, calling for the ball. With his exceptional height, McGee chose to trust in his natural talent. Powering through Varejao for a contested layup, he made a feeble attempt at a finger roll, the ball rolling precariously on the rim before refusing to fall. Utilizing his long arms, McGee snatched the offensive rebound, leaping once more to aim for the basket. Suddenly, a colossal hand met the basketball, sending it soaring into the stands like a volleyball. O'Neal had returned to swat the layup away. O'Neal clenched his fist and let out a roar, this emphatic rejection allowing him to unleash his pent-up emotions. Sanders shook his head, aware that the play was clearly flawed. The ball should have been passed to the unguarded Jamison. The block did not rattle Chen Yi, who redirected his focus back to the court. After O'Neal's rejection, two small balls, one gold and one gray, tumbled from his waist, identical in size and shape to the previous ones, though their colors had changed. Chen Yi has confirmed that the small ball is visible only to him. As his teammates prepare to execute a sideline throw-in, Chen Yi stealthily approaches the ball. Ding. Acquired defensive capability, block 0. 1. Ding. Obtain the elite skill of rim protection as a center. A conflict in host position has been detected, automatically converting to the defensive dominator skill of locking down the opponent. This initial unlocking of dominator grants a complementary activation opportunity for this match. Locking down the opponent. Upon activation of the dominator, the opposing team's top scorer will be rendered completely ineffective. When the dominator skill is triggered, it will forcibly enhance the host's abilities in stealing, shooting interference, and ball defense. Duration, 6 minutes. After Chen Yi finished reading the system's explanation, he couldn't help but chuckle. This Dominion skill not only enhances his own abilities, but also allows him to target the opposing team's best performer, diminishing their offensive rhythm. There seems to be a slight bug in this feature. Once activated, it would significantly reduce LeBron's performance over the subsequent 6 minutes. With approximately 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Chen Yi chose not to activate the Dominion just yet. The Wizards were trailing by 15 points. And if he could neutralize one of the opponents, it was not impossible to close the gap within those 6 minutes. All he had to do was hold on for the next 2 minutes. While deep in thought, his teammate had already passed the sideline ball into Chen Yi's hands. He called for McGee to come up high, but the seasoned O'Neal had already seen through the Wizards' pick-and-roll strategy and preemptively blocked Chen Yi's driving lane. Under the pressure of double coverage, Chen Yi hastily passed the ball to McGee, who, finding himself in a clear position, hesitated to shoot and instead tossed it to Jamison, who was calling for the ball with his back to the basket. Jamison attempted to back down against Varejao, whose considerable bulk made it difficult for Jamison to create a clear shooting opportunity. It appeared that Antoine Jamison was struggling, as Charles Barkley remarked slowly from the studio. Kenny Smith concurred, stating, "It shouldn't be this way. Didn't that young Eastern player just easily push Anderson, Varejao, aside?" After receiving the ball, Jamison leapt forward, utilizing a subtle step to create a shot opportunity for himself. However, Varejao maintained his position, forcing Jamison into a somewhat awkward attempt. The basketball struck the backboard and ricocheted towards the front of the rim, where, after a tussle, it landed at O'Neal's feet. At the moment O'Neal bent down to retrieve the ball, LeBron James had already sprinted ahead, poised for O'Neal to deliver the ball, ready to seize his moment of dominance. However, as O'Neal's fingers grazed the basketball, Chen Yi also reached out, gripping the ball tightly and pulling it towards himself. O'Neal raised an eyebrow in surprise, pulling back his body, yet to his astonishment, he found himself unable to exert any force, even being tugged forward. His fingers trembled slightly, struggling to maintain control of the basketball. Chen Yi flashed a grin, asserting that even at his peak, he possessed merely 99 in strength. With a vigorous pull, he forcefully snatched the ball from O'Neal's grasp. The aging shark's strength could hardly rival that of his prime self. Moreover, Chen Yi's power surpassed even that of O'Neal in his heyday. In the studio, Barkley leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Wang Defa? What am I witnessing? That's Shaquille." Barkley marveled, recalling the immense power he had experienced before Shaquille's retirement. This was the first instance he had seen someone wrest the ball so decisively from him. Even if it was the waning shark, the front-row spectators at the Cavaliers' home game gaped in astonishment. Was this innate strength? The prowess of the Eastern individual was astonishing. Meanwhile, James, running ahead alone, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he turned to find that Chen Yi had already leaped for a dunk, scoring effortlessly. What just happened? How did Shaquille fail to seize that ball? As Chen Yi seized the ball, several Cavaliers players were caught off guard. Perhaps deep down, they had already resigned themselves to the belief that the ball undoubtedly belonged to O'Neal, leading them to refrain from challenging Chen Yi, standing in stunned silence. Unimpeded, Chen Yi leaped with great effort, executing a powerful dunk and effortlessly scoring. The score narrowed to 73-86. O'Neal, returning on defense, wore a look of frustration and shot a glare at Chen Yi. LeBron, receiving the ball in the low post, continued to target Chen Yi, playing the point guard position. LeBron, much like the future king, dominated smaller opponents with ease. Moreover, LeBron was even more formidable than the latter, calling for an isolation play. The Cavaliers players spread out to the perimeter, while O'Neal retreated to the edge of the paint, creating an opening for LeBron to drive. LeBron's acceleration was swift, and despite Chen Yi's considerable strength, he was unable to keep pace. Chen Yi sprinted with fervor, and by the time he reached the paint, James had already elevated the ball above his head, poised to execute a thunderous dunk. Chen Yi leaped with great effort and struck James's wrist. The immense force severely disrupted James, causing his arm to bend and transition into a throw. The basketball struck the backboard but failed to find its way into the hoop. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle echoed through the air. Chen Yi was fouled while attempting a shot. Chen Yi let out a sigh as the final minute ticked away. His objective was to prevent the Cavaliers from scoring easily. Faced with LeBron James's relentless drive, there seemed to be no alternative but to foul. Sanders had little to say about the infraction. With a free throw percentage of only 76.7 this season, James displayed composure, successfully sinking one of 2 attempts. The point gap widened to 14. As they resumed dribbling, Chen Yi urged his teammates to utilize the remaining time judiciously. The entire Wizards team adhered to the tactical positioning outlined by their coach, and with mere seconds left on the shot clock, a composed Nick Young delivered a crucial three-pointer from the baseline. 76-87. This three-pointer was particularly pivotal. As the Cavaliers launched their offensive, they were not in a rush, with James leisurely dribbling and directing his teammates' movements. This played right into Chen Yi's strategy. After O'Neal's attempt to overpower McGee in the paint fell short, the ball once again found its way back to the Wizards. Chen Yi passed the ball to Nick Young, who subsequently engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with Danny Green. However, His turnaround layup failed to find the mark. On the Cavaliers' side, LeBron James initiated a pick and roll, while Hickson on the wing made a timely cut, effortlessly securing 2 points. As the teams transitioned between offense and defense, Chen Yi began to acclimate to the rhythm of the game, advancing the ball into the frontcourt. After JaVale McGee set a screen and cut to the basket, Chen Yi delivered an alley-oop pass. Yet, the defensive presence of O'Neal severely disrupted McGee's layup attempt, allowing Chen Yi to seize the rebound after the opponent's shot clanged off the rim. Chen Yi swiftly retreated, his gaze fixed upon the timer, which indicated a mere 6 minutes and 27 seconds remained in the match. Activate dominance, he silently commanded. The system promptly acknowledged his wish. Ding. Locking onto defender successful. The targeted player is LeBron James. At the top of the arc, James dribbled in place, while Chen Yi lowered his center of gravity, his focus unwavering. Once the lock-on feature was activated, the rhythm of James's dribbling appeared to slow down exponentially in Chen Yi's perception, allowing his mind to instinctively predict potential passing directions. Despite the decelerated visuals, Chen Yi remained cautious, refraining from a reckless attempt to steal the ball. A misstep would undoubtedly grant James an opportunity to thunder down towards the basket. As he dribbled, James began to maneuver towards the right side at a 45-degree angle. Chen Yi closely followed the pass. James slowed his dribbling pace and turned to gaze at his right hand. Chen Yi's heart stirred. Almost all fans familiar with the legendary LeBron James are aware of his peculiar pre-3-point shooting ritual. During his dribble, he suddenly glances at his dribbling hand. This habit has persisted for several years, to the extent that the entire world anticipates his 3-point shot, while he himself perceives it as a mere feint. Yet, no player dares to approach him for defensive interference during this moment, as the threat posed by LeBron's drive is overwhelmingly formidable. In an instant, LeBron executed a retreating step and prepared to shoot. A swift, piercing shot. However, Chen Yi had long anticipated this move, moreover, with the enhancement of his dominating skill. This action appeared to him as though it were unfolding in slow motion. As LeBron lifted his hand, his gaze was already fixed on the hoop, yet his grip faltered. The sound of the basketball echoed sharply in his ears. Simultaneously, the raucous cheers of the Cavaliers fans, who had been fervently supporting their team during the offense, fell into a profound silence. LeBron's feint has been unraveled, Kenny Smith exclaimed. Barkley gasped in astonishment. This young Eastern player had audaciously stolen the ball from LeBron, his reflexes remarkably swift, having anticipated LeBron's release. As LeBron continued his shooting motion, pushing air away with his palm, he turned to see Chen Yi sprinting forward with the ball at high speed. After Chen Yi executed his pass, he launched a swift solo counterattack. Though his speed was not particularly remarkable, James, quick to react, pursued him relentlessly. Chen Yi rushed to the basket, hoisting the ball above his head. Following closely behind, James leaped with great force, his head nearly level with the rim. His palm struck out in the direction he anticipated, yet he missed. After a sudden halt, Chen Yi promptly withdrew his hand. James soared beyond the court, allowing Chen Yi to leisurely confront the open basket and score. The score now stood at 78-89, with the gap poised to diminish to a single digit. Although his physical attributes were not yet sufficiently formidable, Chen Yi understood the importance of playing with intellect. Moreover, he was aware that even James excelled in executing chase-down blocks. Frustrated after being intercepted and deceived by a feint, James swiftly initiated the play. Chen Yi positioned himself in front of him, while James continued to instruct his teammates to spread out. With measured, cautious dribbles, James advanced forward, probing the defense. Danny Green approached to set a screen, and James executed a change of direction, attempting to maneuver past Chen Yi. Chen Yi deftly maneuvered around the screen, noticing an increase in his lateral speed. As he sensed his opponent's relentless pursuit, James, who had charged into the collision zone, engaged in a full-bodied confrontation with Chen Yi. He leaped, aimed for the hoop, and pushed the ball. Despite being highly skilled in this sequence of movements, James lost his balance after colliding with Chen Yi in midair, causing the basketball to slip from his grasp and soar away. Chen Yi successfully defended against James. How splendid! From a distance, Coach Zhang gasped at this remarkable defense. As James, thrown off balance, executed a shot that hit nothing but air. With his arms raised in disbelief, James turned to the referee, yet no foul was called. McGee seized the rebound and swiftly passed the ball out. Nick Young, after delivering a handoff to Chen Yi at the arc, effectively blocked James's position. Chen Yi matched up against Danny Green. Inside, McGee and Jamison had drawn to the elbow area. After dribbling 3 times, Chen Yi made a beeline for the unguarded basket. Danny Green's slight frame was utterly incapable of obstructing Chen Yi, despite his relatively slow pace. Chen Yi, akin to a sprinter breaking through the finish line, maneuvered past Danny Green and soared towards the basket, executing a powerful two-handed dunk. After serving as a mere backdrop once, Bereft hesitated to advance, left to watch helplessly as his opponent scored. The score now stood at 80-89, narrowing the gap to single digits. LeBron, feeling a sense of urgency, tossed the ball to Danny Green while directing Bereft to set a screen for O'Neal, seeking an opportunity to penetrate the defense. However, Danny Green's passing lane was intercepted by Chen Yi, who stepped aside and extended his arm to block the trajectory of the ball. Chen Yi possesses an exceptional wingspan, measuring an impressive 2.03 meters, effortlessly intercepting the ball. He then embarks on a vigorous sprint across the entire court. Chen Yi turned to see James charging towards him once more, promptly passing the ball to the sideline where Jamison was approaching. Jamison deftly evaded Vergeo's defense and surged towards the basket. In desperation, James had no choice but to retreat and guard against the imminent shot from Jamison. Antoine Jamison swiftly altered the direction of his wrist, sending the basketball from behind his back into Chen Yi's hands. Chen Yi took a step forward, leaped with both feet off the ground, and forcefully dunked the basketball into the hoop. 82-89. After Chen Yi successfully executed a dunk, he seized the moment to flex his muscles for the camera on the sidelines. Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown promptly called a timeout. An exhilarated Nick Young embraced Chen Yi's shoulders, exclaiming, "You've been hiding your prowess all along." Meanwhile, Sanders experienced a significant shift in his perception of Chen Yi, realizing he had previously overlooked the young man's remarkable talent. Chen Yi's prowess displayed on the defensive end surpasses that of the majority of guards in the league. He even found himself in one-on-one situations against LeBron James. Can Chen continue to perform at this level? Sanders inquired, a hint of concern evident in his voice regarding Chen Yi's potential fatigue. For a newcomer who has just stepped onto the court and is yet to acclimate to the intensity of the NBA, stamina poses a significant challenge. Chen Yi indeed felt somewhat fatigued. However, after resting for more than half a season, he still had enough stamina to persevere. He signaled an okay gesture to Sanders. James sat on the sidelines, catching his breath. In the final quarter, he found himself somewhat bewildered by the onslaught. Not only was his offense stifled, but he also had the misfortune of being intercepted by a rookie. O'Neal, seated beside him, patted his shoulder and remarked, "That rookie over there is quite peculiar." James shook his head, asserting, "I will remain focused." In his mind, the opposing guard was merely a newcomer, incapable of causing any significant upheaval. "You have become somewhat complacent. They have intercepted several of your passes," Mike Brown stated gravely. He recalibrated the lineup, substituting the fatigued O'Neal for Big Z to collaborate with James in executing pick and rolls, while replacing J.J. Hickson with Maurice Williams. The Wizards maintained their lineup, primarily due to a lack of available players. Upon returning to the court, James resumed his position at the small forward spot, with Chen Yi matched against Williams. The dominating effect persisted, with 4 minutes and 54 seconds remaining in the game. Williams passed the ball to James at the top of the arc, prompting James to signal Big Z to step out. The synergy between these two veteran teammates in executing the pick and roll was seamless. With Big Z serving as an imposing shield, James effortlessly penetrated the Wizards' interior defense. McGee was unable to obstruct James and could only extend his arms in a futile attempt to stop him. Chen Yi also released Williams and moved in from the side to double team. Facing the interference of two defenders, James initially intended to leap for a dunk, but began to grow wary of Chen Yi. After a slight hesitation in midair, James switched hands for a layup. Under Chen Yi's pressure, he missed the shot. McGee effortlessly secured the rebound. The Wizards advanced slowly as Chen Yi signaled Nick Young to come for a screen. James urged his teammates to pay attention to Young's shooting, as the young sharpshooter had impressively made 7 out of 13 attempts tonight. After deftly passing the ball, Chen Yi cut in from the left side, while Nick Young suppressed his urge to take the shot and instead delivered a bounce pass back to Chen Yi. Williams trailed closely beside Chen Yi, who boldly attacked the basket, driving hard against his defender for a layup. Standing at a mere 1.83 meters, yet weighing a formidable 90 kilograms, Williams was a robust tank of a guard, renowned for his physicality. Yet, before Chen Yi, he felt as insubstantial as a sheet of paper. With the ball in hand, Chen Yi effortlessly maneuvered past Williams and executed a delicate layup. The score read 84-89. Nick Young, elated with the assist, felt a surge of excitement and resolved to momentarily allow Chen Yi to shine for the sake of victory. LeBron contemplated calling Big Z for a screen to exploit a mismatch against McGee. However, considering Big Z's lack of long-range shooting ability, he opted to have Danny Green set the pick instead. Mike Brown's strategy revolved entirely around LeBron, as the pick and roll could target both the towering center and the guards. Yet, upon discerning the plan, Chen Yi switched defensive assignments with Nick Young, now matching up against LeBron. LeBron's brow furrowed as he faced Chen Yi in the elbow area. Having struggled with Chen Yi's defense in previous possessions, LeBron chose to back him down this time. Chen Yi rested his elbow against his back, while James dribbled and retreated. Yet, Chen Yi maintained a solid stance, unwavering against James's pressure. As surprise flickered in James's mind, he swiftly shifted the ball to create space for his shot. Executing a leaning jump shot, Chen Yi executed a block, effectively confining his defender and creating significant interference in the shooting attempt. LeBron's shot unexpectedly ricocheted off the back rim. Tonight, McGee's rebounding prowess was quite delightful. Has LeBron encountered his nemesis? Kenny Smith remarked. Barkley nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this rookie is exceptional. Since his entry into the game, he has limited LeBron to just 1 point in the final quarter. Despite LeBron's overall efficiency, Having amassed 23 points by the end of the third quarter, Chen Yi's presence transformed his shooting accuracy to 0. The sole point LeBron scored in the final quarter was from a free throw, a testament to how challenging it is to secure a single point in basketball. As the Wizards prepared for their offensive, Chen Yi continued to target Williams. Relying solely on physical strength, Williams could not contain Chen Yi, despite his lack of speed. Chen always managed to finish at the rim. The continuous offensive plays had revitalized the entire Wizards team, invigorating their movement on the court. After Chen Yi executed a powerful strike, he swiftly darted forward. This time, both DZ and Vallejo positioned themselves to intercept within the penalty area. Chen Yi's physical stamina has significantly declined compared to before, rendering him hesitant to attempt another dunk. He abruptly halted outside the paint, preparing to take a jump shot. Demonstrating his astuteness, he leaned towards Williams for support. Despite the considerable interference, the shot failed to find its mark. Yet, the referee's whistle echoed through the arena. Chen Yi approached the free throw line, awarded with 2 opportunities for free throws. The Cavaliers fans erupted in a thunderous chorus of boos. As Chen Yi stood at the free throw line for the first time, a hint of nervousness lingered in his heart, automatically tuning out the cacophony around him. Chen Yi made both free throws, earning his 14th point of the game. The score climbed to 86-89, with the deficit reduced to a mere 3 points. The possession shifted to the opposing team. Cavaliers guard Williams began to advance with the ball. After bringing it to the front court, he passed it to LeBron, who stood at a 45-degree angle. Once again, the momentum of the game was under LeBron's control. Despite his struggles in the final quarter, LeBron had maintained a commendable shooting touch throughout the match, remaining the linchpin for the Cavaliers on both offense and defense. Moreover, the young coach Mike Brown was currently in a harmonious phase with LeBron, providing no reason to limit his play. LeBron continued to call for a pick and roll at the top of the arc, as Big Z seamlessly moved in to set the screen. Meanwhile, McGee and Abodo, who had been switched onto him, attempted to follow LeBron as he drove to the sideline, neglecting the presence of Big Z. Alone in the middle, Big Z exploited the opportunity, forcing Jamison to abandon Varejao to provide support. However, it was already too late. With virtually no defender in sight, Big Z effortlessly executed a layup. This moment epitomized the Wizards' struggle against the Cavaliers. Whether it was LeBron and Big Z or O'Neal setting screens, they could effortlessly dismantle the Wizards' defense. This was evident as the Wizards faced a double-digit deficit by the end of the third quarter. Furthermore, LeBron's ability to penetrate the defense posed an overwhelming threat. This successful play reignited the fervor of the fans within the arena. The game transitioned into a new phase of offense and defense. As Chen Yi advanced the ball into the offensive zone, Williams immediately pursued him. "Lower your center of gravity and focus intently," James commanded, while keeping a watchful eye on Abodo from the left side. In the final quarter, Chen Yi's performance had instilled a sense of caution in James. Opposing him, Williams spread his arms wide and hunched his body, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the basketball. Chen Yi extended his leg to test the waters, while McGee stepped up to set a screen. Nick Young maneuvered his defender, Danny Green, to the baseline, and Jamison retreated to the elbow, opening a pathway in the paint. McGee's intentions to roll down were detected, compelling Chen Yi to pass the ball back to Abodo at the 45-degree angle. Abodo received the ball and feigned a drive, drawing in the double team. Before swiftly returning the ball to Chen Yi, LeBron immediately rushed over to provide support. Chen Yi hesitated to take a reckless three-point shot and instead passed the ball to Nick Young at the baseline. Upon receiving the pass, Young immediately took the shot. Clang. The basketball struck the rim with a resounding thud. Chen Yi focused intently on the trajectory of the ball as it rebounded, sprinting towards the paint. LeBron James, anticipating the play, extended his arms to obstruct his path. Bang. The sound of muscle colliding echoed through the arena. James stepped back in astonishment, as if confronted by an immovable mountain. With the ball nearing the ground, James steadied himself and accelerated, eager to contest. Yet, Chen Yi was quicker, grasping the ball just a fraction of a second earlier. In that moment, he leaped off 1 foot, maintaining balance in midair, and directed the ball towards the backboard. Swish. The basketball struck the board and fell accurately into the hoop. 88-91. The score had tightened once more. "What an exquisite putback. Chen Yi's core strength is truly commendable," remarked Coach Zhang from across the ocean. With that putback, Chen Yi's points for the night reached 16. 16 points in just 1 quarter. There was no time to celebrate, as James swiftly directed his teammates to initiate another offensive play. As Chen Yi fell back to defend, he cast a fleeting glance at the timer. 4 minutes and 4 seconds remained, with the duration of his dominating skill set to expire in less than 3 minutes. With a 3-point deficit, it was imperative that the Cavaliers did not score easily during this interval. After receiving the ball on the wing, LeBron James began to dribble slowly, signaling his teammates to spread out. The Cavaliers' offensive rhythm had clearly unraveled in the final quarter. At this moment, James needed to step up and execute a flawless offensive play to bolster morale. After Williams set a screen, Chen Yi found himself matched up against James once more. LeBron was poised to overpower his opponent once again. Kenny Smith remarked from the commentary booth, while Barkley shook his head, noting the surprising defensive prowess of this rookie. In single coverage against James, Chen Yi conceded a step of shooting space. At this juncture, James's ability to drive posed a far greater threat than his shooting, especially considering the dominating skill that locked onto his shooting rhythm. LeBron, noticing the relinquished space, was momentarily taken aback. This young player seemed to underestimate him. It was time to impart a lesson and demonstrate what true dominance entailed. With a grim expression, James propelled himself forward, the ball in his right hand. Chen Yi extended his arms, retreating with small, delicate steps. LeBron surged forth like an unstoppable express train. Kenny Smith exclaimed as he witnessed James's explosive movement. The Cavaliers fans continued to roar in excitement. James cradled the ball in his arms, preparing to execute a decisive finish. The rookie opponent struggled to keep pace with him, and seeing the relentless pursuit, James felt a tinge of disdain within. He was already contemplating how to deliver a thunderous dunk over his adversary. Chen Yi was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. He managed to keep pace with his opponent's explosive strides, although the young emperor lacked a swift initial burst. His fourth and fifth steps were remarkably rapid. James elevated the ball with one hand, leaping with all his might. Please vacate the tracks while the train is in full motion. Upon noticing the referees in action, Chen Yi calmly shifted into the collision zone, resolutely obstructing his path. The spectators in the front row could distinctly hear the sound of their bodies colliding midair. James failed to accurately locate the hoop. After engaging in a fierce physical contest with Chen Yi, he lost his balance, and the basketball slipped from his grasp. As Chen Yi landed, he staggered back a step. Yet he quickly regained his balance. James, having fallen from the air, braced himself with one hand and leapt back up, nearly losing his footing. The train crashed into the mountain. Chen Yi once again seized the advantage in his confrontation with the attacking player. Yang Yi could hardly contain his excitement. After all, his opponent was none other than LeBron James, a man whose explosive physical prowess in the early stages of his career had placed him alongside the divine. In their previous encounters, while James had been somewhat taken aback, this time he was utterly perplexed. After 7 years in the league, there were scarcely any centers capable of withstanding his impact, let alone a guard standing under 2 meters tall. His strength surpassed even that of LeBron. Barkley, clutching his head, gaped in astonishment. On the court, the basketball bounced back up after hitting the ground. Chen Yi reached out to seize the ball, but the quick-reacting Big Z had already snatched it away and passed it back to James. James adjusted his stance, leapt, and gently pushed the ball towards the hoop. Chen Yi's leap lacked sufficient height, compelling him to rely on his wingspan in an attempt to disrupt the play. His force was evidently miscalibrated, resulting in the basketball striking the rim's edge and failing to score. LeBron James secured the rebound once more, yet Jamison and McGee were swiftly converging for a double team. Hesitant to attempt another shot, he was left with no choice but to pass the ball to Williams, who awaited beyond the three-point arc. With the 24-second shot clock reset, the Cavaliers regrouped to orchestrate their offensive strategy anew. Chen Yi closely monitored James as he stood near the free throw line. Williams dribbled at a 45-degree angle, drawing all the players to the perimeter, leaving James isolated in the paint. As Big Z sprinted from the top of the arc towards the basket, James moved outward. With a forceful flick, Williams passed the ball, while McGee, following Big Z, attempted to intercept it. However, Big Z was clearly a decoy, and the basketball was deftly sent into James's hands. Jamison, noticing McGee's defensive lapse as he sought to steal the ball, quickly repositioned himself under the hoop. Varejao was completely unguarded. Although he lacked long-range shooting ability, he dashed towards the basket the moment James received the ball. With a powerful thrust, James directed the ball into the paint. This offensive maneuver by the Cavaliers was unpredictable for others. Yet, in Chen Yi's perception, it unfolded as if in slow motion. A crisp sound echoed as the ball hit the floor. At the moment James caught the ball, he had already anticipated the trajectory of the Cavaliers' passing route, skillfully intercepting it. Frustrated, James clutched his head but immediately sprinted towards Chen Yi, who was racing down for a fast break. Chen Yi cast a glance back. His stamina was gradually waning. Although his strength was unparalleled, he could not match the speed and agility of LeBron James in this era. Upon reaching the basket, he deftly tossed the ball to the side, and it rebounded off the floor, landing perfectly in the hands of Nick Young, who had followed closely behind. The duo executed a flawless connection, with Young effortlessly placing the ball into the hoop. The score stood at 90-91. Chen Yi's remarkable steal and assist narrowed the point difference on the court to a mere 1. Coach Sanders, standing at the sidelines with the tactical board in hand, was equally astounded. Chen Yi had previously participated in very few of the team's training matches, spending most of his time training alone in the arena. Upon his debut, he astonished everyone with his formidable defensive prowess. In a situation where the Wizards' backcourt was utterly depleted, Chen Yi's emergence felt like a divine blessing bestowed upon the team. After LeBron James retrieved the ball, he passed it to Williams. The young king's expression darkened. Chen Yi's recent steal had just contributed to yet another turnover, which in turn cost the team points. Chen, keep up this performance. Nick Young encouraged, high-fiving Chen Yi as he retreated on defense. Stay vigilant. Chen Yi remained focused. aware of the urgency with only 3 minutes and 17 seconds left. They needed to devise a strategy to not only recover the score, but also widen the gap with the Cavaliers. Otherwise, once the dominant skill's duration expired, the Cavaliers could easily regain the lead. At the top of the arc, Williams dribbled the ball, while Chen Yi instructed his teammates to monitor the paint closely. It was imperative that they prevent Williams from shooting. His average three-point shooting percentage of 42.9 this season made him the Cavaliers' most vital long-range threat. Noticing Chen Yi's tight defense, Williams accelerated to drive past him. However, Chen Yi matched his pace flawlessly, enhancing his defensive capabilities as he moved laterally with increased agility. With no space to shoot, Williams had no choice but to pass the ball to a high-position LeBron James. After executing a triple threat move, James pivoted and retreated beyond the three-point line, while his teammates instinctively created a lane for him to drive. As the clock ticked down, and with the shot clock nearing expiration, James surged toward the paint with renewed intensity. Jamison and Chen Yi quickly converged to double-team him. Sensing Chen Yi's hesitation to engage directly, James seized the moment to find an open teammate, flinging the ball beyond the arc. With just over a second remaining, the young player Danny Green, momentarily dazed, had no time to think and promptly launched the ball. Swish! The basketball rippled through the net, extending the Cavaliers' lead to 4 points once more. Chen Yi felt somewhat helpless. He never anticipated that James would actually dare to pass the ball. Danny Green, who scored the basket, suddenly felt a wave of fear, relieved that he managed to make the shot. LeBron embraced his offensive prowess, finding his teammate's position in a critical moment. Barkley chuckled, and Kenny Smith chimed in, reminding everyone that LeBron's draft prototype was none other than Magic Johnson. As he is a flawless orchestrator on the court, the Wizards' offense continued. Chen Yi advanced the ball into the offensive zone, seeking out McGee to set a screen. However, McGee's screen was evidently inferior to that of his opponent, Big Z, even obstructing Chen Yi's line of sight for his attack. Chen Yi made a decisive move from the right, only to find himself ensnared by the formidable duo of James and Varejao. Lacking confidence in his ball-handling skills, he swiftly passed the ball to Nick Young stationed at the baseline. Young attempted to create space, but was unable to shake off his defender. He advanced towards the basket, and from within 2 steps of the baseline, he took a jump shot that clanged off the rim. The offensive options for his team were woefully limited, apart from Young. Only Jamison remained as a potential scoring threat. Unfortunately, Jamison was having an off night, leaving Chen Yi with little choice but to rely on Young. McGee managed to touch the rebound, but his butterfingers caused the ball to slip away, landing in the hands of Big Z. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the game, Chen Yi's dominant ability was nearing its conclusion. After receiving the ball from Big Z, James brought it to the top of the arc, executing a handoff to Danny Green. Lacking ball-handling prowess, Green sought out Williams' position, intending to pass the ball before sprinting to the baseline to set up. However, he evidently overlooked the tenacious Chen Yi, who was closely trailing Williams. Chen Yi's defense was akin to a robust toffee, effectively denying Williams any favorable receiving opportunities. Moreover, to him, Danny Green's passing motion appeared to unfold in slow motion. With a swift clap, Chen Yi lunged forward a step and swatted the ball away. In an instant, the transition from offense to defense occurred. After deftly stealing the ball, Chen Yi propelled himself forward, leaving the Cavaliers players momentarily bewildered as he surged towards the basket. Williams pursued him with fervor, leaping high as Chen Yi came to a halt. Williams' arm collided with Chen Yi's hand, yet he firmly grasped the ball, preventing it from slipping away. Only when Williams descended did Chen Yi leap to execute a bank shot. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more. The ball swished through the net. This heralded a 2-1 opportunity. The teams arranged themselves according to their positions, and Chen Yi, stepping up to the free throw line for the second time, inhaled deeply before releasing the ball in his most familiar form. Swish! The free throw was successful. A triumphant three-point play. Tonight, Chen Yi has secured his 4th steal. The game has resumed. Williams cautiously dribbles forward. After crossing half court, he passes the ball to James, who immediately initiates a breakthrough. After a jump shot from the free throw line that misses, Varejao seizes the rebound. Throughout the first 3 quarters, the Cavaliers not only exhibited a more fluid offensive play, but also dominated the rebounding game against the Wizards. The rebounding tally stands at 44-23, with the Wizards trailing by a substantial 21 boards. Varejao returns the ball to James, who attempts a turnaround jumper, only for the ball to ricochet off the rim once more. McGee, seizing the opportunity, grabs the rebound and passes it to Nick Young. Young, in a swift counterattack, intends to pass the ball to Jamison, who is sprinting towards the paint. However, James, turning back, unexpectedly intercepts the pass. Coach Sanders, witnessing this turn of events, is infuriated and shouts onto the court, "Give the ball to Chen. Let him orchestrate the offense." Nick Young, helpless, shakes his head and pats his chest in apology. As James retrieves the ball, he immediately sprints back. At this critical moment in the game, every possession holds immense significance. Chen Yi, aware that he cannot match James's speed, resolves to race towards the paint ahead of him. As James spins past Jamison, he creates a slight distance. Approaching the free throw line, James secures the ball tightly and, after 3 steps, attempts to use his left shoulder to bulldoze past the defending Chen Yi. Yet, Chen Yi remains unyielding in the midst of the contact. He not only maintains his balance, but also claps his hands behind him as he moves forward. James prepares for a soaring tomahawk dunk. Chen Yi accurately predicted the trajectory of the ball and skillfully executed a slice to intercept it. James's right hand still struck the rim, but by then, the basketball had already been claimed by Chen Yi. What? Can he really intercept the ball like that? Exclaimed Yang Yi in astonishment upon witnessing the scene. Chen Yi has completely locked down James tonight. With a click of his tongue, Coach Zhang expressed his amazement, noting how Chen Yi had seemingly deciphered James's dunking motion, anticipating the ball's position and effortlessly swiping it back. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, James hurriedly landed to mount a defense. However, Chen Yi had already launched the ball down court. Nick Young, who remained rooted in place and resigned to the failed defense, received the pass. With no defenders in sight beneath the basket, he easily sent the ball through the hoop. 95-94. The Wizards lead the Cavaliers by a single point. This play left Charles Barkley in utter disbelief from the stands. He could pull that off. Kenny Smith, meanwhile, was unable to contain his laughter, finding the steal to be quite comical. Chen Yi casually captured the moment, instinctively locking onto the ball held by James, even as he leapt in preparation for a dunk. This fellow imparted a lesson to LeBron tonight, Kenny Smith remarked with a smile, observing the incredulous expression on James's face. Following the shot, the Wizards not only narrowed the score but also took a 1-point lead over the Cavaliers with less than 2 minutes remaining. Williams passed the ball from the backcourt to James, but the Cavaliers' offense had stagnated, leaving everyone's shooting touch notably chilly. As a series of attacks culminated in yet another missed opportunity for the Cavaliers, McGee secured the rebound, and Chen Yi received the basketball at midcourt. Ding! The duration of the Dominion skills lock on the defender has expired, and the skill is now deactivated. The host has reverted to a standard level of defensive capability. After Chen Yi passed the ball to his teammate, the system's alert echoed in his mind. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he glanced at the timer atop the hoop, which indicated that only 1 minute and 17 seconds remained in the game. They clung to a slender 1-point lead, while the Cavaliers retained at least 2 opportunities for offense. Lacking any dominating skills, they were left to rely solely on their own abilities and those of their teammates to defend, leaving no room for error. However, the consecutive successful defenses in the previous rounds had significantly boosted the Wizards' morale. Coupled with Chen Yi's guidance, their offensive rhythm became increasingly fluid, and his teammates' shooting touch improved. As Chen Yi pondered, the basketball circulated among the Wizards, ultimately leading to Antoine Jamison cutting into the paint and scoring, extending their lead to 3 points. Following this basket, Mike Brown promptly called a timeout, marking the second occasion this quarter that the Cavaliers were halted by the Wizards. Chen Yi settled onto the bench, wiping the sweat from his brow, as his stamina swiftly dwindled. Coach Sanders gathered the players in a tight circle. Speaking earnestly, our relentless pursuit of points has made our opponents somewhat anxious. If we can maintain our composure and keep our rhythm, victory in this match shall be ours. After instilling a dose of motivational fervor, Sanders outlined the strategies for the final minute of both defense and offense, with the entire team continuing to revolve around Chen Yi as the focal point of their tactics. He then turned to Chen Yi and inquired, "How are you holding up? Chen, can you endure this final minute?" Sanders was genuinely impressed by Chen Yi's performance, yet he harbored deep concerns regarding his physical endurance. Chen Yi nodded slightly, having already been on the court for 10 consecutive minutes. The high-intensity confrontation right after his arrival had indeed taken a toll on his body. Moreover, he had been engaged in a fierce struggle against James. Fortunately, the original owner of this physique possessed commendable athletic attributes, and with disciplined training, he was able to persevere until the very end. Sanders chose to place his trust in Chen Yi, opting to maintain this lineup for the final 2 rounds. On the other side, after the timeout, O'Neal, having rested for a few minutes, removed his long coat to reveal his jersey and prepared to take the court. O'Neal substituted for Verajao, joining Big Z to fortify the Cavaliers' paint. Following several missed shots and consecutive turnovers from James, his mindset began to shift. Upon returning from the timeout, the Cavaliers entrusted their offense to O'Neal. Aware of his current poor shooting performance, James refrained from forcing the issue and, after a screen, passed the ball to O'Neal in the paint. O'Neal, in exceptional form on both ends of the court and having just rested, powered through McGee's lengthy reach at the final moments of the offensive possession, successfully placing the ball into the basket. The score was now 97-96. The margin had narrowed to a single point, with only 45 seconds remaining. After Chen Yi advanced the ball to the front court, his teammates patiently positioned themselves. Yang Shaoxia, stationed in the corner, gestured for the ball. However, after receiving the pass from Chen Yi, he found no opportunity to shoot and instead redirected the ball to Antoine Jamison. Following an unsuccessful one-on-one attempt against Big Z, Jamison passed it out to the perimeter. With Shaquille O'Neal and Big Z guarding the paint for the Cavaliers, The Wizards struggled to find a breakthrough despite their continuous ball movement. As the shot clock dwindled, Nick Young ultimately took a long two-pointer. After Young's mid-range shot clanged off the rim, O'Neal secured the rebound and handed it to LeBron James. With only 21 seconds left on the shot clock and a one-point deficit, Mike Brown opted against calling a timeout, entrusting the final possession to the players on the court. In the broadcast booth, Coach Zhang commented, "James, with the ball at the three-point line, sought an opportunity, with Chen Yi assigned to defend him, having previously limited James effectively." Yang Yi clenched his fists, filled with excitement and anxiety. Coach Zhang continued, "As James executes the final possession, will he opt for a long-range shot or a drive?" On the court, James dribbled the ball before retreating beyond the three-point arc, with Chen Yi maintaining a half-step distance, using his long arms to guard him one-on-one. Danny Green and Williams positioned themselves at the respective corners, while the two towering big men created space for James to penetrate. Thud, thud, thud. James's dribbling was measured, and with just 10 seconds remaining, he finally made his move. Chen Yi held his breath as he kept pace with the accelerating James. When James charged into the paint, Jamison swiftly joined in to double-team him. Jamison staggered backward after being bumped on the shoulder by the speeding James, while Chen Yi raised his right hand high in anticipation. James barreled into the collision zone, yet Chen Yi steadfastly stood his ground before him. Attempting to force the ball through, James found himself thwarted by Chen Yi's resolute defense. After a series of feints and shimmies, he still could not find a window to shoot. Meanwhile, O'Neal and Big Z collapsed into the paint, and at the last moment, James discovered Williams' position, pushing the ball towards the right baseline. With his profound understanding of James, Chen Yi anticipated his intention to pass at the last moment. As James initiated his move, Chen Yi lunged to the right, spectacularly swatting the ball away. James struggled to penetrate the defense and sought his teammates. Yang Yi exclaimed, "Chen Yi has intercepted the ball. He has disrupted the passing lane." After being deflected, the basketball fell to the ground and bounced up again. In a flurry, Big Z managed to seize the ball and hurriedly attempted to pass it out. Just as the ball was in Big Z's hands and before he could shoot, the final whistle blew. The hurried shot missed the hoop entirely. The score settled at 97-96. The players on the Wizards bench rose to their feet during the last defensive stand. When Chen Yi thwarted James and intercepted his pass, towels were already being waved from the bench. Nick Young collided fiercely with Chen Yi, roaring in celebration. The Cavaliers fans fell silent, with many already rising to leave with their snacks and drinks at the moment of Chen Yi's interception. The camera panned to James, who, draped in a towel, left the player tunnel with his head bowed after the game, as numerous fans reached out in vain to high-five their idol. This loss was particularly stifling for James. "I thought this night would belong to LeBron and Shaq, but unexpectedly, a young Eastern player turned the game around," Barkley remarked. Kenny Smith glanced at the technical statistics for the night. 19 points, 5 steals. Oh my, those were the numbers of a rookie in just one quarter. Far away in China, Yang Yi could hardly contain his excitement upon seeing Chen Yi's statistics. A performance of 19 points in a single quarter qualifies as elite scoring. Yet Chen Yi's most remarkable attribute lay in his defense. Even Yao Ming, in his early NBA days, achieved such numbers only by the 8th game. I believe that based on tonight's performance, Chen Yi will earn more playing opportunities in the upcoming games for the Wizards. Let us await the unfolding of events," Yang Yi remarked as he watched the thrilling replay provided by the director. Chen Yi played for 11 minutes throughout the match, achieving an impeccable shooting record of 8 out of 8 from the field and 3 out of 3 from the free throw line, amassing a total of 19 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 5 steals. His efficient and versatile performance undoubtedly merited the MVP title for this game. As the match approached garbage time, Chen Yi's relentless display on both ends of the court propelled his team back into contention. Ding. The game has concluded, and points based on the host's performance are being calculated. Ding. The host has earned 530 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing their NBA debut and leading the team to victory, with an additional reward of 10,000 points. The system's voice echoed once more in Chen Yi's mind. However, before he could ponder further, Nick Young had already hooked his arm around Chen's shoulder, pulling him toward the locker room while enthusiastically reviewing the spectacular plays they had just witnessed. As Chen Yi and Nick Young approached the sidelines, a formidable figure loomed before them. "Hey, kid," he said, "you've stolen the spotlight from the big shark tonight, and the big shark is somewhat displeased." Chen Yi lifted his gaze towards the portly figure before him, who extended a hand while speaking. The shark, furious after the match, flailed its tail in a fit of impotent rage, as if someone had pressed down on its head, following a high-five with O'Neal. Chen Yi discerned the jest and responded with a broad smile. The next encounter with the great white shark would not be so fortuitous. After concluding his remarks, O'Neal returned to the locker room with his teammates. This evening, Chen Yi had made a lasting impression on O'Neal, prompting the latter to approach him for a friendly exchange postgame. O'Neal shared a commendable rapport with Yao Ming, and their matchups had long been a favorite topic among fans. During his prime, O'Neal possessed unparalleled dominance on the court, coupled with a playful demeanor that garnered a vast following worldwide, of which Chen Yi was undoubtedly a part. Following the previous season's championship win under Kobe's leadership, their ring counts were now equal, causing O'Neal considerable anxiety. Thus, in his renewed quest with the Cavaliers this year, he aimed to secure a fifth championship alongside LeBron, hoping to widen the gap with Kobe. However, O'Neal's performance this season had significantly declined, compounded by the incompatibility of the Shaq and LeBron duo, rendering his play unimpressive and unworthy of his $20 million contract. Yet tonight, O'Neal seemed to relive his glory days, amassing 21 points and 6 rebounds in just 19 minutes, dominating the Wizards' interior during the first 3 quarters. After exchanging pleasantries with O'Neal, Chen Yi followed Nick Young back to the locker room as a pivotal figure in the night's comeback victory. Chen Yi's teammates briefly celebrated around him in the locker room before each prepared for a shower. After Chen Yi finished his shower and changed into his clothes, he joined his teammates on the bus to the airport, intending to fly back to Washington that very night. As he was about to close his eyes and rest on the plane, McGee tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Chun, would you like to join us for a game of cards?" Chen Yi declined, stating, "You all enjoy yourselves. I am utterly fatigued and require a moment of respite." Meiji then rushed to gather the remaining teammates for a round of gambling, yet he met with unanimous rejection, aside from the majority feeling worn out. The previous week's locker room gun incident had stemmed from Meiji and a few others engaging in card games aboard the plane, necessitating a temporary retreat from such activities. Card games have gained considerable popularity in the locker rooms of numerous teams, but Chen Yi had never partaken in these games with the Wizards. His disinterest stemmed from 2 reasons: a lack of inclination towards gambling and the insufficient funds in his pocket. This season, his salary amounted to a mere $410,000, non-guaranteed, leaving him vulnerable to being released by the team at any moment, thereby cutting off his source of income, even if he were to receive the full amount. After navigating through a myriad of taxes, he would likely be left with less than $200,000. With no prior recognition, he had been unable to secure any endorsements, prompting him to dismiss his agent in an effort to curtail expenses. Stranded in a foreign land, the emptiness of his pockets rendered him devoid of a sense of security. Chen Yi donned his headphones and reclined comfortably. However, he did not hastily succumb to slumber. Instead, he closed his eyes and summoned his attribute panel within his mind. Host, Chen Yi. Age, 20 years. Height, 191 centimeters. Weight, 88 kilograms. Wingspan, 203 centimeters. Basic attributes: speed 65, jump 65, strength 100, attractiveness 100. Other statistics: standing layup 60, driving layup 63, driving dunk 55, 1, standing dunk 27, three-point shot 63, mid-range shot 65, free throw 85, rebounding 40, stealing 35, blocking 25, ball handling 65, passing 67. Interior defense 30, perimeter defense 70, stamina 78. Overall rating, 65, bench player. Badges obtained, none. Equipped aura, none. Dominion skill, lockdown defender. Points, 10, 530. Store, accessible. The attributes remained unchanged as Chen Yi's gaze shifted to the points section, which had been awarded by the system following the conclusion of the recent match. What purpose do these points serve? He pondered silently. The system promptly responded. After each match, the host receives a certain number of points. Currently classified as a bench player, the host earns a fixed 500 points per game, with additional points accrued based on the host's statistical performance during the match. Points can be used to exchange for attribute points, unlock dominion skills, and for purchases in the store. The exchange rate for attribute points is 1,001, meaning 1,000 points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Once the conditions for unlocking dominion skills are met, 5,000 points are required to activate them. The specifics of store consumption are left for the host to explore. Additionally, each endorsement contract signed rewards a substantial amount of points. After receiving the system's explanation, Chen Yi reflected on the points awarded to him, excluding the bonus of 10,000 points and the fixed 500 points. The remaining 30 points must have come from the statistical conversion, with 19 points for rebounds, 2 assists, 5 steals, and 0 blocks. They totaled exactly 30, so this is what equal conversion means, he mused, calculating silently. Thus, it follows that accumulating points in scoring, rebounding, assists, steals, and blocks would yield greater rewards. Having grasped this principle, Chen Yi thought that if turnovers could also be included, he would average 10 per game. Ding. Turnovers do not count towards equal conversion, and excessive turnovers may disrupt the team's rhythm, potentially inciting dissatisfaction from the coach and fans. The system responded immediately. Chen Yi coughed lightly, clearly jesting. Were he to average 10 turnovers per game, the coach would undoubtedly revoke his eligibility to play. So, how can one enhance the fixed points earned in each match? Chen Yi continued to inquire. The fixed points are assessed based on the host's current stage, which includes the following ranks: bench player 65, rotational player 70, starting player 75, all-star 85, superstar 90, and Hall of Fame 99. Each corresponding to fixed point rewards of 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, and and 1000 respectively. Chen Yi comprehended the system's intentions. The levels indicated by the numbers in parentheses represented the required overall evaluation score. Currently, his overall evaluation stood at a mere 65. Thus, he could only attain the minimum of 500 points per match. Similar to the mechanics in 2K games, to enhance his overall evaluation, he needed to improve his various attributes. He had already grasped the methods for acquiring attribute points. In addition to collecting the small balls that dropped from the stars on the court, there was now an option to exchange points for them. However, the exchange rate was somewhat steep, requiring 1,000 points to redeem just 1 point. Given this perspective, the potential applications of points appeared vast, with even the unlocking of Dominion skills necessitating their expenditure. From tonight's match, it was evident that Dominion skills, even if they could only last for half a quarter, possessed an almost overpowered quality. Chen Yi was already looking forward to unlocking more Dominion skills, shifting his gaze to the last section labeled Store. As he concentrated on those two characters, the scene before him transformed once again. A cold voice echoed in his ear. Ding! You have unlocked the store for the first time. The host receives a 20,000 point discount voucher. Please note, this voucher can only be used to purchase items priced at 30,000 points or less. Chen Yi mused to himself. Purchasing over 30,000 grants a discount of 20,000. This system is quite humane. Unlike the e-commerce platforms of my previous life that offered trivial discounts such as 5 yuan off for every 10,000 spent, the marketplace boasts a diverse array of items available for purchase, categorized into 3 main types: templates, props, and auras. Within the aura category, one can find various packages featuring renowned celebrities, including shooting, dunking, and dribbling packages, all designed to enhance shooting accuracy, layup interference resistance, and more. Chen Yi glanced at the array of exclusive moves belonging to various basketball stars, such as Stephen Curry's shooting package, Kobe Bryant's shooting package, LeBron James' dunk package, and Kyrie Irving's dribbling package, with prices ranging from several hundred to tens of thousands of points. The system had previously stated that such items could occasionally be obtained on the court, so Chen Yi decided against making any purchases for the time being. As for the equipment, there were accessories like wristbands and knee pads, as well as nutritional solutions that could restore stamina. These were not ordinary items. A knee pad valued at 5,000 points possessed the capability to prevent injuries, such as anterior cruciate ligament tears, on the court. The effectiveness certainly justified such a steep price, considering that many athletes' careers have been tragically cut short due to injuries. Chen Yi's focus rested on the final category, star player templates. Below lies an explanation. Within the template marketplace, he could utilize points to acquire individual star cards, which would grant him access to their statistics and badges over the course of the subsequent 7 matches. Given that Chen Yi played as a defender, the available template cards consisted solely of defensive players. Michael Jordan, 1993 500, 000 points. Stephen Curry, 2016 200, 000 points. James Harden, 2018 150, 000 points. Kobe Bryant, 2008 190, 000 points. Russell Westbrook, 2017. He gazed at the few star cards displayed at the forefront, their statistics nearly flawless. However, the prices left Chen Yi astounded. A single card of Curry from 2016 astonishingly commanded 200,000 points. And this was merely for a 7-match trial. Yet, upon reflection, who could resist the peak Curry of 2016? The unanimous MVP and the remarkable feat of 402 three-pointers in a single season were unparalleled. If he could harness the prowess of peak Curry during crucial playoffs to secure victory in a series, it would indeed be worthwhile. As for the basketball deity, acquiring a single card demanded a staggering 500,000 points. At this stage, Chen Yi would need to compete in 1,000 matches to earn such a sum through fixed points. Even with a 20,000 point voucher in hand, it remained far beyond his financial reach. For now, refraining from expenditures in the marketplace, Chen Yi closed the system panel after gaining a general understanding of its features. Fatigue overcame him, and he lowered the volume of his headphones before drifting into a deep slumber. After an hour and a half of flight, the entire Wizards team returned from Cleveland to their home in Washington. Following the team's push dropping the players off at the arena due to the late hour, Chen Yi took a taxi back to his rented apartment. The next morning at 9 o'clock, the alarm clock roused Chen Yi right on schedule. Chen Yi rubbed his bleary eyes, rising from his slumber to prepare for his morning routine. The mirror before the vanity reflected his visage, with distinct facial contours and impeccable details. Coupled with his well-defined muscular physique, he embodied the aesthetic admired by both Eastern and Western cultures. Indeed, he was a man with a perfect score in appearance. After freshening up, he retrieved some vegetables and frozen chicken from the refrigerator, setting about to prepare his breakfast. While many NBA players have dedicated chefs to prepare their meals, Chen Yi lacked such luxuries and had to rely on his own culinary skills. For an athlete, maintaining a proper dietary regimen is paramount, and Chen Yi placed great emphasis on each meal. After washing and chopping the vegetables, he arranged them in a dish, sprinkled a ring of salad on top, followed by a layer of rice. He then diced the chicken, ing it with onions and other seasonings before placing it atop the rice. After laboring for over 10 minutes, he presented a delightful chicken and vegetable salad rice. This apartment was a modest studio, not particularly spacious. The kitchen and living area were combined, lacking even a proper dining table. The Capital One Arena, home to the Wizards, was situated in the bustling city, and Chen Yi had opted for this apartment, only a 20-minute commute to the training facility, as his budget permitted such a single room. At least he had a place to call home. He had not yet resorted to sleeping on a teammate's couch, and living alone was something he could accept for now. Chen Yi aspired to reside in a luxurious villa, and with the system at his disposal, achieving success in the NBA seemed a trivial endeavor. He possessed a profound understanding of the game, one that was ahead of its time by 2 decades, making it exceedingly easy for him to stand out. While dining, Chen Yi took out his phone to peruse the latest news. His current device was an iPhone 3G, a model that had never been released in his country. And it was his first encounter with the actual device, with only a few months remaining until the globally celebrated release of the iPhone 4. The mobile market was poised for a seismic transformation. Nevertheless, it would never compare to the Xiaomi 13 Pro he had utilized in his previous life, which ran Genshin Impact flawlessly. As he launched Genshin Impact, he connected to a domestic website, and with this phone, he could only access a certain app. The current interface appeared both simplistic and antiquated, yet during this era, its user base was remarkably extensive. Opening the NBA section, he discovered that the viewership for the replay of the previous night's game between the Wizards and the Cavaliers had reached unprecedented heights. The reason was simple. Major media outlets had reported on Chen Yi's spectacular performance in the final quarter shortly after the game concluded. Commentator Yang had vocally praised Chen Yi's display on his social media platforms, even recording a video of the highlights. The Wizards games had rarely been broadcast by the national television, and this particular matchup was aired solely due to the immense popularity of LeBron James and Shaquille O'Neal in the country. Many fans had assumed that the Wizards, following the gun incident, were merely a lackluster team and chose not to watch the live broadcast. However, after Yang Yi's enthusiastic commentary and the coverage from various media outlets, a multitude of fans began to scour for the replay. Once they had viewed the footage, the comments section exploded with activity, surpassing 10,000 interactions, single-handedly defending LeBron. When did such an impressive player emerge in our country? One comment exclaimed. His points in a single quarter exceed the career total of Lakers legend Son, dashing by threefold. Will Chen Yi be playing in the next game? I will definitely tune in for the live broadcast next time. Transient players abound. Let us not judge a hero by a single performance, for the greater the hopes, the deeper the disappointments. Another observed. Did anyone notice LeBron's traveling violation in the final quarter? The majority of discussions in the comments revolved around Chen Yi, whose performance had undeniably captivated the attention of NBA fans across the nation. Chen Yi has yet to compete in domestic matches. His previous participation in a training camp in the United States garnered some media attention. However, he went undrafted in the subsequent selection event. Although he was later picked up by the Wizards, he has not had the opportunity to showcase his skills, even during garbage time, leading to a lack of recognition among domestic fans. Since the unfortunate retirement of Yao Ming, many fans have turned their attention to watching Yi Jianlian's games. Yet the Nets' dismal record of 3 wins and 32 losses is indeed hard to bear. Now, with the emergence of Chen Yi, a talented guard from China, some fans have even begun to take an interest in the Wizards. Chen Yi, upon reading the laudatory comments directed towards him, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He then perused the website for updates on the concluding stages of the NFL regular season before turning his attention to tidying up the kitchen. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone. Chen, congratulations on your flawless debut last night. The team is keenly interested in your burgeoning career. The management believes you have secured your place within both the team and the league. We would like to convert your contract into a guaranteed one. If you agree, please come to my office this afternoon to sign the papers. The message was from Peter Biesha, the general manager of the Wizards. Chen Yi, upon receiving the message, responded, "Thank you, manager. I will be there punctually this afternoon." Many players on non-guaranteed contracts are merely one opportunity away from securing guaranteed deals. Take Jeremy Lin, for instance. Before 2012, he wandered through the league, but upon seizing an opportunity, his contract was swiftly converted to a guaranteed one, liberating him from the necessity of sleeping on his brother's or even his teammates' sofas. A guaranteed contract not only ensures a player's salary for the season, but also serves as an affirmation of their abilities. Acquiring such a contract signifies that one is likely to receive a substantial amount of playing time with the team. After receiving Chen Yi's reply, Peter Bissell pondered the future of the team in his office. At the season's inception, Bissell held high hopes for the Wizards, primarily due to the recovery of Gilbert Arenas after 2 years of injuries, coupled with Butler and Jamison being at the pinnacle of their careers. With the trio united, their prospects for the playoffs soared. Despite Arenas having participated in only 15 games over the previous 2 seasons, the Wizards management still presented him with a lucrative 6-year, $110 million contract. Setting aside personal traits, Arenas was an industrious player as a second-round pick. He garnered the Most Improved Player award in his second year and astonishingly averaged 28 for points, 4, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists during the 2006 to 2007 season. At that time, Arenas could undoubtedly be regarded as one of the top 5 shooting guards in the league, prompting the Wizards management to stake their future on him. Even last summer, they traded their first-round 6th pick for Randy Foye and Mike Miller, which was their final wager on Arenas. However, as the season commenced, the Wizards' record was dismal, and it seemed this gamble was a lost cause. Nevertheless, the management still clung to hope that Arenas would regain his form. But just a week prior, the gun incident nearly caused Bissell to erupt with frustration. With Arenas suspended, the Wizards not only lost their star player, but also faced a severely weakened backcourt, derailing their plans for the season. Were they to wait another year? The Wizards had already waited 3 years for Arenas, during which he had played fewer than 50 regular season games, leading the management to gradually realize that their initial gamble had been misguided. It appeared that the only course of action left for the management was a complete rebuild of the team. Yet, with Arenas tied to a $15 million contract this season, the management's original intention was certainly not to allow the team to languish. Chen Yi's performance last night was exceedingly remarkable. However, it was merely a single match. Baisia must continue to assess this young talent from the East, whom he personally signed. With profound ties to Huaxia, Baisia had high hopes for Chen Yi from the outset. With some refinement, he could certainly evolve into a crucial player on the bench. Now that Chen Yi has agreed to sign a guaranteed contract, Baisia contemplated the possibility of increasing his salary this season, should Chen Yi maintain his impressive performance in the upcoming matches. Nevertheless, the team's direction must be deliberated with long-term vision. First, he intended to observe if any promising prospects emerged during the madness of March. Perhaps this year they might discover foundational players in the draft. Reclining in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, he pondered. His immediate desire was to swiftly extricate the team from Arenas' substantial contract. It would be even better if the players could deliver commendable statistics, thereby enhancing the trade value. After responding to a message from the manager, Chen Yi received a phone call from across the ocean. "Hello, Dad, still awake?" Chen Yi answered the call. As a traveler from another realm, he was not an orphan. His parents were very much alive and residing in the homeland. Washington was 13 hours behind, and it was still the evening of January 6th back home. "You've done well, my boy. I waited nearly half an hour this morning to see you play, thinking you might not even take the court." His father's laughter resonated. "Ha ha ha. Once you stepped onto the court, you played with such vigor." Chen Yi's parents reside in the homeland, and upon hearing that he was signed by the Wizards, they have made it a point to watch nearly every game. As their only child, and being so far away in a foreign land, the ability to glimpse their son on live television alleviated some of their longing. However, they remain uncertain about the quality of his life abroad, as he has always been one to share only good news and conceal his troubles. Throughout the first half of the season, they noticed his absence from the games, which led them to feel as though Chen Yi was not being appreciated overseas, and they even harbored some regret about sending him so far away. Fortunately, this morning, they finally witnessed Chen Yi take the court, which left them utterly exhilarated. They immediately contemplated calling him, but, mindful of the time difference, they decided to wait until evening to reach out. "Just now, my manager informed me that my contract will be converted to a guaranteed one, so there is no need to worry about job security," Chen Yi joyfully relayed to his family. Chen's father cleared his throat, suppressing a smile, and spoke earnestly. "Although you performed admirably in today's match, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Training must remain your priority. This is how you honor the investment the team has made in you. Your father eagerly awaits the day you return with a lucrative contract akin to those star athletes on television." Wealth is secondary. What truly matters is that athletes bring glory to our nation. I understand, Chen Yi replied. "Once I receive my salary, I will buy you both a computer, so we can communicate via video calls and save on long-distance charges." Chen's mother, who had been eagerly awaiting her turn to speak, snatched the phone. "My dear son, do not mind your father. You will always be my pride. Take good care of yourself over there, and do not hesitate to indulge in your meals. And do not feel pressured to sign some exorbitant contract. A few million will suffice." "Chen Yi, a contract worth several million? Is it so casual?" By 10 o'clock in the morning, the players of the Wizards have gradually arrived at the arena, preparing for their training session. With a game scheduled at home tomorrow evening, the players typically organize their training activities independently in the morning before participating in the team's practice match in the afternoon. At this moment, the fitness center of the arena is bustling with players. Chen Yi lay bare-chested upon the flat bench, gripping the barbell with both hands, while his strength training coach, Parker, gazed at him in disbelief. "Oh my goodness, how can Chen possess such strength?" murmured Nick Young, clad in training attire and cradling a basketball. Clang. Chen Yi placed the barbell onto the rack and exhaled deeply as he rose. After loosening his neck, he moved his shoulders and remarked, 21 repetitions. "I feel I still have strength left. Next time, I might even surpass my record." Ma Ji also approached to lift the barbell, verifying the authenticity of the weight. Coach Parker noted, this year's rookie, Bragg Griffin, could only manage a maximum of 22 repetitions. yet he is a beastly power forward. Upon arriving at the gym's fitness center this morning, Chen Yi sought out his coach for strength training, and during the bench press test, he astonished the other athletes in the gym. The most genuine bench press record in the NBA is the 84 kilograms achieved during rookie assessments. During the trial, Chen Yi recorded a remarkable 8 repetitions, which soared to an astonishing 21 within just a few months. What does this signify? In last year's draft, the two exceptionally athletic guards, Rose and Westbrook, managed only 10 and 14 repetitions, respectively, at a comparable level. Thus, when Chen Yi reached 15, many players gathered to observe. Nick Young playfully thumped Chen Yi on the chest, exclaiming, "Chen, have you become a mutant warrior?" Reflecting on Chen Yi's performance on the court the previous night, Nick Young began to sense something amiss. It appeared that this young man did not falter even against LeBron's formidable presence. Chen Yi chuckled and said, "Do you believe me when I say I was concealing my strength before?" After completing 21 bench presses, Chen Yi felt a slight soreness in his arms and chest, but it quickly subsided, indicating that a strength value of 100 had indeed brought about a remarkable transformation in his physical prowess. McGee also attempted to lie down and lift, but after managing only 5 repetitions, he found himself unable to continue. For the tall and lanky McGee, performing bench presses proved to be a considerable challenge. His strength was not particularly formidable, and coupled with his lengthy wingspan, each lift demanded significant effort. 5 was indeed his limit, as even Howard during his rookie days had only managed 7. Bench pressing not only relies on strength but is also influenced by arm length. Shorter wingspans make the exercise considerably easier. This factor was pivotal in Griffin's ascent to becoming the bench press champion among rookies. Nevertheless, Chen Yi's wingspan measured an impressive 2 meters and 3 centimeters, which underscored the sheer magnitude of his strength. "Chen, my maximum bench press is 90 kilograms. How much can you lift?" McGee inquired as he rose. In Chen Yi's memory, he had previously managed to surpass a bench press limit of 91 kilograms. However, he was uncertain of his current capability, though he was confident that the figure had certainly improved. "We can test it," Chen Yi remarked, glancing toward Parker. Perhaps you should rest a bit longer. You just completed 21 bench presses," Parker replied, resting his chin on his pen. Chen Yi shook his head and said, "No need. Let us begin now." Starting with 90 kilograms, he felt remarkably at ease. He then increased the weight to 100 kilograms, 110 kilograms, and 120 kilograms. When the weight reached 150 kilograms, Parker was taken aback as he watched Chen Yi effortlessly push it up. In the realm of current NBA players, the bench press limit hovers around 100 to 140 kilograms, with 150 kilograms being nearly the maximum. LeBron, who can manage 15 repetitions at 105 kilograms, is estimated to have a peak bench press of 150 kilograms. Parker said, slightly dazed, but this is far from Chen Yi's limit. Finally, after completing the test, Chen Yi's maximum bench press was recorded at an astonishing 175 kilograms. Parker was utterly astonished. How could a guard standing at 191 meters manage to lift 175 kilograms? It was preposterous. Such strength could only be described as monstrous. And to think he is an Asian player. Chen Yi felt a sense of satisfaction with his performance. Recalling a moment from his past life when O'Neal, upon retirement, struggled to lift a 140 kilograms barbell during a televised program, ultimately failing to bench press 180 kilograms. Considering the years since his retirement, O'Neal's peak bench pressing limit was likely around 180 kilograms. In contrast, Chen Yi managed to complete 175 kilograms, even without sufficient rest, suggesting that his true potential far exceeds this figure. Following his strength training, Chen Yi joined Nick Young for some shooting practice. While he dominated in strength, he found himself lacking in shooting skills compared to Young, particularly in long-range shots. This season, the erratic yet talented Young boasts a 3-point shooting percentage of 46, serving as a crucial offensive asset for the Wizards, with his training sessions yielding success rates as high as 90. Chen Yi's shooting is rather inconsistent, as indicated by the system panel, which assigns him a 3-point shooting value of 63. His long-range shooting accuracy, when unguarded, only reaches around 70%, and during actual games, it plummets to a maximum of 30%. This is far from sufficient. With the evolving dynamics of the league and the advancements in modern basketball, Chen Yi resolves to intensify his long-range shooting practice during training. After the morning training session concluded, Chen Yi scoured the entire training facility but found nothing. Besides utilizing points for system upgrades, he always remembered the possibility of collecting attribute points dropped by other players to enhance his own skills. However, among the numerous athletes present at the gym that morning, not a single one had dropped any small balls. Was it only effective during games? Or were these players simply not of a high enough caliber? Chen Yi pondered to himself. Upon leaving the gym, he jogged home, feeling the fatigue from the morning's exertion. He prepared a lavish lunch for himself and indulged in a delightful afternoon nap. When he awoke, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He changed into a suit and made his way to the general manager's office of the Wizards. He had arranged to sign a new contract with Peter Bissell that afternoon. "You should find a new agent," Chen, the assistant, said with a smile, holding a folder. Bissell got straight to the point, placing the contract before Chen Yi. After Chen Yi signed it, Bissell remarked, "Chen, your performance yesterday was impeccable. If you can continue to deliver such outstanding displays, the team management will present you with a new contract before the trade deadline." In response to the manager's optimistic projections, Chen Yi graciously smiled and said, "Thank you. As long as the team grants me the opportunity, I will strive to deliver flawless performances." "There will certainly be ample opportunities," Bissell chuckled. "You know, I have believed in your potential from the very beginning. Otherwise, I would not have signed you." His words held merit, as the Wizards indeed had numerous opportunities, especially among the guard positions. Chen Yi exhibits little interest in the substantial contract offered by the Wizards, viewing the team merely as a stepping stone for his survival within the league. Historically, the Wizards have been preparing to rid themselves of Arena's onerous contract, and their plans for the coming years undoubtedly indicate a strategy of deliberate decline. Chen Yi, despite his exceptional performance on the team, might merely serve as a bargaining chip in potential trades. Washington is not a major basketball market, and the visibility of its stars is rather limited. Overshadowed by the prominence of the hockey and baseball teams, the system has significantly bolstered Chen Yi's confidence, instilling in him a fervent ambition. With the system at his disposal, securing a stable contract within the league is a feasible endeavor. Naturally, with such advantages, his aspirations should aim for nothing less than becoming a superstar earning a maximum salary. Additionally, as Chen Yi did not enter the team through the draft and is an overseas player, his contract is not bound by the usual time constraints, affording him numerous opportunities in the free market when the time comes. After departing from the general manager's office, Chen Yi donned his training attire and made his way to the arena. Coach Sanders had already organized the players for a 5v5 scrimmage. "Chen, you finally made it," Sanders called out, waving him over. "You'll be participating in today's practice game." Chen Yi nodded and swiftly jogged to join the team. Previously, he had scarcely participated in team training, often practicing alone at the gym, and Sanders had not intended to include him in the roster. However, his performance yesterday prompted Sanders to re-evaluate Chen Yi's position within the team. Furthermore, upon learning that Chen Yi had achieved a remarkable bench press of 175 kilograms, Sanders was astonished. During his tenure coaching the Pistons, the formidable defender Ben Wallace also had a maximum bench press of this weight. Had he overlooked a prodigious talent? In the intra-squad scrimmage, Randy Foye, Mike Miller, Karen Butler, Antoine Jamison, and Brendan Haywood formed one team, while Chen Yi was paired with Nick Young, JaVale McGee, Boykins, and Otto Porter on the opposing side. Chen Yi's four teammates constitute the second unit of the Wizards, while facing them are the current starting five of the opposing team. Randy Foye, poised to match up against Chen, feels an unsettling sense of impending crisis. Initially, following Arenas' suspension, Foye harbored a quiet sense of satisfaction, as the team's depth in the guard position was insufficient, thereby naturally elevating him to the role of starting point guard. However, this previously inconspicuous Eastern player, who had been relegated to the sidelines during training games, unexpectedly erupted in last night's performance and is now set to confront Foye directly. If he fails to perform adequately in this match, it could very well jeopardize Foye's starting position. It is imperative to ensure that he is thoroughly prepared. After the teams were divided for the practice match, play did not commence with a jump ball at center court as in a formal game. Instead, the starting lineup initiated the action from the sideline. Chen Yi faced off against Fu Yi at the top of the arc. Fu Yi, with the ball in hand, called for his teammates to reposition themselves before preparing to launch an aggressive drive from the left side. With unwavering focus, Chen Yi sidestepped to block Fu Yi's advance. The collision of their muscular frames sent Fu Yi off balance, allowing Chen Yi to swiftly reach out in an attempt to steal the ball. However, Fu Yi managed to protect the ball with his body, passing it to the approaching Karen Butler, thus thwarting Chen Yi's effort. Fu Yi silently expressed relief, grateful for his moderate speed. Had he been any faster, the impact could have sent him sprawling out of bounds. This guy truly possesses remarkable physicality. Acknowledging his opponent's strength, Fu Yi retreated beyond the three-point line to receive the ball again, now wary of engaging in a one-on-one confrontation. After dribbling left and right, he opted to pass to Mike Miller at the baseline. Miller, utilizing his height advantage, took 2 steps before executing a jump shot from the foul line, securing the first 2 points for his team. As the second unit mounted a counterattack, Chen Yi brought the ball to the top of the arc, where Nick Young called for it with his back to the basket. Subsequently, Young unleashed his full repertoire of skills, ultimately attempting a fadeaway jumper near the foul line that clanged off the rim. After several rounds of play, Fu Yi was determined to showcase his abilities against Chen Yi. Unable to break through one-on-one, he resorted to calling for screens, displaying a seamless synergy with his teammates as he relentlessly drove towards the basket, his eyes seemingly fixated solely on scoring. On multiple occasions during offensive plays, he discreetly employed elbow tactics against Chen Yi, who found himself bewildered by the unexpected aggression. Is this guy here just for a practice game? As the game progressed, Chen Yi realized he had fallen into Nick Young's trap. Once the ball crossed half-court, Young would demand it, and Chen Yi knew that once he passed it, he should prepare to defend, as Young had no intention of returning the ball. Young was the team's primary scorer, Yet, Chen Yi had no choice but to pass, as none of his teammates, aside from Young, were competent. He couldn't possibly rely on McGee, who was still struggling to grasp the basics of scoring. In less than 10 minutes, Fu had orchestrated his teammates to accumulate 6 points and 6 assists. In the latter half of the game, Chen Yi, recognizing the dire situation, took on the role of a lone wolf, leveraging his physical strength to overpower Fu, who was unable to stop him, as Chen Yi scored 8 points individually. However, this did little to prevent his team from being dominated. During the break, Fu glanced at Chen Yi and flexed his muscles, tauntingly remarking that the rookie needed to learn from the seasoned veterans on the team, emphasizing the importance of facilitating teamwork rather than relying solely on brute strength. Chen Yi ignored him and turned to reproach Nick Young for his selfish behavior. However, Fu indeed possesses a degree of skill. Last season, he was a key player in the backcourt for the Timberwolves, averaging 16, 3 points and 4.3 assists per game. This season, after being traded to the Wizards, he has managed to score 10.1 points in a more limited role, making him a somewhat adequate starting guard. Saunders analyzed the strengths of each player from the sidelines. Chen Yi has demonstrated commendable defensive skills, particularly in terms of physicality. Recently, he even replicated the scene from the previous match where he fiercely contested a rebound against O'Neal, successfully securing the ball from Jamison. However, his speed leaves much to be desired, and lateral movement poses a significant challenge. Many agile guards on the court will not engage in a head-on confrontation. His defensive prowess pales in comparison to the performance exhibited in last night's game. On the offensive front, although he achieved the highest score of the match, his technique appears somewhat unrefined, and his shooting ability has yet to be showcased. Reflecting on Chen Yi's performance in the last game, Sanders quietly contemplated and made a decision. He gathered the players and announced, after a 1-minute break, Chen will switch teams with Randy Foye. Upon hearing this, Foye stared wide-eyed at the head coach, seemingly questioning why. A growing sense of crisis enveloped him. He now harbored a certain disdain for this suddenly emerging rookie. Why should he lead the starting lineup while he was relegated to guiding the bench players? Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the profound implications of the head coach's intentions. The outcome of this training match could potentially influence the future starting lineup of the team. Sensing the discontent from Fu, Chen Yi accessed the system's marketplace interface. Before him, a virtual screen displayed an array of template cards featuring numerous star defenders. Jeremy Lin, 2012-30, 000 points. Chen Yi's gaze fell upon a trading card depicting a star player clad in a Knicks uniform. With over 10,000 points accumulated, he realized that, by utilizing a discount coupon provided by the system, he could afford this coveted card. This training match was pivotal. A stellar performance could swiftly secure him a starting position. However, relying solely on his strength rating of 100 and good looks might not suffice to meet the coach's expectations. His previous game's remarkable performance largely depended on his dominating skill, which significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities. Otherwise, with his current level and stats, attempting to guard against James would be a mere folly. To rapidly elevate his prowess, purchasing a template card from the store was his sole option. Converting his 10,000 points into attributes would yield merely a 10-point increase, which seemed minimal in the short term. Moreover, template cards proved effective not only in training but would also bolster his abilities in the upcoming 7 matches. Although he could not afford the templates of superstars like Curry or Kobe, he could muster enough resources to acquire the single card of Jeremy Lin. Without further ado, Chen Yi procured the template card of Lin. Ding. The single card will provide only the player's stats, excluding any badges or auras, and the purchase limit is set to 1 time only. This item will be removed from the store thereafter. Ding. Purchase successful. Would the host like to immediately bind the 2012 version of the Jeremy Lin template? Bind. Ding. Binding successful. The host's attributes have been optimized by the system. Once the system's notification concluded, Chen Yi returned to his attribute panel. Host, Chen Yi. Age, 20 years. Height, 191 centimeters. Weight, 88 kilograms. Wingspan, 203 centimeters. Basic attributes: speed 83, 65, vertical 80, 65, strength 100, appearance 100. Other stats: standing layup 60, driving layup 82, 63, driving dunk 67, 55, 1, standing dunk 25, 3-point shot 78, 63, mid-range shot 89, 65, free throw 85, 85, rebound 53, 40, steal 84, 35, block 37, 25, ball control 84, 65, pass 78, 67. Interior defense 52, 30, perimeter defense 75, 70, stamina 95, 78. Overall rating 88, 65. All-star. Acquired badges, none. Equipped auras, none. Dominating skill, lockdown defender. Points, 530. Store, open. After reviewing the panel, Chen Yi discovered that nearly all his attributes had been enhanced, with the overall rating soaring to 88, placing him at the all-star level. The numbers in parentheses represented his original stats. Several categories without parentheses indicated that his initial values were superior and remained unchanged after optimization. Chen Yi murmured to himself. Jeremy Lin had two peaks, one during the Linsanity era and another during his time with the Nets. The 2012 version of Jeremy Lin represented the Linsanity phase, which, albeit brief, undeniably belonged to the all-star caliber. Defensively, Lin was average, yet offensively, he was exceptional, leaving Chen Yi quite satisfied with his current metrics. Even without replicating the badges and auras, these stats alone could outperform all his teammates, including the already suspended Arenas. A casual training match would easily yield a C grade. As the break concluded, Chen Yi, now switched to a different team, exchanged positions with Foy. As Foy brushed past Chen Yi, he muttered under his breath, "Rookie. Lacking skill is just lacking skill. Soon, I'll easily maneuver around you." Chen Yi exerted a slight pressure on his shoulder, causing Fu Yi to stumble forward. With a fierce glare, he turned back to find Chen Yi smiling and softly remarking, "Hey, it seems that the only thing tough about you is your mouth. The rest of you is quite soft." A surge of anger ignited within Fu Yi's chest. In the second lineup, he possessed absolute control over the ball, and he felt it imperative to educate this yellow-skinned country bumpkin. Chen Yi harbored no fondness for players who resorted to trash talk even in training matches. Moreover, they hadn't even begun to play yet. What was the point of all this bluster? As the game commenced, Fu Yi immediately sought to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with Chen Yi upon receiving the ball. Fu Yi did not regard Chen Yi as a significant threat. In his eyes, the lad merely possessed considerable strength, while he himself could easily outshine him in all other aspects. He signaled to his teammates to pull back, then took a step back himself to create space for a breakthrough, launching himself swiftly to the right. After a few exchanges, he had discerned that his opponent's speed was rather unremarkable, particularly in lateral movement. However, to Fu Yi's astonishment, Chen Yi swiftly closed the distance on his right, failing to allow him a moment's respite. In a state of disbelief, Fu Yi promptly shifted the ball to his left hand and executed a deceptive maneuver to break through on the left side. Chen Yi adjusted his body balance and once again shifted his position in accordance with his opponent, closely trailing him. Fu Yi gritted his teeth, seizing the opportunity to exploit his adversary's instability while retreating, intending to push him aside and then, with both hands cradling the ball, initiate a leap for a layup. Chen Yi exhibited remarkable resilience in his confrontations, while Fu Yi appeared to have forgotten the numerous times he faltered during the first half. Once again, he lost his balance as he carelessly tossed the ball into the air, failing to even graze the rim. The ball went completely astray and was subsequently secured by Jameson, who claimed the rebound. Coach Sanders was momentarily taken aback, reflecting that Chen's lateral movement seemed to have improved compared to the first half. After the initial attack was thwarted, Fu Yi felt a pang of regret, realizing the immense strength of his opponent. He pondered why he persisted in such a direct confrontation. Should he have the opportunity to replay that moment, he would undoubtedly employ his agility to leave the yellow-skinned player utterly bewildered. After receiving the pass, Chen Yi advanced, and it was the starting lineup's turn to counterattack. Following the transition from offense to defense, neither side's players had yet positioned themselves according to the strategy. With the interior players crowded near the elbow area, Chen Yi's gaze was fixed upon the vacant center lane, a thought flickering in his mind. Fu Yi advanced towards the three-point line, firmly believing that his opponent relied solely on brute strength as long as he refrained from engaging in a direct confrontation. Chen Yi would be entirely untroubled. Before Fu Yi could position himself before Chen Yi, the latter suddenly vanished from his line of sight. Turning his head, Fu Yi discovered that Chen Yi had already surged forward with the ball, reaching the free throw line. Had he been surpassed in a single stride? Fu Yi yearned to pivot and pursue, yet found himself utterly unable to keep pace. Chen Yi's breakthrough speed was astonishing, so swift that even several interior defenders failed to react before he surged beneath the basket. As he leaped, McGee and Boykins converged to trap him, yet in midair, Chen Yi twisted and maneuvered, effortlessly lifting the ball with his right hand and depositing it into the hoop. Is it really that fast? Nick Young, who had always maintained a good rapport with Chen Yi, held his head in disbelief. Sanders swallowed hard. Such acceleration had reached the caliber of the league's elite guards. Face smacked his forehead, realizing he must have been careless. Otherwise, how could he have been so thoroughly outpaced? The speed reminiscent of a peak Jeremy Lin was indeed remarkable. After scoring, Chen Yi felt exhilarated. The sensation of utilizing speed to create space for a layup was entirely distinct from relying solely on brute strength. When Lin participated in the draft, his physical measurements were commendable, though his static athleticism was slightly inferior to that of naturally gifted players. While his 100-meter sprint speed did not match the top pick John Wall's, his acceleration was recorded at 22.42 kilometers per hour, surpassing Wall's 21.32 kilometers per hour. Thus, regarding the first step in breaking through, Lin was the fastest among the rookie guards of 2010. Moreover, another highlight was his jumping ability. Lin's vertical leap was 76 centimeters from a standstill and 96 centimeters with a run. while Wall's respective measurements were 76 centimeters and 99 centimeters. In terms of jumping, Lin was nearly on par with Wall, who possessed explosive physical attributes. After Nick Young's unsuccessful jump shot from the arc, Chen Yi showcased his leaping prowess, continuing to exploit his lightning-fast first step. He bypassed Fei and sprinted with the ball at high speed. Once again, McGee stood tall in the paint. With arms raised high, he attempted to block Chen Yi's layup. Taking off from just inside the free throw line, Chen Yi disregarded McGee's presence, fiercely driving the ball towards the hoop with his right hand. Crash! McGee felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. Had it not been for the support of the rim, he might have been sent flying. Chen Yi effortlessly slammed the ball into the hoop. With exceptional leaping ability, coupled with his remarkable wingspan and strength, Chen Yi executed a breathtaking dunk over the towering McGee, who stands at 2 meters and 13 centimeters. He has now become the ultimate enhanced version of Jeremy Lin. In the following series of plays, Chen Yi relentlessly showcased his offensive prowess. Regardless of the defensive matchups, the substitutes found themselves unable to contain him as he seamlessly maneuvered past opponents with ease. Upon reaching the basket, Chen Yi dazzled with an array of finger rolls and floaters, displaying his skills to both teammates and coaches. As the opposing team attempted to double-team him after crossing midcourt, Chen Yi consistently faced 3 defenders upon entering the paint. However, having integrated the template into his game, his passing vision and awareness elevated to a new level, allowing him to execute several alley-oop connections with teammate Jamison. After 10 minutes of play, the starting lineup utterly dominated the substitutes. This disparity was a result of the substitutes' inability to match the starters' caliber, compounded by Chen Yi's performance, which can only be described as extraordinary. Chen Yi made an impressive 11 out of 12 shots, securing 22 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists, thoroughly dominating his matchup with Randy Foye. After the scrimmage, Chen Yi felt invigorated, as if he could effortlessly play another full game. His 95 stamina was more than sufficient to sustain the exertion of the practice match, particularly since none of the players had exerted their full capabilities, except for Foye. Foye, on the other hand, expended every ounce of energy he had, but found himself unable to compete. After the game, he sat on the sidelines, his gaze vacant. It was a complete debacle. Foye had been covertly glancing at head coach Saunders, who was fixated on Chen Yi with an intense gaze. Was his starting position in jeopardy? Panic gripped Foye. He had never heard of a backup player outperforming a starter in a scrimmage before. Coach Saunders scrutinized the performance records from the first half, crossing out the notes on rough technique and subpar speed, ultimately tearing the entire sheet to shreds. He requested his assistant to bring Chen Yi's physical assessment data for a closer look. Standing at 191 meters, weighing 194 pounds, 88 kilograms, with a wingspan of 2.03 meters, a vertical leap of 71 centimeters from a standstill, and an impressive 88 centimeters with a running start, reaching a maximum touch height of 3.45 meters, and bench pressing 84 kilograms. As he reviewed the information, Saunders furrowed his brow, soon realizing that the data was utterly unreliable. The strengths and weaknesses listed in the player report were completely nonsensical. Although he struggled to comprehend why Chen Yi's performance starkly contrasted with the physical assessment data and reports, Saunders made a bold decision. Gathering all the players, he outlined the strengths and weaknesses demonstrated during the scrimmage for their consideration. He then announced, in tomorrow's game, Chen will replace Randy as a starter, while Randy will lead the second unit. Although Foye had an inkling of this decision, he was taken aback by the coach's prompt declaration. It seemed that there truly was a precedent for a player being supplanted in the starting lineup due to an inadequate performance in a scrimmage. Chen Yi merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. With the advantage of the established template, he felt no anxiety regarding the coach's decision to have him start. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration and confidence. After familiarizing himself with his current physique during the practice matches, Chen Yi brimmed with self-assurance. Foye, clutching the ball, withdrew to a corner for solitary training, harboring discontent over the substitution decision, yet refraining from expressing it in front of the coach. The upcoming matches against the Magic and the Hornets loomed large in his mind, as he contemplated how his rival would fare against Vince Carter and Chris Paul. On January 8th, at 4 in the afternoon, having secured a spot on the roster for that evening's game, possibly even as a starting player, Chen Yi arrived at the arena to commence a light warm-up. Tonight, their adversaries on home turf were the Orlando Magic, led by Howard. Earlier that day, the team had engaged in a brief training session and tactical drills, with Chen Yi at the helm of the starting lineup, yielding commendable results. The Wizards' players gradually trickled into the training facility. The intensity of practice on game day was typically moderate, primarily focusing on shooting drills to maintain rhythm. Having acclimated to his body, Chen Yi adeptly controlled both speed and strength, yet he struggled with shooting consistency. His three-point shooting rating stood at a mere 78, slightly lower compared to other offensive metrics. During practice, he could achieve an 80 shooting accuracy, but in actual games, that figure plummeted to around 30 to 40. His mid-range shooting was equally underwhelming, even falling short of that of his contemporary, Yang Xiaoxia. Following the warm-up activities the previous night, Coach Saunders convened the players for a pre-game strategy meeting, emphasizing the importance of teamwork and coordination. Chen Yi is making his second appearance alongside his teammates, and the chemistry between players is always unpredictable. During the tactical meeting, Chen Yi listened attentively. As he remembered, Sanders placed a high emphasis on defense, while the offensive strategy focused on screens and passing coordination, resembling the coaching style of Larry Brown. However, he recalled that Sanders was not fond of utilizing rookies. Even promising talents like John Wall and Andrew Wiggins saw limited playtime under his guidance. The fact that Chen Yi has garnered his favor at such a moment indicates that the Wizards truly have a scarcity of options. After the meeting concluded, the players returned to the locker room. Donning his exclusive number 7 jersey, Chen Yi had limited choices in footwear, opting for the more suitable Kobe 4 for the evening's game. At 6 o'clock, with just an hour and a half remaining before the match commenced, a throng of fans had already gathered outside the Verizon Center, the home arena of the Wizards. Nestled in Washington's Chinatown, the arena bears a name in Chinese and is adorned with a design reminiscent of the Chinese dragon at its apex. This grand venue, situated in a bustling area, ranks among the top 3 in the league, boasting a capacity of over 20,000. However, the Wizards' mediocre performance in recent years has led to dismal attendance figures. Tonight, however, is different. Following his previous game, Chen Yi has captured the attention of Washington's populace. After the announcement of the team's roster yesterday, a wave of fans flocked to witness him play, eager to purchase his jersey for entry into the arena. The jersey shop on the ground floor of the arena primarily featured jerseys of Arenas, Jamison, and Butler. Given that Chen Yi had never played before, his jerseys were few in number and quickly sold out, leaving fans disheartened as they departed. The shop owner has secretly resolved to print more of Chen Yi's number 7 jerseys. At TNT, Barkley and his longtime partner Kenny Smith have entered the studio, preparing to commentate on the evening's game. As anticipated, Chen Yi has made the roster and is even starting tonight, Barkley exclaimed with excitement. Following the previous game against the Cavaliers, Barkley boldly predicted on the commentary show that Chen Yi would likely secure a starting position. Renowned for his commentary, Barkley has shifted from his usual acerbic style to express optimism for Chen Yi. Kenny Smith remarked, "Chen has indeed impressed us. I had always believed that the team's signing of an Asian player was solely for commercial value. However, in just one game, he has altered my perception of Eastern guards." The last Eastern guard to play in the league was Sun, whose performance was unremarkable, despite having won a championship ring. Barkley continued, "Last month, there was a prominent Asian guard in the NCAA. I believe his name is Jimmy Lin." Kenny Smith interjected, "I know him. He is the point guard from Harvard University, leading his team to great success in the NCAA. He is reportedly entering the draft next year." Barkley responded, "Harvard? That doesn't seem to connect with the NBA at all." The broadcast studio screen showed a replay of the last game, and Kenny Smith reflected on Chen Yi's performance. "I heard reports that Chen possesses immense strength, bench pressing an astonishing 175 kilograms. Is there some mysterious martial art that all Chinese possess?" Barkley laughed heartily, shaking his head. "Oh, come on. That report is utterly ridiculous. Do you know what 175 kilograms means? Even at my peak, I was not much stronger than that, and although Shaq could never outdo me. The official recorded maximum bench press in the NBA is 202 kilograms, set by Ben Wallace." Barkley firmly believes that the media exaggerates Chen Yi's capabilities. While Barkley's core strength is undeniably legendary, he knows his own bench press limit hovers around 185 kilograms. Kenny Smith added, "Last time, Chen literally snatched the ball from Shaq." Barkley waved his hand dismissively. "That's not unusual. Shaq is merely a frail old shark now. If he can replicate that against Dwight Howard tonight, I might consider believing it." Due to time zone differences, it is still morning in China, and discussions about this morning's game are fervent. With Yao Ming sidelined this season, the viewership for NBA regular season broadcasts on CCTV has not been high, leading to the cancellation of many planned broadcasts of Rockets games. However, the network astutely seized the opportunity to air the Wizards versus Magic game this morning. As expected, the viewership numbers reached a small peak even before the game began. After Chen Yi's breakout performance, many fans regretted missing the previous live broadcast. Following the announcement of Chen Yi's starting status last night, numerous fans eagerly positioned themselves in front of their televisions. The commentary for this game is once again provided by director Zhang and Yang Yi. "Chen Yi is starting tonight. It seems the coaching staff is placing their bets on him," Yang Yi remarked with a smile. Director Zhang responded, "There's no alternative. The only player on the Wizards capable of filling the starting point guard role is Randy Foye. It's better to give Chen a chance." Yang Yi continued, "In that case, Chen Yi will become the second Chinese guard to step onto the NBA court and the first to start in the NBA. The first Chinese guard to play was the Lakers' legendary Sun Dashing. However, last September, the New York Knicks signed Sun Dashing only to release him within a month, effectively ending his NBA career." At 7 o'clock, following the cheerleaders' pregame performance, the Wizards players began to run down the player tunnel towards the court, commencing the player introductions. Chen Yi, accompanied by his teammates, sprinted through the players' tunnel and lined up beneath the hoop. The arena was engulfed in darkness, save for a few spotlight beams illuminating the Washington Wizards players on the court. Above, A banner symbolizing the pinnacle of glory, the championship flag, shimmered with a diamond-like brilliance under the dim lights, representing the sole championship title since the team's inception. The camera shifted to the players as the DJ commenced the introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present the new starting point guard for the Washington Wizards for the 2009 to 2010 season. Hailing from the mysterious and distant East, donning the number 7 jersey, Chen Yi. As the DJ's voice echoed through the arena, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Chen Yi was taken aback by the uproar. Subsequently, he pounded his chest in excitement. Chen Yi, Chen Yi, Chen Yi. The attendance at tonight's Wizards game was remarkably high, with fans fervently chanting his name. Interspersed with pronunciations in Mandarin, Chen Yi felt a surge of excitement. The atmosphere at an NBA game is simply unparalleled. Now, being present at the arena, he finally grasped the essence of this experience. It is impossible for anyone in such an environment not to feel their heart racing. Oh, Chen is indeed quite popular in Washington. Barkley was also taken aback by the fervor of the audience. Kenny Smith remarked, "There are many spectators holding signs in Chinese." Which inevitably reminds me of Yao's NBA debut. That night, Houston's home was filled with people from China. Barkley commented, "Yao's achievements represent the pinnacle for Asians in the NBA." Following the conclusion of the entrance ceremony, the players from both teams stood on opposite sides of the court, awaiting the referee to commence the jump ball. The starting lineup for the Wizards consisted of center Brendan Haywood, power forward Antoine Jamison, small forward Mike Miller, shooting guard Karen Butler, and point guard Chen Yi. Meanwhile, the Magic, as challengers, fielded a starting lineup featuring center Dwight Howard, power forward Rashard Lewis, small forward Hito T. Arco Liu, shooting guard Vince Carter, and point guard Jameer Nelson. Chen Yi stood at the end of the line, observing the towering figure opposite him, the one responsible for the jump ball. Adorned with a smile, none other than the formidable Dwight Howard. While Howard may have merely been a shadow of his former self in the twilight of his career within the Taiwan League, during his prime with the Magic, he was undoubtedly a number 1 pick caliber player. This season, the Magic still revolved around Howard as their nucleus, complemented by 4 sharpshooters. The essence of their strategy lay in the pick and roll between the ball handler and Howard, swiftly delivering the ball to either the cutting Howard or the three-point shooter. It must be acknowledged that Stan Van Gundy's meticulously crafted system for Howard is indeed effective, fully capitalizing on his strengths offensively. Should the opposition focus on defending the paint, the accumulated sharpshooters on the perimeter would unleash a barrage of three-pointers. On the defensive end, perimeter players would force opponents along the baseline, facilitating Howard's help defense and shot blocking, which culminated in him earning accolades such as the shot blocking champion, rebounding champion, all-defensive first team, and defensive player of the year last season. This system also led the Magic to a successful run to the finals last season. However, in Chen Yi's view, this season's Magic appeared significantly weaker than the last, despite achieving a commendable record of 24 wins and 11 losses prior to the game, making them the only team in the East capable of contending with the Cavaliers. The management's questionable decisions, akin to a novice's blunders, in trading Hito T. Arco Liu for Vince Carter, predetermined that the Magic would not go far this season. Besides his shooting prowess, TRKO Liu's playmaking ability was crucial for the team, and Carter evidently could not fill that void. During the jump ball, Howard decisively outmatched Haywood. Securing possession for the Magic, Nelson advanced the ball, while the other teammates positioned themselves on the perimeter, with Howard poised inside, ready for the tactical play to unfold, a classic one big, for small semicircular formation. Nelson dribbled against Chen Yi, and Howard promptly set a high pick, cutting directly to the basket, as Nelson skillfully delivered the ball. The cutting Howard effortlessly evaded his defender, penetrating the paint. Jamison, pushed to the baseline, hesitated to provide help defense, as he faced Lewis, who boasted an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 40 this season. Leaving him open was tantamount to gifting points to the opponent. Howard soared toward the basket, executing a powerful two-handed slam, granting the Magic an early 2 points. It was the same Magic team that Chen Yi had grown familiar with. The game seemed a bit too easy, as the Wizards appeared utterly incapable of containing Dwight. Kenny Smith remarked, witnessing Howard score within the first 10 seconds of the game. Barkley analyzed, stating that a player like Dwight requires a top-tier center to restrain him. "I have a premonition that the Wizards' interior defense will be overwhelmed tonight. Furthermore, I am uncertain of the rationale behind the Wizards coach opting to start Chen. Given his strengths lie in power and solid defense, with average offensive capabilities. Clearly, such a style could not adequately counter the opposing force." Chen Yi advanced slowly with the ball to the top of the arc. With a series of between-the-legs dribbles, Nelson crouched and retreated repeatedly. Chen Yi fixed his gaze on the open lane and, with a sudden thump of the ball, accelerated off the ground. Standing at merely 183 meters but weighing 91 kilograms, Nelson was akin to a miniature tank of a defender, proficient in screens and shooting, possessing average speed. His defensive capabilities were limited by his height, relying primarily on his bulk to contend with offensive players. However, it was evident that his advantages were rendered null before Chen Yi, as Nelson simply could not keep up. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yi had surged toward the basket. Lewis positioned himself on the right, leaping to block the layup. Yet, as Chen Yi took off, he executed a half-turn in midair, utilizing his right hand to perform a reverse layup and effortlessly depositing the ball into the hoop. Lewis had no opportunity to contest the shot. 2-2. The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight of this score, as if they had glimpsed the shadow of Arenas in his prime. Although Chen Yi was 2 centimeters shorter than Arenas, he possessed an equally swift first step. Kenny Smith turned to Barkley, questioning, "Is this what you call average offensive ability?" Barkley, slightly embarrassed, replied that he had not witnessed such a display of ball handling in the previous game. In Barkley's view, Chen Yi's impressive performance was attributed to his strength and defense, relying primarily on physical drives, with no notable speed or finesse, characterized as somewhat raw in technique. Yet, this particular play showcased his breakthrough capability. His remarkable explosiveness and lightning-quick acceleration left his defender momentarily astonished as Chen Yi completed the score. "What incredible speed! What a play!" exclaimed Yang Yi from across the ocean. Coach Zhang commented that Chen Yi's rapid first step caught the defender off guard, stating, "If I were to cover his jersey number, I might actually believe it was Arenas returning to the court." For the majority of television viewers in China, witnessing this play made watching the live broadcast of the morning game worthwhile, as it was their first time seeing a Chinese guard utilize his physical prowess to outmaneuver a defender, overpowering an American counterpart. Following his 2-point score, Chen Yi swiftly transitioned to defense. After Nelson advanced the ball, he initiated a pick-and-roll, but this time, Chen Yi positioned himself against Howard, using his body to block Howard's path, while teaming with Haywood to obstruct any interior cuts. This strategy had been discussed during the pre-game tactical meeting between Chen Yi and Haywood. Whenever the opposing team executed a pick-and-roll with the point guard and center, they would sandwich Howard and simultaneously call upon another teammate to prevent outside shooting attempts. Howard, eyeing the comparatively smaller Chen Yi, attempted to force his way into the paint. However, Chen Yi, with his low center of gravity, remained steadfast. Howard was astonished to find that, despite exerting all his strength, Chen Yi remained immovable. With no opportunity for an interior cut, Karen Butler provided support from the side, leaving Nelson with no chance to shoot or penetrate, compelling him to pass the ball to Carter on the wing. Following the acquisition of Carter through the trade for Turkoglu, Van Gundy's initial offensive focal point, the Turkoglu-Howard pick-and-roll, had now shifted to Carter's isolation play. However, Carter struggled to integrate into the Magic system, resulting in diminished ball handling and a significant decline in his performance, dropping from an average of 28 points per game last season to 16.6 this season, a clear turning point in his career. Carter faced Butler in a one-on-one duel, with Butler closely shadowing his every step. Carter, opting to pull the ball back, executed a jump shot from his spot. The ball clanged against the rim and ricocheted. Quick as a flash, Howard leapt over Haywood and seized the rebound from Jameson's grasp. After a brief dribble, he took 3 steps and easily laid the ball into the basket. This astonishing athleticism elucidated to Chen Yi why Howard was regarded as the only player capable of being traded straight up for LeBron James during this era. Meanwhile, a small gray ball fell from Howard. As Chen Yi approached the sidelines to retrieve the ball, he picked up the small sphere. The system chimed, announcing, "Ding. Acquired defensive skill rebound 0.1. Although a mere increment of 0 may first seem insignificant, Chen Yi accepted it with a sense of satisfaction and subsequently carried the ball to the center circle. Having learned from previous encounters, Nelson maintained his full focus on Chen Yi, granting him a slight breathing room for a shot, determined to avoid being outmaneuvered once more. Chen Yi called Butler over for a screen, and in the instant of switching to Carter, he once again exerted force beneath his feet. Carter felt a rush of wind whistling past his ear, and then Chen Yi created half a body's distance between them. Howard and Lewis, sensing the impending danger, simultaneously lunged into the paint. Chen Yi focused intently on the hoop, leaping forcefully between the encircling Howard and Lewis, skillfully exploiting the gap between them. With a sweeping motion, he deftly maneuvered to evade the 4 outstretched hands attempting to block him, as the basketball grazed the backboard and fell precisely through the net. Jameson and Butler rushed over to celebrate with a high five. On the bench, Nick Young stood up, brandishing a towel in exuberance. Such speed and finesse left his teammates in awe. With 2 successful shots to start, Chen Yi single-handedly secured 4 points for his team through sheer determination. It was now the Magic's turn to attack once more. Nelson received the ball on the wing, while Howard moved up to a higher position. Chen Yi and Haywood executed a similar front and back press as in the previous play. Nelson, lacking the court vision of his former teammate Turkoglu, failed to adjust upon realizing that Howard could not cut inside. He instead dribbled the ball to the left and passed it to Carter. Carter then shifted to the right. As Howard retreated near the free throw line, he set a screen, seeking an opportunity to cut inside. Carter lofted the ball into the paint, where Howard intended to use his back to push Haywood aside, dribbling with his back to the basket. This maneuver was quickly noticed by Chen Yi, who, with remarkable agility, intercepted the ball. With a swift motion, the ball that had been in Howard's possession was now firmly in Chen Yi's grasp. Chen Yi currently possesses an impressive steal rating of 84, significantly surpassing the average level for guards, making it effortless for him to snatch the ball from Howard's grasp. Swiftly initiating a fast break, the players of the Magic team sprint back in a desperate attempt to defend. At the arc, Chen Yi, confronted by 3 defenders, deftly flicks the ball to the side, delivering it into the hands of the advancing Butler. Immediately, the trio of defenders shifts their focus, encircling Butler. In response, Butler pushes the ball to the floor, allowing it to bounce perfectly into the hands of Jamison on the right side. With an open basket before him, Jamison executes a one-handed dunk. 4-6. Chen Yi's deft steals and precise passes enabled the Wizards to achieve their first lead in the game. After a high-five with Butler, Jamison playfully patted Chen Yi on the backside, showcasing their remarkable synergy. The fast break was executed with fluidity, as Chen utilized the familiar tactics from the previous match, initiating a quick counterattack through a steal and subsequently assisting his teammates in scoring. Yang Yi observed the replay with keen interest. Coach Zhang nodded approvingly, noting the seamless ball movement between Chen Yi and his teammates, which belied the fact that it was their first time collaborating on the court. On the sidelines, Coach Saunders clapped softly, marveling at Chen Yi's lightning-fast reactions. In this play, the collaboration between Chen, Butler, and Jamison evoked memories of the peak days of arenas. Saunders pondered, has the plan shifted? Are they preparing to make a playoff push? The Wizards fans on the sidelines seemed to be transported back to the era of the Three Musketeers 3 years prior, as Chen Yi flawlessly filled the void left by arenas. The Magic, regrouping their offense, saw Nelson advance while raising his left hand, prompting his teammates to create space. Howard once again assumed the role of a formidable shield. However, this time, Nelson opted not to have Howard cut inside. Instead, he accelerated towards the basket, following Chen Yi's lead as they engaged Howard. Chen Yi swiftly pursued, and as Nielsen noticed Chen closing in, he abruptly halted and attempted a throw that missed the mark. Howard leaped to secure the rebound, but unfortunately, the ball slipped from his grasp and ended up in Butler's hands behind him. During the counterattack, Butler was besieged by 3 defenders, forcing him to pass the ball to Chen Yi. Chen Yi sprinted with unwavering determination, while Howard positioned himself defensively in advance, raising his hands beneath the basket in anticipation of Chen Yi's approach. Chen Yi leapt into the penalty area almost simultaneously with Howard, resulting in a collision between the two. After a resonant clash of muscles, Howard finally experienced the sensation of being struck by a speeding truck, causing him to lose balance in midair and tumble backward. As Chen Yi collided with Howard, there was a brief moment of suspension in the air, yet he maintained his balance and adjusted his posture, gracefully executing a layup that sent the ball into the basket. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air. What? Barkley, witnessing this spectacle, could scarcely contain his astonishment. Howard, often referred to as the Beast, was renowned for his exaggerated physique, his muscular form akin to that of a demonic figure, a veritable beast within the paint. How could he be so easily knocked aside? And yet, Chen Yi managed to adjust his stance midair and score. Barkley and Kenny Smith were once again awestruck by Chen Yi's extraordinary core strength. Was it possible that his reported bench press limits were not mere fabrications of the media? Unthinkable, absolutely unfathomable. The fallen Howard wore a perplexed expression before being helped to his feet by a teammate. Still reeling from the shock, he immediately gestured towards the referee. The referee ruled a shooting foul, granting Chen Yi an additional free throw, a chance for a 3-point play. With 8 minutes and 37 seconds left in the first quarter, Stan Van Gundy called the game's first timeout. That Eastern lad seems to possess an almost absurd amount of strength, remarked Nelson as he exited the court. Howard, still somewhat disgruntled from the fall, thought to himself that the other player was merely fast. It had been a fluke. He had been nudged midair, and upon landing, he had lost his balance. In 2006, Howard had suffered enough embarrassment being dunked over by the 183-meter-tall Chris Paul. Now, he would rather concede that Chen Yi was quick than admit he had been overpowered by an Asian guard. Stan Van Gundy, observing Chen Yi's performance, cautioned, "I watched the previous game against the Cavaliers. Their new point guard is rather unique, so let us not be complacent." After this, Van Gundy outlined the offensive strategies to his players, noting that the pick and roll between Nelson and Howard was not particularly effective, thus increasing Howard's opportunities for low-post isolation plays. Defensively, they would still center their efforts around Howard, aiming to dismantle the Wizards' interior game. During the timeout, Coach Saunders emphasized the strategy of making Chen Yi the focal point of their play. With a mere 4 minutes elapsed in the game, Chen Yi had already amassed 6 points and 1 steal, a performance that was difficult not to believe in. From the very beginning, he had exerted himself fully. Compared to the last game, he felt no significant decline in stamina, as if he possessed an endless reservoir of energy. The systems panel displayed a stamina rating of 95, an exceedingly high figure, aligning with the conditioning seen during Jeremy Lin's meteoric rise. At the peak of his career, Lin managed to maintain an average playing time of 35 minutes, a remarkable feat for an Asian player. As the timeout concluded, neither team made substitutions. Chen Yi stepped up to the free throw line to execute his shot. Swish. With his familiar shooting form, the basketball cleanly swished through the net. 4-9. The Magic advanced their offense. Nelson, following a screen, passed the ball to Lewis. Jamison, preoccupied with defending the ever-cutting Howard, inadvertently provided an opportunity for the opponent at the baseline. Lewis sank a three-pointer from the corner, narrowing the score. After receiving the pass, Chen Yi gradually advanced the ball into the front court, while his teammates continued to spread out along the perimeter in search of opportunities. Apart from Howard, the attention of the remaining four Magic players was entirely focused on Chen Yi, for he possessed the capability to penetrate to the basket at any moment. Carter, noticeably distracted and hindered by his own defensive footwork, allowed Karen Butler to find an opening for a cut along the baseline. Chen Yi executed a precise bounce pass, enabling Butler to successfully finish with a layup. At this juncture, Chen Yi had already amassed 7 points, 1 assist, and 1 steal, causing great excitement on the Wizards bench. Although Randy Foye wore a somewhat despondent expression, the better Chen Yi performs, the fewer opportunities he receives to play. Apologies. When Carter went to the sideline to retrieve the ball, he scratched his head in regret for his misplacement. Van Gundy looked at Carter with a hint of exasperation. He was entirely unfamiliar with the Magic's defensive system, and his own defense was lacking, leading to a significant decline in the team's defensive performance this season. Upon receiving the ball in the post, Howard faced off against Haywood. With a powerful pivot, Howard muscled his way to the basket and executed a thunderous dunk, showcasing his dominance. After the dunk, Howard stared into the camera, wearing a beaming smile reminiscent of a sunny boy. After Haywood collected the ball, he quickly passed it out, forcing Howard, who was ready to celebrate, to sprint back on defense. Seizing the moment while the opponents were still adjusting, Chen Yi dribbled with his left hand, sprinting past Carter, Nelson, and Howard, who were still retreating, and charged to the basket, faced with Barnes and Lewis. Lewis and Barnes closed in tightly, causing Chen Yi, who had already taken 3 steps, to hesitate in taking a shot. A quick glance to the side revealed Jamison arriving. As Lewis raised his hands, initially intending to block the shot, he suddenly realized that Chen Yi had maneuvered the ball around his back, deftly passing it to Jamison. Jamison easily banked the shot in. The score stood at 9-13, with the Wizards maintaining a 4-point lead. After scoring, Jamison retreated while exchanging a high five with Chen Yi. Playing alongside Chen Yi was truly a delightful experience. With 3 minutes and 28 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the score reached 14-20, as the Wizards extended their lead to 6 points. Concerned about Chen Yi's stamina, Sanders initiated a substitution. With a shooting record of 3 for 3 from the field and 1 for 1 from the free throw line, Chen Yi had accumulated 7 points, 1 rebound, 4 assists, and 1 steal, but he was forced to take a break, feeling capable of continuing. However, if Chen Yi did not exit, Randy Foye would become increasingly restless. Both teams adjusted their lineups, with Foye leading Nick Young and McGee onto the court, while Butler shifted to small forward, and Jamison remained on the floor. For the Magic, Howard and Carter were replaced by J. Redick and Marcin Gortat. Once on the court, Foye, eager to make an impression, played with notable intensity, fully aware that this was perhaps his last chance to shine. Alongside Foye, the Wizards' second unit featured the showboating Nick Young. The two seemed to have glue on their hands, as the ball was effectively glued to them once they gained possession. They felt the overwhelming advantage brought by the first unit, and toward the end of the first quarter, they both missed 4 consecutive shots, seemingly easing the pressure on the Wizards. This provided the Magic with an opportunity to attempt a comeback. In the final 20 seconds of the first quarter, the score was tied at 20-20, which nearly turned Sanders' face green with frustration. The fans on the sidelines even booed their own players. However, Nick Young salvaged the situation with an elegant pull-up jumper, changing the score to 20-22, allowing the Wizards to enter the second quarter with a 2-point lead. Chen Yi's performance in the first quarter dazzled everyone. His speed in driving to the basket was exceptional, especially when compared to Randy Foye and Nelson. Sanders believed Chen Yi to be incredibly versatile, capitalizing on his speed and the clarity of his fast break routes, as several of the Wizards' offensive possessions were completed within 5 seconds. The only area of concern was Chen Yi's shooting ability. All 3 of his attempts had been from inside the paint, with no long-range shots taken. As the head coach, Sanders did not have extensive knowledge of Chen Yi, so he decided to experiment in the second quarter by allowing Chen Yi to float on the perimeter, increasing his attempts from beyond the arc to assess his shooting ability. Chen is exceptionally well-rounded. He not only scores through his drives, but also connects with his teammates flawlessly. Barkley remarked at the end of the first quarter. Kenny Smith wholeheartedly agreed, as the duo gradually became fans of Chen Yi. After a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced. Sanders eagerly substituted Chen Yi in for Foye. The Wizards' lineup now consisted of McGee, Jamison, Butler, Young, and Chen Yi. The Magic, too, fielded a second unit, featuring Gortat, Lewis, J. Redick, Carter, and Jason Williams. Known as White Chocolate, this marked Williams' 10th season in the league, and even those unfamiliar with his game had likely heard of his name. His style was flamboyant, and his passing was remarkably imaginative, often leaving even his teammates guessing how he would deliver the ball. His signature elbow pass had captivated the heart of the former Chen Yi, who still hung a jersey bearing the number 55 in his bedroom. The Wizards held the ball for the first possession of the quarter, with Chen Yi positioned at the top of the arc, facing off against White Chocolate. During the break, Van Gundy had already issued instructions to double team if man-to-man defense proved ineffective. Thus, as Chen Yi prepared to drive, Carter was already closing in. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Do you look down upon my teammate?" The unguarded Nick Young received Chen Yi's pass from the wing, and with unwavering confidence, the young sharpshooter launched a three-pointer. Clang. The shot fell short, the basketball ricocheting off the front of the rim, and Gortat seized the rebound. As White Chocolate received the ball, he leisurely led his teammates on a counterattack. The 5 players of the Magic advanced in a straight line, and as White Chocolate brought the ball just inside the three-point line, he slightly elevated his toes, seemingly searching for his teammates' positions. His gaze fixed on J.J. Redick to his right, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, he directed the ball towards Redick. After capturing his gaze, Chen Yi instinctively took a step to the right, positioning his hand to obstruct the passing lane. Yet, in an instant, White Chocolate's wrist swiftly flicked to the left, seemingly executing a rightward push, while, in reality, the basketball was deftly redirected to the left. A no-look pass. This maneuver was exceptionally deceptive, and it was only on the court that Chen Yi truly comprehended the element of surprise such a pass could wield. The recipient was Vince Carter. Nick Young, oblivious to the change in the trajectory of the pass, only realized it too late as Carter had already stepped into the paint. Butler rushed to provide support, but Carter was already 3 steps into his leap. The two collided midair with a resounding thud, as Carter emphatically dunked the ball over Butler into the hoop. "Oh, what a bewildering pass." The entire Wizards team was bamboozled. Kenny Smith exclaimed, "Jason is undoubtedly the best playmaker of the Magic. Jamal Nelson is hardly a facilitator." Concurrently, Barkley remarked, "This play from Vince is reminiscent of his prime. He just dunked over Karen." It had been quite some time since Carter had played in such a manner, and this moment left many Wizards fans in awe. After enduring multiple injuries, Carter's dunks had significantly dwindled, with his annual dunk count often falling below 50. In contrast, he honed his three-point shooting, increasing his attempts to extend his career. His approach was indeed astute, contributing to a remarkable 22-year career. Following the emphatic dunk, Carter stood beneath the basket, fists clenched in celebration, his arm muscles bulging. After aiding his teammate in the dunk, White Chocolate turned to Chen Yi with a smile, as if to say, "Pay attention, kid, this is the caliber of passing you find in the NBA." However, Chen Yi's focus had shifted away from the pass and the dunk. He distinctly noticed that, as Carter completed his dunk, 2 small balls, one gray and one blue, dropped simultaneously beneath the basket. Concurrently, in the spot where White Chocolate had made the pass, there too lay a gray and a blue ball. Chen Yi strode towards the basket, effortlessly collecting all 4 small balls. Ding. The host has acquired the organizational ability, passing 0-1. Ding. The host has obtained the exclusive badge for the star aura, fancy passer, bronze level. This badge enhances the receiver's shooting accuracy and resistance to interference following a fancy assist. Ding. The host has acquired the finishing ability, driving dunk 0-1. Ding. The host has obtained the exclusive badge for the star aura, rim rattler, bronze level. This badge increases the success rate of personal dunks. Chen Yi assimilated the information coursing through his mind. 2 gray orbs, embodying the prowess showcased by White Chocolate and Carter, respectively augmented his passing and dunking attributes. Upon first retrieving the Azure Sphere, he was directly awarded 2 badges. Having previously engaged with 2K, he understood the monumental impact that badges could have on one's innate abilities. The acquired Flashy Passer badge served as a supportive enhancement, while the Posterizer badge significantly bolstered his finishing prowess, a personal favorite of Chen Yi during his 2K experiences. After all, nothing ignites the fervor of fans on the court quite like a thunderous dunk. Regaining possession of the ball to orchestrate the offense, Chen Yi found himself double-teamed by the Magic, prompting the second quarter's primary offensive focus to shift to the remarkably informed Jamison. Chen Yi is tasked with orchestrating passes for his teammates. Although Jason Williams possesses extraordinary passing skills, his defensive abilities are severely lacking. With his remarkably swift first step, Chen Yi can make the aging White Chocolate struggle immensely, had it not been for Van Gundy's decision to employ double-teaming. This quarter might have transformed into a personal showcase for Chen Yi. However, apart from Jamison, the rest of his teammates are truly disappointing. After being double-teamed, Chen Yi exhibited a commendable steadiness in his passing, refraining from experimenting with his newly acquired badge. However, the wide-open Nick Young struggled to find his shot, leaving reliance solely on Jamison's isolation play. In contrast, on the Magic side, the player known as White Chocolate not only dazzled with his flair, but also demonstrated a remarkable court vision and organizational skills, often creating excellent offensive opportunities for his teammates. Furthermore, in the second quarter, the Magic sharpshooters found their rhythm, with J.J. Redick already sinking 2 three-pointers from the baseline. As the most accurate shooter among the Magic's reserves, Redick averages 6.7 attempts per game, with 3 of those being three-point attempts, accounting for 50 of his shots. and maintaining an impressive shooting percentage of 40. As Chen Yi sank his third three-pointer, he retrieved a small gray ball, increasing his three-point score by 0-1. Similarly, White Chocolate also contributed 2 three-pointers. Observing the opposing team relentlessly bombard the basket, Chen Yi refrained from placing all his hopes on his teammates. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would deftly employ his speed to evade double teams, showcasing a graceful layup beneath the rim. Fortunately, the Orlando Magic's second unit comprised merely pure shooters, akin to players like J.J. Redick, who struggled to contain the Wizards in a half-court battle. With 6.5 minutes elapsed in the second quarter, the score stood at 45-38 as the Magic completed their comeback. A frustrated Sanders called a timeout. This quarter, the Wizards' perimeter defense was abysmal, while their outside shooting was equally dismal. During this span, Chen Yi amassed 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist. Encumbered by double teams, he earned 4 opportunities at the free throw line, converting 3 of them, thus securing 3 points from free throws. He also attempted shots beyond the arc. However, his touch was mediocre, making only 1 of 3 attempts, revealing that a 3-point rating of 78 was still inadequate. As for assists, the tally could have been higher if his teammates were more accurate. 10 points represented the highest score for the Wizards during this segment, prompting Sanders to aim for Chen Yi to conserve energy for the second half in pursuit of points, leading to his decision to rest him on the sidelines after the timeout. Chen Yi remained seated on the bench until the conclusion of the second quarter. At halftime, the score stood at 56-46, with the Magic successfully extending their lead to double digits. During the latter half of the second quarter, Howard showcased the dominance of a premier center beneath the basket. The Wizards' center Haywood and Foy's attempts to double-team Howard post-screen were noticeably less synchronized than his collaboration with Chen Yi, resulting in Howard scoring 7 consecutive points late in the second quarter. In terms of rebounds, Howard secured 7 boards in just that quarter, utterly overpowering the Wizards' interior defense on both ends of the court. Meanwhile, 5 gray balls lay scattered beneath the basket, with no opportunity to retrieve them. Watching Howard's formidable performance in the paint from the sidelines, Chen Yi couldn't help but silently admire him. At this stage, Howard was indeed a beast. Aside from some roughness in his offensive technique, his overall abilities were nearly unparalleled, further amplified within the system meticulously designed for him by Van Gundy. Following halftime, as the third quarter commenced, Sanders could no longer tolerate Foy's lackluster performance and finally sent Chen Yi onto the court. When the Wizards fans spotted the number 7 jersey of Chen Yi emerging onto the floor, a wave of cheers erupted once more. Chen had garnered immense popularity. Kenny Smith remarked that Washington fans had already begun to regard him as the next Gilbert Arenas. However, Barkley shook his head, asserting, No. Chen is Chen. It is inaccurate to compare him to Gilbert. In my view, he possesses even greater potential, at least based on today's performance. In the first half, Chen Yi had played a mere 15 minutes, yet he amassed a comprehensive stat line of 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists, with an impressive shooting percentage exceeding 60. His performance was fully on par with the superstar Howard. Furthermore, the Wizards' deficit only began to widen after Chen Yi was substituted out while he was on the court. They had led by as much as 6 points. Observing the statistics from the domestic commentary booth, Yang Yi noted, Chen Yi's scoring will soon surpass his last game. It seems he is on track to set a new career high today. Coach Zhang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Wizards' head coach had granted Chen Yi ample rest during the second quarter, coupled with the 15-minute halftime break, leaving Chen Yi invigorated. For domestic fans, Chen Yi's remarkable performance in the first half rendered the game's outcome somewhat inconsequential. The paramount significance lay in Chen Yi's demonstration to the world that Asian guards could compete in the NBA without falling short of their American counterparts. Upon entering the third quarter, Chen Yi's immediate action was to collect the scattered balls beneath the basket, incrementally raising his rebound count by 0.5. Although an increase of 0.1 for a single ball seemed minimal, the explosion rate was satisfactory, and Chen Yi found it acceptable. The Wizards retained possession for their initial offensive play, and Chen Yi advanced the ball into the front court. Following over 20 minutes of rest, Chen Yi re-entered the game rejuvenated. Nelson was utterly incapable of halting his drives, barely catching a glimpse of his rear lights. With Chen Yi on the floor, the Wizards' offense flowed seamlessly. Defensively, Haywood preferred to collaborate with Chen Yi to counter the opposing team's frequent screen-and-roll plays. Given Howard's explosive performance in the second quarter, Sanders aimed to limit him by frequently sending him to the free-throw line. Throughout the quarter, Howard was awarded 8 free throws, fulfilling the Wizards' expectations by converting 3 of them. Nevertheless, Howard did not allow the free throw misses to affect his demeanor. He maintained a radiant smile after each unsuccessful attempt. Thanks to the strategy aimed at Howard, coupled with the Magic's struggles from beyond the arc, the Wizards had already equalized the score before the midway point of the third quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced, the score was tied at 77-77. Although Chen Yi only scored 5 points in the third quarter, his teammates, who had lost Randy Foy, rallied with renewed vigor, particularly Jamison, who delivered an impressive 12 points in a single quarter. As the final quarter commenced, Howard faced Haywood in a low-post isolation, awkwardly pivoting before overpowering two defenders to once again dominate the Wizards' rim. Having played a full 12 minutes in the third quarter, Howard's remarkable athleticism remained evident in the fourth, prompting Chen Yi to reflect on his physical prowess. After all, this is a man with 10 ex-girlfriends and 8 illegitimate children. In truth, Howard's stamina has always been exceptional. Since entering the league, he has maintained a perfect attendance record during his first 4 seasons, participating in all 82 games with an average playing time exceeding 36 minutes. Chen Yi regained possession of the ball and advanced to the left side. Hayward stepped out to set a screen, while teammates positioned themselves near the three-point line, thereby clearing the paint. With Hayward serving as a protective barrier, Chen Yi maneuvered past Nelson and matched up against Howard. Chen Yi executed 2 consecutive feints to the left and right, leaving Howard utterly disoriented. After skillfully maneuvering past him, Chen Yi accelerated and surged forward from the right side. Reluctant to allow Chen Yi an unchallenged approach to the open basket, Howard adjusted his footing and pursued him closely. Chen Yi leaped off one foot, raising the basketball high with his right hand, his muscles taut with exertion. Following closely, Howard also sprang off Chen Yi's left side. Their bodies collided as Chen Yi prepared for the dunk. Howard, leveraging his height and wingspan, nearly blocked the shot, yet as he made contact with Chen Yi, he felt a surge of impact once more. With a resounding thud, Chen Yi grasped the rim with one hand, forcefully slamming the ball through the net before descending to the floor. Upon landing, Chen Yi leapt forward, regaining his balance. The camera zoomed in on him as he flexed his muscles for the lens, then without casting a glance at his opponent, he sprinted back to defend. Just as he had dunked the ball, a bronze-hued emblem flashed in his mind. The Dunk Master. In the first half, Chen Yi secured a badge, and early in the final quarter, he tested its efficacy. Attempting to block him, Howard was momentarily dislodged in midair, losing his balance as he descended, barely managing to brace himself with one hand to avoid a fall. Barkley, astonished by the scene, rose to his feet. Dwight was dunked on by Chen. He exclaimed as the Wizards leveled the score once more. In a state of disbelief, Kenny Smith chuckled, "Wow. This is the second time Dwight has been posterized by a point guard. The last was Chris Paul." In the domestic broadcasting studio, Yang Yi observed the slow-motion replay provided by the director, asserting with determination, "That shot almost got blocked by Howard." But Chen Yi completely utilized his jumping ability and physical strength to dunk over the 2.11-meter center. It is a true testament to his athletic prowess. Yang Yi emphasized Chen Yi's physical gifts. Howard, finally losing the smile that adorned his face, seemed somewhat distracted after being helped up by his teammates. Nelson initiated a pick and roll, but after being momentarily stunned by Howard's screen, he forgot to cut inside and instead turned to sprint to the three-point line at the arc. Upon receiving the pass from Nelson, he appeared bewildered, and similarly, Howard, also positioned beyond the arc, was at a loss and hurriedly returned the ball to Vince Carter. After Carter's attempt at a one-on-one against Butler fell short, Chen Yi surged forward, leveraging his explosive speed to bypass Nelson without the need for a call, seamlessly finishing with a bank shot at the rim. Howard, who had been dunked on by a guard at the start of the fourth quarter, seemed to vanish during the first 6 minutes of the period. The Magic, unable to generate offense, called consecutive timeouts. During a mid-quarter timeout, Sanders inquired if Chen Yi required a rest, only to be met with a firm refusal. As the latter half of the fourth quarter unfolded, Howard returned to the court in an attempt to regain his rhythm, yet he could not replicate his earlier performance, managing only 3 successful shots out of 6 attempts beneath the basket. In the final 5 minutes, Chen Yi orchestrated the game with a combination of drives, free throws, and playmaking for teammates, leading the Wizards to extend their lead. After J.J. Redick and Lewis failed to convert their three-point attempts, the Magic found it exceedingly challenging to close the gap. Throughout the fourth quarter, Chen Yi alone amassed 10 points, accompanied by 2 assists and 1 steal. His performance in the second half surpassed that of the first, particularly highlighted by the dunk in the final quarter. Kenny Smith remarked as Chen Yi dribbled down the clock, while Barkley nodded in agreement, stating that the dunk had rendered Dwight ineffective, causing the Magic's offense and defense to unravel, with the margin continually widening. As Chen Yi observed the timer reach 0, he tossed the ball to the referee. The match concluded with a score of 89-101, marking a 12-point victory for the Wizards over the Magic on their home turf. As the game ended, Chen Yi was encircled by his teammates, with McGee even attempting to pat the top of his head, only to be met with a firm rejection from Chen Yi, who declared, "I have no desire to become bald." The fans erupted with excitement, their cheers resonating throughout the fourth quarter. Chen Yi's performance tonight was nothing short of extraordinary. In just 38 minutes on the court, he made 11 of 20 field goal attempts, including 1 of 3 from beyond the arc, and converted 7 of 9 free throws, culminating in a remarkable tally of 32 points, 5 rebounds, 11 assists, and 2 steals, with only 2 turnovers. Under Chen Yi's influence, his teammate Jamison also shone, scoring 21 points and securing 9 rebounds, while Karen Butler contributed 16 points and 7 rebounds, resulting in a combined total of 69 points from the trio. Following this victory, both Jamison and Butler felt a sense of nostalgia. Unlike before, when the three sharpshooters played in isolation, Chen Yi now adeptly created opportunities for them. A few years prior, the Wizards' trio of sharpshooters had promising prospects, having advanced to the Eastern Conference semifinals, only to have their spirits dampened by LeBron's fateful step-back buzzer beater. On the other hand, for the Magic, aside from Howard's lackluster performance in the fourth quarter, he excelled in the first three, amassing an impressive 35 points and 16 rebounds, marking a significant double-double, albeit falling into the category of empty stat lines. The second and third leading scorers for the Magic were bench players J.J. Redick and Jason Williams, each contributing 14 points. While none of the four starters managed to reach double figures, this defeat widened the gap in wins between the Magic and the Cavaliers. While the Wizards improved their record to 13 wins and 21 losses, ascending from 14th to 11th in the Eastern standings. As Nick Young draped his arm over Chen Yi's shoulder, preparing to head to the locker room, they were suddenly surrounded by a throng of reporters. Young, understanding the situation, discreetly retreated to the players' tunnel, leaving Chen Yi momentarily overwhelmed by the attention. When the Wizards announced Chen Yi's first start, media representatives from across the globe flocked to Washington, eager to interview him regardless of the game's outcome. After all, Chen Yi is the first Asian guard to start in the NBA. Consequently, Asian media were particularly proactive, posing questions predominantly about the game, his relationships with the coach and teammates, and other repetitive inquiries. They also referenced Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Sun Yu, three other Chinese players making strides in the NBA this year. Chen Yi responded with a hint of discomfort, hastily answering before dashing towards the players' tunnel. In the stands closest to the tunnel, countless fans extended their hands, and Chen Yi graciously exchanged high fives with them, smiling all the while. The exhilarating sensation of being adored by his supporters was an experience Chen Yi had never encountered before. Nearby, several fans with Asian features donned his number 7 jersey, fortunate recipients of his shirt. Meanwhile, major forums across the country were ablaze with discussions. Chen Yi's inaugural start was nothing short of spectacular, as he achieved a remarkable double-double with 32 points and 11 assists. His prowess on the court is astounding, particularly highlighted by the electrifying moment when he executed a thunderous dunk over Howard at the game's climax, igniting fervor among the spectators. Honestly, it was the first time I had witnessed a player from Huaxia perform at such a level. I hear that Chen Yi's contract is a mere $400,000 and has just been guaranteed. What exceptional value. In the CCTV sports studio, Yang Yi and Coach Zhang continued to analyze the game. The large screen displayed Chen Yi's individual statistics, juxtaposed with a player clad in the Lakers' number 9 jersey. 32 points, 11 assists. Surely this represents the pinnacle for Asian players in the NBA? Yang Yi inquired with a smile. Coach Zhang squinted thoughtfully, recalling that Coach Sanders had expressed concerns regarding Chen Yi's stamina, limiting him to just half a quarter in the first half. However, after observing the entirety of the game, it was evident that Chen Yi's endurance kept pace remarkably well. With additional playing time, his statistics could have been even more astounding. Indeed, reflecting on Sun Daxing's entry into the NBA, fans can hardly fathom a Huaxia player reaching such heights. Yang Yi noted the comparative statistics of Sun Daxing alongside him. The director even showcased a brief 30-second highlight reel of Sun Daxing's performances from last season. Sun's debut for the Lakers occurred on December 7, 2008, where he played for 5 minutes and recorded 4 points, 4 fouls, and 2 turnovers. Over 10 games, he amassed a total of 6 points, 0 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, contributing to a team record of 9 wins and 1 loss. Viewers at home could not contain their remarks. What is the point of comparing those statistics? How can they even be compared? Chen Yi is an undrafted player who was picked up by the Wizards, while Sun Daxing was at least a second-round pick. How can the disparity be so vast? Yet, to ascend from a bench warmer to a starting position, apart from serendipity, Chen Yi's dedication is paramount. His journey is truly inspirational. After Chen Yi returned to the locker room and celebrated with his teammates, he took his seat and opened his phone. Delighted, he scrolled through the praises from fans on a certain platform. Naturally, there were numerous comparisons made between him and other players from Huaxia. Although Chen Yi acknowledged the truth in the fans' remarks, he remained disinclined to endorse such fickle opinions. In his view, Sun Daxing was indeed quite diligent. His muscular physique could not deceive anyone, though perhaps his efforts were misguided. Moreover, the Lakers were then focused on securing a championship, leaving little bandwidth to nurture a rookie. It was, however, rather lamentable that in such a commercially vibrant environment, the Lakers were unable to produce even a modest victory cigar. After disconnecting from his phone, Chen Yi proceeded to the bathroom to wash and change his attire. Upon opening his data panel, he first accepted the points accrued from the match. His performance in this game had been commendable, and with the base point rewards, he accumulated a total of 550 points, leaving him with a remaining balance of 1,080 points. In terms of panel statistics, he continued to inherit the peak data of Lin Shihao, while the collection of several small balls had enhanced his own values. His three-point shooting, passing, and dunking abilities increased by 0.1, while his rebounding skill saw the most significant improvement, rising by 0.6. He noted with a shake of his head that the rate of enhancement was rather sluggish. His attention then shifted to the badges section. Bronze level rim protector, 120. Bronze level fancy playmaker, 0.20. Chen Yi inquired of the system, what are the subsequent values? The host, having utilized 20 instances of the dunk and 20 instances of the fancy pass during the competition, could elevate the badge to silver level. The silver level badge would bestow a more potent buff upon the host. After taking a shower, the Wizards players had mostly finished their preparations, with Nick Young and JaVale McGee waiting at the door for Chen Yi to emerge. Hey, Chen, Nick Young beckoned. Let's go out later and celebrate your phenomenal performance tonight. Chen Yi shook his head in refusal, saying, never mind, I have to continue training early tomorrow morning. Nick Young left in a somewhat disinterested manner, while McGee turned around with a smile, saying, don't lead this young man astray. Having just secured a starting position, he must seize the opportunity. Chen Yi followed his teammates as they exited the arena. The young substitutes of the Wizards were brimming with potential, yet their penchant for revelry was palpable, particularly under the influence of their charismatic leader, Gilbert Arenas. Arenas, known for his frequent nocturnal escapades, later reflected on his tenure with the Wizards, expressing regret for having led his younger teammates astray, failing to set a commendable example for players like Nick Young. Discipline is paramount in the pursuit of a successful NBA career. Consider the future of a player like Deng, whose personal statistics soared dramatically after he curtailed his nightlife. Are you Chen? Chen Yi settled into the taxi, and the driver turned to him with excitement, exclaiming, oh my God. I just watched your match and never expected to run into you right in front of the arena. You are the big star of Washington today. The driver eagerly pulled out his phone to take a picture, and Chen Yi found himself obliged to engage with the moment. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Chen Yi reclined on his bed and accessed the system's marketplace panel. Energy drinks, unlimited, can rapidly restore stamina and energy, priced at 2 points. Nutritional solution, limited purchase of 1 per day enhances the host's resistance to injuries and improves physical condition, priced at 2 points. Essence replenishing pills, unlimited, can strengthen the kidneys and fortify the body, priced at 1 point. Quite affordable. Turning his attention to the category of items, Chen Yi murmured, the energy drink would be more effective during matches. The nutritional solution is indeed commendable. As for the essence replenishing pills, he repeatedly confirmed with the system that the claim of strengthening the kidneys and fortifying the body was not a typographical error. The system explained, NBA stars face numerous temptations and are concerned about the host overindulging and jeopardizing their physical condition and competitive performance. Quite considerate indeed. However, Chen Yi scoffed at the notion, thinking, does my body really need such things? Without hesitation, he spent 2 points to purchase a bottle of the nutritional solution. Upon successful purchase, a small, colorless, and transparent vial resembling an oral solution suddenly appeared in his hand. The liquid, tasteless like water, was swiftly consumed. Yet Chen Yi did not immediately feel any change in his body. Observing the introduction of the nutritional solution, he noted its excellent cost-effectiveness. Were it not for the purchase limitation, he would have considered buying dozens of bottles at once. After all, although he had temporarily merged with the template, there was no guarantee he wouldn't suddenly suffer an injury that could sideline him for the season or even affect his career. The difference between Jeremy Lin before and after a major injury was stark. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yi spent 8 points to acquire 8 essence replenishing pills. To clarify, this was merely his obsessive-compulsive desire to ensure that his point balance remained a round figure. Chen Yi harbored no ulterior motives. The following morning, having indulged in a substantial meal, he felt invigorated. After breakfast, he arrived at the gym to commence his muscle training, subsequently engaging in shooting practice with the ball. The game was scheduled for the following evening, and Coach Sanders had not devised a training regimen for the day, leaving the atmosphere in the gym somewhat desolate. Nick Young, that rascal, had evidently been out late at the nightclub, for his absence was conspicuous that morning. In the previous game, Chen Yi once again recognized his shortcomings, particularly in shooting. He had scarcely attempted any mid-range shots, and from beyond the arc, he had only taken a few attempts when he found himself unmarked, with little success. The teams across the league had yet to witness Chen Yi in action, remaining oblivious to his playing style and strengths. However, given enough time on the court, analysts from various teams would inevitably discern his advantages and weaknesses, subsequently devising strategies to counteract them. For instance, Chen Yi realized that by adopting a style reminiscent of Jeremy Lin, certain habitual movements of his opponents would also be mirrored in his own gameplay. Each time he drove to the basket, he predominantly utilized his right hand for layups, even when attempting to navigate to his left. His muscle memory compelled him to opt for a right-handed layup rather than transitioning to his left. After a few more games, it would become apparent to other teams that his left hand was his weak side, and they would exploit this knowledge strategically. Chen Yi must expand his arsenal. Relying solely on speed to break through is insufficient. Throughout the day, he dedicated himself to shooting practice. After honing his shooting touch, he achieved a remarkable shooting percentage of 80 during training, though it remains uncertain how much of that prowess he can demonstrate on the court. On January 10th, at 6 in the evening, the area outside the Washington Wizards' home arena, the Capital One Arena, was once again teeming with fans. This evening, the Wizards faced off against the New Orleans Pelicans, a team that is the predecessor of the current franchise, distinct from the future Charlotte Hornets. In the morning, Chen Yi participated in tactical training with the team, and by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he was already warming up in the arena. As a prominent player for the Wizards, he attracted numerous photographers who followed him closely during his shooting drills. With an hour and a half remaining until the game commenced, the Wizards' head coach, Saunders, was preparing to address the media in the press room. Journalists from major sports networks such as ESPN and TNT filled the room, alongside representatives from European and Asian media outlets. A female journalist posed a question. "Mr. Saunders, your guard Chen has excelled in the last 2 games. Will you afford him a more prominent tactical role in tonight's match?" Coach Saunders, microphone in hand, responded, "Chen has been performing exceptionally well. He is incredibly versatile, and I have every reason to utilize him." Following this, another journalist from Europe inquired, having decisively defeated the Magic in the last match, "What strategies do the Wizards have in place to face the formidable Hornets, who are on a 5-game winning streak?" With a smile, Saunders replied, "My responsibility is simply to ensure Chen gets ample playing time." Prior to the game, reporters not only had the opportunity to interview the head coach, but also had access to the locker rooms of both teams for player interviews, albeit for a limited 30 minutes. After finishing with Saunders, the journalists surged into the Wizards' locker room. Upon seeing the influx of reporters, Jameson donned his headphones. Many players preferred not to be disturbed before the game to maintain their focus, often resorting to headphones as a signal of their desire for solitude. However, Chen Yi, seated at his spot and enjoying pre-game fruit, found himself encircled by a group of journalists. "Hello, Chen Yi," greeted a female journalist from Huaxia in Chinese, crouching beside him. "I am a reporter from CCTV Sports Channel. Would you be open to a pre-game interview?" Acknowledging her with a smile, Chen Yi replied, "Hello, of course. Your popularity has surged in the past few days, and fans are intrigued by your journey from obscurity to becoming a starter. Surely, there have been challenges along the way. How have you overcome the obstacles in your career?" "Since joining the team, I have been dedicated to training. Although I initially did not get playing time, I remained prepared and ready to seize the opportunity when it arose. Additionally, I have actively worked to build relationships with my teammates and integrate into the team's environment." Chen Yi succinctly responded. In truth, he wanted to convey that he had merely persevered. Indeed, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. The journalist smiled gently and proceeded to the next question. "After triumphing over strong teams like the Cavaliers and the Magic, you now face the Hornets, another formidable opponent from the West. Your counterpart at the guard position will be Chris Paul, and many fans are eager to witness your matchup. What are your thoughts on such an adversary?" Chen Yi contemplated for a moment and replied, "At present, I haven't considered much beyond preparing diligently before the match and unleashing my full potential during the game. To me, all opponents are the same. My sole objective is to triumph over them." Following the pre-match interview, Chen Yi took a brief respite before joining his team at the sidelines, awaiting the arena's host and DJ to announce the introduction of both teams. This evening, Chen Yi was once again a starter. During the offensive plays, the ball flowed seamlessly across the court. Once the entrance ceremony concluded, Sanders gathered the players with a tactical board, emphasizing the need for vigilant defense, particularly against David West and Chris Paul, while also being cautious of the pick and roll between Chris and Peja. Chen Yi stood with his hands on his hips, nodding in acknowledgement. Tonight's opponent was indeed formidable. The Hornets had a mediocre record this season, with 18 wins and 16 losses, placing them only 9th in the Western Conference. However, they had just experienced a remarkable 5-game winning streak, their spirits soaring as they aimed for a 6th consecutive victory. This evening, Chen Yi finds himself matched up against the Hornets star player, Chris Paul, who, one might ponder, reigns as the premier point guard in the current league. The names that resonate are Steve Nash and Chris Paul. In comparison to Nash, Paul not only orchestrates his team with exquisite finesse, but also excels defensively, surpassing Nash with ease. From 2007 to the present, Paul has claimed the titles of both steals champion and assists leader for 2 consecutive seasons, and last season, he earned a spot on the all-defensive first team. Remarkably, during this period, Paul has managed to avoid significant injuries, averaging 10.7 assists alongside 18.7 points, showcasing a notably aggressive offensive style. In Chen Yi's recollection, the last player who played with such fervor at a little over 6 feet was the legendary Allen Iverson. It is particularly lamentable that during his peak years, Paul lacked a teammate of Shaquille O'Neal's caliber. Otherwise, he might not have endured a career devoid of championships. Nevertheless, Chen Yi remains unperturbed, for his first matchup is against none other than LeBron James. He merely needs to enhance his focus. Tonight, the Hornets starting lineup includes Emeka Okafor, Peja Stojakovic, David West, Devin Brown, and Chris Paul. The Wizards starting players are Haywood, Jamison, Miller, Butler, and Chen Yi. As Haywood successfully jumps for the tip-off, the Wizards fans erupt in jubilant cheers. The attendance at the Wizards' home game tonight surpasses the previous match, reaching the peak for this season. Many fans seated in the front rows don jerseys emblazoned with the number 7, all coming to support Chen Yi. As Chen Yi brought the ball to the top of the arc, he faced the swift defense of Paul. Unlike his approach against Nelson, he opted not to accelerate directly with the ball, but instead allowed Hayward to set a screen on the perimeter, with Hayward forming a barrier on the left side. Chen Yi executed a deft dribble to the left, observing Paul's body shift before swiftly changing direction and sprinting to the right. Paul, quick to react, adjusted his stance while simultaneously instructing Okafor to guard against the cutting movement of the opponent. Okafor, initially stationary, promptly adhered to Paul's command and closely tracked Hayward. However, noticing the space Paul had inadvertently afforded him for a shot, Chen Yi pulled the ball back and rose for a jump shot. Paul leapt to contest, but it was too late. The basketball traced a graceful arc, finding its mark with unwavering precision. Chen's long-range two-pointer secured the first points for his team within mere seconds of the game's commencement. Kenny Smith, commenting on the match for TNT, remarked that when Chen Yi released the shot, it was evident it would succeed. During recent shooting practice, Chen Yi had discovered that his mid-range jump shot from just right of the free throw line yielded the highest success rate. He pondered whether this system recognized the concept of hot zones. Paul had executed his defensive duties admirably, anticipating Chen Yi's driving angle, yet the pullback jumper was simply unpreventable. After Okafor retrieved the ball, he quickly inbounded, and Paul dashed forward with the dribble. The Hornets players swiftly congregated within the three-point line, and Paul advanced to just in front of the free throw line, immediately searching for his teammates' positions. Okafor made his way into the paint, but his pace was insufficient. Hayward positioned himself beneath the basket first. With no option to pass, Paul reluctantly halted near the free throw line before retreating to the arc's summit. Chen Yi was intently focused on defense, swiftly analyzing the direction in which Paul intended to break through as he observed the slight dip of Paul's shoulder. Although Paul aimed to drive to the left, his intended path was anticipated and entirely blocked by Chen Yi. Paul, taken aback, still sought to force his way through. But upon realizing his physical disadvantage after a shoulder charge, he prudently halted his advance, fearing a potential rejection. Jamison and Haywood, witnessing Paul's sudden stop, quickly positioned themselves in front of Okafor in the paint, intercepting his trajectory for a lob into the key. However, Paul's remarkable vision as a passer immediately came into play. He leaped and released the ball, which gracefully arced past Chen Yi and Butler, landing in the hands of Peja near the baseline. Jamison hurriedly lunged toward him, but Peja was already in motion, executing a swift shot that swished through the net. Despite Peja's three-point shooting percentage declining to 37.5 this season, he still averages over 2 successful three-pointers per game, proving a formidable presence. As Paul and Peja simultaneously dropped 2 gray balls, a blue ball also fell at Peja's feet. Another blue ball, Chen Yi mused silently. Is it yet another emblem? However, before Chen Yi could retrieve it, Haywood swiftly scooped up the ball and tossed it towards the center circle. Upon receiving the ball, Chen Yi hastened to accelerate with fervor. Paul matched his pace, closely trailing behind. The Wizards launched a swift counterattack. Chen's speed was remarkable, and Chris was unable to impede his progress. Barkley remarked, while Kenny Smith gazed at the large screen, noting that both individuals had outstripped their teammates by several strides, suggesting an impending one-on-one confrontation beneath the basket. Chen Yi dashed into the restricted area, with Paul positioned at his side. As he reached the free throw line, he made a direct move to take 3 steps. After an unsuccessful attempt to intercept the ball, Paul, opting not to leap, simply watched as Chen Yi ascended for the layup. Chen Yi leveraged his speed advantage to effortlessly score with a layup off the backboard. 4-3. In the initial matchup against Paul, Chen Yi displayed remarkable prowess. Yang Yi remarked while observing the broadcast screen. Meanwhile, the commentator for the game, Su Junyang, added, with 2 consecutive offensive plays, it has been a flawless start. It seems that Chen has fully acclimated to his pivotal role. Chen Yi's layup ignited the fervor of the home crowd. It was now the Hornets' turn to counterattack. When Chen Yi retreated to the arc's pinnacle, he picked up the small gray ball that Paul had just adjusted. Ding! The host has acquired the organizational ability of passing 0-1. This time, Paul directly called Okafor to set a pick. And then Okafor acted as a shield while Paul drove the ball toward the basket. As Chen Yi attempted to navigate around the screen, a sudden force pushed against his back. Already accelerating, his body was instantaneously propelled in front of Paul. Paul wore a perplexed expression, questioning, which side are you on, my friend? Chen Yi, with a bewildered expression, obstructed Paul's path, compelling him to pass the ball to West. West faced off against Butler, executing a spin move followed by a turnaround jumper that found its mark. Okafor, looking somewhat sheepish, gazed at Paul and remarked, that was unintentional. Paul, however, remained sullen and chose to ignore him. As Chen Yi received the ball, he positioned himself at the spot where Peja had just attempted a shot. Ding! The host has acquired the exclusive badge of the basketball star's aura, the baseline three-point shooter. This badge bestows the effect of enhancing the shooting accuracy for long-range jump shots or three-pointers executed along the baseline, regardless of whether the shot is taken off the dribble or received directly. When Chen Yi discovered the badge, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Season 2K players would undoubtedly recognize the immense utility of this badge, which boasts an extensive range that extends not only beyond the three-point line, but also encompasses a significant area from the baseline to the 45-degree angle. Its ability to enhance shooting accuracy perfectly compensates for Chen Yi's currently subpar shooting statistics. Advancing the ball into the front court, Chen Yi executed a pick-and-roll with Hayward, subsequently passing the ball to Jamison, stationed in the low post. Although Peja is a formidable shooter when unguarded, his physical attributes are lacking, rendering his defense particularly porous. Jamison skillfully backed him down, maneuvered past Peja's defense, and executed a successful layup. Chen Yi joyously received an assist. On the Hornets side, upon reaching the arc, Paul instructed Okafor to step up for a screen. However, Okafor displayed a distinct lack of agility and his footwork was exceedingly sluggish, often resulting in Hayward intercepting the roll after the pick. This predicament left Paul, who prefers orchestrating plays over solitary endeavors, in a state of discomfort, as he could only hope his teammates would find advantageous positions or pass the ball to West for a one-on-one. Failing that, he had no choice but to take the initiative himself. Meanwhile, Hornets shooting guard Devin Brown evaded Butler to reach the elbow, and Paul delivered a sidearm pass. Brown attempted a mid-range jumper, yet this Devin Brown was not the same as Paul's future teammate Devin Booker. His shot veered completely off course, allowing Hayward to secure the rebound. On the Wizards' side, the starting five had consistently revolved around Chen Yi as the central playmaker, with the dynamic duo of Jamison and Butler fervently seeking scoring opportunities. After Chen Yi called for a pick from Hayward, he drove inside and executed an alley-oop connection with Jamison, once again extending the lead to 8-3. Subsequently, Paul relinquished the pick-and-roll with Okafor, urging him to diligently remain in the paint to secure rebounds, embodying the role of a blue-collar player. Following the pick, Paul's mid-range attempt clanked off the rim, allowing Hayward to snatch the rebound from Okafor and initiate a fast break. As Paul released his shot, West and others began to retreat on defense. Thus, although the shot did not find its mark, the Wizards' fast break was effortlessly neutralized. The first quarter progressed for 9 minutes before Saunders finally substituted Chen Yi out during a timeout. With 3 minutes and 4 seconds remaining in the game, Chen Yi and Mike Miller returned to the bench, replaced by the second unit's Randy Foye and Nick Young, with the score standing at 21-17. The Wizards holding a 4-point advantage. Foye's dismal performance in the previous match had earned him a stern reprimand from Saunders, compelling him to play conservatively and with purpose. Nick Young was also in fine form, contributing a mid-range jumper and a three-pointer in the final 3 minutes, both of which he converted for a total of 5 points. The stability of these two players allowed the Wizards to maintain their lead throughout the first quarter, concluding with a score of 31-28. In the first quarter, Chen Yi recorded 7 points and 4 assists. Paul's defense was commendable, preventing Chen Yi from gaining significant advantages through his drives. Coupled with Jamison and Hayward's hot shooting in the first quarter, Chen Yi refrained from dominating the ball and actively embraced his role as a facilitator. Meanwhile, on the Hornets side, Paul played the entire first quarter, not only serving as the primary playmaker, but also shouldering the entirety of the perimeter defense. He frequently had to engage in one-on-one scenarios against Chen Yi, particularly when Okafor's pick-and-roll execution faltered. The laborious tasks fell upon Paul, whose offensive rhythm was adversely affected. He managed only 4 points on 2 of 5 shooting, yet dished out 7 assists. Fortunately, Peja and West provided ample support from the perimeter, with Peja notably sinking all 3 of his 3-point attempts, tallying 13 points in the first quarter, thus preventing the deficit from widening. Saunders expressed satisfaction with Chen Yi's performance, observing that he not only held his ground against Paul, but also showcased admirable prowess. The reason Darren was considered Paul's nemesis was due to his superior physicality and comparable speed. Crucially, he also possessed a distinct advantage in static attributes, with greater height and wingspan. Facing an opponent who was both larger and equally swift proved to be a formidable challenge for anyone. Chen Yi, similarly, possesses a height and wingspan advantage over Paul, coupled with commendable speed, which allows him to navigate his encounters with ease. Chris, you must actively engage in pick-and-rolls with Emeka, Okafor. The Hornets coach instructed Paul during the intermission, gesturing with a tactics board. Gasping for breath, Paul shook his head, lamenting the lack of quality in Okafor's screens, deeming them unnecessary. Furthermore, Okafor had little role in the first quarter. Elevating his tactical significance could disrupt the team's overall performance. Struggling against the underwhelming Wizards in the first quarter epitomized the Hornets season, perpetually teetering on the brink of playoff contention, unable to breach the Western Conference's top 8. Ultimately, the team's offensive prowess hinged on the outside shooting and Paul's ability to create opportunities, while their defense resembled a sieve, with little support beyond his own efforts. Unbeknownst to him, Paul found himself reminiscing about last season's teammate, Chandler. Following the previous season, the Hornets traded Chandler for the Bobcats' second overall pick, Okafor, a decision the management believed was a coup, which proved otherwise. Chandler's capabilities far surpassed those of Okafor, whether in pick-and-roll situations or interior defensive support. They were not of the same caliber. The Bobcats had indeed benefited from acquiring Chandler, as the trade stemmed from the Hornets' concerns about Chandler's health, which ultimately proved unfounded. However, the Bobcats, acting as unwitting benefactors, later gifted Chandler to the Mavericks, thereby facilitating Nowitzki's championship aspirations a year later. Having played nearly half a season with Okafor, Paul realized that his role was relegated to performing the dirty work, protecting the rim and grabbing rebounds. Yet tonight, while Okafor defended Hayward, the latter scored flawlessly in the paint, amassing 10 points from 5 attempts, while Okafor could only muster 3 rebounds compared to Hayward's 6 in the first quarter. How could Paul effectively lead with such a partner? As the second quarter commenced, Chen Yi transitioned from the bench to the front court, with Sanders opting to have him alongside Jamison, Butler, Nick Young, and McGee from the onset of the period. Sanders had discerned in the previous game that Chen Yi's stamina was not as lacking as he had anticipated, even offering a pleasant surprise. Despite Jamison and Butler having played the entirety of the first quarter, they were still entrusted with significant responsibilities, an unavoidable circumstance, as the Wizards had no viable alternatives. Conversely, Paul continued to take the floor as the core player for the Hornets, joined by Peja, James Posey, Marcus Thornton, and Darius Sangala. After listening to Paul's grievances regarding Okafor, Coach Stella swiftly replaced him in the second quarter with the 2.6-meter-tall Sangala. This perplexing decision allowed McGee to experience the dominance of a beast in the paint. Sangala, even less effective than Okafor in the paint, stood no chance against McGee's height and reach, compounded by West's absence, leaving the offensive burden solely on Peja and Paul. However, Peja was unable to maintain his shooting rhythm from the first quarter, as his three-point attempts began to falter. Within less than 3 minutes of the second quarter, the Wizards extended their lead to 12 points. For the first time, Chen Yi found himself astonished by the sudden prowess of his teammates. However, McGee's dominance in the paint lasted merely 3 minutes. At 3:25 into the second quarter, the Wizards' fast break altered the score to 44-30. Following a timeout called by Coach Scott of the Hornets, Okafor was reinstated onto the court. "Chris, we need Emeka to anchor the paint. No one else is better suited for you than he is," Scott remarked, gesturing with his tactical board to Paul, seated silently on the bench. Paul could only acquiesce to the coach's strategy. Upon returning from the timeout, the Hornets lineup shifted to Okafor, Peja, Posey, Thornton, and Paul. The Wizards made slight adjustments, bringing in Haywood, Jamison, Earl Boykins, Nick Young, and Chen Yi. With possession of the ball, the Hornets executed a pick-and-roll between Paul and Okafor that finally proved effective. Okafor cut to the basket, and Paul delivered the ball to him with a bounce pass. Haywood, hindered by Page's screen beyond the paint, momentarily hesitated as Okafor received the pass, only to swiftly dunk the ball. Haywood felt a pang of frustration. He had previously dominated both offensively and defensively in the first quarter, and now allowing the opposition to score effortlessly felt like a personal humiliation. Chen Yi believed that Paul had astutely identified the opportunity. Peja intended to slip along the baseline, yet Paul precisely recognized his route, which fortuitously obstructed Haywood's defensive position, allowing him to deliver the pass without hesitation. Not only was Chen Yi impressed by Paul's opportunistic instincts, but he also lamented Okafor's lack of skill, as even under Paul's guidance he struggled to shine. Players like Paul effortlessly elevate their centers, and DeAndre Jordan serves as a prime example. Once heralded as a premier center in the league while playing alongside Paul, Jordan found himself relegated to a blue-collar role after their separation, failing to secure lucrative contracts. Okafor, with his physical gifts intact, suffers from a lack of basketball IQ and awareness. He would indeed thrive in the CBA, where he would undoubtedly be a formidable force in the league. Chen Yi advanced the ball into the attacking zone. After setting a screen, Butler moved aside, allowing Chen Yi to navigate to the baseline, where he found himself matched up against Thornton. Thornton's defense paled in comparison to that of Paul. Indeed, it was unnecessary for Haywood, stationed at the paint's edge, to serve as a shield. Chen Yi, relying solely on his speed, deftly maneuvered past Thornton, only to be confronted by Peja and Posey. Chen Yi did not force the play. Instead, he took 3 steps while keenly observing the positions of his teammates. Nick Young, positioned just inside the three-point line, instinctively retreated beyond the arc upon meeting Chen Yi's gaze, adopting a stance ready to receive the ball for a shot. "Posey, cover him," Paul shouted, noticing Nick Young was left unguarded even before Chen Yi released the ball. Posey sprinted from the paint, but Chen Yi had already leaped off 1 foot, elevating the ball with his right hand while fixating on Nick Young's direction. Nick Young was already contemplating his celebration for the anticipated basket. However, in the next instant, Chen Yi deftly flicked his wrist, redirecting the ball towards the interior where Jamison awaited. Jamison, caught off guard, had planned to run to the baseline, hoping to be in position should Nick Young miss his shot. Yet, instinctively catching the basketball, he found himself unmarked and quickly reacted, scoring an easy layup for 2 points. At that moment, as a bronze badge illuminated in Chen Yi's mind, he realized he had accomplished something remarkable: the flashy passer, the no-look pass. Posey shrugged, indicating he was merely following the leader's commands. Paul, observing Jamison's successful layup, felt a mix of resignation and surprise. Even he had not anticipated such a pass. "Wow," Barkley exclaimed, holding his head in disbelief. "That pass just toyed with the entire Hornets team." Kenny Smith echoed his astonishment, stating, "That was a street ball move." Even his teammate barely reacted to the catch. Barkley continued, "Chen's previous passes were conventional, but tonight, he has been infused with confidence." Chen Yi is indeed confident. Having watched basketball for several decades, his mind is brimming with ingenious plays, though opportunities to execute them on the court are often scarce. In the third quarter, Okafor displayed a semblance of normalcy, diligently adhering to Paul's directives as he anchored the paint, fiercely contesting every rebound. The Hornets, whose rebounding had not faltered, began to find their offensive rhythm under Paul's orchestration. Although West did not find scoring opportunities in the second quarter, the second unit's James Posey and Marcus Thornton stepped up, collectively contributing 11 points. After securing 5 points and 2 assists, Paul finally received a respite in the second quarter. Observing the promising performance of the second unit, Scott opted to rest him for a brief 2 minutes before reintroducing him to the game to rally his teammates in pursuit of points. With the offense finding its groove, every Hornets player managed to register scores in the second quarter. In the second quarter, Chen Yi played nearly 10 minutes. His statistics were modest with 6 points, 3 assists, and 1 rebound. Under Paul's defense, he found it challenging to penetrate and score as he had in the previous game, making only 2 out of 4 shots, including 0 of 2 from beyond the arc. He had initially intended to test his 3-point shooting badge, but opportunities were scarce, and those 2 attempts were forced shots under duress from teammates. Fortunately, he excelled in drawing fouls, earning 3 free throw attempts and converting 2 of them. By the end of the first half, the score stood at 60-57, with the Wizards holding a slender 3-point lead. The Hornets, having found their defensive rhythm, proved to be a formidable challenge. "Welcome everyone to the Toyota halftime show," greeted Earvin Magic Johnson, the legendary Lakers player, now an NBA analyst for ESPN, as he addressed the camera. Seated beside him, renowned commentator Stephen A. Smith chimed in. Chen shot 5 of 9 in the first half, accumulating 13 points and 7 assists, delivering a significant blow to Chris Paul and the Hornets, who are striving for a 6th consecutive victory. Magic smiled, but they are only leading by 3 points. Chris can easily close that gap with adjustments. Smith continued. In the second quarter, Chen executed an extraordinarily beautiful no-look pass, and many fans watching the live stream are dubbing him the Chinese magician. He cast a glance at Magic, who chuckled, resting his forehead in acknowledgement. Chen's performance was indeed commendable. As the new starting point guard for the Wizards, he seamlessly integrated into the team, leading them to remarkable displays, far surpassing the previous Eastern player from Los Angeles. Magic mentioned sun dashing, recalling how last year, fans in Los Angeles had also referred to him as the Chinese magician. However, in terms of overall performance, aside from their similar height of 2.05 meters, sun dashing bore no resemblance to Magic. Chen Yi's display that night was truly impressive, ensuring that the title of magician remained well-deserved. As the third quarter commenced, Chen Yi continued to play. Noticing Okafor remained on the court, Sanders brought Haywood into the game, while Nick Young and Mike Miller provided outside shooting, and Jamison, who had played the entire first half, remained the offensive fulcrum. Jamison, the longtime leader of the Wizards, was undeniably the offensive centerpiece that night, having already amassed 18 points in the first half, showcasing a fiery performance. On the Hornets side, Scott's lineup featured Okafor, West, and Peja in the front court, with the backcourt comprising the previously effective duo of Posey and Thornton. After resting for merely 2 minutes, Paul, noticing the dwindling gap, took his place on the bench as the second half began. The first possession belonged to the Hornets. West received a pass from Thornton and, situated near the free throw line, faced off against Mike Miller, subsequently narrowing the deficit to a single point with a smooth mid-range jumper. Chen Yi continued to dribble towards the arc, while Jamison set a screen on the right. As Chen Yi shifted to the right, he found himself matched up against Peja. Peja, fully aware that he could not defend against a guard proficient in breakthroughs, signaled to Thornton for a switch. Thornton maneuvered around Jamison and rejoined the play, just as Chen Yi seized the opportunity created by Peja's retreat, delivering the ball to Jamison with a bounce pass. Upon receiving the ball, Jamison surged towards the basket, forcing West, stationed at the baseline, to step in and defend against his impending layup. Peja and Okafor quickly converged to the paint, and with the 3 of them surrounding Jamison, he had no choice but to pass the ball to Miller at the baseline. Miller advanced with the dribble, leaping and pivoting to pass the ball back to Chen Yi at the arc. At this moment, all 4 Hornets players were congested in the paint, and Chen Yi stood still, aiming at the hoop. Both Posey and Thornton rushed out, but Chen Yi swiftly slapped the ball, accelerating towards the basket. Such remarkable speed. Just as Thornton and Posey prepared to leap for a block, Chen Yi had already maneuvered past the two and penetrated into the paint. In the first half, under Paul's stringent defense, Chen Yi had few opportunities to showcase his ability to break through, but this time, the two Hornets guards finally experienced his explosive speed. However, Okafor, Peja, and West still stood resolutely beneath the basket. Chen Yi did not rush his shot. Instead, he focused his aim on Nick Young, who was positioned at the left baseline. Young, left unguarded, was ecstatic, frantically calling for the ball from his teammates and even leaping high in an attempt to catch Chen Yi's attention. As Chen Yi leaped, his gaze fixed on Young. The excitement that had previously coursed through Young shifted to tension. Could this be the moment he would finally receive the pass? Earlier in the second quarter, Chen Yi had successfully deceived Young with a no-look pass, so Young could not entirely dismiss the possibility that this time the ball might not find its way to him. Nevertheless, Chen Yi opted for simplicity, tossing the ball directly into the hands of the wide-open Young. With the ball in his possession, Young felt a sense of reassurance, executing a baseline jump shot in his most familiar form. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark, narrowing the deficit to 4 points. Paul, observing his teammates' defensive setup resembling a disjointed assembly, shook his head in dismay. They were entirely at the mercy of the Wizards. Had Paul been on the court, he would have orchestrated his teammates with precision. Scott recognized the team's defensive frailty as well. Aside from Paul, no one could uphold the defensive integrity of the system. Whether inside or out, Posey and Thornton, for instance, were left floundering, with Chen Yi not even needing to feign a shot, as both were nearly ready to leap. Their lateral movement and speed were abysmal. Determined to prevent the Wizards from widening their lead any further, Paul could no longer remain on the bench after sitting for just 2 minutes. With 9 minutes and 57 seconds remaining in a dead ball situation, he entered the game. Upon Paul's arrival, the Hornets began to resemble a formidable team capable of contending for the playoffs. Chen Yi played for 8 minutes in the third quarter before taking a break, during which he contributed 4 points and 1 assist, alongside 5 rebounds garnered amidst Haywood's positioning. In this period, he remained a supporting player, as Jamison and Nick Young dominated the offensive play. Paul continued to perform until the conclusion of the third quarter, achieving 7 points and 1 assist from 3 successful attempts out of 6. However, the statistics failed to encapsulate the significant impact he had on the team's dynamics. Had Paul played a few minutes less, the game could have easily spiraled out of control. The Wizards maintained their lead from the outset. Yet by the end of the third quarter, they found themselves only 2 points ahead at 82-80. As the final quarter commenced, Barkley observed the Hornets lineup and noted that coach Byron Scott had deployed a smaller lineup, aiming to utilize their perimeter shooting to overwhelm the opposition in the fourth quarter. Byron had recognized the Hornets' advantage, as the majority of the Wizards' scoring had been concentrated in the paint, with only 6 three-pointers made compared to the Hornets' 13. Kenny Smith also commented on the situation. In the final quarter, Scott's lineup consisted of Sangaila, Peja, Posey, Thornton, and Paul. Forced to play center, the 2.6-meter-tall Sangaila replaced Okafor in an effort to create space for his teammates, while the remaining 4 players boasted impressive three-point shooting capabilities, averaging over 1.2 three-pointers per game this season. Sanders, adhering to his strategy, fielded the quintet of Haywood, Jamison, Butler, Nick Young, and Chen Yi. The possession remained firmly in the Wizards' hands as the fourth quarter unfolded. Chen Yi, dribbling to the top of the arc, found himself face-to-face with Paul. Confronted by the shorter Thornton, Nick Young signaled for the ball from the free-throw line. Upon receiving the pass, Young, without any ostentatious maneuvers, swiftly altered his direction and accelerated towards the basket. However, as Sangaila and Thornton converged to form a double team, Young's shot failed to find the net. The basketball ricocheted off the backboard and began its descent. Sangaila intended to secure the rebound, but was outmaneuvered by Haywood, who, stationed in the paint, seized the ball first. Haywood promptly returned it to Chen Yi, as Sangaila was in no position to contend for the rebound against him. Chen Yi deftly passed the ball back to Jamison, who, under duress from defenders, relayed it to Nick Young. Unmarked beneath the basket, Young effortlessly sank a layup. A brilliant display of teamwork. In the front row, a fan clad in Chen Yi's number 7 jersey rose with exuberance. The Hornets' scoring lineup not only exhibited a porous defense, but also relied solely on Paul's swift ball handling to initiate counterattacks. Yet, once the Wizards settled into a half-court offense, it became a mere contest of shooting prowess. Paul advanced the ball rapidly, and after a swift transition, Bosch found an opportunity at the baseline to attempt a three-pointer, only to clang it off the rim. The Hornets showed no intent to secure the rebound. Swiftly retreating on defense following Bosch's shot, Nick Young retrieved the rebound and gradually moved up the court, while Chen Yi positioned himself in the left corner. Young utilized Butler's screen to shift to the left and then passed the ball to Jamison at a 45-degree angle. Upon receiving the handoff pass, Chen Yi adeptly utilized Jamison as a shield, elevating the ball to a precise 45-degree angle, thereby repositioning himself to face Peja. His teammates had strategically dispersed beyond the three-point arc, leaving the paint entirely unoccupied and granting Chen Yi the opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation. After executing a series of dribbles beneath his legs, Chen Yi retreated beyond the three-point line, while Peja, wary of his potential acceleration, allowed him a half-step of space. Chen Yi took small, delicate steps, deftly transferring the ball from his left palm to his right. As Peja retreated to the right, Chen seized the opportunity. With a powerful thrust of his thigh, he propelled himself upward while simultaneously releasing the ball. Peja lunged forward, but Chen had already flicked the ball away. The cameras on the court followed the basketball as it traced a graceful arc through the air before descending straight into the hoop. Swish! Chen Yi's three-point shot found its mark. The Wizards' bench erupted in exuberance, all rising to gesture a three with their fingers. Chen Yi, as he sank this three-pointer. The DJ's voice echoed throughout the arena, prolonging the announcement of Chen Yi's name. The crowd responded with a thunderous roar, a veritable tsunami of cheers. This marked Chen Yi's first successful three-pointer of the match. In that fleeting moment of triumph, a bronze-hued emblem flashed through his mind. The range for a baseline three-point shooter is remarkably expansive, and Chen Yi's shot, taken from a 45-degree angle, was nearly at the top of the arc. Surprisingly, the emblem still proved effective. Paul seized the ball to initiate a rapid counterattack. The undersized lineup was compelled to adhere to their preordained strategy of fast-paced play. He passed the ball to the wing, where Posey awaited. Meanwhile, the Hornets players congregated beyond the three-point arc, leaving only Haywood and Sangila to engage in a one-on-one in the paint. Haywood, significantly larger than Sangila, would not risk passing the ball. Posey, with his back to Butler, maneuvered into the paint, seeking an opportunity to distribute to the perimeter sharpshooters. However, as Posey turned towards the basket near the free-throw line, Chen Yi struck the ball with a decisive slap, causing it to slip from Posey's grasp. With the ball intercepted, Chen Yi launched a swift counterattack. Peja and Paul stood in his path, but as Chen Yi advanced to the 45-degree angle, he deftly used his back to block Peja's position, setting up Nick Young to run along the baseline. As the ball reached him, Nick Young executed a precise shot, delivering a resounding three. Chen Yi, while securing a steal and an assist, also retrieved a small gray ball from Nick Young, enhancing his three-point ability by 0-1. The score now stood at 90-80, with the margin suddenly widening to double digits. Paul resumed ball control, exchanging a glance with Scott. At this rate, the game would lose its suspense within half a quarter. Scott felt urgency as this five-man lineup, centered around Paul and Peja, had shown exceptional performance in training. It was perplexing how they had faltered so dramatically in just over 2 minutes. After Sangila set a screen, Paul switched onto Haywood. Paul excelled at exploiting size mismatches. After toying with Haywood near the free-throw line, he stepped back, creating space for his shot, and successfully executed a mid-range jumper. Ding! The host acquired a 0-1 in playmaking ability. Ding! The host received a 0-1 in mid-range finishing ability. This time, 2 gray balls emerged beneath Paul. Apologies, Haywood remarked while retrieving the ball. Chen Yi, in high spirits from his attribute gain, patted Haywood on the back and quipped, "It's not your fault. He's just too small." As the Wizards initiated their offense, Chen Yi strolled up the court, with Jamison setting a screen at the arc, switching onto Peja. Paul recognized that in a one-on-one scenario, Peja couldn't defend against his opponent. He maneuvered sideways while directing Peja to follow Jamison, repositioning himself to guard Chen Yi. Meanwhile, Butler also moved up from the low post to set a screen. Paul decided to double-team Chen Yi alongside Posey, obstructing his passing lanes. Despite Butler being left open, Chen Yi hesitated to pass, ultimately tossing the ball to Nick Young, who had moved to the perimeter. The Hornets adjusted their defensive formation immediately as Young dribbled through his legs before returning the ball to the wing, where Chen Yi awaited. With 7 seconds remaining on the clock, Chen Yi dribbled left and right in front of him. As Paul lunged to intercept, Chen Yi pushed off with his left leg, taking a large step to the right, and released the ball in a swift motion. It was an urgent shot. Chen Yi maintained his stance, and as he had anticipated, the basketball swished through the net once more. A sharpshooter from the baseline. Chen Yi, under the defense of Paul, successfully scored his second three-pointer of the game. Yang Yi remarked from the domestic commentary booth. Coach Zhang squinted and noted, although this shot was utterly unreasonable, Chen Yi simply has the knack for sinking it. Do not be deceived by his prior performance. Having missed all three-pointers in the first 3 quarters, he found his rhythm in the final quarter and immediately netted 2. The score widened to 93-82. As the ball swished through the net, the Hornets called for a timeout. This time, Scott was not stubborn. He opted to deploy the starting lineup. "Chris, execute the pick and roll effectively," Scott instructed. Paul shook his head, feeling a sense of despair. His teammates were lacking. However, Paul did not relinquish hope, as his competitive spirit was exceptionally strong, and he yearned for victory. On the Wizards' side, Sanders refrained from making substitutions while his players were in a fiery state. Chen Yi had an excessive amount of rest during the first 3 quarters, yet he currently maintains his stamina remarkably well. Upon resuming play, Paul executed a pick and roll with Okafor, creating an opportunity for Peja at the baseline. "Peja, stepping just inside the three-point line, delivered a long two-pointer. Although it was not a three-point shot, Paul felt a profound sense of satisfaction witnessing his teammate score. Chen Yi was also filled with excitement. Once again, a small blue ball fell beneath Paul's feet. Ding! The host has acquired the exclusive badge of the star player, worth 10 cents. This badge serves the purpose of enhancing the shooting accuracy of the open shooter when the player bearing the badge makes a pass during both offensive and defensive plays. This marked the second badge collected in the game. The 10-cent badge undeniably stands out as the most potent supportive badge for improving open shot accuracy. In the next round, after Chen Yi attracted a double team by driving past Paul, he passed the ball to Jamison. However, after Jamison's open shot missed, surprisingly, Okafor failed to secure the rebound, allowing Chen Yi, who had slipped in, to claim it instead. Chen Yi feigned a shot beneath the basket, while Okafor transformed into a leaping tiger within the paint. Paul found himself ensnared behind the soaring Okafor. As Chen Yi landed at Okafor, he effortlessly banked a layup. One cannot help but label Okafor as a clumsy giant. His basketball intelligence is simply unparalleled. Which team do you actually belong to, my friend? Paul found himself at a loss for words. After Okafor entered the game, the Hornets' defensive prowess plummeted to an even lower level. The initial small ball lineup, despite its inability to secure rebounds, featured commendable defense from both Bosch and Thornton. However, with the introduction of the starting lineup, not only did the defensive quality decline, but they also continued to struggle in rebounding. In the latter half of the fourth quarter, Paul, accompanied by 3.5 teammates, valiantly endeavored to close the gap. Under his orchestration, the offense flowed with precision. Yet, the Wizards, who had settled into their rhythm early on, relentlessly attacked the basket, maintaining a constant lead. Ultimately, as the final buzzer sounded, the score stood at 105-97. The Wizards not only halted the Hornets' 6-game winning streak, but also secured their own third consecutive victory. Chen Yi took to the court tonight for 38 minutes, playing the entirety of the final quarter, during which he made 11 of 20 shots, including 2 of 4 from beyond the arc, and converted 7 of 9 free throws, amassing an impressive tally of 31 points, 8 rebounds, 12 assists, and 2 steals. Notably, he scored 14 points alone in the final quarter. Chris Paul, looking dejected, sat on the sidelines after playing 44 minutes, only resting for 2 minutes during the second and third quarters. He recorded a substantial double-double with 28 points, 4 rebounds, and 15 assists. In his relentless pursuit of victory, Paul exerted every effort, yet could not uplift his teammates. Chris, what an exhilarating showdown! Chen Yi exclaimed, exchanging a high-five with Paul. You played exceptionally well. I wish you can maintain such a fine form. Paul, gracious in defeat, reciprocated the gesture with a high-five and embraced Chen Yi, extending his well wishes. Subsequently, a throng of reporters surged towards the sidelines. Hello, Chen Yi, I am Wang Ming. A correspondent for Southern Sports stationed in the United States, announced a journalist from Huaxia, accompanied by an assistant, as they approached Chen Yi amidst the cacophony. Donning interview headphones, Chen Yi prepared himself. Congratulations on another victory for you and your team. After facing the elite guard Chris Paul and ending his 6-game winning streak, what are your thoughts on competing against a player of his caliber? Chen Yi placed his hands on his hips and remarked, Paul is indeed a formidable opponent. Yet my focus lies solely on how to fully unleash my potential on the court and effectively connect with my teammates. Beyond that, I ponder little. Wang Ming continued in Chinese. In this match, you achieved an impressive tally of 31 points, 8 rebounds, and 12 assists, just 2 rebounds shy of a triple-double. Did you communicate with your teammates regarding the statistics at that moment? Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Wang Ming's implication was clear. Why hadn't he sought assistance from his teammates to secure a triple-double? A near triple-double, indeed. Throughout the evening, he had been fixated on his scoring and assists, particularly in the final quarter, where he concentrated solely on accumulating points, entirely disregarding his rebounding tally. Had he realized that he was merely 2 rebounds shy of achieving a triple-double, he would have undoubtedly instructed Haywood to position himself for those rebounds. After all, how could one elevate their standing without the embellishment of a triple-double? Chen Yi casually remarked, is that so? I have not paid much attention to my personal statistics. My sole desire is for the team to triumph. However, deep within, he had already resolved that should such an opportunity arise again, he would transform into a formidable force akin to a ninja turtle. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, understanding that the yearning for victory, with everything else being mere trifles, is indeed a rare quality in an athlete. After the interview concluded, his teammates celebrated with Chen Yi in the locker room before each retreated to take their showers. Chen Yi received a reward from the system in the shower room. This match bestowed upon him 551 points, bringing his total to 1621 points. After spending 2 points to purchase a nutrient solution, Chen Yi consumed it directly in the bathroom. This remedy enhances resilience against injuries and improves physical condition. Thus, it is essential to take it daily. The remaining points, exceeding 1,600, remained untouched, as they were insufficient for panel attribute enhancements. During tonight's match, Chen Yi also acquired 2 badges and gained 0. 1 in ball control, passing, and mid-range shooting abilities, while his 3-point skill increased by 0. 3. All thanks to his opponent, Peja. Although the increase in panel abilities was modest, these 2 badges proved to be immensely beneficial. Furthermore, upon opening his badge collection, Chen Yi was astonished to discover that assists could grant experience points to his 10-cent badge. Currently, his 4 badges, baseline 3-point shooter, 220, 10 cent, 1220, dunk specialist, 320, and trick passer, 120, are gradually leveling up. At this pace, he stands a chance to elevate the 10-cent badge to silver level in the next match. The significance of badges is considerable. Chen Yi has utilized Jeremy Lin's template for 2 matches, and after 5 more, he will have to rely solely on his inherent physicality. When that time arrives, these badges will be pivotal. Chen Yi could only hope in his heart that he might acquire more formidable badges in the next 5 matches to enhance his prowess. Upon returning to his apartment, he reclined on his bed, scrolling through social media. Highlights from his recent game had already been edited and shared, particularly showcasing his 2 impressive 3-pointers and near triple-double statistics, which had stirred a significant commotion domestically. Fans were even engaging in discussions about whether Chen Yi was deserving of a spot in this year's All-Star game. The voting for the All-Star game had progressed to its 4th round, with LeBron James and Kobe Bryant undoubtedly leading the polls in their respective conferences. Regrettably, during last year's All-Star voting, the league once again experienced the formidable influence of Chinese fans, as the rookie Yi Jianlian garnered the 2nd highest votes in the Eastern Conference, trailing only behind James, leaving Kevin Garnett as a mere substitute. The last occurrence of such a scenario was in 2003, when the dominant Shaquille O'Neal, fresh off a 3-peat championship and at the peak of his career, had to play second fiddle to the emerging Yao Ming. Consequently, the league promptly amended the All-Star rules, prohibiting rookie players from participating in the main event, relegating them to the Rookie Challenge instead. Otherwise, Chen Yi's name would undoubtedly grace the voting leaderboard, as the fervor of Chinese fans could swiftly propel him into the top 3. Early the next morning, Chen Yi was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Throughout the entire morning, his device vibrated continuously. Following his rise to prominence in the league, an abundance of endorsement and advertising opportunities flooded in. Chen Yi became increasingly irritated as he answered the phone, ultimately deciding to switch off his mobile device. It seems he must seek a new agent. Chen Yi opened his computer and placed his email on his personal social media, annotating it with a note for collaborative correspondence, while blocking any direct phone calls. Subsequently, he published a post in search of an agent, inviting those with potential collaboration to send their information to his email. As his fame burgeoned, managing all commercial contracts single-handedly had become increasingly unfeasible. Playing in the NBA, one could not solely rely on the salary provided by the team. Endorsements and advertisements also constituted a substantial source of income. For instance, securing a signature sneaker deal would be remarkably prestigious. Tomorrow, the Wizards were scheduled to host a game against the Pistons, and the team had not arranged any practice for today. After a tranquil lunch, Chen Yi opened his computer, ready to indulge in some gaming. Unlike his mobile device, the computer had been updated to the latest Windows 7 system, and he felt no sense of disconnection from the interface. Moreover, the computer featured the recently released MOBA game, League of Legends, which had only been in open beta for half a year, a true Season 1 experience. With over a year remaining until the launch of the Chinese server, there was no Season 1 in that region. Thus, if anyone claimed to be an ancient player of Season 1, it would be prudent to advise them otherwise. Chen Yi gazed at the ancient map and the heroic figurines, selecting his most proficient champion, Garen, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed within the Summoner's Rift. After mercilessly vanquishing a few primitive foes, he powered on his mobile device. To his surprise, there were over 20 missed calls awaiting him. Just as he activated the phone, a strange call came through within 5 seconds. Frowning slightly, Chen Yi answered. "Good day, Mr. Chen Yi. I am calling from the Fairfield Hotel, where we extend to you a sincere invitation to enjoy a complimentary stay at our establishment." Chen Yi, with impatience, remarked, "Did I not already mention that collaboration requires an email?" Before he could utter the final syllable, the words from the other end rendered him speechless. "If you choose to stay at our hotel for a night, we shall present you with a brand new Mercedes-Benz." Chen Yi swallowed hard and said, "Could you please send the details of our collaboration to my email?" The Fairfield Hotel is located to the east of the Wizards' home ground and has just opened this year. After checking in for free at night, Chen Yi woke up the following day to find that the hotel had thoughtfully arranged a transfer service to take him back to his rented apartment. Meanwhile, the hotel staff presented him with a brand new Mercedes-Benz E350. Chen Yi's heart raced with excitement at the prospect of enjoying complimentary accommodations at a hotel, receiving monetary rewards, and even being gifted a brand new vehicle. The allure of making a name for oneself in the NBA was undeniably exhilarating. From now on, the arduous commutes to the arena would no longer require taxis or running. That afternoon, Chen Yi drove his new car to the gym for a warm-up session. They were set to face the Detroit Pistons at home later that evening. Around 5 o'clock, Chen Yi arrived at the stadium, donned in headphones. practicing his shooting alongside Nick Young. With the endorsement of the deep-range three-point shooter badge, Chen Yi noticed a remarkable improvement in his shooting accuracy during training. He maintained an impressive 80% success rate from both corners at the 45-degree angles. However, his shooting from the top of the arc remained somewhat inconsistent. Nick Young expressed surprise at Chen Yi's progress. Just a week prior, his long-range shooting had only achieved a 60% success rate during practice. It is well known that shooting is not a skill that can be mastered overnight. Could it be that this young man is truly a prodigy? Chen, Mike, Miller, is resting tonight, and the coach has designated me as a starter, Nick said. After half an hour of practice, he and Chen Yi took a seat on the sidelines to chat. You better pass me the ball frequently. I guarantee your assist numbers will soar. Chen Yi smiled and remarked, based on your performance, if you become overly enamored with solo plays, I can assure you that you won't even touch the ball during a single session. He was not particularly concerned about assists, as the team's scoring players were quite reliable. Hayward's ability to capitalize on opportunities beneath the basket was commendable, and with his own tenacity, he possessed a badge that could enhance his teammates' shooting percentages. However, he was somewhat preoccupied with the number of rebounds. Having missed a triple-double by just 2 rebounds in the previous game was indeed a disappointment, as he harbored a desire to achieve a triple-double in a match. A triple-double exemplifies a player's versatility and demonstrates their capability to contribute on both ends of the court. Moreover, should the rookie Chen Yi manage to secure a triple-double in a short span, it would not only set a record for Chinese players, but also establish the fastest triple-double in the league's history. Typically, rookie players hold a lower status within the team and possess limited ball control, rendering the attainment of a triple-double a formidable challenge. In his 9-year NBA career, the great Yao Ming never achieved a single triple-double, with his closest attempt occurring in 2004 against the Bobcats, where he recorded an awkward triple-double of 24 points, 14 rebounds, and 10 turnovers. Of course, it is well known that Chen Yi is not a player who fixates on statistics. His sole aspiration is victory. After finishing his shooting practice, Chen Yi was escorted by Sanders to attend the pre-game press conference, where a throng of reporters surrounded him. Each time such a scene unfolded, players like Nick Young and JaVale McGee felt a pang of envy. While marquee stars might shun interviews, these rotational players eagerly sought the limelight. Recently, Chen Yi's rising popularity in Washington has sparked envy among his teammates, especially with the new car he drove into the arena today. Meanwhile, the Detroit Pistons, who have come as challengers, were also interviewed in their locker room. Richard Hamilton, donning a uniquely styled mask, found himself surrounded by reporters. A rookie from the Wizards has recently stirred quite a commotion in the league. Have you been following the news? A journalist inquired. I've heard from my teammates. I believe his name is Chun, a player hailing from Huaxia. However, I watched his footage, and he doesn't seem as formidable as the online buzz suggests, Hamilton replied. Upon hearing this, the journalist could hardly contain his excitement, sensing fresh drama on the horizon. Oh, it seems you are quite confident about defeating him, the reporter remarked. Hamilton flashed a grin, adding, he better not be matched up against me tonight. Otherwise, he'll just be inhaling my exhaust fumes. Rodney Stuckey, the Pistons' starting point guard, also weighed in during the interview, stating, Chen receives so much attention because he is from Huaxia, yet in reality, local NBA guards perform exceptionally in every game but do not garner such hype and adulation. The interview from the Pistons' locker room quickly made its way outside. Did you catch the interview from the Detroit locker room? The tension is palpable even before the game begins. Kenny Smith, commenting on the match for TNT, said to his partner, Barkley, don't pay heed to what Richard and Rodney are spouting, Barkley retorted. Chen has demonstrated through these 3 games that he possesses the credentials to thrive in the NBA, and he is breaking various records. Which player can score 19 points in a single quarter during their debut? Kenny Smith glanced at Barkley, noting his unusual support for another player. As he typically offered pointed critiques, Rodney appeared dismissive of Chen's performance. Kenny Smith continued to stoke the fire. Rodney is merely a third-year rookie, and his rookie season statistics were a mere 7.22, quite mediocre. In contrast, Chen's average over these 3 games is 27.58, with an impressive average of 3 steals per game, a feat Rodney cannot match. Furthermore, Chen averages 14.4 points in the final quarter, though the sample size is small. It remains an astonishing statistic. Which player can amass a total of 82 points in their first 3 games? Barkley, who had faced the bad boys of Detroit since the 80s and found their style excessively rough, had always harbored discontent towards this team. Now, as a supporter of Chen, he felt compelled to speak on his behalf. At the pre-game press conference, a journalist informed Chen about Hamilton and Stuckey's comments. Chen, do you have any thoughts regarding the remarks made by the Pistons' backcourt players? A reporter from Australia asked. Chen Yi chuckled, remarking on Richard Hamilton's exceptional off-the-ball movement. However, he asserted that even Hamilton would struggle to impede his ball-handling prowess. The enigmatic masked man, Hamilton left a profound impression on Chen Yi. As one of the famed bad boys of the Detroit Pistons, he was a pivotal offensive force within a team renowned for its tenacious defense. His off-the-ball movement, the ability to cut following screens, and his mid-range shooting were all exemplary, marking him as a prolific scorer in the league. As for the Pistons point guard, Rodney Stuckey, Chen Yi momentarily found it difficult to recall his name. That Rodney. I seem to have never heard of him before. I have no knowledge of his identity. Nor do I wish to, Chen Yi stated, before turning to Coach Saunders, questioning whether the Pistons point guard wasn't Chauncey Billups. This comment elicited laughter from those present at the press conference. Chen Yi directly disregarded Stuckey's presence, a response that had the Wizards fans reveling in delight. Even Saunders could not maintain his composure. Knowing Chen Yi was jesting, he feigned seriousness and remarked, "Rodney, I coached him during my time in Detroit, but my impressions are not particularly vivid. Judging by the performances in the previous 3 games, Chen Yi was indeed a favored player of Saunders, and in such a context, support was only natural. Pre-game banter is futile. The true essence will be revealed in the game," Chen Yi stated with a calm demeanor. After the press conference concluded, Chen Yi donned his gear and joined his teammates as they made their way to the court. The match was about to commence. This season's Pistons are no longer the indomitable team of yore. From 2002 to 2008, they reached the Eastern Conference Finals 6 consecutive times, claiming a championship trophy, solidifying their status as a formidable force in the East. However, as of now, their record stands at 11 wins and 25 losses, placing them second to last in the Eastern Conference. Following 2 consecutive defeats in the Eastern Conference Finals last season, the management dismissed head coach Saunders and traded away guard Chauncey Billups in exchange for Allen Iverson. It became evident that Billups was the soul of this Pistons team. Without him, they failed to even reach the playoffs, while Billups thrived in Denver, leading Anthony to the Western Conference Finals. This transaction not only left the Pistons adrift, but also stifled Iverson's potential. The management even resorted to making Iverson a bench player to support Stuckey, resulting in the now iconic moment during an interview where Iverson declared, "I've never heard of an MVP coming off the bench." Furthermore, this season, the Pistons parted ways with defensive cornerstone Rasheed Wallace, embarking on a path of reconstruction for this once iron-willed team. Chen Yi believes that this match should be relatively effortless compared to the previous 3, as the disparity in strength between the 2 teams is minimal. The Wizards currently boast a record of 14 wins and 21 losses, placing them 10th in the Eastern Conference. The 14th seed in the East challenging the 10th seed clearly illustrates an underdog scenario. As the game commenced, the Wizards' starting lineup featured Haywood, Jamison, Butler, Nick Young, and Chen Yi. The Pistons' starting 5 included Ben Wallace, Jonas Jerebko, Chris Wilcox, Richard Hamilton, and Rodney Stuckey. When the Pistons players were introduced one by one, the Wizards fans erupted in boos, particularly directed at Stuckey. Hamilton, having been selected by the Wizards and spending his first 3 years there, still retains a significant fan base in Washington, and the crowd did not hesitate to express their disdain for Stuckey. Tonight, Prince is resting, leaving only Hamilton and Big Ben from the once formidable Pistons quintet. Moreover, Big Ben is now in the twilight of his career. After being traded to the Bulls and Cavaliers during the past 3 seasons, he returned to the Pistons this year, witnessing a decline in his average blocks from a peak of 3.5 to a mere 1.2. Nevertheless, his rebounding prowess remains formidable, as he averages 8.7 rebounds per game this season. When Chen Yi beheld Ben this evening, he couldn't shake the feeling that he appeared somewhat different from his previous impressions. It soon dawned on him that the change was due to a new hairstyle, transitioning from an exuberant afro to a refreshing buzz cut. With this alteration, his height seemed to diminish considerably. Officially, Ben's height is recorded at 2.06 meters. Yet Chen Yi speculated that this measurement likely included the volume of his previous hair, as on the court, he appeared to be barely 2.02 meters tall. The Pistons, as a team, also presented a relatively diminutive lineup, with the tallest player, Jerebko, standing at 2.08 meters. During the jump ball segment, Haywood effortlessly secured the first offensive opportunity for the Wizards. Chen Yi found himself directly matched against Stuckey at the arc previously, during a press conference. He confessed to being unfamiliar with Stuckey, and it was not a deliberate statement made for the media. Rather, he genuinely lacked knowledge about the player. His only impression may have been that he is a rookie who, in his second year, managed to secure a backup position under Iverson. The Pistons' performance further corroborated that the decision by management to elevate him was not a prudent choice. Chen Yi, after a series of swift directional changes, received the ball and made a direct breakthrough from the right side without calling for a screen. Stuckey hurriedly retreated, attempting to obstruct Chen Yi's path, but was instantly left behind by a body length. An unreasonable and forceful drive. With a single-handed grasp of the ball, Chen Yi leaped in a graceful 3-step motion. By the time Big Ben rushed in from the paint for a defensive effort, it was already too late. As he ascended, Chen Yi had deftly propelled the ball forward. The basketball grazed the side of the backboard with a satisfying swish before descending into the net. Within less than 10 seconds of the game's commencement, Chen Yi had secured the first points. Upon crossing the midcourt, he executed a swift change of direction and scored in under 3 seconds. This was his way of responding. Barkley, witnessing the Wizards' inaugural offensive play, broke into a wide grin. Kenny Smith chimed in, remarking on the familiar style of Chen's scoring. noting that his first step acceleration ranks among the elite in the entire league. After the basket, Chen Yi turned to the Pistons bench, raising his hands in exasperation, muttering, "Why isn't anyone sent to guard me?" Chen Yi chose once again to disregard Tasky. Indeed, Tasky's defense was utterly ineffectual. This scene sent the Wizards fans into a frenzy. How audacious! Fans are enamored with such talent coupled with bravado. However, as Chen Yi turned around, the subsequent sight left him momentarily stunned. At the very spot where he had just executed his layup, lay a small blue ball. Could it be that I have also managed to conjure a ball for myself? Chen Yi approached in astonishment, picking up the small ball when suddenly, the system's voice resonated. Ding. The host has acquired the Stepmaster, bronze level, badge, exclusive to the star player aura. This badge enhances the ball handler's speed and efficiency in initiating their first step when in a triple threat position or after performing a fancy dribble. Obtaining this badge is crucial for his current self. After integrating the template of the peak Jeremy Lin, Chen Yi's first step has already reached an elite level within the league. However, upon the expiration of the template's usage, his speed would undoubtedly be significantly impacted. With the badge's enhancement, the initiation of his first step can still provide excellent scoring opportunities. Stuckey secretly wiped his brow. The rookie opposite him was far stronger than anticipated. The Pistons launched a counterattack, with Hamilton showcasing his off-ball capabilities to the entire Wizards team. Once the Pistons' ball began to circulate on the court, Nick Young, tasked with defending Hamilton, found himself utterly outpaced. After receiving a pass in the elbow area, Nick Young was effectively blocked by Ben Wallace, unable to break free, and could only watch as Hamilton sank the shot. The score stood at 2-2. That guy really knows how to move, Nick Young lamented. Chen Yi gently tapped his arm, paying attention to the screen set by his teammates in the paint. Chen Yi's concern over Nick Young's defensive shortcomings was entirely predictable, for Young has always been a glaring liability on that front. He is far more adept at leveraging his athletic prowess and shooting finesse to create opportunities on the offensive end, often indulging in isolation plays, which renders his performance rather inconsistent. This unpredictability is precisely why Sanders cannot confidently assign him a starting position. Furthermore, after Hamilton's recent shot, yet another blue orb descended onto the floor. Another badge. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The system's drop rate tonight was exceptionally high, with 2 blue orbs appearing within mere minutes. As he bent down to collect it, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Hamilton Jump Shot Action Pack. Equipping this shooting pack will alter the host's shooting form and enhance the accuracy of mid-range shots. A shooting action pack. Chen Yi suddenly recalled that in the initial explanation provided by the system, the Blue Orb Star aura included badges, shooting packages, dunk packages, and dribbling packages. In the recent matches, he had only acquired badges, nearly forgetting that other rewards might also be available. After collecting the shooting package, Chen Yi refrained from equipping it immediately. The impact of shooting mechanics on one's feel for the game is substantial, even with buffs that enhance shooting accuracy. A professional player would hesitate to alter their shooting posture lightly. He intended to experiment with it on the training court after the match to assess its effectiveness before deciding to equip it, redirecting his focus to the game. Chen Yi advanced the ball to the front court, continuing his one-on-one against Stuckey. He executed a series of dribbling maneuvers from a 45-degree angle to feint his opponent, then took a step forward with his right foot, pretending to accelerate. As anticipated, Stuckey fell for the ruse. Having been bested in the previous play, he was now like a startled bird, fearful of being left behind again, and promptly retreated into Chen Yi's driving lane. However, Chen Yi pulled the ball back, shifting his body slightly backward instead. Stuckey, caught off guard, lunged forward, but his body had already lost its balance, causing him to stumble forward for a couple of steps. Seeing the precarious situation, Jerebko quickly moved up from his low position to provide assistance, allowing Big Ben to focus on guarding both Haywood and Jamison in the paint. As Jerebko advanced, Jamison opted not to engage in a 2-on-1 against Haywood in the restricted area. Instead, he immediately positioned himself to block the side of Stuckey and Jerebko. Chen Yi dribbles forward with accelerating strides, skillfully bouncing the ball as he advances from the left side. As Jerebko attempts to navigate around the screen and follow up, Jamison deftly cuts inside, while Haywood draws Ben Wallace out of the paint. At this moment, the Pistons' restricted area is entirely vacated. Chen Yi delivers a precise bounce pass, allowing Jamison to take one dribble before launching into a single-leg jump to emphatically slam the ball into the hoop. The execution of the screen was of superior quality, as Jamison effectively obstructed 2 defenders. In the domestic broadcast, commentator Yang Yi remarked, Zhang Heli maintains a smile, rather than crediting the screen. It is evident that Chen Yi is pivotal. His dribbling maneuver successfully shook off Stuckey, and Jerebko, arriving in support, could not match his speed. Yang Yi nodded in agreement, stating, the Wizards' offense was executed beautifully, utterly dismantling the Pistons' defense. Realizing he had become a mere background figure, Stuckey advanced the ball to the front court, promptly seeking a screen from a teammate. He is a player receiving significant backing from the management, holding a prominent tactical position within the team. Utilizing his teammate as a shield, Stuckey drove into the paint, executed a series of maneuvers, and turned to push the ball towards the basket. However, he was met with a double team from Jamison and Butler, while Haywood made a tentative attempt to block. As expected, Stuckey's shot clanged off the rim. The ball ricocheted off the bottom of the basket. Had Jamison not secured the rebound, the returning ball might have struck him squarely in the face. That shot was utterly unreasonable, Zhang Heli exclaimed. Hamilton and Jerebko were both open. Stuckey should have opted to pass. Yang Yi concurred, adding, Stuckey's urgency was palpable, and it was evident that his footwork lacked agility, putting him at a disadvantage in terms of speed. As Yang Yi's commentary concluded, Chen Yi, having received a pass from Jamison, sprinted into the Pistons' paint. This fast break saw no defenders able to keep pace with him. He took 3 powerful strides from the free throw line and executed a fierce one-handed dunk. 6-2. Pistons coach John Kuster shook his head, noting that Stuckey, a dual-position guard often filling in as a shooting guard and becoming the team's offensive linchpin, is particularly adept at driving to the basket. However, tonight, facing Chen Yi, he appeared somewhat clumsy. As the Pistons prepared to inbound the ball, Coach Saunders gestured to Chen Yi from the sidelines, indicating a switch to defend Nick Young. This strategy had been discussed earlier in their tactical meeting. Should Young fail to keep up with Hamilton, Chen Yi was to take on the defensive assignment. Stuckey, now filled with irritation, observed Hamilton's relentless movement, eager to prove himself through isolation plays. He knew the overall strategy was to allow Hamilton to wear down the opponent's stamina before he assumed the role of primary scorer. Spotting Hamilton in an excellent receiving position, Stuckey ultimately chose to pass. However, with Ben Wallace obstructing his view, Chen Yi smirked, sidestepped, and leapt to intercept the ball with remarkable agility. Chen Yi has already anticipated the passing route. Stark, filled with frustration, clapped his hands and immediately led his teammates in a replay. Chen Yi charged into the penalty area, facing Starkey and Wilcox, leaping into the air with remarkable speed. Starkey, muscles taut, confronted the brash youth head-on in a 1-on-2 scenario, perceiving this as an excellent opportunity to redeem himself. However, as Chen Yi leapt, he suddenly flicked his wrist backward. By the time the two defenders leapt to block, the ball had already reached Nick Young beyond the three-point line. Young, the gallant sharpshooter, aimed for the basket and took his shot. As the flashy pass illuminated the court, the crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated. 9-2. Setting aside Young's other skills, his ability to shoot off a catch in open space remained quite reassuring. Moreover, Chen Yi's no-look pass, a form of flamboyant play, would only enhance his shooting percentage. Pistons head coach Custer immediately called a timeout as Young's three-pointer found the net. Within just over 2 minutes into the game, the Pistons were being utterly overwhelmed. Their offense resembled an agonizing struggle, and their defense was even more dismal. Their perimeter offensive firepower was overwhelming. Richard and Rodney needed to focus intently. Custer, holding the tactical board, stated, "Our offense is lacking. Richard, you must move more. We have an advantage playing off the ball, and once we tire out the defenders, Rodney can slice through their defense with his drives." He then turned his gaze to Ben and Jerebko, who had been active on the perimeter, reminding them not to neglect the paint. Observing the nods from the Pistons players, Custer felt a tinge of helplessness. The team was in disarray. While losing this game was inevitable, it was crucial not to lose too embarrassingly, especially since the opposing team appeared equally underwhelming. Since taking the helm of the Pistons this year, he had continued the strategies of his predecessor, Michael Curry, without implementing sweeping reforms, which had left the team in a state of lethargy, nearing the worst record in a decade. Custer understood the necessity for rebuilding. He did not seek personal accolades, adopting an attitude of merely avoiding mistakes while going through the motions of the season. Upon returning from the timeout, neither side made adjustments to their lineups. Sanders continued to assign Chen Yi to defend against Hamilton. Hamilton's off-ball movement combined with his teammates' screens posed a challenge for Chen Yi. To keep pace with Hamilton's runs, mere speed was insufficient. He had to keenly observe the Pistons' formation to avoid falling into traps. Hamilton led Chen Yi in circles around the court, receiving the ball at the free throw line. Chen Yi navigated the screen and moved in for tight defense, but Hamilton dribbled twice before rising up to shoot over him. Chen Yi leapt to block the shot, but the basketball struck the rim and ultimately rolled into the net. Such a shooting touch left him feeling helpless, a poignant reminder that the era of the masked hero had passed its zenith. In his prime years, few dared to claim they could contain his off-ball movement. A silver lining, however, is that this attempt granted Chen Yi an additional 0-1 in mid-range statistics. The Wizards now possessed possession of the ball. Chen Yi received a handoff pass at the arc, directing his teammates' movements from his position. Once his teammates created space in the penalty area, Chen Yi opted to aggressively drive past Stuckey. Stuckey raised his right hand to obstruct Chen Yi, yet his lateral movement was too sluggish. It necessitated a teammate to provide support in the penalty area, which would undoubtedly leave someone unmarked. Butler found himself unguarded at the arc, yet Chen Yi chose not to pass. Instead, he swiftly transitioned the ball from his left hand to his right beneath his hips, coming to an abrupt halt while sprinting at high speed. Stuckey, too, was caught off guard, his momentum causing his foot to slip, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. Chen Yi has already gathered the ball, his legs propelling him upwards with vigor, as his palms extend forward to deftly redirect the basketball. With an elegant arc, the ball sails through the air. Stocky, struggling to maintain his balance, finds himself unable to focus on the shot, merely watching as the basketball descends into the net. Swish. A two-point shot is successfully made. 11-4. The thought of a three-point shot from the baseline flickers in his mind. With a sidelong glance at the disheveled Stucky, Chen Yi chuckled. Keep it up, you're almost managing to guard me. Stucky's eyes blazed with fury, yet he found himself powerless to retort against Chen Yi's provocation. Observing his teammates' humiliation, the newly positioned Dabin approached Chen Yi and muttered softly, "You scrawny yellow-skinned kid, don't just hide behind the three-point line. You can't guard me either." Chen Yi merely smiled in response. Dabin's expression darkened. Despite his new hairstyle softening his once menacing appearance, he still projected a rugged demeanor. However, his dominance in defense had long since diminished. After Hamilton's mid-range jump shot failed to find its mark, Haywood positioned himself in the paint to contest Dabin for the rebound. When the basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim, both players leapt nearly simultaneously, with the shorter Dabin astonishingly snatching the ball first. Though slightly over 2 meters tall, Dabin had once claimed the title of rebounding champion twice, relying on his leaping speed and precise anticipation of the ball's trajectory. Despite his diminished physical prowess, his instinct for rebounding remained intact. As a pair of gray balls landed on the court, Chen Yi did not rush to retrieve them. Instead, he closely followed Hamilton while ensuring his teammates established a solid defensive formation. Dabin passed the ball to the perimeter, where Stucky, utilizing a screen, eluded Nick Young and drove into the paint, only to miss his layup. Nevertheless, the rebound was still secured by Dabin. Hamilton, having also benefited from a screen, maneuvered into the paint. After Dabin executed a handoff pass while blocking the defender, Chen Yi was unable to intercept the pass, allowing Hamilton to easily score with a layup. Another 2 gray balls fell from Dabin and Hamilton. Ding. The host has acquired the ability cut-in dunk 0. 1. Ding. The host has acquired the defensive ability rebound 0. 2. Ding. The host has obtained the exclusive badge Rebounding Master, which enhances the host's rebounding skills and awareness. Chen Yi, while receiving the pass, gathered the scattered small balls on the floor, earning his second badge of the match. He then transmitted the ball to Nick Young, who was near the free throw line, while Chen Yi positioned himself at the left baseline. Jamison advanced from the right baseline, and Butler acted as a shield at the edge of the paint, blocking the defense of Jerebko. However, despite Jamison being wide open at the arc, Nick Young found himself ensnared by the combined efforts of Wilcox and Stakich Hamilton, rendering him unable to release the ball from his grasp. Chen Yi moved to receive the ball at a 45-degree angle. After securing it, he inclined his body to the left, prompting Stakey to take a step back to the left. With a powerful thrust from his left leg, Chen Yi surged to the right with the ball in hand. Yet another swift maneuver. Wilcox rushed to provide support, but the rapidly advancing Chen Yi dribbled once before consolidating the ball, turning his back against Wilcox as he pivoted into the paint, raising the ball high towards the hoop. Dabin abandoned his defense of Haywood and leaped alongside Chen Yi. Chen Yi's hand firmly grasped the basketball as he propelled it towards the hoop. Yet Dabin's palm also made contact with the sphere. The muscles in both their arms were taut. Dabin sought to force Chen Yi down, reminiscent of his familiar blocking technique. However, this time, it felt as though Dabin's hand was met with an overwhelming counterforce, causing his arm to instantaneously ache and his body to descend uncontrollably. Chen Yi's arm trembled slightly, yet with a determined grunt, he forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. The master of dunks. Chen collided midair with Ben Wallace. Big Ben blocked that shot. Barkley exclaimed with excitement, yet it seemed Chen's strength prevailed, as he forcefully pushed Wallace to the ground. What a savage dunk. This marks Chen's second dunk over a center this season, Kenny Smith remarked. In that fleeting moment, Barkley began to believe the media's previous reports about Chen Yi's bench press limit. The NBA's only officially recognized bench press limit is 202 kilograms, established by none other than Ben Wallace. Wallace's offensive skills are notably lacking. His entire talent is concentrated in the realm of strength, allowing him to become one of the league's premier blue-collar players. However, that recent block was purely a contest of power, and ultimately, victory belonged to Chen Yi. Although Chen had previously showcased his strength, this moment truly instilled fear in the hearts of the world. My goodness, that was utterly brutal. This shot is destined to claim the top spot on today's highlight reel. Chen Yi is terrifying. Is he truly human? Previously, he had overpowered other guards with his strength, but today he faced a center renowned for his own might. Referees, please check if the ball is still intact. Domestic forums have erupted in chaos. Chen Yi hung from the rim with one arm for a moment before gracefully descending to the court. He exuberantly pointed at the Pistons players, exclaiming, "Washington has no no-fly zone." This declaration, combined with his recent dunk, was nothing short of electrifying. Nick Young dramatically reclined in Haywood's embrace, his legs seemingly weakened by the intensity of the moment. Meanwhile, Big Ben picked himself up from the floor, lowered his head to retrieve the ball, and passed it to Stuckey from the sidelines. Taking a deep breath, Big Ben acknowledged this rare moment of being merely a supporting character. He was one of the few players whose blocks could generate a plethora of highlight reels. Was he truly aging? During the first quarter, Chen Yi played for 9 minutes, exiting the game with the score at 28-10. He recorded a commendable stat line of 11 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals, showcasing a well-rounded and efficient performance. In stark contrast, his counterpart Stuckey concluded the quarter with a dismal record of 0 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 3 turnovers. At the end of the first quarter, Barkley beamed with delight as he reviewed the statistical summary. "Rodney, is this what you meant by excelling every night, every game?" Barkley mocked. Noting that on both offense and defense, Stuckey appeared as a novice in the presence of Chen Yi, as if he lacked even the most basic basketball skills. Kenny Smith chimed in with laughter, declaring that Rodney would become a national laughingstock that evening. Replays revealed that throughout the first quarter, Stuckey was bested by Chen Yi in one-on-one situations 5 times, necessitating help from teammates on each occasion, which allowed Jamison and others ample opportunities to shoot. This was a significant factor in the Wizards' explosive scoring during the quarter. Offensively, Stuckey struggled against the defense, losing the ball on various drives and missing shots. If one were to obscure his jersey number, teammates might mistake him for a player summoned from the developmental league. His sole basket in the quarter came at the 11-minute mark, a sudden stop-and-pop jumper, with Chen Yi already off the court and Earl Boykins tasked with defending him. Notably, the Wizards' backup guard, Boykins, stood at a mere 165 meters and weighed 61 kilograms. In the second quarter, the Pistons continued to be dominated by the Wizards. The Pistons' offense had been a disarray throughout the season, with their highest scorer, Hamilton, averaging only 18.1 points per game. As for the struggling Stuckey, despite averaging 16.6 points, his 4.8 assists per game were insufficient to cohesively unite the team, and he held the highest assist tally among them. If Stuckey's drives failed to yield results, the team was forced to rely on Hamilton. When Hamilton managed a mere 4 points on 2 of 6 shooting in the second quarter, and no one else stepped up, the Pistons found themselves trailing by 16 points in just that quarter. The halftime score stood at 57-26, a staggering 31-point deficit. Chen Yi felt as though the game was easier than the team's practice sessions. In the second quarter, he continued to guard Hamilton while distributing the ball to Jamison and Nick Young, contributing 4 points and 4 assists. Nick Young, valuing his starting opportunity, played prudently, remaining beyond the arc as a shooter during the lead. The slightly fiery Young made 3 out of 3 three-point attempts and added 2 free throws, amassing 11 points in the quarter. This style of play not only reassured Coach Saunders but also delighted Chen Yi, as Young had bestowed upon him a sharpshooter badge and a 0.2 three-point shooting attribute. The sharpshooter badge effectively reduces the negative impact of defensive interference on jump shots, including mid-range and three-point attempts, proving to be an invaluable asset for shooting under pressure. Chen Yi found the system's scoring rate rather peculiar, having garnered only 3 badges in the first half. By the midpoint of the third quarter, the Wizards fans were already poised to pop the champagne, with the score standing at a staggering 75-36. Both Barkley and Kenny Smith, witnessing such a one-sided affair, lost their enthusiasm for commentary and instead engaged in casual conversation at the broadcast booth, unreservedly criticizing the Pistons players. During their own playing days, they had both experienced the ferocity of the Pistons bad boys, known for their brutal defense. However, tonight, they could scarcely believe that the 5 individuals on the court, who bore the semblance of NBA players, were indeed members of the Pistons. Their scorn was not limited to the inactive head coach, Kuster, as their criticisms were predominantly directed at Rodney Stuckey. The bravado he exhibited prior to the game now rendered him a mere jester. Stuckey's performance in the first half was abysmal, hitting only 1 out of 7 shots, accumulating 4 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists through free throws. In the third quarter, after more than 6 minutes of play, he managed a meager 2 points, 0 rebounds, and 0 assists, with a shooting efficiency of 1 out of 4. At the 7-minute and 34-second mark of the third quarter, Chen Yi blocked Stuckey's layup, prompting Kuster to call a timeout and replace all the Pistons starters. This signaled the onset of garbage time. Following the unwritten rules of the game, Sanders also brought in the Wizards' fringe players for some practice. Chen Yi sat on the bench, successfully clocking out after 3 quarters. This was somewhat of a disappointment for the Wizards fans, as such a one-sided affair diminished the value of their tickets. Meanwhile, both domestic and international viewers watching the live broadcast expressed their dissatisfaction, promptly switching off their televisions to fervently discuss the Pistons players in online forums. As the final buzzer sounded, the Wizards triumphed over the Pistons with a resounding score of 106-58, securing their 15th victory of the season. The Pistons also set a new record for the most significant loss of the century, trailing by 48 points. Chen Yi, having clocked out after 3 quarters, played for only 29 minutes, achieving an impressive performance with 22 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, and no turnovers, shooting 9 of 14 from the field. 1 of 2 from beyond the arc, and perfect from the free throw line with 3 of 3. Notably, he also recorded the first block of his career in this match. Chen Yi finally experienced the joyful basketball life of a future elementary school student in Golden State, aside from not being able to continue accumulating stats. Leaving the court early after 3 quarters was an unparalleled delight. After the match concluded, the masked hero Hamilton stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at the scoreboard on the big screen, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. As one of the formidable Pistons, he had witnessed the team's glory. Although the squad was undergoing a rebuilding phase over the past 2 years, for a veteran like him, who had experienced the ironclad defense of the old Pistons, a 48-point deficit pierced his heart like a dagger. Stuckey, on the other hand, dashed back to the locker room, his demeanor disheveled the moment the game ended. In the player tunnel, he was warmly greeted by Wizards fans, to which Stuckey could only cover his head with a towel, attempting to shield himself from the world. Big Ben felt no better. In this match, he became merely a backdrop to Chen Yi's performance, with that spectacular dunk destined to remain forever etched in the annals of humiliation. Meanwhile, the Wizards were in high spirits. Nick Young, who scored 25 points, celebrated on the court, shaking his head in delight, proving that the joys and sorrows of individuals seldom coincide. As the focal point of the team, Chen Yi was naturally surrounded by a throng of reporters. "My teammates performed exceptionally well in this game. The victory is a collective achievement," he stated. "My goal is undoubtedly to maintain a winning streak. This is my first season, and I aspire to lead my teammates to the playoffs." After addressing several inquiries, a particularly provocative question arose from the reporters. "What are your thoughts on Rodney Stuckey as a player?" Chen Yi winked at the reporters and fell into silence. The blonde female journalist smiled and tilted her head slightly. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze, and after a moment, Chen Yi finally spoke. Who is Rodney?" The journalist stifled a laugh and replied, "The starting point guard for the Pistons, who has been defending you all night. His jersey number is 3. Chen Yi shook his head, pondering whether anyone from the Pistons was defending against him tonight. "Oh, I apologize. I truly can't recall," he remarked. He then pulled Nick Young over and earnestly inquired, "Do you know who is guarding me this evening?" Nick Young swaggered over, snatched the microphone, and exclaimed, "My brother Chen is the cornerstone of our team. Regardless of the opponent, his drives are as effortless as slicing through tofu. No one on the Pistons can withstand him." The duo disregarded Stuckey's response post-game, once again thrusting him into the limelight. Upon returning to the locker room, Chen Yi accessed the system panel. Although his performance in the game was not extraordinary, netting only 536 points, he had garnered a wealth of attributes and badges. Hamilton and Nick Young collectively contributed 0.7 to his mid-range shooting, 0.3 to his three-point shooting, and 0.1 to his driving dunks, while Ben Wallace added 0.6 to his rebounds and 0.2 to his blocks. In terms of badges, he acquired the marksman, first step master, and rebounding expert, and his 8 assists that night elevated his dime badge to silver level. The badge transformed from a copper hue to silver, now accompanied by the notation 050. It seemed he required an additional 50 assists to advance the badge to the next tier. Chen Yi murmured to himself, then shifted his gaze to the equipment halo section. The halo featured a plus symbol, and as he concentrated on it, the system's prompt echoed once more. Would the host like to equip the new Move Hamilton jump shot? Ding. The equipment was successfully equipped. Chen Yi remained oblivious to the changes in his body and planned to test the effects at the training ground the following day. After spending 2 points to purchase a nutritional supplement, he had yet to touch the remaining 2,150 points. After changing clothes and leaving the locker room, the Wizards players, due to their away game the next day, did not arrange to hang out together and each returned home. Nick Young insisted that Chen Yi drive him back, and despite it being out of the way, Chen Yi complied. After dropping Nick off, he took a longer route back to his apartment. The next afternoon, the Wizards players arrived at the arena for practice in succession. Once the equipment manager had organized everyone's jerseys, shoes, and other necessary items for the game, they boarded the team bus together to head to the airport, where they would take a charter flight to Atlanta. Their next opponent on the road was the Hawks. NBA teams typically travel on charter flights for away games, which not only offer more comfortable seating, but also a variety of in-flight meals. Chen Yi, wearing headphones, intercepted a flight attendant in a form-fitting black skirt pushing a cart and requested a glass of orange juice before retrieving his laptop. The airplane was equipped with wireless Wi-Fi, and upon opening his email, he found it overflowing with a multitude of advertisements and collaboration inquiries. Ever since he posted a message seeking an agent on his social media accounts, his inbox had become inundated daily. After parting ways with his initial agent in the United States, who had subsequently vanished to South America, Chen Yi was eager to secure a reliable agent to assist him with the myriad of complexities beyond the court. He perused resumes from various agencies and freelancers, coming across one from Huaxia. "Songji, I apologize, but I am not fond of your name." After reviewing a plethora of options, he marked several resumes for consideration, planning to conduct interviews upon his return to Washington. Following a 2-hour flight, Chen Yi arrived and took a shuttle to a hotel near the Atlanta Hawks home arena, the Phillips Arena. With no team practice scheduled for that afternoon, he entertained himself with video games in the hotel before joining his teammates for training the following morning. The coaching staff allotted an hour for tactical drills, leaving the remainder of the session open for players to practice freely. Swish, swish, swish. The Wizards' shooting coach noticed that Chen Yi's mid-range shots were consistently on target, yet something felt amiss. "Chen, have you changed your shooting form?" Nick Young approached him with a basketball in hand. "Your previous technique was quite standard. Making abrupt adjustments may adversely affect your shooting percentage." Chen Yi looked at him and smiled. "Is that so? I have successfully made 50 consecutive three-point shots." After adopting Hamilton's shooting technique, Chen Yi inexplicably developed a remarkable muscle memory for shooting. Previously, his shooting stance had a lower release point, and his shooting position was not above his forehead but directly above his shoulder, which eliminated any interference with his line of sight, allowing for a swift release. The shooting coach analyzed. Now his hand moves with the ball, he aims at the hoop in advance, and his jump shot is executed with a side stance without tilting his head. His body balance is exceptionally maintained, and his hand positioning is impeccable, with his left hand causing minimal interference to the ball. This represents two entirely distinct shooting styles, and he can effortlessly transition between them. This fellow is indeed a genius. Nick Young, recalling Chen Yi's previous performances, realized that this explanation seemed to be the only plausible one. Chen Yi finds Hamilton's shooting posture to be more effective. Previously, he maintained a shooting accuracy of around 70 to 80% from mid-range, and now he often achieves perfection, with a significant improvement in his open three-point shots. Not only has his shooting habit improved, but the new shooting stance is also expected to enhance his shooting percentage. Moreover, with several shooting badges, Chen Yi feels that his shooting prowess surpasses the mere numerical values displayed on the stats sheet. At 7:30 in the evening, the Wizards are set to face the Hawks in an away game. The Hawks have achieved a record of 24 wins and 13 losses, currently holding the fourth position in the Eastern Conference. Phillips Arena, comparable in size to the Verizon Center, accommodates over 18,000 spectators. In recent years, the Hawks have consistently ranked among the top 5 teams in the East. Although they often exit the playoffs in the first round, the fans remain hopeful, resulting in high attendance rates. Many front-row attendees are fans who have flown in from Washington, proudly donning Chen Yi's jersey. As both teams take to the court, Hawks point guard Mike Bibby approaches Chen Yi for a handshake and greets him in Chinese. Bibby, who has a quarter of his heritage rooted in Huaxia, honors his grandmother, who was of Huaxia descent, by tattooing her surname, Tang, in Chinese characters on his arm. Tonight's starting lineup for the Hawks includes Al Horford, Marvin Williams, Josh Smith, Joe Johnson, and Mike Bibby. The Wizards' starting lineup features Haywood, Jamison, Butler, Nick Young, and Chen Yi. Mike Miller is sidelined due to a right leg strain sustained during practice, expected to be out for about a week, prompting Saunders to continue starting Nick Young. Young performed admirably in the last game, and if he avoids lapses, Saunders leans towards the more aggressive offensive capabilities of Young. Furthermore, Young's height should serve him well against Joe Johnson, and Saunders intends to test their matchup. During this period, the Hawks' Joe Johnson exhibits proficient ball handling skills and stable shooting. Coupled with his small forward physique while playing in the shooting guard position, many teams struggle to defend against him, which has been a key factor in the Hawks' impressive regular season performance in recent years. Chen Yi cast his gaze, and, aside from Joe Johnson, the Hawks roster is comprised of formidable players. Josh Smith has fully established himself as a reliable second-in-command, while the third-year player Al Horford is steadily improving, now averaging a commendable double-double of 14 points and 10 rebounds. Additionally, the bench player Crawford has proven to be a significant asset. Having joined the Hawks this year, Crawford, due to positional overlap with Joe Johnson, has willingly taken on the role of a substitute, despite being a top scorer capable of netting 50 points in a single game. However, after a few games, it became evident that Crawford is a natural sixth man, leading the second unit with impressive prowess, averaging the second highest points on the team. In Chen Yi's impression, after Crawford unlocked his talent as the sixth man this year, he is poised to secure his inaugural Sixth Man of the Year award. Embarking on a legendary journey as a quintessential sixth man. Additionally, among the Hawks reserves, there exists a player named Pachulia, an individual whose presence cannot be overlooked. He possesses a rugged demeanor. During the jump ball at center court, Hayward, towering half a head above Horford, successfully secured the first offensive play for the Wizards. Chen Yi, ball in hand, faced off against Mike Bibby. Prior to the game, Bibby had greeted Chen Yi with a friendly handshake. Yet Chen Yi showed no mercy as he charged towards the basket. With a swift movement, he effortlessly slipped past Bibby, and in that moment, the emblem of the master of first steps flickered in his mind. With the enhancement that the badge provided, Chen Yi's initial acceleration would become even more formidable. Historically, Mike Bibby has been one of the least defensively adept players in the league, known for his sluggish lateral movement. Despite his robust physique, he often faltered in physical confrontations. When matched against a guard with even a hint of offensive prowess, he was rendered helpless. Furthermore, Bibby had entered the twilight of his career, with his average points per game plummeting to single digits for the first time, his statistics even less impressive than during his rookie season. Nevertheless, he managed to secure his position as the starting point guard for the team through experience and reliable shooting. As Chen Yi penetrated the paint with ease, Al Horford stepped up to provide defense. Chen Yi deftly flicked the ball off the ground, sending it around Horford's back to Haywood, who executed a powerful dunk. The Hawks quickly mounted a counterattack, with Nick Young eagerly attempting to guard Joe Johnson. Despite his enthusiastic efforts, his skills fell short, allowing Johnson to initiate his isolation game. From the top of the arc, he skillfully faked to shake off Young before stepping back to release a three-point shot that swished through the net. Simultaneously, a small gray orb fell to the ground. Ding! The host has acquired a shooting ability, 3-point shot 0-1. Chen Yi picked up his capabilities and patted Nick Young's backside in a gesture of consolation. It was entirely understandable that he could not contain his opponent. No one on the team, including Sanders, had ever anticipated that Young could defend against Joe Johnson. At this point in his career, Johnson was at his zenith, averaging an impressive 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists per game. There were even fans who whimsically claimed that if Michael Jordan were to play basketball in the modern era, he would be at Johnson's level. Though such statements were made in jest, they nonetheless highlighted his prowess. With the Wizards regaining possession, Chen Yi continued to call for isolation plays, seeking to penetrate Mike Bibby's defense. Bibby found himself at a loss, after being breezed past once more. He could only watch as Chen Yi surged into the completely unguarded paint and executed a facile dunk. The score stood at 4-3. Both sides began the game showcasing their individual talents. Kenny Smith remarked, "Both teams are relying on personal prowess." Barkley chuckled, "Chen is wildly displaying his isolation skills against Joe." After witnessing Chen Yi's score, Joe Johnson received the ball near the free throw line, signaling his teammates to spread the floor. As Nick Young noticed Johnson dribbling closely, he instinctively reached out to steal the ball. However, after Johnson took a decisive step, Young quickly lost his positioning. The basketball was deftly flicked from his grasp, landing accurately in the net. Such an exquisite shot. That step-back jumper was virtually indefensible by anyone. Chen Yi skillfully maneuvered to exploit Mike Bibby, as both players engaged in a series of one-on-one duels during the first quarter. Particularly notable was Joe Johnson's realization that the opposing defense had not adjusted, allowing Nick Young to match up against him consistently. Young, feeling increasingly frustrated on the defensive end, became anxious, which adversely affected his shooting rhythm. Sanders allocated a reasonable tactical role for Young, who attempted 4 shots in the first 6 minutes but failed to convert any. Conversely, Mike Bibby, despite being targeted defensively, maintained his composure, proving to be a significant threat from beyond the arc with his three-point shooting. With 4 minutes and 52 seconds remaining, the Wizards trailed the Hawks by 4 points at 16-20, prompting Sanders to call a timeout. During this break, Chen Yi, Nick Young, and Haywood were substituted out for a lineup of Foy, Stevenson, and McGee, while Jamison and Butler remained on the court. The Hawks also adjusted their roster, bringing in Jason Collins for Horford and Crawford for Bibby. Upon entering the game, Crawford immediately showcased his offensive prowess to the delight of Hawks fans. At the top of the arc, he hesitated momentarily before executing a behind-the-back dribble followed by an explosive leap, leaving Foy off balance. Crawford accelerated and finished with a graceful floater, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Chen Yi, seated on the bench, couldn't help but admire the fluidity of Crawford's moves, acknowledging the skill of the man known for his extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, a small blue ball quietly landed at the top of the arc, but Chen Yi, unable to retrieve it from the sidelines, would have to wait until his next opportunity to see what accolades might emerge. However, in the remaining 4 minutes of the first quarter, Chen Yi did not get the chance to return to the game, remaining seated until the quarter concluded with a score of 28-22, leaving the Wizards 6 points adrift. Foy, having recognized the reality of the situation, refrained from reckless play. Possessing the caliber of a starting point guard, he led the Wizards in their efforts to stabilize the score despite the formidable offensive pressure from the opposing team. In the first quarter, Chen Yi made 3 out of 4 shots, with a 3-point attempt that did not find its mark, accumulating a total of 6 points and 2 assists. All 3 of his shots were executed under the formidable defense of Bibby, successfully penetrating to score. The Hawks scoring linchpins, Joe Johnson and Crawford, contributed 10 and 6 points respectively. While one might occasionally misremember a nickname remains steadfast. Johnson's offensive plays in the first quarter were predominantly one-on-one situations. Beyond relying on shooting and driving, he also demonstrated a commendable number of assists, totaling 3. As the Hawks' primary facilitator, Bibby has averaged merely 3.9 assists per game this season, in stark contrast to Johnson's impressive average of 4.9 assists, with a career high reaching 6.5. This clearly illustrates his exceptional passing prowess. A shooting guard, skilled in both scoring and assisting, who is colloquially known as ISO Joe, further affirms his adeptness in isolation plays. This is a key factor in why the Wizards find it challenging to contend with the Hawks. In the second quarter, Chen Yi returned to the fray, leading his 4 teammates, Haywood, Jamison, Butler, and Nick Young. This time, Saunders assigned Young to the small forward position to match up against Josh Smith, while Butler faced Johnson at shooting guard. The Hawks also made adjustments to their lineup, featuring Pachulia, Jason Collins, Smith, Johnson, and Crawford. Upon seeing Pachulia enter the game, Chen Yi took a moment to caution his teammate Haywood, advising him to be wary of the opposing center's propensity for subtle fouls, emphasizing the importance of self-protection. Haywood nodded in acknowledgement, though Pachulia wore an innocent expression that belied his reputation, prompting Chen Yi's reminder to instill a sense of caution. Chen Yi had resolved to refrain from venturing into the paint, considering the plethora of dubious antics perpetrated by his adversary, a certain individual known as Zha Zha. Notable players such as Leonard and Shumpert had previously fallen victim to his treacherous maneuvers. It seems that only the fans of the Raptors could harbor any affection for him, as his notorious tiptoe incident ultimately led to Leonard being traded to the Toronto Raptors, a pivotal moment that enabled the team to secure their inaugural championship. Back on the court, Chen Yi retrieved the blue ball dropped by Crawford at the top of the arc, along with a gray ball that had slipped from Joe Johnson's grasp during a shot from the elbow as the first quarter was drawing to a close. Ding. The host has acquired a shooting ability, mid-range 0-1. Ding. The host has obtained the dribbling skill package of the star player Crawford. Chen Yi chose to equip himself with the dribbling package directly. Crawford's dribbling is widely acknowledged for its elegance and practicality, particularly in evading defenders. His signature move is the behind-the-back, wide leap. The pre-game acquisition of the Hamilton shooting package significantly enhanced his mid-range shooting ability. At this moment, Chen Yi remains uncertain about the extent to which this dribbling package could refine his ball handling skills, leaving him to await the next round of practical application. As the second quarter commenced, possession remained with the Hawks, and Chen Yi found himself in a one-on-one defense against Crawford. Joe Johnson and Josh Smith positioned themselves at either baseline, while Zaza Pachulia and Darren Collison crouched beneath the basket, creating a lane for Crawford to penetrate from the left side. Jamal Crawford was poised to challenge Chen Yi in isolation, with his teammates fully spaced out. Barkley intently observed the unfolding scenario on the court, while Kenny Smith remarked on Chen's commendable perimeter defense, albeit acknowledging that Jamal's dribbling skills rank among the league's elite. Crawford deftly transferred the ball from his right hand to his left, then took a significant step forward. Chen Yi crouched slightly, retreating as he intently focused on the basketball in Crawford's hands. Crawford dribbled the ball to his right hand, accelerating towards the interior. As soon as Chen Yi shifted to the right, Crawford abruptly halted and deftly transferred the ball from behind his back to his left hand. Chen Yi stabilized his center of gravity and immediately pressed forward, denying his opponent any opportunity to shoot. Observing Chen Yi's close defense, Crawford dribbled the ball with his left hand and surged toward the paint. As Chen Yi retreated to obstruct his path, Crawford crouched slightly, bringing the ball above his head with his right hand. Faced with such a sudden stop-and-shoot jump shot, even if Chen Yi reacted, the momentum of his body created a distance of a step, rendering him unable to leap and complete a block, leaving him to watch the basketball gracefully swish through the net. As the ball rippled through the net, Chen Yi could only shake his head in resignation. Had he not retreated, Crawford would have easily laid the ball in with his explosive power, yet retreating allowed him the space for a jump shot. Crawford's dribbling rhythm was impeccable, and he seized the moment when Chen Yi was momentarily off balance to execute a sudden jump shot, combined with his excellent shooting touch, making this basket truly unpreventable. The only recourse was to stand on the sidelines and hope for a miss. At the arc, Chen Yi received a pass from Butler and gestured for his teammates to spread out. In the domestic commentary booth, Yang Yi observed the unfolding situation. While Coach Zhang smiled and remarked, Chen Yi is quite determined. Having just been scored upon in a one-on-one, he now seeks to respond in kind. Chen Yi dribbled the ball while lowering his center of gravity. After a series of between-the-legs dribbles, he took a probing step forward with his left foot, as Crawford spread his arms to block his path. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Yi attempted to flick the ball from behind his back to his left hand. After a brief pause, he swiftly transitioned the ball back to his left hand. Crawford, anticipating a drive to Chen Yi's right, hurriedly adjusted his defensive stance and shifted to the right. However, Chen Yi's body curiously remained stationary for a moment before he executed another behind-the-back switch. With a significant leap to the left, he created ample space and then accelerated towards the basket. Haywood did not venture into the open space. Instead, he intuitively positioned himself to obstruct the defender attempting to provide help at the rim. Chen Yi leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful slam dunk. Crawford was left frozen in place, as if he recognized the move from somewhere. The Wizards bench erupted in excitement once again, with Boykins enthusiastically jumping onto McGee's neck in celebration. Barkley could no longer contain himself upon witnessing Chen Yi outmaneuver Crawford, as Chen's consecutive behind-the-back moves nearly sent Jamal sprawling out of bounds. Kenny Smith marveled. Did Chen really just do that? Did Chen and Jamal mistakenly wear each other's jerseys? Fans back home began to speculate, marveling at the extraordinary ball handling skills on display. What level of control is this? Has Chen Yi mastered the art of misdirection? Crawford could never have anticipated such a turn of events. Chen Yi turned around, his mind previously occupied with strategies to outmaneuver his opponents. His two recent back dribbles were instinctive actions. The ball felt remarkably smooth in his hands, he mused internally. He could distinctly sense the improvement in his ball handling skills, particularly in his back dribbling, as a newfound muscle memory seemed to have integrated into his body. After adopting the template of Jeremy Lin, his ball control rating of 84 significantly elevated his dribbling prowess. Yet he still relied primarily on his explosive speed to catch his adversaries off guard during breakthroughs. As the Hawks launched a counterattack, Crawford opted against a one-on-one play. Spotting an opportunity for his teammate, Collison, in the paint, he lofted the ball toward him. However, as Collison attempted a layup, he was met with a double team from Haywood and Jamison, resulting in the referee calling a shooting foul on Haywood. Following the whistle, Hawks head coach Woodson called a timeout. Joe and Josh exited the court for a breather, while Mario and Jeff stepped onto the floor, with Jamal shifting to the small forward position. Woodson reorganized his lineup, clutching his tactical board as he instructed, if Jeff cannot contain the Eastern player, allow him a bit of space for his shot. If he penetrates into the paint, our forwards must assist in double-teaming him when necessary. Woodson cast a scrutinizing glance at Chen Yi, confident in his ability to neutralize him defensively. Before coaching the Hawks, Woodson served as an assistant coach for the formidable Pistons, well-versed in defensive strategies with a more traditional coaching style. He harbored a strong skepticism towards non-American players, believing that even outstanding performances from international athletes would not secure them significant playing time under his guidance. Thus, he did not regard Chen Yi as a significant threat, assuming he would rely solely on brute force for breakthroughs, with shooting being a notable weakness. Upon returning to the court, the Hawks adjusted their lineup to include Pachulia, Jason Collison, Crawford, Mario West, and Jeff Teague. Sanders also substituted Nick Young for Randy Foye to alleviate the organizational burden, allowing Chen Yi to focus on offense as he transitioned to the shooting guard position. Chen Yi gradually realized that Sanders was also a coach who favored players with a strong commitment to defense. After recognizing the effectiveness of Jamison and Butler, their average playing time exceeded 44 minutes per game. As for Chen Yi, during the recent matches, the question Sanders most frequently posed during breaks was whether he could maintain his stamina, seemingly concerned about the physical endurance of Asian players. Chen Yi had a premonition that after a few more matches, Sanders would realize his stamina was sufficient and would focus on him throughout the game. However, Chen Yi was indifferent. In fact, he welcomed the prospect of his coach granting him more playing time and opportunities. There was no need to worry about his endurance. If he were to expend too much energy, he could always redeem quick energy drinks during timeouts to swiftly replenish his stamina. Upon returning to the court, after Collison made one of his 2 free throws, possession reverted back to the Wizards. Foye advanced the ball to the halfway line and passed it to the team's offensive linchpin, Chen Yi. Chen Yi executed a series of dribbles beneath his legs, teasing his opponent before propelling himself forward with his left foot, making a vigorous drive to the right. Mario West ardently strove to match his pace. With 2 imposing figures lurking menacingly in the paint, Chen Yi, upon nearing the free throw line, deftly transferred the ball from behind his back to his left hand, executing a sudden halt that left his adversary momentarily disoriented. Mario West, regaining his footing, observed as Chen Yi paused to bounce the ball before taking a step forward with his left foot, prompting him to lunge toward the ball's trajectory. Chen Yi immediately gathered his strength, transferring the ball from his left hand to his right, propelling himself forward just as he brushed past the mispositioned Mario West. Observing his teammate being toyed with, Collison and Jaja swiftly positioned themselves within the restricted area. Chen Yi leaped from the edge of the paint, launching himself into the air. The basketball traced a swift arc, swishing through the net as Chen Yi scored once more. He had outmaneuvered his opponent yet again. Chen Yi glided past him. A direct jump shot, and it's in, Coach Zhang passionately exclaimed. Yang Yi chimed in, tonight. In the second quarter, Chen Yi has unveiled ball handling and dribbling skills we have never witnessed before. Coach Zhang nodded in agreement, noting that previously, Chen Yi primarily relied on his speed and physical advantage, barreling through defenses like a freight train. However, today he demonstrated that he possesses technical prowess as well. Moreover, did you notice, Yang Yi inquired, that Chen Yi's shooting form tonight differs from his usual style? Coach Zhang acknowledged this observation, recalling how he had noticed a change during the first quarter when Chen Yi attempted a three-pointer. He initially thought it was merely a momentary alteration. Yet, just moments ago, Chen Yi employed that same shooting stance, reminiscent of the masked man Hamilton. I wonder if it's related to his previous game against the Pistons, he pondered. In the short term, altering one's shooting form under normal circumstances can significantly impact a player's touch, Yang Yi remarked. In the second quarter, Chen Yi minimized his penetrations into the paint, partly due to the 2 reserve backcourt players of the opposing team, who were adept at evading defenders and creating shooting space. Additionally, he was wary of Jaja potentially employing sneaky tactics against him. Woodson, holding the tactical board, appeared somewhat bewildered, as in his strategy. He envisioned Chen Yi relentlessly driving into the lane, only to be completely stifled by his team's defensive formation. However, right from the onset of the second quarter, Chen Yi consistently handled the ball with finesse, executing pull-up jumpers and sudden stops for jump shots while even managing to play without the ball after Faye relieved him of some playmaking duties. After binding the template, Chen Yi's mid-range statistics are commendably high, reaching an impressive 89, which can be considered exceptional. However, his three-point shooting leaves much to be desired. In the recent matches, Chen Yi's breakthroughs have been exceptionally brilliant. Coupled with his infrequent mid-range shots, this has led many to perceive his shooting as subpar. When confronted with Chen Yi's jump shots, both Mario West and Jeff Teague found themselves helpless and resorted to tight defense against him. This allowed Chen Yi to effortlessly penetrate into the paint. Although Woodson's interior double-teaming effectively contained Chen Yi, the other Wizards players were far from negligible. Once Zaza and Collison converged in the paint for the double team, Chen Yi could easily pass the ball to Jamison or Butler, both of whom are sharpshooters who rarely miss when given an open look. Within just a few minutes of play, Woodson realized that the opposing team, utilizing various jump shots, not only caught up in points but also managed to take the lead. With 5 minutes and 47 seconds remaining, he urgently called a timeout and substituted the entire starting lineup. Faced with the glaring defensive lapses of Mike Bibby, Chen Yi reveled in his shooting opportunities. By the end of the first half, the Wizards led by 9 points, 57-48. In the second quarter, Chen Yi played for 10 minutes, amassing 14 points on the offensive end, along with 4 assists. Notably, his mid-range shots accounted for more than half of his attempts. Before Joe Johnson and Josh Smith entered the game to close the gap, Chen led his teammates to establish a double-digit lead. He continued to astound us, launching a plethora of mid-range shots in the first half, decisively silencing all the basketball commentators who had speculated prior to the game. As the half concluded, Barkley remarked in the studio. Kenny Smith nodded and said, "Almost everyone analyzing Chen's technical attributes believes he prefers initiating pick-and-rolls or leveraging his physical advantages to penetrate the paint. His jump shot is often considered a significant weakness." Barkley continued, "However, it is not solely about utilizing his physical advantages." In the second quarter, Chen fervently showcased his ball handling skills, leaving Mike Bibby and Jamal Crawford utterly bewildered. Upon returning for the second half, Saunders continued to position Chen Yi as a shooting guard, pairing him with Randy Foye. During previous tactical training and intra-squad scrimmages, Saunders had experimented with Chen in the shooting guard role, but the results were rather mediocre. He realized that Chen's skill set necessitated him to assume the role of a primary ball handler, where his full potential could be unleashed through pick and rolls. Surprisingly, the minutes when both players were on the court together in the first half proved to be quite effective, defying Saunders' expectations. Chen Yi is certainly aware of the style of play he needs to adapt to. Fortunately, the only competition he faces for his position among the Wizards guards is from Foye and the 5'5" Boykins. Otherwise, a reduction in his playing time would undoubtedly hinder his ability to perform at such a level. However, with an abundance of shooting badges and equipped with refined shooting techniques, his jump shot has significantly improved. Coupled with the absence of fatigue concerns, Chen Yi can even thrive off the ball. Returning to the game, Hawks head coach Woodson emphasized the need to intensify their defensive efforts during the break. Yet, despite this emphasis, Mike Bibby and Crawford held little hope of containing the explosive Chen Yi, while the core strategy of interior double-teaming remained unchanged. The responsibility for defending Chen Yi fell to Joe Johnson. Though affectionately dubbed the contemporary Jordan by fans, Joe lacks the defensive prowess of his predecessor. His footwork and positioning are average, and his lateral quickness does not match up well against a guard like Chen Yi, who relies on speed and explosiveness. Furthermore, once he switches onto the interior through a pick and roll, his height becomes a disadvantage. As the third quarter commenced, Chen Yi seized a rebound following a missed shot from the Hawks and charged down the court, delivering a ferocious dunk over Bibby. This marked his 6th dunk of the season. However, upon noticing the trailing defender, Chen Yi hung onto the rim for a moment, cautiously ensuring that the defender would not extend a foot to impede his landing. Caution, after all, is never misplaced. Young men must always take care to protect themselves. Following this play, Chen Yi continued to position himself near the 45-degree angle and baseline, taking shots whenever he found himself open. Both teams became embroiled in a shootout. Woodson, known for his defensive emphasis from his time with the Pistons, found that the Hawks' perimeter defenders were not up to par, compromising their defensive system, particularly after he mistakenly believed that Chen Yi was solely a slasher. Under Chen Yi's influence, the Wizards players gradually found their shooting rhythm. Nick Young, who had been shattered by isolation plays against Joe Johnson, opted to set aside his one-on-one talents and settled into a role as a spot-up shooter. As he observed the opposing team's methodical offense, Joe Johnson began to feel the pressure, with his teammates failing to step up at crucial moments. The inadequacies of their interior defense became glaringly apparent, especially with Marvin Williams, the 2nd overall pick in 05, whose performance has waned to the point of being outperformed by the third-year Al Horford. After Johnson missed both of his three-point attempts, the Hawks' offense began to stagnate. The Wizards maintained their lead into the final quarter. Had it not been for Crawford and Johnson's individual efforts in challenging the Wizards' defense, the game might have been decided by the third quarter. Ultimately, the Wizards triumphed over the Atlanta Hawks with a score of 94-82. Acknowledging Chen Yi's impressive endurance, Sanders allowed him to play for 41 minutes. Chen Yi recorded statistics of 31 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, shooting 13 of 24 from the field, including 1 of 3 from beyond the arc and a perfect 4 of 4 from the free throw line. This marked his third game, scoring over 30 points. Among his 11 successful two-point shots, 7 were mid-range jumpers. Jamison also contributed with a double-double, scoring 30 points and grabbing 13 rebounds, making him the most reliable scoring option aside from Chen Yi. After Chen Yi transitioned to the shooting guard position, Randy Foye enjoyed increased playing time, adding 20 points and 8 assists, while the struggling Nick Young managed only 8 points, suffering several one-on-one breakdowns. The Hawk star, Joe Johnson, ended with 37 points, while Crawford added 25, both players shouldering the burden of the Hawks' perimeter scoring. After facing off against the legendary isolation player, Chen Yi felt that his own one-on-one game, alongside his solid fundamentals and physical advantages, would have been even more effective had the Wizards possessed a swingman to limit him. Furthermore, once he penetrated the lane, he seldom sought to engage in physical confrontations with defenders, indicating a noticeable deficiency in his ability to draw fouls. After the game concluded, a throng of reporters flooded the court. Few players can claim to have overshadowed the home team in post-game attention, but Chen Yi certainly did. Among the myriad of questions, a reporter from China named Wang Meng, who had followed the team from Washington to Atlanta, posed a query. Mr. Chen Yi, in recent games, you have primarily relied on driving to the basket to draw fouls, leading many fans to perceive your shooting threat as inferior to your ability to penetrate. Yet tonight, you launched a considerable number of jump shots and even played off the ball as a shooting guard. What has prompted such a significant shift in your playing style in such a short time? Chen Yi smiled and remarked, my shooting ability is inherently threatening, and beyond that, I possess numerous skills yet to be unveiled to the world. As for my playing style, I adhere to the directives of the coaching staff. As long as we secure victory, I am willing to assume any role and adapt to any system. Jamison, who was also being interviewed nearby, expressed to the reporters, Chen has become increasingly well-rounded. Since his arrival on the team, his impact on each of us has been profound. His journey and talent are reminiscent of Gilbert Arenas, serving as a source of inspiration. Sanders also conveyed to the reporters, Chen has been on fire in the recent games. I will contemplate granting him more playing time. As long as his performance remains consistent, the Wizards will undoubtedly be a contender for a playoff spot after the All-Star break. After a brief interview, Chen Yi returned to the locker room alongside his teammates. Nick Young, who had not fully enjoyed the game, was still dribbling a basketball in the locker room. Upon seeing Chen Yi return, he tossed the ball over. The behind-the-back dribble followed by that explosive step was absolutely sensational. Jamal was left in awe. Why didn't you showcase that when we played one-on-one? Nick Young approached Chen Yi, saying, teach me that move. I want to employ it in the next game. Jamison added, I remember that play. It's Jamal's signature move. Chen Yi tossed the ball aside and returned to his seat. After stretching languidly, he remarked, I wasn't proficient before either. In the second quarter, Jamal executed that move right in front of me, and in the next round, I replicated it from memory. I must admit, it's quite effective. I'll teach you when I have the chance. Nick Young paused for a moment and inquired, you truly couldn't do it before? Chen Yi nodded. This was not an intentional display of bravado. He genuinely lacked the skill until he acquired the dribbling package, which he subsequently employed for the first time on the court. Nick Young inhaled deeply. He had also studied this technique, but had struggled to grasp its essence. Furthermore, it demanded a high level of fundamental dribbling skills. The reason Crawford could execute it with such finesse was entirely due to his exceptional dribbling prowess. How could this individual speak of it so casually? He then shook his head, almost forgetting that this person was a mutated warrior. This explained everything, including his shooting posture. Although the Hawks have long been a formidable playoff team in the Eastern Conference, many fans and commentators considered the Wizards' victory over them to be unsurprising. After all, the Hawks' performance has always fluctuated. This season, they managed to triumph over strong Western teams like the Nuggets and Mavericks, achieving an impressive 7-game winning streak. Yet they also faced a sudden 5-game losing streak, even succumbing to the underperforming Knicks. The inconsistency in their performance stemmed from an over-reliance on the players' shooting touch, particularly from their perimeter scorers. This dependency has been a significant factor contributing to their perennial playoff disappointments. As the intensity of playoff defenses escalates, scoring becomes far more challenging, leaving the one-on-one players to rely solely on jump shots to conclude their offensive efforts. In contrast to the Hawks, the Wizards' next opponent posed a formidable challenge. Following their victory over the Hawks, the Wizards flew to Chicago that very night to allow for ample preparation time for their second consecutive away game against the Chicago Bulls. On the plane, Chen Yi first received the 545 points and various attribute values earned from the last match before perusing the marketplace. After testing the Hamilton shooting package and Crawford dribbling package, he found them exceedingly effective. Chen Yi searched the marketplace for other useful skill packages. Kyrie Irving's dribbling package was priced at 20,000 points. He gasped in disbelief. Stephen Curry's shooting package was a staggering 50,000 points. Why don't you just go and rob a bank, system? Chen Yi gazed at his 2,702 points, trembling with trepidation. The Lin Shihao template he purchased was originally priced at merely 30,000 points, yet these motion packs were exorbitantly priced. However, upon reflection, the Hamilton jump shot pack had significantly enhanced his mid-range shooting accuracy, while Curry's shooting pack could undoubtedly render his three-point shots exceptionally precise. Moreover, motion packs were his to possess permanently, in contrast to templates that were only temporary. This particular template had merely 3 games left before it would become obsolete. If he equipped Curry's shooting pack, it would provide a lasting enhancement to his three-point shooting percentage, thus justifying the expenditure of 50,000 points. The question remained, however, how long it would take to accumulate such points. On January 15th, at 7 in the evening, the United Center stood as the largest arena in the league, capable of accommodating nearly 22,000 spectators. The people of Chicago held a profound respect for the sport of basketball. Players and coaches raised in this city regarded it as a hallowed ground for the game. The 6 championship banners soaring above the United Center and the number 23 jersey hanging prominently served as testament to this reverence. Although the jersey's owner, the basketball deity, had experienced a tumultuous fallout with the team post-retirement, the fans' admiration for him remained unwavering. The arena was filled to capacity that evening. Despite the Bulls' lackluster performance in recent years, numerous fans still gathered to witness their team in action. The selection of Derrick Rose as the first overall pick last year had rekindled hopes of reviving the Bulls dynasty. Rose's gameplay was a spectacle to behold. His robust physique allowed him to score in the paint with an array of acrobatic maneuvers. In his sophomore season, Rose was averaging an impressive 28 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists, with a shooting percentage soaring to 48.9. Prior to the game, Chen Yi took the initiative to greet Rose, who left an indelible impression on him from his previous life. Rose was known for his swift crossovers and thunderous dunks, having secured the coveted MVP trophy in his 3rd year. The significance of Rose's MVP award was profound. It not only shattered the record for the youngest MVP in league history, but also interrupted LeBron James' streak of 5 consecutive MVPs. However, with Chen Yi's arrival altering the course of league history, the butterfly effect he instigated cast a shadow of uncertainty over next year's MVP race. As Rose exchanged a brief, friendly embrace with Chen Yi, he remained reticent, his introverted nature evident as he communicated little even with his teammates before the game. As the players gathered at the sidelines, the match commenced with the referee tossing the ball into the air at center court. The Bulls' starting lineup consisted of Joakim Noah, Luol Deng, Taj Gibson, Kirk Hinrich, and Derrick Rose, while the Wizards' starting lineup featured Haywood, Jamison, Butler, Chen Yi, and Foy. Coach Saunders made yet another adjustment to the Wizards' starting roster. In the competition for the shooting guard position, following Mike Miller's injury, there remained Stevenson, who averaged only 2 points. Naturally, he could not compete with Nick Young, yet Young's defensive frailties and unpredictable offensive performance made Saunders hesitant to utilize him. Chen Yi has demonstrated himself to be a competent dual-threat guard in the previous match, and the combination of Chen Yi and Fei has proven effective against the Hawks. Sanders has boldly decided to place both of them in the starting lineup. Fei was elated upon learning of his return to the starting roster. After witnessing Chen Yi's stellar performances in every game, he had momentarily feared he was facing the darkest period of his career. Fortunately, fortune favors the diligent. Chen Yi felt that tonight, Foy's gaze towards him was filled with goodwill. Just moments ago, as they emerged from the players' tunnel, Foy had draped an arm over his shoulder, engaging him in jovial conversation. During the jump ball, Noah extended his long arms, swatting the ball into his team's backcourt and securing the first offensive possession for the Bulls. Rose advanced with the ball, closely guarded by Foy. Hinrich maneuvered Chen Yi to the right corner, while a clear path opened up in the left side of the Bulls' paint, indicating their intention to create space for Rose. Rose gradually shifted to the left, positioning himself at a 45-degree angle, his expression impassive as he dribbled, his left hand shielding the ball. Foy crouched in defense, simultaneously signaling to Butler at the top of the arc, cautioning him to avoid any lapses in coverage. However, when Foy turned back, he was momentarily bewildered. Where did Rose go? In a swift motion, Rose had bypassed Foy, taking a giant stride towards the paint. From the corner, Chen Yi watched in as Rose's burst of speed was nothing short of formidable. Having integrated Jeremy Lin's template, his own acceleration was already among the league's elite. Yet in this instance, Rose's first step was even more explosive. In the paint, Haywood raised his hands to block, but Rose showed no signs of retreat. With the ball cradled behind his head, he leapt into the air, deftly maneuvering around Haywood and charging towards the basket. With a resounding thud, he executed a ferocious dunk, not pausing at the rim, landing with an unfazed demeanor reminiscent of a cold-blooded assassin. The Chicago fans erupted in elation. Within less than 20 seconds of the game, Rose had delivered a play worthy of the evening's top 10 highlights. Haywood shot a frustrated glance at Foy, thinking, "You made me a mere backdrop." Foy remained momentarily dazed as he received the ball, pondering who could possibly keep up with such speed. After completing a series of give-and-go passes with Fu Yi at the arc, Chen Yi engaged in a one-on-one duel with Hinrich on the wing. Although Hinrich lacked speed, he exhibited remarkable experience and was completely unfazed by Chen Yi's feints. As Chen Yi attempted to probe the defense, he could not help but marvel at how his opponent consistently anticipated his breakthrough positions. Truly, he was up against one of the finest defenders of peak Dwayne Wade. After Jameson set a screen, Chen Yi switched to guard Luol Deng. With a powerful explosive move, he surged into the paint, facing the formidable challenge posed by Joachim Noah. Noah, with a fierce countenance, leaped to contest the shot. In midair, Chen Yi executed a deft change of hands, yet his forearm was struck by Noah, forcing him to awkwardly deflect the basketball. As the ball ricocheted off the backboard and descended to the floor, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Chen Yi positioned himself at the free throw line, flawlessly converting both attempts. Rose subsequently took possession of the ball, engaging in a one-on-one against Fei from the same spot. This time, Fei was determined not to be easily bypassed, intently focusing on the basketball and Rose's movements. As Rose executed a deceptive dribble, he surged fiercely toward the paint, while Fei maintained a cautious distance, retreating in small, measured steps. With a deft flick of his right hand, Rose feigned a pass, prompting Fei to lunge forward. In that instant, Rose explosively propelled himself off the ground, clutching the ball with his right hand as he dashed toward the basket. Fei stumbled backward, striving to keep pace. But Rose's ball seemed to dance as he effortlessly switched it to his left hand, pivoting gracefully to the left. Fei, regaining his senses, attempted to reposition himself to obstruct Rose's path, yet he had already lost his equilibrium. At the moment he exerted force, his footing faltered, and he found himself unceremoniously seated on the court. Suddenly, a small blue ball fell from Rose's grasp. As Rose barreled toward the hoop, he was immediately confronted by a double team from Haywood and Jameson. Chen Yi, who stood at the pinnacle, observing his Ross' body twisted in midair like a contortionist, deftly evading the outstretched arms of both opponents. The basketball struck the backboard with precision before finding its way into the net. This young man, what an astonishing feat! Chen Yi, who witnessed the entire spectacle unfold, couldn't he help but marvel at the audacity. Not only did he change direction without losing speed, but he even accelerated. Chen Yi rushed over to assist the fallen Fei, simultaneously retrieving the small ball. Ding! The host has acquired the exclusive badge, Ankle Breaker, emblematic of a basketball star's prowess. This badge functions as follows. When executing dribbling maneuvers to deceive opponents, if a defender misjudges the direction, they are more likely to stumble or fall. Accepting this badge, Chen Yi patted Randy Fei on the shoulder as a gesture of consolation. Fei felt a tinge of frustration. Should he request a do-over? He pondered starting in the next match instead. Within the first 2 minutes of the game, he had already been outmaneuvered in one-on-one confrontations twice. The defense was indeed faltering. However, Fei's vexation was only compounded later. In the first quarter, he played for a total of 7 minutes, during which he faced Rose in 6 isolated encounters, each resulting in a drive past him. Rose's sprint into the paint was nothing short of extraordinary. He consistently twisted his body, employing various layup techniques to evade the interior defense and score. Throughout the first quarter, despite Fei's staunch defense, the Windy City Rose managed to shoot 6 out of 7 from under the basket, accumulating 12 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. Observing Rose showcase his athletic gifts to the global basketball audience, Chen Yi couldn't help but reflect. Youth had returned. Before his injury, Rose's gameplay was truly a visual delight, epitomizing the essence of violent aesthetics. Yet, amidst Chen Yi's musings, his teammates had already begun to buckle under the pressure. Although the rest of the Bulls struggled with offensive efficiency, Rose single-handedly dismantled the Wizards' defense. At 18-30, the Wizards found themselves trailing by double digits by the end of the first quarter. Chen Yi's ball handling opportunities were limited. He managed only 4 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. Besides his initial isolation play, the ball predominantly remained with his teammates, as he focused on lurking at the baseline for opportunities and, when necessary, supporting Fei in double-teaming Rose. Jameson's shooting touch was off this game. He attempted 4 three-pointers, but only succeeded once, while Karen Butler fared worse with merely 2 successful shots out of 8 attempts. Although the Bulls' defensive scheme was still developing, the individual defensive prowess of Noah in the paint and Hinrich on the perimeter was enough to challenge the Wizards players significantly. Before the commencement of the second quarter, Saunders adjusted the strategy, repositioning Chen Yi back to point guard to match up against Rose, thus granting Nick Young more playing time. Conversely, Bulls head coach Vinny Del Negro, witnessing Rose's formidable performance, opted not to alter the tactics, allowing him to continue his one-on-one assaults against the entire Wizards squad. Chen, do you have confidence in your ability to defend Derek? Saunders inquired prior to his entry onto the court. Chen Yi swiftly remarked, it's impossible to defend against him. He was well aware of his own defensive capabilities, which could only be described as mediocre. The notion of single-handedly containing a healthy Derrick Rose was nothing short of a fantasy, unless he could activate the Dominator skill to lock onto his defender. During this period, Rose's athleticism was astonishing. There were even instances where some guards from opposing teams would choose to withdraw from the game rather than face him. Sanders was momentarily at a loss for words. This child was indeed candid. Perhaps we should allow him a step or half a step of space when defending. His ability to penetrate is simply terrifying, Randy Foy suggested. Chen Yi shook his head. No wonder you were overwhelmed. Before his MVP days, Derrick Rose's most formidable asset was not his ability to drive to the basket, but rather his mid-range shooting that instilled fear in his opponents. This season, Rose ranks 4th in the entire league for mid-range attempts, surpassed only by the likes of Nowitzki, Kobe, and Durant, 3 masters of the mid-range shot. In Chen Yi's recollection, many of Rose's crucial baskets were not a result of his unanswerable drives, but rather his adept step-back jump shots. This is partly due to the heightened emphasis on defense in the final moments of games, and it also reflects his mastery over his own skills. Allowing Rose to shoot is akin to handing him points on a platter. Rest assured, even if we cannot contain him, we can certainly resolve our issues through offensive prowess, Chen Yi remarked. Facing Rose, Chen Yi felt no psychological burden, although Rose's drives are challenging to defend against. Chen Yi was acutely aware that Rose was also a sieve on the defensive end. At worst, it would be a mutual offensive showcase. During his college years, Rose was the primary scorer on his team, relying on his physical attributes to defend effectively. However, upon entering the league and encountering opponents of similar height and speed, Rose's lateral mobility, defensive judgment, and timing issues became apparent, rendering him vulnerable against players in the same position. Back on the court, the Wizards initiated their offensive play. Chen Yi continuously shifted his shoulders while dribbling, skillfully manipulating Rose's center of gravity. With a swift step forward on his right foot, he assumed a sprinting posture. As Rose lunged to intercept him on the right, Chen Yi adeptly transitioned the ball to his left hand, leaving Rose with no choice but to hastily close the gap. Chen Yi's head and shoulders swayed in unison as he continued his assault towards the left. Seizing the moment, Ross shifted laterally to the left, allowing Chen Yi to deftly pull the ball to the right and launch an unexpected strike. This time, Ross was caught off guard, deceived by Chen Yi's feigned movement to the left, causing him to lurch in that direction. The ankle breaker. Ross gritted his teeth, attempting to keep pace. Yet the disparity between his lateral speed and breakthrough speed was glaringly apparent. His determination was thwarted by his inability to match the pace. Chen Yi's explosive speed ranks among the elite in the league. After deftly maneuvering past Rose, he surged into the paint. Noah, with arms raised, crouched beneath the basket. Undeterred, Chen Yi maintained his momentum, leaping from the paint to confront Noah head-on. A tremendous force surged forth, causing Noah to barely stabilize himself as he wildly thrust his arms forward, desperately attempting to disrupt the impending layup. Chen Yi skillfully protected the ball with one hand while exerting force with the other, deftly pushing the basketball away despite Noah's interference. The referee's whistle rang out immediately. Noah stumbled to the ground, only to look up and see the ball, having struck the backboard, descend perfectly into the hoop. It was a remarkable 2-1. Chen effortlessly maneuvered past Derrick Rose with a crossover, demonstrating no fear of Joakim Noah in the paint, and successfully drew a shooting foul from Noah during their mid-air confrontation. Inside the TNT broadcast studio, Barkley provided commentary, while Kenny Smith added, "The entire Wizards team cannot contain Derrick, yet Derrick is equally unable to guard Chen." The basketball swished through the net, and Chen Yi, standing at the free throw line, seized the opportunity to convert a three-point play. As the Bulls initiated their offense, Rose called for an isolation play. Having just been easily faked out by Chen Yi, he felt the pressing need to reclaim his pride on home ground. In facing Rose, Chen Yi profoundly grasped the essence of speed. His acceleration with the ball was so swift that the defender had no time to react. Chen Yi accelerated with fervor, pivoting into the paint. The Wizards had anticipated Rose's audacious foray, with Haywood and Jamison lying in wait. Unlike most players who would decelerate while charging towards the basket, Rose surged forth like a sports car with malfunctioning brakes, as if the concept of slowing down did not exist in his lexicon. With extraordinary hang time and core strength, Rose maneuvered gracefully in midair, deftly evading the attempts of Haywood and Jamison to block his shot, as he cradled the ball with both hands, aiming for the hoop. Chen Yi leaped behind, determined to block the shot and pursue a layup. In that fleeting moment, a pang of regret struck him. The likelihood of Rose making the basket was uncertain, and his attempt to block might very well result in a foul for hitting Rose's arm, rendering his effort futile. Yet, in an instant, Rose deftly pulled the ball close to his chest, causing Chen Yi's arm to swipe through empty air. Subsequently, Rose maneuvered the ball around his torso, executing a graceful layup that hit the backboard with impeccable precision. Upon landing, Chen Yi shook his head in resignation. It was futile for anyone to attempt that shot. However, had he been given the choice to take the shot himself, he certainly would not have evaded the defensive players with such wild abandon. In fact, Chen Yi would have actively sought out physical contact, significantly increasing his chances of drawing a shooting foul. If successful, it would present him with an opportunity for a three-point play. In the recent matches, Chen Yi's average number of free throws has approached 6, essentially earning a shooting foul for every 3 penetrations he makes. Why not make good use of the rules? Rose, on the other hand, plays with excessive honesty, averaging just over 3 free throws per game. With 6 minutes and 27 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the score stood at 36-44, leaving the Wizards trailing by 8 points. In the first half of this quarter, the scoring was predominantly a back-and-forth exchange between Chen Yi and Rose, with both players unable to contain each other. Rose has already amassed 20 points thus far, and the Bulls players simply need to create space in the paint for him to drive. Meanwhile, in just half a quarter, Chen Yi has secured 11 points and 2 rebounds. Notably, 5 of those points came from free throws. Each time he drives, he actively seeks contact, prompting the referee's whistle to sound as anticipated. This has made it quite difficult for Rose to defend. Already struggling to keep pace, he has incurred 3 fouls. Bulls head coach Dean Agro even contemplated approaching the officials to voice his grievances, as nearly every play resulted in a 3-point opportunity. At 6 minutes and 11 seconds, Chen Yi once again exploited a screen to penetrate the paint, prompting Rose to abandon his pursuit from behind, while Noah stepped in to provide support. Chen Yi pressed closely against Noah in midair, struggling to deflect the ball amidst his interference. Although the basketball struck the backboard and ultimately sank into the net, the referee's whistle resounded once more. Chen Yi executed the 6th and 7th free throws of the match. Instantly, a cacophony of boos erupted. As the home crowd expressed their discontent at this turn of events, Denegro called for a timeout, advising his team to avoid engaging with the Eastern lad, who was adept at deceiving the referees. As he spoke, he adjusted the defensive formation for the latter half of the game. He was quite pleased with his team's offensive performance tonight, yet he believed that improvements in defense and rebounding could potentially widen the score gap even further. After Chen Yi left the court, he settled onto the bench, covering his arms with a towel while exchanging 2 points for a bottle of energy drink, which he promptly consumed in one gulp. Instantly, the fatigue within him dissipated. During this segment of the game, he sensed a rapid decline in his stamina. While defending against Rose, Chen Yi found it challenging to discern whether he was feigning a move or genuinely attempting to break through. Thus, he was compelled to continuously shift his position to maintain an advantageous stance, which was tremendously taxing on his energy reserves. On the offensive end, he frequently employed his body to create opportunities for free throws, although his strength was sufficient to hold his ground during confrontations. Both Rose and the formidable Noah posed significant challenges, and each clash swiftly drained Chen Yi's vitality. Had it not been for his waning stamina, that recent layup could very well have resulted in a 2-1 opportunity. Fortunately, the opposing coach called a timeout, granting him the precious moment to recuperate and replenish his energy with the drink. Sanders, with a tactical board in hand, gathered the players together, emphasizing the critical importance of defense in the second half, particularly against Derrick Rose, who had nearly dismantled their defensive line single-handedly. Let the 2 guards converge on him. Do not allow him to approach the rim. The interior players on the opposing team possess weak offensive capabilities. Chen Yi wiped the sweat from his brow and cast a glance at the formidable lineup of the opposing team. He proposed to the coach. Derrick seems nearly impossible to defend against, yet his stamina is bound to wane gradually. Perhaps we should take turns wearing him down in the second half. Before Chen Yi consumed the energy drink, he was enveloped by fatigue. Even with Ross's exceptional physical condition, it seemed implausible that he could maintain his stamina following numerous breakthroughs. It is crucial to recognize that the lever technique he employed during layups, relying on core strength, was immensely taxing. Upon hearing Chen Yi's remarks, Sanders immediately conferred with his players and devised an effective strategy to exhaust Ross. As the timeout concluded and play resumed, the Bulls maintained their lineup, while the Wizards altered theirs to feature McGee, Jamison, Nick Young, Foy, and Chen Yi. In the commentary booth, Yang Yi chuckled at the chorus of boos echoing through the arena, remarking on the Bulls fans' protests against the referees for disrupting the game's rhythm. Coach Zhang, however, smiled and noted that the replays clearly showed the opposing defenders had indeed made contact with Chen Yi's shooting hand. This underscored Chen Yi's aggressive playstyle, as he repeatedly drew fouls through physical confrontations. Amidst the cacophony of boos resonating throughout the arena, Chen Yi stepped up to execute his first free throw. His ability to draw fouls has always been commendable, a skill honed by emulating the style of Jeremy Lin. During his prime, Lin was renowned for his prowess in eliciting fouls, often managing to draw one from the opposition with every 2 penetrations. After successfully sinking his initial free throw, Chen Yi unexpectedly faltered on his second attempt, the ball clanging off the rim, prompting an eruption of cheers from the fans. Upon securing the rebound, Noah promptly passed the ball to Rose, who, in less than 3 seconds, surged into the front court. Confronted by the Wizards' interior defense, he leaped with both feet off the ground. Yet, rather than directing his gaze towards the hoop, he skillfully pulled the ball back to his chest, setting his sights on the approaching Henrich. What? Chen Yi was momentarily bewildered as a basketball whizzed past his ear. When Rose took his shot, he anticipated yet another twisted layup, never suspecting that a pass would ensue. Thus he failed to intercept the ball. A hook pass? Indeed, it seems that those who cannot execute a hook shot are also incapable of mastering the art of passing. However, Hinrich faltered, missing a three-pointer that had the potential to secure a spot in tonight's top 10 place. McGee snatched the rebound and tossed it to Chen Yi. Chen Yi called for an isolation play at the top of the arc. Ross defended diligently. However, it wasn't long before Ross sensed something amiss. Chen Yi skillfully executed a series of feints with the ball, hesitating to take that final, decisive step to break through, forcing Rose to engage in a lateral dance on the spot. Moments later, Nick Young approached to set a screen, and Chen Yi promptly passed the ball to him. Before stepping onto the court, Young had been buoyed by Sanders' encouragement to showcase his breakthrough skills to the world. He had eagerly awaited this moment for quite some time. Displaying his prowess, Nick Young dazzled with his dribbling beneath his legs and continually employed back dribbles coupled with spins. Yet he too refrained from making that crucial final move to penetrate. Rose took a deep breath, watching as the ball found its way back into Chen Yi's hands with just 7 seconds remaining, but his attempt to intercept was in vain. In the final moments, Chen Yi, facing fellow rookie Gibson, finally made that pivotal advance. Gibson's lateral movement paled in comparison to Rose's, rendering him powerless to stop Chen Yi, who had returned to peak form. With mastery of the first step activated, Chen Yi surged to the basket, executing a flawless floater to seal the play. In the ensuing possessions, the Wizards' offense largely adhered to this singular strategy. After Chen Yi faced off against Nick Young, and Nick Young battled with Foy, they took turns isolating Rose, yet they failed to penetrate effectively. It was only in the final moments that they allowed the mismatched Chen Yi or Nick Young to aggressively challenge the opposing big man, or relied on cutting plays from McGee or Jamison to secure points. The strategy was straightforward: to exhaust Rose's stamina through intense defensive pressure, thereby hindering his offensive ease. This tactic bore its risks, potentially stalling the Wizards' offense. However, the outcome proved the Wizards' gamble was worthwhile. After enduring several rounds of isolation plays, Rose's energy significantly waned, adversely affecting his explosiveness and finishing rate in the paint. On numerous occasions, he struggled to penetrate the interior, resorting to dishing the ball out to teammates instead. Unfortunately for the Wizards, once they collapsed their defense into the paint, the Bulls' perimeter players were unable to capitalize on Rose's drives. The Bulls' outside shooting was woefully inadequate, managing merely 3 three-point attempts in the first half, with only 1 finding the net. This was largely due to the fact that only Hinrich was a credible three-point threat. If his shooting touch faltered, any attempts at long-range shots merely gifted rebounds to the opposition. The Wizards felt emboldened to adopt this strategy, fully aware that the Bulls' offense relied solely on Rose. The team as secondary star, Noah, was relegated to defense, lacking any offensive prowess of his own. These critical shortcomings were significant factors preventing the Bulls from establishing themselves as a dominant Eastern Conference team during this period. Following the successful execution of their strategy to drain Rose, the Bulls' offense sputtered in the latter half of the second quarter, prompting a timeout. However, Coach Dinagro did not alter his approach. He merely instructed the interior players to focus on defense while continuing to place their offensive hopes upon Rose. Throughout his 2-year tenure with the Bulls, Dinagro's coaching style remained unchanged, favoring a slower game tempo and emphasizing half-court play, with little regard for outside shooting. His methodology starkly contrasted with the modern basketball ethos, resembling the style of the 1990s rather than contemporary strategies. This is why the Bulls, despite reaching the playoffs in the last 2 years, only managed to scrape in with a mediocre 41-41 record, while in the 2010-2011 season, Thibodeau took over and propelled the team to an impressive 62-20 record. While this transformation was partly due to roster changes and Rose entering his prime, the coaching staff undeniably influences the team's potential ceiling. During this time, the Bulls also benefited from their geographical location. Had they been situated in the fiercely competitive Western Conference, a 500-win rate would scarcely suffice for playoff contention. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 55-55, a stark contrast to the Bulls' earlier 10-point lead, now matched by the Wizards. In the second quarter, Chen Yi delivered an impressive performance, amassing 15 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists. Throughout the latter half, the Wizards adhered to a strategy of exhausting Rose with their backcourt players, shifting the primary offensive focus to the interior duo of Jamison and Butler. These two forwards maintained a consistent output, contributing a combined 17 points in a single quarter to help the team regain the lead. Meanwhile, Rose, who also played the entire second quarter, appeared visibly fatigued, having already scored 25 points and provided 4 assists in the first half, carrying the team on his shoulders. During halftime, Kenny Smith remarked upon reviewing the statistics of Chen Yi and Rose, stating that it was essentially a contest between the two core players of their respective teams. Derek's 25 points in the first half was sufficient for Chicago fans to justify their decision to select him as the first overall pick last year. Barkley, now an ardent supporter of Chen, chuckled, noting that Chen's 19 points in the first half were equally remarkable, and his scoring ability was not significantly inferior to Derek's, especially considering that Derek was the first overall pick. Although Chen was not a draft player, Barkley speculated that he might likely fall to the second round or even go undrafted, as prior to these phenomenal performances, no one across the nation had heard of him. The domestic commentators were equally astonished by the duo's statistics, with Yang Yi candidly stating that Chen Yi's performance tonight was on par with Rose's, emphasizing that he had also recorded 6 assists. Let it be known, the player he is matched against is last season's first overall pick, remarked Coach Zhang, narrowing his eyes. After the first half, Rose had managed just 3 assists, not due to a reluctance to pass, but because even when he penetrated the defense and attracted double teams, his teammates failed to convert, leaving him to fend for himself. As the third quarter commenced, both teams deployed their starting 5. Coach Dinagro had recognized the strategy of wearing down Rose, but found himself at a loss for a countermeasure. Upon entering the second half, the Bulls embraced the belief in Rose's capabilities. In the Wizards' first offensive possession, Foy and Chen Yi took turns isolating Rose, after which Chen executed a pick and roll, launching the ball high into the air. Haywood soared to catch the ball, culminating in a spectacular alley-oop. Chen recorded his 7th assist, displaying a level of maturity that belied his rookie status, as noted by Barkley. Regardless of the Wizards' season performance, they could certainly re-sign Chen this summer. And upon Gilbert's, Arena's, return, the two might lead the Wizards to greater heights, remarked Kenny Smith. Barkley, however, shook his head, cautioning that Chen and Gilbert's playing styles might not be entirely compatible. Nonetheless, he asserted that signing Chen for $400,000 this season was a tremendous bargain for the Wizards. In Barkley's view, both Chen Yi and Arenas heavily relied on ball control, and having 2 primary ball handlers within a single team could lead to suboptimal chemistry. If given a choice, he would unequivocally select Chen Yi as the cornerstone of the franchise. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, the Bulls' defense hinged on Noah, while their offense relied on Rose, which ultimately led to the Wizards deftly manipulating the game. The Bulls, who had led by over 10 points in the first quarter, found themselves trailing by 5 as the game entered its final chapter. In the second half, Dinagro kept Rose on the floor without respite, hoping to reclaim the advantage. As Chen Yi observed Rose maintaining the score through his drives and mid-range shots, he was reminded of the night when Rose scored 50 points. With 58 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, Rose charged into the paint and executed a floater against Jamison. Had this been the first quarter, he would likely have opted for a dunk. However, his stamina could no longer support such audacity in the paint. With a clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim, and Chen Yi snatched the rebound from his teammate Butler. This brought his total rebounds for the night to 10, alongside 34 points and 10 assists. Domestic fans erupted with excitement upon witnessing him secure this rebound, marking the first time a Chinese player achieved a triple-double in the NBA. After Chen Yi dribbled the ball to the front court, he made a bounce pass to the sprinting Foy, who effortlessly executed a layup against an open basket. With this basket, the score reached 114-108, effectively extinguishing the Bulls' hopes of reclaiming the lead. As the clock ticked down to 0 in the fourth quarter, the score settled at 116-110, with the Wizards having staged a remarkable comeback in the second half. Although the Bulls faced defeat, the fans were invigorated, enthusiastically rallying behind Rose. The impression left by Rose tonight was profound. He resembled a solitary hero, and the people of Chicago seemed to glimpse the dawn of a revival for the Bulls dynasty. Rose played for 44 minutes, shooting 19 out of 29, including 1 out of 5 from beyond the arc, amassing an impressive 45 points along with 6 rebounds and 5 assists, setting a new career high in scoring. However, exhausted, Rose sat on the bench unable to revel in his achievement, as no amount of points could alter the outcome of the game. Countless media outlets turned their flashlights toward this promising future star, while numerous fans engaged in fervent discussions about Chen Yi. Chen Yi played for 42 minutes, achieving a remarkable shooting record of 12 out of 26, with no successful three-point attempts from a single try, and converting 10 out of 12 free throws. He amassed an impressive triple-double of 34 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists. This marked the fulfillment of his first career triple-double, while simultaneously establishing a new milestone for the fastest career games to achieve such an accomplishment. Just the other day, we were discussing Chen Yi's near triple-double statistics. And little did we expect him to break a record so swiftly, remarked Coach Zhang. He shared the excitement of the fans, after years of transitioning from player to commentator. He had witnessed countless exceptional athletes showcase their talents on the NBA stage. Yet tonight was the first time he saw a Chinese player etch history into the annals of the game. Before returning to the locker room, Chen Yi exchanged jerseys with Rose as a gesture of respect. Rose graciously accepted, even signing the jersey, viewing Chen Yi as both a worthy adversary and a friend deserving of admiration. Chen Yi audaciously reminded Rose to pay greater attention to his outside shooting. Although his drives were seemingly unstoppable, they took a considerable toll on his body. Furthermore, if the Bulls were to be led by Thibodeau next season, as history suggests, it would be imperative to be cautious of injuries. It was only during Rose's tenure with the Timberwolves that he successfully transitioned his playing style. Had he been more mindful of self-preservation before his injuries, his career might have unfolded in a more splendid manner. The decline of the Windy City Rose is a profound regret for fans worldwide. Observing Rose nod in response, Chen Yi was uncertain if his words had resonated, especially given that Rose had maintained excellent health during the early years of his career. In fact, during his MVP season, he missed only 5 regular season games in his first 3 years. Such a player seemed destined for greatness, who would have anticipated a swift descent into decline. Upon returning to the locker room, Chen Yi's teammates briefly celebrated his triple-double achievement. However, the Wizards did not even attend the post-game press conference and promptly flew back to Washington, as they had another back-to-back game at home the following day. On the flight, Chen Yi accessed the system panel to tally his rewards from the match. Ding. The host has earned 558 points. Ding. The host has unlocked the triple-double achievement, receiving an additional reward of 1,000 points. The current total is 4,260 points. Chen Yi gazed in astonishment at the unexpected 1,000 points, nearly matching the total he had accrued over 2 games solely from the additional points for his triple-double. It seemed the system was encouraging him to embrace his role as a versatile player. Beyond the points, the performances of both teams also granted Chen Yi some fundamental attribute points, and his badges accumulated experience. Following the conclusion of the Wizards vs. Bulls live broadcast, CCTV promptly aired the next game featuring the Nets against the Pacers. Just as domestic fans were still reveling in Chen Yi's remarkable 30-plus triple-double performance, Yi Jianlian, starting for the Nets, recorded a commendable double-double with 17 points and 10 rebounds. Despite the Nets suffering a dismal defeat at home, 105-121, marking their 37th loss of the season and solidifying their position at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, fans deemed Yi's performance satisfactory. While the Nets struggled, the third-year player Yi Jianlian had indeed shown significant improvement this season, averaging 12 points, 2 rebounds, 9 assists, and 1 block, securing his starting position on the team. Fans felt a resurgence was imminent for the Chinese national basketball team. With Yao Ming's anticipated return next year, the NBA would become increasingly captivating, and a national team featuring Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Chen Yi would undoubtedly be a formidable combination. The year 2008 was certainly not the pinnacle of Chinese men's basketball. On January 16th, the Wizards, barely back home for less than 24 hours, were set to hastily welcome the challenge posed by the Kings. The Kings had not made the playoffs in 3 years, and if Chen Yi recalled correctly, they would remain playoff-less for the next 13 years. Chen Yi believes that the development and management of this team are undoubtedly akin to the legendary pairing of talents seen in the Minnesota Timberwolves. This year, they secured the highly touted Tyreke Evans, often referred to as Little LeBron, with the 5th overall pick in the draft, forming a formidable backcourt duo alongside Kevin Martin. Although they missed out on Stephen Curry and James Harden, the choice of Evans appears to be astute in retrospect. He has delivered an impressive season, averaging 21 points, 3 rebounds, and 8 assists, consistently holding the top position in ESPN's rookie rankings. In contrast, Curry currently stands 5th on the rookie list, while Harden has not even made the top 5. Regrettably, due to injuries and questionable management decisions in the ensuing years, Tyreke transitioned from a prodigious rookie to obscurity, ultimately fading from the public eye. Currently, Chen Yi's appearances are insufficient, resulting in a sample size that is too small for ESPN to include him in their rankings. However, when considering his statistics and team performance, he is undeniably on par with any rookie this year. Regardless, Chen Yi's match against the top rookie, Tyrese, has garnered significant attention. Today, CCTV capitalized on this momentum by abruptly canceling a scheduled program in the morning to broadcast the thrilling confrontation between the Wizards and the Kings. Chen Yi certainly did not disappoint domestic fans. In a back-to-back scenario, the entire Wizards team, under his leadership, showcased remarkable prowess. Throughout the first half, the score remained tightly contested, concluding with a halftime score of 48-44, with the Wizards leading by 4 points. Tyreke's physical advantage evaporated in the presence of the exceptional Chen Yi, leaving the scoring burden on Kevin Martin's shoulders. Although Kevin Martin possesses a slender physique, he adeptly leverages the rules, reminiscent of the previous generation's master of drawing fouls, James Harden, averaging an impressive 10.3 free throws per game last season. In the first half, Chen Yi accumulated 3 fouls due to his defensive efforts. While he is adept at drawing fouls himself, he lamented the formidable opponent he faced. Had this individual been born in the era of small ball, his achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of the present. However, as the second half commenced, the Wizards clung tightly to the score, denying the Kings any opportunity to reclaim the lead. Jamison and Butler consistently exerted their offensive prowess. Under Chen Yi's influence, Jamison's average points surged to 23.6, marking the second-best performance of his career, while Butler's average points also exceeded 20. Ultimately, the Wizards boasted 7 players scoring in double figures, effortlessly securing a 100-87 victory over the Kings. Chen Yi played for 34 minutes tonight, achieving a shooting record of 6 out of 12, including 1 out of 3 from beyond the arc, and converting 6 out of 7 free throws, amassing a total of 19 points, 2 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal. His performance from long range was once again subpar. He found it exceedingly difficult to score once he stepped away from the baseline. The victory was anticipated by many, as the Kings are not regarded as a formidable team. Although Evans and Martin combined for 45 points, they could not thwart the Wizards, who excelled in team play. During the match, the magnetic force of Martin contributed to Chen Yi's achievement of a finishing badge as a rim protector, enhancing his success rate for layups and dunks under duress. Furthermore, Chen Yi successfully upgraded his first-step mastery to silver level. With only one game remaining before the expiration of Jeremy Lin's template, he has accumulated 2 silver badges and 7 bronze badges, alongside steadily increasing attribute points, which instilled a sense of confidence within him. Following this match, the Wizards' record improved to 18 wins and 21 losses, successfully entering the Eastern Conference's top 8 after a remarkable 7-game winning streak. On the 17th, Chen Yi, finally enjoying a day of respite, was absent from the arena, as he had an important task yet to accomplish during his return to Washington. At a renowned Western restaurant in Washington, Jessica Winslet found it hard to believe her eyes when she received an email from Chen Yi the previous night. The name Chen Yi is undoubtedly familiar across the United States, and in Washington, he has become a prominent figure. Many basketball experts believe that he is a prodigious talent destined to carve out his own niche in the NBA. In contrast, I am merely a novice agent who has recently passed the sports agent certification, having faced numerous rejections from various NBA players and agencies. Upon receiving an invitation for an interview with Chen Yi, I made a special trip from distant Los Angeles early this morning. Hello, Mr. Chen. Here is my information, Jessica said nervously, handing over her documents and resume. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, for before her stood a future star of the NBA. Jessica was eager to seize this chance and began to share her experiences and work history with Chen Yi. After casually perusing the materials, Chen Yi placed them on the table and listened attentively as she recounted her story. In recent days, he had received an overwhelming number of resumes from agents and agencies, including giants like CAA and Wasserman, as well as renowned super agents such as Rich Paul and Arntelem. Even Bill Duffy from Team Yao had reached out to him. Chen Yi continuously made selections, as a manager is of utmost importance to a star athlete. The responsibilities of a manager encompass negotiating transfer contracts, facilitating commercial partnerships, aiding in the construction of a personal brand, and handling various matters both on and off the court. A proficient management team can swiftly and efficiently address these issues, allowing the athlete to concentrate solely on training and competition. Presently, Chen Yi's inbox is inundated with numerous emails regarding business collaborations, prompting an urgent desire to resolve this matter. However, he deliberated for quite some time regarding potential candidates. Should he inadvertently select an incompetent agent, not only would his burdens multiply, but he would also face considerable distress. Take, for instance, the case of Isaiah Thomas, who, within Brad Stevens' system, emerged as the most formidable 5 feet 9 inches player, dazzling with an impressive average of 28.9 points per game. He not only earned a spot in the All-Star game, but also contended for the MVP title alongside the likes of Harden and Westbrook. Yet, his management team, NC, audaciously rejected the Celtics' 4-year, $70 million contract extension. The outcome was that Thomas was traded to the Cavaliers, where he struggled immensely outside of the system, leading to a rapid decline in his career, ultimately leaving him without a team. Such instances are plentiful, which is why Chen Yi initially considered renowned agents like Rich Paul or major management firms, endowed with ample resources and deserving of his complete trust. However, upon further reflection, as a systematic traveler, does he truly need to align himself with these high-profile agents? Would Rich Paul have attained such renown without the presence of superstars like LeBron James under his wing? Perhaps fostering a relatively unknown agent into a prominent figure akin to Rich Paul would be equally gratifying. Furthermore, not all prominent agents are infallible. For instance, Bill Duffy once neglected to negotiate with the Heat, leading to his client, Anthony Carter, unwittingly forfeiting a remaining contract worth $4 million, placing him in a rather precarious position. Nevertheless, Chen Yi noticed a scarcity of small agents submitting applications in his inbox. Could it be that they perceive his overwhelming aura, deeming themselves as lacking in competitiveness and thus feeling hopeless? Chen Yi ultimately set his sights on a young woman named Jessica Winslet. At merely 27 years of age, she had previously worked within the management of an ABA league team. Although she had obtained her agent certification, she had yet to collaborate with any players, which somewhat aligned with his desired criteria. After all, Rich Paul once started as a mere vendor, and Jessica's professional background provided her with a foundational understanding of the agent role. Chen Yi is confident that she can elevate him to become a prominent agent. Mr. Chen, I have visited China numerous times, and I possess a profound understanding of your culture. I also have many Chinese friends. Jessica continued to highlight her advantages. A cough from Chen Yi interrupted her, as this young woman evidently had done her homework, recognizing the propensity for relationship building among the Chinese. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the arrangement of names and surnames for foreigners is the opposite of that in Chinese culture. When Yao Ming entered the league, many referred to him as Mr. Ming. Chen Yi had received numerous emails addressing him as Mr. E, which left him somewhat speechless. However, Jessica's calling him Mr. Chen struck a favorable chord with him. Chen Yi continued, "All right, let us proceed with the contract. You may prepare it today." Jessica, wishing to elaborate further, was momentarily taken aback by his swift decision. So soon? The contract was already at hand. As she handed it over, her heart raced with fervor. The document stipulated a 3-month probation period, during which a fixed salary would be afforded without any revenue sharing. Such terms exuded sincerity, aligning perfectly with Chen Yi's own aspirations. Although she aimed to cultivate a prominent agent, it was not an act of charity. The chosen individual must possess genuine talent. When she witnessed Chen Yi's signature grace the paper, a sense of surrealism washed over her. She had truly become the manager of this burgeoning star. Once finalized, Chen Yi entrusted her with all his business collaborations in his email and announced on his social media account that he had officially signed with an agent. The day following the signing, Chen Yi faced the Trail Blazers in a home game. After this match, Jeremy Lin's contract would expire. Prior to the game, the NBA revealed the previous week's best players from both conferences. The Western Conference Player of the Week was awarded to Carmelo Anthony of the Denver Nuggets, who averaged 35 minutes on the court, achieving 5 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, leading his team to a flawless 2-0 record. In the Eastern Conference, 2 candidates emerged, Stephen Jackson of the Charlotte Bobcats and Chen Yi. The formidable Jackson averaged 7 minutes, scoring 3 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, guiding the Bobcats to a perfect 3-0 in the past week. Chen Yi participated in 5 matches this week, averaging 2 minutes of playtime, during which he scored an impressive 27 points, secured 5 rebounds, delivered 8 assists, and made 6 steals per game, leading his team to an impeccable record of 5 victories and no defeats. While the statistics of both players are remarkably comparable, the league awarded this honor to Chen Yi, taking into account his significant impact on the team and the greater number of games played by the Wizards. Following his recognition as the Player of the Week, the home crowd tonight showed their appreciation by collectively chanting MVP upon his entrance. The Trail Blazers' key player, Brandon Roy, missed this game due to a right hamstring injury, leaving the leadership to the talented mid-range shooter, LaMarcus Aldridge. Chen Yi recalled that this year marked the pinnacle of Roy's career. He suffered multiple injuries around the All-Star game and ultimately had to miss the event due to his condition. As for the Trail Blazers' primary center, Greg Oden, he too sustained an injury last month and was carried off the court on a stretcher. Had Chen Yi traversed time 2 months earlier, he might have witnessed the remarkable prowess of the Emperor Oden, who outshone Du Xiaoshui during the draft. The Trail Blazers seem to be under a curse. Not only the prodigious Roy and Oden, but also Nurkic and Collins, whom Chen Yi recalled, have been plagued by injuries year after year. Could it be that their medical team is truly comprised of veterinarians? Facing a Trail Blazers team lacking in completeness, the Wizards played with remarkable ease this evening. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Chen Yi played for 34 minutes, achieving a remarkable stat line of 18 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, leading his team to a comfortable 104-82 victory over their Western rivals, dominating throughout the match. During the game, after a successful fadeaway jumper in the second quarter, Ade delivered a bronze-level badge for Fadeaway Master, a shooting badge that diminishes the distance impact of long-range fadeaway shots and enhances their accuracy. With this victory, the Wizards secured their 8th consecutive win, temporarily surpassing the Bulls and Raptors with a record of 19 wins and 21 losses, placing them 7th in the Eastern Conference. After the game, Nick Young inquired in the locker room, "I heard you signed a young lady as your agent?" Seeing Chen Yi nod, Nick appeared puzzled. "This agent business is quite significant. You aren't just infatuated with her youth, are you? I advise you to reconsider and sign with a reputable agency or a well-known agent. It would save you a great deal of trouble." The team's veteran, Jameson, added, "An agent is crucial on your professional journey. There are not many female agents in the league. Can they offer substantial resources? Moreover, your agent seems rather young." Faced with the concerns of Nick Young and Jameson, Chen Yi chuckled softly. He had his own plans, and his decision was not solely based on gender or appearance. It was not just Nick and Jameson who were perplexed. Many agents across the nation who had previously approached Chen Yi were equally baffled after seeing updates on his social media accounts, left wondering how they had lost to a young girl. This was especially true for Bill Duffy from Yao's team, who had even enlisted Yao Ming to appeal emotionally when courting Chen Yi, believing he was the most secure option, only to be disregarded in the end. While Nick Young and Jameson continued to offer well-meaning advice, Chen Yi had already signed the agent contract, and he had no intention of changing agents anytime soon, unless Jessica truly proved inadequate. Alone in the bathroom, Chen Yi opened his system panel for the first time in a while. Host, Chen Yi. Age, 20 years. Height, 191 centimeters. Weight, 88 kilograms. Wingspan, 203 centimeters. Basic attributes, speed 67, jumping 67, strength 100, Appearance 100. Other data. Standing layup 61. Driving layup 68. 3. Driving dunk 57. 6. Standing dunk 27. 5. Three-point shot 67. 7. Mid-range 70. 2. Free throw 85. Rebound 51. 1. Steal 37. 5. Block 25. 6. Ball control 69. 4. Passing 72. Interior defense 30. Perimeter defense 70. Stamina 79. Overall rating 70. Rotation player. Acquired badges: silver, dime 24100. First step specialist 5100. Rebound master 1100. Bronze, corner 3-point specialist 1020. Alley-oop expert 820. Fancy passer 520. Sharpshooter 1320. Ankle breaker 720. Rim runner 520. Equipment: aura, Hamilton jump shot package, Crawford dribbling package. Dominant skill, lockdown defender. Points 53-17. Shop opened. After Lin Shaheyo's template expired, all of his values decreased by 1 level. Yet significant progress had been made compared to the beginning. Following these 8 games, the attribute points and 9 badges Chen Yi had accumulated elevated his overall rating to that of a rotation player, which meant he could earn a fixed 600 points per game. Acquiring points was now of utmost importance. The over 5,000 points he currently possessed could only be exchanged for 5 attribute values, which was not a substantial enhancement. Without the template, he would have to rely on his own strength in each game. Chen Yi felt confident that he could secure a starting position with the Wizards, given the inadequacy of the team's backcourt players. However, the extent of his capabilities without the template remained uncertain. Moreover, Chen Yi had already caused a stir worldwide, which inadvertently placed immense pressure on him. Should his future performances fail to meet the expectations of fans, he could face a deluge of criticism, as many awaited the opportunity to witness his downfall. With the badges in his possession, challenges should not be insurmountable. He resolved to arrive early for training at the gym the following day, determined to intensify his efforts to enhance his skills. Compared to other players in the league, he still held numerous advantages, such as resilience against injuries and stamina. With energy drinks at his disposal, his endurance was virtually boundless. After his shower, Chen Yi was met with a post-game press conference, where reporters had been eagerly waiting. A journalist from ESPN was the first to pose a question. Chen, your flawless performance tonight extended the winning streak. The ESPN rookie rankings have been updated, placing you 3rd. Do you believe you can surpass the top 2 and claim this year's Rookie of the Year award? Coach Sanders interjected, asking, who are the top 2? I haven't been keeping up. Tarek and Brandon, came the reply. Upon returning to the locker room, Chen Yi had already taken note of the newly released rookie rankings by ESPN, with Tyreke Evans holding the top position, followed closely by Brandon Jennings, while he himself ranked behind them. Seizing the opportunity, a reporter inquired, what are Coach Phillips' thoughts on this? Saunders responded with a smile, I certainly have confidence in my players. Chen Yi took the microphone and said, Terry, I have already faced him in battle. You should be able to discern the answer from my matchup with him. As for Brandon, please feel free to ask your questions after my game against the Bucks concludes. Chen Yi now stands confidently under the spotlight, addressing the reporters' inquiries with succinctness, while this group of media enthusiasts eagerly seeks to elaborate on his words. Today marks a day of training. As the entire Wizards team has gathered at the arena this morning, Chen Yi engaged in tactical training with both the first and second teams. After the absence of a template, he initially feared that his playing skills would significantly decline. However, after a morning of rigorous practice, he discovered that, thanks to the presence of shooting badges, his shooting accuracy remained largely intact, particularly in terms of 3-point shots. Moreover, he experimented with numerous fadeaway jump shots and, upon finding them quite effective, decided to incorporate them into his arsenal, as this style of play is notably appealing to fans. In terms of speed, although his ball handling speed has decreased somewhat, the silver tier first step master badge allows him to still rely on his launch speed to outpace defenders during one-on-one situations. Though his initial burst is not as extraordinary as it once was, his lateral movement speed while defending has also seen some decline. However, with an outside defensive attribute of only 70, the impact of this rating ensures that he is not easily regarded as a liability on the court. His ability to navigate around screens and his instinct for stealing the ball remain sharp. The only aspect that Chen Yi found challenging was his jumping ability. Nevertheless, his advantage in wingspan does not hinder his capacity to execute powerful dunks when driving to the basket, even though his jump height has slightly diminished. The fact that his teammates did not notice any discrepancies during the morning training session suggests that, despite the expiry of the template, his capabilities still enable him to maintain a presence on the court. After training, Chen Yi returned to his apartment for a delightful lunch and enjoyed a refreshing nap before driving to pick up Jessica. Having relocated from Los Angeles to Washington just yesterday, Jessica demonstrated remarkable initiative by arranging a commercial shoot for Chen Yi on the very day of her arrival. The first endorsement contract signed by Chen Yi was with a recently established sunglasses company, securing his services as the brand ambassador for a sum of $500,000. With a contract duration of 1 year, Following his appointment, Chen Yi participated in a promotional photo shoot for the brand, after which the financial department promptly delivered the check into Jessica's hands. With the simple act of donning their sunglasses during business trips and media engagements, he earned a sum surpassing his annual salary as an athlete. Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly lucrative fame could be. Previously, numerous hotels in Washington had extended complimentary stays to him, offering substantial compensation alongside the opportunity to drive a luxurious Mercedes after signing autographs and posing for photographs. Upon finalizing all details and returning to his vehicle, a voice from the system suddenly chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing the endorsement contract. Reward points, 5,000. Chen Yi took a deep breath, contemplating the prospect of 5,000 points. The system had previously indicated that there were various avenues to accumulate points, including participation in competitions, attending commercial events, and signing endorsement contracts. However, a reward of 5,000 points seemed rather excessive. It would require him to compete in 7 or 8 matches to earn such a sum. Moreover, this was merely a modest endorsement contract. Once his market value increased, numerous brands would undoubtedly vie for a partnership with him. Thus, it appeared that accumulating points might not be as daunting as it initially seemed. Brands like Adidas and Nike had indeed approached us, but their offers fell short of my expectations. Jessica's voice pulled Chen Yi back from his reverie. Oh, he inquired. His curiosity piqued. Jessica produced a stack of documents and remarked, in my opinion, their sincerity is lacking, and the exposure they are willing to provide is insufficient. If you are amenable, we could certainly postpone discussions until after the All-Star game, or even later. Observing Chen Yi's contemplation, Jessica added, I believe that negotiating under the current conditions does not adequately safeguard our interests. Of course, I have not declined their offers, if you wish. You can discuss it with them in a few days. Chen Yi shook his head with a smile, realizing that his newly signed agent was quite imaginative. Even contemplating the rejection of offers from Nike and Adidas. Countless players vie for such contracts, often unable to secure a spot in line, let alone a rookie like him. Chen Yi chuckled, you are the agent, follow your own instincts. In truth, negotiating contracts during the off-season or even in the upcoming season would prove more advantageous. With Chen Yi's endorsement, Jessica boldly articulated this audacious notion. Why? She inquired. The sneaker contract will inevitably constitute a substantial portion of our advertising revenue. If we secure a deal now as a rookie, we would merely be offered a meager child labor contract. My strategy is to wait until this season showcases enhanced performance and personal prowess before pursuing a lucrative contract, perhaps even a signature shoe. After Jessica concluded her thoughts, she provided a salient example. In his rookie year, Vince Carter signed a decade-long deal with Puma, only to find that the shoes were not only uncomfortable, but also led the company to exit the basketball market within 2 years. Consequently, he had to pay $13.5 million to extricate himself from the contract. This perspective resonated profoundly with Chen Yi. Chen Yi has no intention of signing with a sneaker company in the upcoming season, as typical contracts offered by such companies span 7 to even 10 years. If Chen were to secure a mere youth contract based on his current performance, he would inevitably be exploited for his value over the ensuing years. Conversely, achieving superior results would grant him the leverage to negotiate terms on his own accord. Although he is currently a rising star in Washington, his prominence is significantly bolstered by his identity as a Huaxia individual, in addition to his undeniable talent. Moreover, the NBA is replete with players who have experienced rapid ascents, rendering future performances uncertain. No company is willing to bet on Chen Yi's potential just yet. Nevertheless, to decline offers from major corporations like Nike and Adidas at this juncture requires considerable fortitude. In other words, Jessica is also placing her bets on Chen Yi, believing wholeheartedly in his capacity to attain even greater accomplishments in the future. Chen Yi felt assured that he had not made a mistake in choosing this agent. Although she was merely a young woman, her professional capabilities were undoubtedly commendable, and she exuded a remarkable confidence in herself. After receiving Chen Yi's tacit approval, Jessica continued to articulate her thoughts. Furthermore, I will engage with the Wizards management before the trade deadline to discuss your contract extension. Your current agreement does not reflect your performance at all, essentially allowing the team to benefit at your expense. I will leave that matter in your capable hands. You are likely more familiar with the intricacies of the League's signing regulations than I am. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Reflecting on the trade deadline, Chen Yi recalled that the Wizards were expected to make significant moves following this year's All-Star game, potentially trading away key players such as Jamison and Butler, acquiring a plethora of draft picks, and clearing salary cap space, ultimately aiming for the coveted first overall pick in the draft to embark on a full-scale rebuild. However, Chen Yi had managed to keep the team's performance within the top 8 of the Eastern Conference, and if they maintained this trajectory, the Wizards would have a promising chance of making the playoffs, thereby bidding farewell to the prospect of a first overall pick. Whether the team would actively seek trades in a month remained an uncertainty. Chen Yi remained oblivious to the sentiments of the team's management. On January 20th, The Washington Wizards were set to host the Dallas Mavericks, who had yet to adopt their new name. Prior to the game, the league extended an invitation to Chen Yi, expressing the desire for him to partake in this year's Rising Stars Challenge and to serve as a starter for the first-year team. The roster for the Rising Stars Challenge is curated by the assistant coaches of the 30 teams, alongside input from coaches of both first- and second-year players, with the addition of 2 active players joining the coaching staff. In recent days, numerous fans and media personnel have engaged in discussions regarding Chen Yi's potential participation in the Rising Stars Challenge, with many fans asserting that given his popularity and talent, the league ought to extend an invitation to him. Several domestic fans have even taken the opportunity to critique the league's newly revised All-Star voting system, suggesting that otherwise, Chen Yi would undoubtedly secure a spot in the All-Star game in no time. As of now, the complete roster for the Rising Stars Challenge has yet to be unveiled, and after accepting the invitation, Chen Yi opted to keep it confidential, allowing speculation to flourish. The more discussions surrounding him, the greater his popularity would soar. "I heard your agent helped you decline a contract with Nike?" McGee approached in the locker room, his inquiry drawing the attention of the entire team. Chen Yi felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Nick Young approached, gripping his shoulder, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? That's Nike we're talking about. You must promptly dismiss your agent, otherwise you will incur immeasurable financial losses." Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Why are you so excited? It's not your contract. If it were mine, I would wake up laughing from a dream." Nick Young replied with a hint of exasperation, "I'm merely trying to give you a heads up. Your agent's skills are lacking. It's the first time I've seen a rookie turn down an offer from Nike." McGee continued to stir the pot. Chen Yi shook his head with a smile, remarking that their perspective was rather limited. Some teams boasted salaries and endorsement deals for sunglasses, and he himself was not financially strained. He could certainly afford to wait and negotiate larger contracts with sneaker brands in the future. While no rookie could turn down a contract from Nike, not every player was as exceptional as Durant, who had secured a lucrative 7-year, $60 million contract in his rookie year. As he followed his teammates out of the players' tunnel, the game was on the verge of commencing. The starting lineup for the Wizards included Haywood, Jamison, Butler, Nick Young, and Chen Yi. The Maverick starters were Eric Dampier, Dirk Nowitzki, Shawn Marion, Jason Terry, and Jason Kidd. After concluding a scrimmage with the team, Chen Yi felt reasonably confident until he realized that their opponent that evening was the Mavericks, which ignited a wave of anxiety within him. Confronted with such formidable adversaries, Chen Yi had invested 10,000 points earlier that morning to exchange for 10 attribute points, allocating 2 to his driving layup, 3 to his three-point shooting, and the remaining 5 to mid-range shooting. Following this enhancement, his driving layup rating rose to 73, his three-point shooting to 77, and his mid-range shooting to 75. 2. With all 3 metrics surpassing 70, his overall evaluation improved to 71. The visiting Mavericks, currently boasting 27 victories, held second place in the Western Conference, trailing only the Lakers. Furthermore, this Mavericks team had consistently been a championship contender in recent years, with their cornerstone player, Nowitzki, maintaining remarkable stability. This season, he averaged 25 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, harboring an intense desire for a championship trophy to dispel any notions of weakness. Complementing Nowitzki on the front line was Shawn Marion, who, after his stints with the Suns, Heat, and Raptors, had finally found his footing with the Mavericks this season. As for the Mavericks center, Dampier, Chen Yi believed he was the player with the least disparity among his counterparts. Although Dampier disregarded Yao Ming and considered himself the second-best center in the West, fans recognized him as merely a replaceable blue-collar interior player. With limited agility, a lack of technical prowess, and no offensive capabilities, Dampier had managed to average only 6 points and 7 rebounds this season. Chen Yi perceives that the starting center, Haywood, is of the same ilk as Dampier. However, since Chen Yi's arrival, Haywood has managed to achieve an impressive average of 10 points and 10 rebounds per game, demonstrating a willingness to engage in the more arduous tasks on the court. In comparison, Haywood certainly seems to stand out more favorably during the jump ball phase. The two centers, sharing similar playing styles, leapt simultaneously, ultimately resulting in Haywood securing the first possession for the Wizards. Chen Yi gradually advanced from the backcourt, reaching the arc and calling Nick Young for a pick. Opposing him was Kidd, renowned for his defensive prowess despite the moniker of Kidd the non-scorer. Standing at 193 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms, he possessed both sufficient bulk and an expansive defensive range, prompting Chen Yi to avoid a reckless drive towards him. After setting the screen, Nick Young's presence allowed Chen Yi to switch onto Jason Terry. With a swift step to the right, the silver first step master badge illuminated, enabling Chen Yi to deftly maneuver into the elbow area. Now, Dirk Nowitzki and Shawn Marion occupied the paint's peripheries, while Dampier lingered beneath the basket. Faced with the vigilant Mavericks' interior defense, Chen Yi opted not to charge inside, but instead paused to gather the ball and executed a jump shot. The clean pull-up jumper found its mark, securing the first points, 2-0. The Mavericks quickly inbound the ball, with point guard Jason bringing it up court before passing to shooting guard Jason, who subsequently fed it to Nowitzki in the low post. Nowitzki, backing down his defender, pivoted and executed his signature one-legged fadeaway jumper. With a swish, the basketball sailed through the net, showcasing Nowitzki's towering height of 2.13 meters combined with his kicking leg technique, a truly challenging shot to defend against. The ball returned to the Wizards, where Chen Yi passed to Nick Young before sprinting to the baseline to position himself. Following a screen from Jamison, Young prepared to cut towards the basket, but was intercepted by the agile Terry. Terry swiftly tossed the ball to Kidd, igniting a fast break for the Mavericks. Chen Yi positioned himself in front of Kidd, while Nowitzki set a screen nearby. Initially, Chen Yi anticipated a cut to the basket, but to his surprise, Kidd launched a shot from beyond the three-point line. What happened to the notion of Kidd not attacking? With a resounding clang, the rim rejected this unorthodox three-point attempt. After Dampier secured the rebound, he passed to Terry, who received the ball at the free throw line and promptly sank a mid-range shot. Kidd, who boasts an average of 2 three-pointers per game this season, with an impressive shooting percentage of 42.5, surprisingly missed that attempt, as noted by director Zhang in the CCTV broadcast. Yang Yi chimed in, acknowledging the rebound and the subsequent successful mid-range shot by a teammate. Now it was the Wizards' turn to counterattack. Yet Chen Yi opted to pass the ball to his teammates, showing a lack of offensive desire in this opening segment of the game. After Chen Yi passed the ball to Butler, he retreated to the baseline for a moment of reflection. It was not that he lacked offensive desire. Rather, the Wizards had focused their attack on the perimeter for the first half of the quarter. The Mavericks boasted an impressive outside shooting capability, with seasoned sharpshooters Kidd and Terry, and the legendary Nowitzki dominating the paint. Although Marion, having transitioned from a run-and-gun style with the Suns, had abandoned his three-point shot, his mid-range game remained remarkably reliable. Sanders intended to engage in a shootout with his opponents. However, the Wizards' offensive output was evidently a notch below. Butler, finding himself open, attempted a three-pointer from the arc, only to miss the mark. Adhering to their familiar offensive strategies, the Mavericks scored again, this time with Marion landing a mid-range jumper from the elbow. Following the successful shot, a small blue sphere fell from him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Marion jump shot basketball package. Alas, when Chen Yi stumbled upon the small ball, he was overtaken by an overwhelming sense of rejection. Throughout the annals of NBA history, numerous players have showcased their distinctive shooting styles. However, Marion's shooting technique can only be described as painfully peculiar. Although his shots are stable and released with remarkable speed, the strangeness of his form is simply too much for Chen Yi, who has garnered countless admirers with his own style of play. He would never adopt such an unorthodox shooting package, even if it promised to enhance his shooting percentage. What a jest! Chen Yi enjoys a substantial following of female fans worldwide. Chen Yi paid no heed to the basketball bag he had stumbled upon, resolutely advancing with the ball once more. After utilizing Haywood as a shield, Chen Yi executed a rightward penetration, facing the defense of Dampier. The pressure from such a towering center outside the paint was insufficient. With a deft motion, he transferred the basketball from his left hand to his right, feigning a step to the right. As Dampier shifted his weight to follow, Chen Yi swiftly reclaimed the ball, bringing it back to his left hand, prompting Dampier to hurriedly adjust his balance to reorient himself. Chen Yi has altered his approach, and as he prepares to accelerate, he abruptly pulls the ball in. Amidst Dampier's internal turmoil, his feet seem to betray him, as he becomes utterly lost, fixated solely on the basketball. As the ankle breaker dazzles, Chen Yi recognizes that the moment of opportunity has arrived. With a subtle shoulder shimmy to the right, he successfully deceives his opponent. After being subjected to a relentless shift in weight, Dampier feels as though he has been toyed with, gritting his teeth as he lunges fiercely to the right. Even if it means committing a foul, he is determined to swat the ball away. However, Dampier's desperate dive proves futile, for Chen Yi has already taken a step to the left. After Chen Yi's pass, he glanced at the stumbling Dampier, innocently blinking his eyes. As Marion attempted to close in for defense, he swiftly launched a mid-range shot. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed. 4-4. Chen Yi shrugged innocently at the camera, expressing his bewilderment. The NBA harbors an unspoken rule. When smaller players face off against larger opponents, they should refrain from excessive dribbling and fakes. This is due to the fact that taller defenders possess a higher center of gravity, resulting in a narrower defensive width, which makes it easier for them to overlook threats on either side. Thus, smaller offensive players need not indulge in constant directional changes before breaking through, thereby sparing their opponents from humiliation when they are left off balance. Apart from the notable instance where Marbury outmaneuvered the rookie Yao Ming, most players adhere to this guideline. For instance, the master of small versus large, Chris Paul, may toy with towering centers, yet he avoids using fakes to topple them. However, Chen Yi merely pulled back the basketball a few times without even initiating a directional move. And yet, how did Dampier find himself on the floor? The Western Conference's premier center, Dampier, was outfoxed by Chen Yi. Yang Yi, commentating domestically, could hardly contain his laughter. When Dampier once boasted of his disdain for Yao Ming, many fans harbored ill feelings towards him, and during broadcasts of Mavericks games, commentators often took jabs at him. Chen Yi, what a play! After witnessing Chen Yi's successful shot, Coach Zhang remarked, "Is Chen Yi attempting to alter his playing style? He seems to be frequently receiving the ball from the perimeter." Yang Yi nodded in agreement, stating, "All offensive possessions on both sides are culminating in jump shots." No sooner had Yang Yi spoken than the sharpshooter Nowitzki executed a stunning jump shot from the high post, securing 2 points. Throughout the first half of the quarter, both teams exchanged leads, but as the latter half unfolded, Nowitzki and Marion maintained their scoring prowess, while Terry's 2 clean three-pointers began to widen the gap. From the very onset of the match, Chen Yi was consistently launching mid-range shots, managing to penetrate the paint only once. When he was substituted out with 4 minutes and 37 seconds remaining, he had recorded 9 points and 1 assist on 4 of 6 shooting, including 1 of 1 from the free throw line. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 20-25, with the Wizards trailing by 5 points. Remarkably, the shooting percentages of both teams were nearly identical according to the technical statistics. This can be attributed to Kidd's overzealous offensive approach in the first quarter. He attempted 5 shots, but only succeeded with 1, failing to make any of his 3-point attempts. Had Kidd not significantly depressed the Mavericks' shooting percentage, the score gap could have been even more pronounced. Nowitzki exhibited dominance both inside and outside, scoring 10 points in the first quarter, supported by teammates Terry and Marion, who consistently provided offensive assistance. On the Wizards' side, Haywood executed numerous pick-and-rolls, effectively challenging Dampier one-on-one in the paint, showcasing his prowess with a stat line of 7 points and 7 rebounds, demonstrating that he could potentially be the top center in the West. However, the Wizards' perimeter shooting was lackluster, aside from Chen Yi's stable shooting. No other player managed to exceed a 40 shooting rate. Aware of his players' struggles from beyond the arc, Saunders adjusted the strategy in the second quarter, reverting to the pick-and-roll approach where Chen Yi served as the initiator. Following this strategic shift, the Wizards' offense flowed much more smoothly. After playing the entirety of the first quarter, Kidd did not take the court at the beginning of the second. The Mavericks' point guard was now Jose Barria, standing around 1.8 meters tall. Barria, like many undersized players in the NBA, must rely on speed or bulk to establish his presence on the defensive end, and he falls into the latter category. However, against the physically robust Chen Yi, Barria's bulk was insufficient. His lateral quickness was also lacking, rendering him incapable of containing Chen Yi's drives. Despite a noticeable decline in vertical leap, which hindered his ability to dunk with the same ferocity as before, even with the posterizer badge, Chen Yi instinctively sought physical contact when facing multiple defenders in the paint. As Barria continued to be relentlessly attacked, the Mavericks' interior players began to feel the harsh realities of competition. Chen Yi has mastered the art of drawing fouls. Unlike Rose, who twists and turns mid-air to evade defenders, he deliberately leans into opponents' arms, prompting the referee's whistle with unwavering certainty. By the end of the second quarter, despite playing the entire period, Chen Yi had taken just 1 shot, achieving a flawless shooting percentage with 7 points, 5 of which were garnered from free throws. As the Wizards found their offensive rhythm, they managed to outscore their opponents 27-25 in that quarter. When the first half concluded, the score stood at 47-50, with the Wizards trailing by 3 points. Upon entering the second half, the Wizards' offense stagnated once more. Chen Yi's shooting touch faltered as he faced the seasoned defender Kidd, managing only a single three-pointer out of 4 attempts, totaling a mere 3 points in the third quarter. Caron Butler, too, struggled, hitting only 1 of 6 attempts, nearly distorting the very rim of his own basket. However, the struggle was contagious. The Mavericks joined in the inefficiency, both teams languishing around a shooting percentage of approximately 35, resulting in a quarter score of 20-20. The teams entered the final period with a score of 67-70. At the onset of the fourth quarter, Chen Yi found himself on the bench, observing the tense contest. In such a precarious situation, Coach Saunders aimed to preserve the stamina of his starters, refraining from any desperate measures until the final moments. The Wizards retained possession to start the final quarter, yet Foy's step-back three-pointer from the baseline failed to capitalize on the opportunity to level the score. In a one-on-one matchup, Nowitzki, playing center, overpowered Haywood, a player lacking in mobility, with his explosive scoring ability. Without employing any intricate moves, Nowitzki simply pivoted and executed a smooth layup, extending the lead to 5 points. With Chen Yi absent, Jamison struggled to find his rhythm, leaving the Wizards' offense relying heavily on their third leading scorer, Caron Butler. Butler, facing a 2-on-1 situation at the rim, missed his initial layup but managed to wrestle the rebound from 2 towering opponents, faking them out and attempting another bank shot, which unfortunately also failed. Nevertheless, Butler's tenacity shone through. Recognizing his shot had gone awry, he leapt again to secure the rebound. Despite being double-teamed by the Mavericks' frontcourt, Butler astonishingly snatched a second offensive rebound. Amidst a flurry of scattered gray balls, he nudged the Mavericks' power forward, Drew Gooden, with his shoulder and executed a fading jump shot, finally finding success. Chen Yi harbored grave suspicions that Butler was merely padding his stats. He had garnered merely 2 points and 2 rebounds from that solitary offensive play. With 6 minutes and 42 seconds remaining in the final quarter, Terry executed a pick and roll with Nowitzki, driving towards the basket to score, thus keeping the score at a narrow 78-79. He then spread his arms wide, mimicking a jet's flight, a signature celebratory gesture of his. Trailing by a single point, Sanders called for a timeout, intending to adjust the lineup. After a lengthy warm-up on the sidelines, Chen Yi was finally set to take the court. The Wizards' new lineup comprised Haywood, Jamison, Butler, Chen Yi, and Foy. Conversely, the Mavericks retained their starting five: Dampier, Nowitzki, Marion, Terry, and Kidd. The Mavericks opted to deploy their first-string players, unwilling to grant the Wizards any opportunities in the latter half of the final quarter. With Chen Yi and Foy on the court, it appeared that Sanders had repositioned Chen Yi as a shooting guard. Yang Yi commented on the team's adjustments. Coach Zhang nodded in agreement, noting that Chen Yi had already demonstrated his capability to function as a dual-position guard in the previous 2 games, while Foy also possessed the skills to serve as a starting point guard. Thus, it was only reasonable for Sanders not to waste Foy on the bench. As Foy brought the ball up the court, he directed Chen Yi to position himself in the corner. After Karen Butler set a screen and cut towards the basket to receive the ball, he attempted a layup, but, under Marion's interference, the shot clanked off the rim. Haywood, seizing the rebound, attempted a powerful dunk but was thwarted by the trailing Nowitzki, who swatted the ball away. Chen Yi, upon re-inbounding from the sidelines, opted once more to pass to Karen for an isolation play. Kenny Smith remarked on the situation, while Barkley expressed his displeasure, questioning why Chen Yi was not receiving the ball, asserting that he was the team's most reliable offensive finisher in crucial moments. Fortunately for Butler, he managed to score on a one-on-one layup against Marion. Otherwise, he would have faced a torrent of criticism from Barkley. Barkley voiced the sentiments of the Wizards fans, who were already envisioning Chen Yi stepping up to turn the tide of the game. However, the ball remained in Butler's hands throughout the possession, leaving Chen Yi somewhat perplexed by Sanders' apparent trust in him this evening, despite his less-than-stellar shooting performance. It was not until 4 minutes and 29 seconds remained, with the score standing at 86-81, that Chen Yi finally received the ball to initiate an offensive play. After executing a familiar pick at the 45-degree angle, Chen Yi found himself matched up against Jason Terry. Terry's defensive prowess was evidently inferior to that of the so-called Kabung Jason, as his lateral quickness was insufficient to keep pace with Chen Yi, who was renowned for his silver-tier first-step mastery. However, once Chen Yi penetrated the paint, his speed noticeably diminished. He came to a halt in the key, using his back to shield Terry while surveying his teammates' positions for a potential pass. Jamison and Haywood cleared a path in the paint, yet the towering Nowitzki obstructed any potential passing lanes, while Butler and Foy on the perimeter found themselves without receiving options. Chen Yi was compelled to confront the challenge head-on. After leaping off 1 foot, he deftly maneuvered the ball from his right hand to his left, executing a seamless exchange in midair before flicking it away. At that moment, Dan Pyre lunged forward, baring his teeth. Ever since being outmaneuvered, Dan Pyre harbored a deep-seated grudge against Chen Yi, eagerly seeking an opportunity to reclaim his honor. Now, as Chen Yi approached the basket, Dan Pyre pondered whether this might be his only chance to restore the glory of the Western Conference's top center. He leaped into action. The sound of colliding muscles resonated through the air. Dan Pyre's expression was one of turmoil, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, and instead of making contact with the basketball, he found himself uncontrollably leaning backward. Why did Dan Pyre feel so feeble? Was he merely feigning injury? Yang Yi exclaimed as he witnessed Dan Pyre tumble to the ground. Chen Yi could hardly anticipate that his opponent would charge at him like an impetuous novice. The formidable core strength maintained his balance, yet his hands were nonetheless disrupted. However, the master of the rim was quick to respond. The basketball struck the backboard and fell to the ground, followed by the sharp sound of the referee's whistle. Still seated on the court, Dan Pyre was taken aback, pondering how his adversary could possess such immense strength. Weighing over 120 kilograms, Dan Pyre found himself at a distinct disadvantage in the confrontation. Although Chen Yi's layup was unsuccessful, he earned 2 free throw opportunities. After converting both, the Wizards closed the gap to 3 points. During the Mavericks' offense, Nowitzki faced off against Hayward in an isolation play. However, this time, Hayward anticipated the jump and blocked Nowitzki's shot. After Butler secured the rebound, he passed the ball to Chen Yi, initiating a fast break for the Wizards. Chen Yi executed an alley-oop connection with Jamison in the elbow area, 85-86. After narrowing the gap to a single point, Chen Yi found himself sidelined once again, unable to receive the ball. Butler and Haywood's repeated failures in the paint provided the Mavericks with an opportunity to extend their lead. With just 2 minutes and 29 seconds remaining, Marion delivered an exceedingly peculiar jump shot, bringing the score to 85-90, granting the Mavericks a renewed 5-point advantage. Saunders called for the penultimate timeout of the game. Chen Yi, Chen Yi, Chen Yi. During the timeout, the Wizards' home crowd erupted with a thunderous roar. The fans clamored for their new star, Chen Kenny Smith, overhearing the crowd's fervent calls, remarked. Barkley shook his head in exasperation, unable to comprehend what the Wizards' coaching staff was thinking. Chen was undoubtedly the standout player of the match, excelling in both offense and defense, with an extraordinarily high scoring efficiency. Yet, the coach refrained from utilizing him, and should the team lose this match, the coach would bear a significant portion of the responsibility. Saunders, rubbing his forehead, restructured the strategy. He felt the weight of pressure. The decision to heavily rely on Caron Butler was a directive from the management. Despite his awareness of Chen Yi's superior performance, continuing down this path would surely lead to defeat. Taking a deep breath, Saunders noted only a few words on his tactical board. Give that damned basketball to Chen. As the timeout concluded, Saunders observed Foy advancing with the ball, one hand on his hip. Initially, he perceived the chances of victory against the Mavericks as slim, making it challenging to sustain a 9-game winning streak. Thus, he strictly adhered to the management's request, ensuring that Caron Butler received as many touches as possible. Before the game, the management had hinted to Saunders that significant changes were forthcoming before the trade deadline, emphasizing that key players needed to elevate their individual statistics in the upcoming matches, even in the event of a loss, to enhance trade value. If the Wizards were to be trampled by their opponents tonight, Saunders could easily allow the players to play freely. A loss wouldn't matter as long as the statistics looked favorable. However, Chen Yi's performance had been remarkably steady. Despite limited ball handling time, his increased mid-range shots had peaked his shooting percentage in recent games. This consistency kept the score gap against the Mavericks from widening, and the 5-point deficit was entirely recoverable. Saunders made a decisive choice. He sought victory and had faith in Chen Yi. With a redefined tactical plan from the timeout, Foy called for Chen Yi to come up from the baseline to receive the ball, shifting the point of possession to Chen Yi. Chen Yi initiated a pick, and Jamison swiftly moved in from the inside to set a screen before promptly cutting to the basket. As Chen Yi advanced by breaking to the right, he cast a glance towards Jamison's position and sent the ball soaring in that direction. Upon receiving the pass in the paint, Jamison found himself intercepted simultaneously by Nowitzki and Marion, hesitant to make a forceful move. Butler, stationed in the elbow area, set a screen, enabling Chen Yi to maneuver past Dampier while also positioning himself to receive the ball in an open space. Jamison clutched the ball tightly, contemplating two potential passing options before ultimately placing his trust in Chen Yi. Upon receiving Jamison's bounce pass, Chen Yi executed a sudden stop jump shot amidst Marion's interference. Swish. The sharpshooter illuminated the court. Positioned approximately 3 meters from the basket, Chen's jump shot secured 2 points for the Wizards. Kenny Smith remarked, I've always said to hand the ball over to Chen. Caron Butler, stop demanding the ball and focus on setting screens. Barkley nodded in agreement. In the next possession, Jet Terry, utilizing Nowitzki's screen in the elbow area, successfully made another jump shot. Terry's shooting touch was commendable tonight. He had already scored 9 points in the final quarter, hitting 4 out of 6 attempts, along with a free throw. With 1 minute and 44 seconds remaining, Chen Yi found himself open at the baseline and attempted a 3-point jump shot. Unfortunately, this time the badge did not shine, as the shot clanged off the rim. Jamison seized the rebound in the low post and attempted to go one-on-one against Nowitzki. Despite Nowitzki's imposing presence, Jamison could not find an opportunity to shoot. As he contemplated passing the ball to the perimeter, the seasoned Kid intercepted it at the free throw line. Kid's fast break led to a mid-range jumper that missed, but Dampier, stationed in the paint, secured the offensive rebound and unleashed a furious roar after an emphatic dunk. This will seal the game, Dampier shouted towards the camera. With 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, the score stood at 87-94, and the Wizards faced a 7-point deficit. Dampier had already begun to pop open champagne in anticipation. Yang Yi felt a twinge of displeasure at Dampier's arrogance. Coach Zhang muttered, it's still too early to celebrate. There's over a minute left. As Dampier retreated on defense, he cast a glance at Chen Yi, who chose to ignore him and instead positioned himself to receive Haywood's inbound pass. Just a clown. Dribbling past half-court, Chen Yi called for a pick-and-roll once more. However, this time, Jamison's screen was subpar, and when he switched on to Nowitzki, no favorable shooting opportunity arose. Instead, Jamison found himself in a promising position to receive the ball from Kid. Chen Yi generously passed the ball back, as Jamison found himself in a one-on-one situation against Kid in the elbow area. Kid's substantial physique presented a formidable challenge for Jamison, who struggled to gain an advantage through sheer force. After several attempts, he pivoted and executed a low-post shot. With a resounding clang, Kid successfully blocked the attempt. The Wizards fans held their breath in anxiety as the shot clanged off the rim, fearing that if the Mavericks seized another opportunity, the situation could become dire. Fortunately, Haywood valiantly secured the rebound against Dampier, preserving the Wizards' chances. Chen Yi received the pass at a 45-degree angle on the left side. There are only 9 seconds remaining in the offensive time. Chen Yi engaged in a one-on-one duel with Nowitzki beyond the arc. As both stars battled fiercely in this critical moment, Yang Yi remarked. Coach Zhang then inquired, should we call for a pick-and-roll? Nowitzki may not be able to contain Chen Yi's penetration. Chen Yi waved his hand, signaling his teammates to spread out. He intended to take on the challenge alone. Chen Yi's right shoulder swayed gently as he attempted to deceive Nowitzki into shifting his center of gravity. However, Nowitzki merely lowered his body, firmly positioning one hand in front. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of dribbles, Chen Yi was acutely aware of the time ticking down on the shot clock. He took a small step forward while dribbling between his legs, then pulled back, followed by a continuous dribble beneath his legs. Chen Yi maintained a series of quick, deceptive steps, his shoulders oscillating to confuse his opponent. Nowitzki, however, remained unperturbed, gradually retreating in defense, confident in their 7-point lead. There were only 3 seconds left on the shot clock. After deftly maneuvering the ball behind his back, Chen Yi executed a sweeping pullback, propelling himself beyond the 3-point line while creating a space for his shot. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted power through his legs, leaped into the air, and with a lowered wrist, flicked the basketball towards the hoop. Swish. As the 3-point shot splashed through the net, the shooting badge illuminated brightly, igniting a wave of cheers from the fans. Chen Yi had no time to revel in his success, swiftly regrouping with his teammates for defense. With just 46 seconds remaining, after the Mavericks concluded their offensive play, only 22 seconds were left in the game, less than a full shot clock. Holding a 5-point lead, the Mavericks were sure to play the clock. With time still on their side, the Wizards hesitated to commit any fouls, tightening their defense as several players began to closely mark their opponents on the perimeter. After several unsuccessful attempts to intercept the ball, Chen Yi and Fu Yi swiftly initiated a double team, compelling the opponents to pass. With Terry and Nowitzki devoid of shooting space, Kidd found himself unmarked at a 45-degree angle beyond the 3-point line on the right. With just 32 seconds remaining, the unguarded Kidd confidently took his shot. Clang. This marked Kidd's 5th missed 3-pointer of the game. Haywood positioned himself in the paint, but Chen Yi surged in to seize the rebound. Chen Yi sprinted towards the vicinity of the logo, while Fu Yi had already reached the baseline. Chen Yi swiftly passed the ball. Unfortunately, Kidd and Terry emerged from behind, charging towards the baseline. With Fu Yi missing his chance to shoot, the ball was once again directed to Chen Yi. At the top of the arc, Chen Yi had no time to ponder, casting a fleeting glance at the hoop and the 3-point line beneath his feet before leaping to take the shot. A swift and graceful arc was traced through the air. Swish. It was a success. Chen Yi executed a trailing 3-pointer, narrowing the deficit to just 1 point. Yang Yi's heart began to race, and upon the ball's entry, he shouted with excitement. Coach Zhang squinted and remarked, Chen Yi had not made a single 3-pointer from the arc this season. Now, this shot has preserved the suspense of the game. 93-94. Chen Yi celebrated with a fist pump, fortunate that he had elevated the 3-point shooting attribute to above 70. Otherwise, given his long-range shooting capability, the outcome of that shot would have been precarious. Previously, his long-range attempts had primarily been concentrated between the baseline and a 45-degree angle, enabling him to leverage the advantages bestowed by his badges. With merely 27 seconds remaining in the match, the Mavericks' offensive play concluded, leaving the Wizards with a mere 3 seconds on the clock. Yang Yi regained his composure and remarked, the Wizards continued to double-team on the perimeter, while the Mavericks players remained unhurried in their offensive approach, with Kidd and Terry alternating possession beyond the 3-point line. Nowitzki and Marion positioned themselves on either side of the paint, poised to spring into action only at the final moment. Time ticked away second by second, and Sanders, on the sidelines, could not help but break into a cold sweat from anxiety. Chen Yi signaled to Jamison with a wave, indicating a switch in defense. Jamison hesitated for a moment. At this juncture, a defensive switch could easily grant Nowitzki an opportunity. However, upon noticing the urgency in Chen Yi's eyes, he hesitated only briefly before sprinting forward. Observing the movement of the defenders opposite, Kidd swiftly released the ball, sending it directly toward the unguarded Nowitzki. As Chen Yi prepared to lunge forward while Jamison moved, he silently rejoiced at his accurate prediction upon observing Kidd's actions. He intended to exploit the moment of the defensive switch to compel his opponent to pass the ball. However, Kidd's passing speed was astonishingly swift. Despite anticipating the trajectory of the pass, Chen Yi fell short in his attempt to intercept. The basketball spun past his fingertips, and he inwardly lamented the unfortunate turn of events. Oh dear, that attempted steal was utterly illogical. Coach Zhang exclaimed anxiously. Jamison, recognizing Chen Yi's intention, noted that Nowitzki was already in a prime position to receive the ball. The German star raised both hands high, positioned at a precise 45-degree angle at the edge of the paint, his favored shooting zone, harboring no doubts about his capability. With his signature one-leg fadeaway, the basketball arced gracefully towards the rim before bouncing high, yet it remained precariously suspended above the net. No one could predict whether the ball would nestle into the net or ricochet off the rim to the ground. Suddenly, a large hand appeared above the hoop, casting a shadow over the entire basketball before decisively slamming it into the basket. After landing, Dampier clenched his fists, veins bulging, and let out a primal roar. Dampier's emphatic putback. Yang Yi struck his right fist into his left palm, sensing the gravity of the moment. Coach Zhang squinted at the players on the court, pondering. Something feels amiss. This play is contentious. Yang Yi regained his focus as Sanders and the Wizards players congregated at the sidelines to converse with the referees. Following a discussion, the two referees, equipped with headsets, approached the scorer's table. In the TNT studio, Barkley confidently declared, "That was undoubtedly an offensive interference." Kenny Smith countered, "It's rather ambiguous. We should await the replay." As the domestic broadcast began to replay the incident, Coach Zhang narrowed his eyes, observing the ball's position, and slowly stated, "The basketball has yet to leave the cylinder. Dampier's action constitutes offensive interference." Yang Yi, invigorated, remarked, "The cameras captured it clearly. It was indeed offensive interference." Both the NBA and FIBA recognize the occurrence of interference, yet the NBA, as a commercial league, seeks to mitigate the influence of interior play while amplifying that of perimeter players to enhance the spectacle of the game. A notable distinction being the existence of offensive interference in the NBA. What constitutes offensive interference? It occurs when, during a shot, the ball is descending and entirely above the level of the hoop, prohibiting both offensive and defensive players from contacting the ball. Should the defensive team violate this rule, the basket counts. Should the offensive team violate it, the basket is disregarded, and possession transfers to the defending side. The replay revealed that after the basketball made contact with the rim, it was still in flight and had not left the cylinder, confirming that Dampier interfered with its trajectory, forcefully plunging it through the net. The referees ruled offensive interference, granting the Wizards a sideline inbounds. In response to the ruling, Dampier vehemently protested, fearing a technical foul, while Kidd and Marion promptly restrained him. Nowitzki shook his head, lamenting that the shot was likely to have been successful had his teammate not acted so hastily. Dampier sighed deeply, believing he had secured the winning putback, only to squander possession to the opposing team. With a mere 6 seconds remaining for the Wizards' final offensive play, Sanders called a timeout to devise a strategy. That was a nail-biter. Wizards fans certainly do not wish to witness an open Nowitzki when trailing, Yang Yi remarked during the pause. Chen Yi's previous play was audacious. A gamble of a steal. Quite a bold move, Coach Zhang responded, shaking his head. Yang Yi continued, Chen Yi has averaged 2.1 steals over recent games, a commendable statistic. Yet many of his steals arise from such high-risk gambles, leading to an average of 3 turnovers. Coach Zhang concluded with a smile, regardless, the outcome is acceptable. We shall see how the final play unfolds. It is reasonable for Sanders to entrust the ball to Chen Yi. At the TNT commentary table, Kenny Smith observed, with only a point separating the teams, the Wizards would be wise to attack the basket. A successful shot would grant them the lead, and even a missed attempt could result in a foul or a battle for the rebound. A three-pointer would be ideal for taking the lead, yet it carries significant risk. Barkley added, only 6 seconds remain. Whether for 2 or 3 points, each shot must be decisive. Regardless of the choice, the Wizards must let Chen handle the ball. No more lapses in judgment. As the timeout concluded, the gaze of the entire arena turned to the center court. Sanders made his final adjustments, substituting the three-point capable Nick Young for center Haywood. Chen Yi stood on the logo, and as Foy tossed the ball into his hands, the timer commenced. With the ball in hand, he charged beyond the three-point line, while Nick Young awaited the pass at the right baseline. Foy also directed Terry to the left baseline, and Jamison set a screen for Butler at the right 45-degree angle, creating a clear opportunity. As Chen Yi pivoted to pull back, he confronted Kidd in a one-on-one defense. With a masterful first step, he propelled himself off the ground, the silver emblem illuminating as his body surged towards the paint. Kidd, holding his breath, exerted every ounce of effort to keep pace with Chen Yi. Only 3 seconds remaining. Chen Yi stood at the edge of the paint area, pivoting on his right foot as he leaned against Kidd to execute a swift turn and abrupt stop. Kidd, propelled by inertia, was thrust half a body's length away before he instinctively raised his hands to brace himself. As Chen Yi exerted force with his left foot to leap, he adjusted his body to face the hoop, and at the apex of his jump, he deftly flicked the basketball with his right hand. The closer he was to the basket, the higher the probability of scoring. Chen Yi comprehends this principle. And with only a 1-point deficit, there is no necessity to gamble on a 3-point shot in which he lacks proficiency. He initially intended to leverage his speed for a penetrating drive, yet upon observing 2 towering centers stationed beneath the basket, he recognized that attempting a 3-on-1 confrontation would not be a prudent course of action. In the final moments, referees typically refrain from interference, making it quite challenging to draw a foul. Chen Yi executed a backward jump shot from the edge of the paint to secure the final point. With just 1 seconds remaining as the basketball approached the net, a 5-year-old fan clad in Chen Yi's jersey had already covered his eyes. At last, as the timer froze at 1:0 seconds, swoosh, the master of the fadeaway. The arena erupted with deafening cheers. 96-95. What a dramatic finish. The young fan, still covering his eyes, leapt with excitement. Butler and Nick Young attempted to join the celebration, but were halted by Chen Yi. Only 1 second remained for the Mavericks. They did not rush their offense. Coach Carlisle called for a timeout. With no time for a catch, the Mavericks entrusted their final play to Kidd and Nowitzki. On the Wizards' side, Haywood re-entered the game, and McGee replaced Foy. The two towering centers double-teamed Nowitzki, who couldn't jump due to being boxed out. As Kidd threw the inbounds pass, he aimed for Dampier. The basketball soared high as Dampier leapt beneath the basket. With just 1 second left, the Mavericks had no choice but to attempt an alley-oop. Kidd's pass was precise, but Dampier, using one hand, slammed the ball against the backboard, sending it flying away. Ding! The final buzzer sounded. The score remained at 96-95, with the Wizards completing a thrilling comeback. As the timer expired, Chen Yi's teammates rushed towards him in jubilation. Coach Saunders, whose nerves had been taut, finally relaxed and joined the celebration. Dampier, who had missed the game-winning shot, felt dejected, leaning against the rim as he stared at the scoreboard on the big screen, speechless. They had just been leading by 7 points a minute ago. Dampier felt a sense of despair, his mind filled with regret. If only he had interfered with Nowitzki's jump shot a moment later, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Nowitzki, who had been on the receiving end of a last-second defeat, felt anger but merely shook his head, resigning himself to sit on the bench. With a single fadeaway jumper, Chen Yi had sealed the game. He was like a merciless assassin, Barkley exclaimed with excitement. Across the ocean, countless domestic fans were equally thrilled. That game winner, that fadeaway, bore a striking resemblance to that legendary player. Meanwhile, Dampier, who had been fervently shouting just a minute prior, became the evening's biggest fool. His furious shout directed at the camera was turned into a meme, circulating widely across various forums. "Hey, big guy, that's how you kill a game," Chen Yi said, smiling at Dampier after celebrating with his teammates. Dampier could only seethe in frustration. Chen Yi, who delivered his first career buzzer beater, played for 35 minutes, shooting 10 for 15 from the field, 2 for 3 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 6 for 6 from the free throw line, amassing a team-high 28 points. Along with 2 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, proving to be the key player in the comeback. Butler, who had a wealth of shooting opportunities, also achieved a double-double with 20 points and 10 rebounds, while Haywood posted an impressive 13 points and 18 rebounds against Dampier. On the Mavericks side, star player Nowitzki played for 40 minutes, scoring 28 points with 5 rebounds and 1 assist, while Terry emerged as the second scoring option with 21 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. Kidd, despite showcasing a commendable offensive desire early in the game, struggled significantly, making only 2 of 10 attempts, including a dismal 1 for 7 from three-point range. Had Kidd been in better form, the Wizards would have faced a far tougher challenge. Although Kidd only scored 6 points, no one dared to label him a liability, as he also contributed 5 rebounds and 15 assists. With a 95-94 victory over the Mavericks, the Wizards improved to a record of 20 wins and 21 losses. Currently, they sit just outside the playoff picture in the Western Conference. But in the less competitive Eastern Conference, they have firmly established themselves in 8th place, opening a 1-5-game lead over the 9th-place Bulls. Back in the locker room, the Wizards players remained in a state of ecstatic celebration. Chen Yi was filled with exhilaration, yet after a brief celebration with his teammates, he swiftly regained his composure. It was merely a game-winning shot. After all, there would be many more opportunities in the future to ascend to the ranks of a superstar. The frequency of such decisive moments is often a topic of fervent discussion among fans. With his overall evaluation surpassing 70, Chen Yi secured a minimum of 600 points for this match, ultimately amassing a total of 636 points. Additionally, the system rewarded him with a bonus of 3,000 points for his game-winning shot, clarifying that each decisive play earns corresponding reward points, the amount of which is determined by the difficulty of the shot. Upon receiving the 3,000 points, Chen Yi's total now stood at 3,951 points. Furthermore, during this match, he only managed to collect the jump shot package from Marion, with no new badges acquired. His attributes saw slight enhancements, particularly in passing and mid-range shooting, with passing increasing by 0.7 points and mid-range by 1.3 points, largely thanks to contributions from Nowitzki and Kidd. Haywood also contributed a decrease of 1.2 points to his rebounding statistics. Post-match, Sanders appeared in good spirits, thankful for Chen Yi's clutch fadeaway shot. Had the Wizards lost by a single point, the pressure from fans would have been unimaginable, as he had entrusted Butler with too much ball control during the game. Sanders patted Chen Yi on the shoulder and led him to the post-match press conference. Click, click, click. Countless flashes illuminated Chen Yi, as the media found this match to be a veritable goldmine of discussion. Chen, first and foremost, congratulations on achieving a 9-game winning streak. You held your nerve during the critical moments and executed that game-winning fadeaway jumper. What kind of communication transpired within the team that led you to take that shot from that position? Inquired a reporter from Canada. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi remarked, "At that time, we were only trailing by a single point, so our tactical discussion focused on either breaking through or making a mid-range shot. I believe that a fadeaway jump shot is the most stylish way to score, which is why I opted for that technique." In the interview, Chen Yi would not candidly admit that it was the opponent's defensive arrangement that left him with limited opportunities to penetrate, hence his choice of a turnaround jumper. This statement elicited laughter from all the media present. The fadeaway jump shot is indeed a divine weapon. Moreover, it is undeniably impressive. During his previous life on the basketball courts, many casual teammates would enthusiastically employ this move, especially when there were ladies on the sidelines. Executing a fadeaway while clanking the ball off the rim. A tribute to the basketball gods and to the Mamba mentality. In basketball, style is of utmost importance. Thus, even if Chen Yi were to acquire Marion's shooting skills, he would never utilize them. A reporter then inquired of Coach Saunders, Coach Phillips, during the game. You granted Carroll a significant amount of ball possession, while the more informed Chen had few opportunities to shoot, particularly in the fourth quarter. Does this reflect a trust issue within your team? This journalist from ESPN posed a rather incisive question. Saunders waved his hand dismissively and replied, I have faith in every player on this team. The fact that I entrusted the ball to Chen in the final moments serves as ample proof. Regardless, we emerged victorious in this match. Post-game, Yao Ming, who was recuperating in Houston, promptly tweeted his congratulations to Chen Yi for his game-winning fadeaway against the Mavericks, instantly garnering over 10,000 likes. Fans, both domestic and international, were ecstatic that night. Throughout Yao's illustrious 8-year NBA career, he had yet to deliver a game-winning shot. And one need not even mention Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu in this regard. Chen Yi is the first player from Huaxiao to deliver a game-winning shot on the NBA stage. In a sense, Yao Ming feels that Chen Yi's performance has already surpassed his own during his rookie season. If he maintains such competitive form, the young man's future holds boundless potential. A sense of relief washed over Yao, as he finally felt the prospect of having a capable ally in international competitions. He perused the game schedule and, after sending a text to Yi Jianlian, promptly instructed his assistant to purchase a ticket for a flight to New Jersey on January 29th. On January 22nd, the Wizards, fresh from a 9-game winning streak, continued to hold court at home against the Miami Heat. The Wizards' schedule in January was relatively favorable for the players. Following a 2-game road trip the previous week, only one of the last 5 matches was an away game, with the remainder taking place in Washington. This arrangement alleviated the burden of travel, enabling the players to perform at their peak. Both the Heat and the Wizards entered the game with identical records of 20 wins and 21 losses, though due to tiebreakers. The Heat occupied the 7th position while the Wizards were ranked 8th. Prior to the match, Dwayne Wade approached Chen Yi, who had recently captured the world's attention. Observing Wade's prominent jawline up close, Chen Yi felt that it not only failed to detract from his attractiveness, but rather enhanced his allure. Undeniably, Wade's looks rank among the finest in the NBA, having even made it into People magazine's top 50 most handsome men in the world. Beyond his appearance, Wade's performance this season has been nothing short of spectacular, averaging 6 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists per game. While this is a drop from his previous season's astonishing averages of 2 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, he remains the core of the Heat and a prominent figure in the league. The term prominent figure may be somewhat misleading, as during David Stern's era, only one player was deemed the prodigy. Yet, that prodigy has yet to prove himself and is still striving for his inaugural championship. In contrast, Wade, also part of the illustrious 2003 draft class, did not shine as brightly during the draft compared to LeBron James or Carmelo Anthony. But he became the first to secure both a championship and the Finals MVP. Wade's journey in the NBA began like a fairy tale, though this narrative of triumph lasted merely 3 years. From the reigning champion Heat's first-round elimination in the 2006 to 2007 season to Wade's injury in the 2007 to 2008 season, many believed his star had dimmed. However, Wade returned in the 2008 to 2009 season in peak form. Last season, he not only claimed the scoring title but also ascended to 3rd place in the MVP rankings. Had the Heat's performance been slightly stronger, Wade's career might not bear the regret of lacking an MVP trophy. Regrettably, the Heat's performance in recent years has not improved significantly. Wade has essentially become the sole beacon of hope. Last season, the team's second leading scorer was rookie Michael Beasley, averaging 9 points, followed closely by Jermaine O'Neal with 13 points. At first glance, does the combination of Beasley and O'Neal not seem formidable? As for Sean Marion and Udonis Haslem, they could only offer minimal offensive support. This season, aside from Wade, only Beasley and the younger O'Neal have managed to average double digits, while the rest of the team has struggled. During the pre-game strategy meeting, Coach Saunders felt little trepidation regarding this iteration of the Heat, recognizing that it bore little resemblance to the championship team of 2006. He firmly believed that by containing Wade, the Wizards could effortlessly secure their 10th consecutive victory. Chen Yi, however, lacked the unwavering confidence of his coach. Attempting to contain Wade was nearly an impossible feat as anticipated. From the very beginning of the first quarter, Coach Saunders wore a perpetually furrowed brow. The opening possession for the Heat, following a successful tip-off, saw Wade employing his signature Euro step to deftly evade the defenses of both Chen Yi and Butler, penetrating deep into the Wizards' interior before executing a layup and scoring. Upon witnessing Chen Yi's astonishing speed, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. How formidable would he have been had he not undergone meniscus removal? Wade, employing his exquisitely swift hesitation moves, effortlessly penetrated the Wizards' defense, compelling them to resort to a double-team strategy. However, this tactic proved futile, as Wade possessed an exceptional ability to orchestrate offensive plays. His drives and assists consistently created optimal receiving and shooting opportunities for his teammates. In the mere first 6 minutes of the opening quarter, he had already amassed 5 assists. In addition to his penetrating prowess, Wade's shooting touch was remarkably hot tonight, as he opened the game with 2 successful three-point shots. By the end of the first quarter, the Wizards found themselves overwhelmed, trailing 15-32 at the hands of Wade and his team. In the first quarter, Chen Yi displayed a commendable shooting touch, scoring 7 points from 6 attempts, including 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc. In contrast, the heavily relied upon Karen Butler was thoroughly overwhelmed by Dwayne Wade, managing only 2 points from 4 attempts. As the second quarter commenced, the Wizards regrouped, determined to close the gap. Butler, after finally shaking off his defender with a screen, rushed into the paint, only to have Wade execute a spectacular block that sent the ball soaring into the stands. The audacity of that volleyball-style rejection not only earned Chen Yi a badge of a blocking master, but also deflated Butler's spirit. Fortunately, Chen Yi maintained his shooting rhythm, contributing with both three-pointers and mid-range shots to stabilize the score, while Nick Young and JaVale McGee from the second unit added their share, outscoring their opponents by 2 points in that quarter. However, as the second half began, Wade unleashed his prowess, netting 13 points in the third quarter and effectively rendering the game a mere formality. With the final buzzer echoing at 88-112, the Heat decisively ended the Wizards' 9-game winning streak. Throughout the match, the Heat consistently dominated, particularly due to one player's exceptional performance on both ends of the court, leaving the Wizards in a state of suffocation. Not only were Butler and Jamison's efficiencies lacking, but Chen Yi's shooting was also underwhelming. With the fourth quarter quickly devolving into garbage time, Chen Yi played just 30 minutes, recording 14 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals on 5 of 12 shooting, including 2 of 4 from three-point range and a perfect 2 of 2 from the free throw line. His 14 points were the highest for the Wizards. On the other side, Wade evoked memories of his 2006 Finals performance, amassing 35 points, 5 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks in just 34 minutes, shooting 12 of 19 with an impressive over 60% accuracy. His 4 of 7 from three-point territory further captivated the Wizards' audience. During this period, Wade's versatility was unparalleled. Had it not been for the shortcomings of his teammates, he might not have sought to join forces with others in pursuit of additional championship trophies the following year. Ironically, after securing his second and third championship rings, his historical standing seemed diminished, rendering him a unique figure in the annals of basketball. Without a template to follow, Chen Yi experienced a profound sense of powerlessness on the court for the first time. In the previous match against the Mavericks, his ability to maintain offensive momentum hinged entirely on his shooting from mid-range and beyond the arc, and once that rhythm faltered, his offensive efficiency plummeted. It appears that enhancing one's attributes is indeed the key to success. Chen Yi lamented the necessity for Jessica to secure more endorsements on his behalf, as off-court opportunities are a significant avenue for accumulating points. Following their defeat to the Heat, the Wizards continued their homestand against the Clippers. The Clippers, having selected the White Beast Blake Griffin with the first overall pick this year, faced a setback when he suffered a stress fracture in his left kneecap just a day before the regular season, resulting in his season-ending injury. The team is now led by Chris Kaman and the round-faced Gordon. It is unfortunate for a rookie season to be cut short, but Clippers fans remain hopeful for Griffin's return to dominate the league, especially since he was named MVP in the Summer League and possesses immense potential to showcase his talents on the court. Despite Griffin's absence, the Clippers have continued to struggle this season, failing to have a single player score over 20 points as they grapple with the fierce competition in the Western Conference. In theory, such a team should not pose a significant challenge for the Wizards, yet they succumbed to the Clippers once again with a score of 78-92, marking their second consecutive home defeat. The first 3 quarters of the match saw both teams engaged in a competitive back and forth, with the sounds of missed shots resonating throughout the Verizon Center, yet the score remained closely contested. As the final quarter commenced, the Clippers still could not find their rhythm, their shooting percentage never exceeding 40%. However, the Wizards' performance was even more astonishing. In the fourth quarter, they attempted 16 shots but only managed to make 3, missing an incredible 13 attempts. Witnessing the Wizards score merely 10 points in the final quarter, Sanders appeared visibly frustrated on the sidelines. Ultimately, as the final buzzer echoed, the Wizards emerged as the champions of the evening's Iron King competition, losing to the Clippers by a margin of 14 points. Chen Yi played a total of 37 minutes in this match, making 5 of 13 field goal attempts, 1 of 4 from beyond the arc, and 5 of 6 from the free throw line, accumulating 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. Notably, he recorded 1 steal and 2 blocks while defending against Gordon. However, it is worth mentioning that Chen struggled in the final quarter, failing to score on 3 attempts, which sparked considerable discussion among fans. Following the Wizards' consecutive defeats, many detractors who had previously dismissed Chen Yi only to face backlash from fans, are now emboldened. What of the light of Huaxia? What of the genius guard? It seems these were merely media embellishments. After a few commendable performances, have they lost sight of reality? Critics feel their moment has finally arrived. Regarding Chen's performance, it was entirely within my expectations. On an ESPN commentary show, analyst Andrew remarked that there are many players like him who are fleeting stars, and the recent buzz surrounding Chen is primarily due to his identity as a Huaxia native. Andrew previously faced a storm of criticism on social media after agreeing with Pistons guard Stuckey's statement that local players often perform excellently, yet fail to garner such attention. Now that he has the opportunity, he is not one to shy away from criticizing Chen Yi. Renowned commentator Stephen A. Smith also stated that the Wizards' two-game losing streak has fully exposed their issues. Whether Chen can serve as a core player remains debatable, as I feel he relies too heavily on his shooting touch. Once defensive intensity increases, his shooting percentage is likely to plummet. Andrew scoffed, stating, "Oh ho. Chen has already proven he is unfit to be a ball-handling core." His sudden outburst deceived the fans worldwide. I believe the Wizards supporters should awaken to reality. Without Gilbert Arenas, they are a thoroughly abysmal team. Stephen A. Smith did not counter him, but instead turned to the schedule. Who is the Wizards' next opponent? Oh, it's the Western Conference leaders, the Los Angeles Lakers, he chuckled. Andrew, with a gleeful expression, remarked, if they can't even compete with the Los Angeles Clippers, how dare they think of facing the Lakers? I believe the entire nation will witness Chen being thoroughly outplayed by Kobe. The Clippers fans internally thought, BYD has given you everything. Following the airing of this ESPN segment, clips of Andrew and Stephen A. Smith mocking Chen Yi quickly circulated online, prompting fans to report and have them taken down. Barkley, on the TNT show, vehemently criticized. What does Andrew know about basketball? Can we please have analysts who have actually watched the games? As a devoted supporter of Chen, Barkley was quite incensed. He had been commentating since Chen's debut and still believes Chen is the most impressive rookie of this class and a strong contender for Rookie of the Year. Barkley continued, stating that the Wizards' two-game losing streak stems from their own inadequate roster, as Karen and Antoine have been largely invisible in recent games, particularly Karen, who has performed even worse with increased ball opportunities. Chen has totaled 32 points, 5 rebounds, and 9 assists over the last 2 games, which is commendable for a rookie. Kenny Smith added that if one were to measure Chen against a superstar's performance, his recent outings may indeed fall short. Yet this highlights that his previous displays of talent are indisputable, as he is merely a rookie. Barkley concluded, Chen Yi's recent subpar performance has not only sparked discussions across the United States, but has also garnered significant attention domestically. Shu Kun and Yang Yi analyzed Chen Yi's playing style during the program. Yang Yi remarked that Chen's efficiency in penetrating defenses has not been as high as it once was, possibly due to his adjustment to a modified playing style. In his initial encounters on the court, Chen Yi predominantly drove towards the basket, as shooting was not his favored scoring method. However, in the recent matches, he has opted primarily for mid-range jump shots, diminishing the perceived threat of his drives. Shu Kun noted that Chen's playing style is not without its flaws, pointing out a particular bad habit he has. He tends to halt near the free throw line after a drive to seek out teammates for a pass. Yang Yi nodded in agreement, stating that Chen Yi often accelerates into a play following a screen, either opting to force a foul or pausing to locate a teammate to pass to, rendering his passing intentions overly conspicuous. Moreover, he has a penchant for risky steals, resulting in a high number of turnovers. Coach Zhang commented that regardless of the circumstances, Chen Yi's performance is already considered top tier. No other guard in Huaxia has reached his level, especially as he is still a rookie with considerable room for growth. Following this extensive analysis, the fans have collectively concluded that Chen Yi is experiencing what is commonly referred to as the rookie wall. As the term suggests, rookies entering the NBA often encounter a phase where their performance plummets, akin to facing an invisible wall obstructing their path forward. This phenomenon is quite prevalent, as many athletes transitioning from college to the NBA must contend with a grueling 82-game regular season, nearly 3 times the length of a college season, which can gradually wear them down physically. Furthermore, some rookies who initially excel may find their performance declining significantly once their playing style is thoroughly analyzed and countered by opposing teams. After the match, Chen Yi took a moment to reflect on the recent rumors circulating in the media. He found himself perplexed by the tendency of people to draw conclusions based on just 1 or 2 games. Indeed, the global tendency to praise a victory while disparaging a defeat seems to be a universal trait. After all, where there are fans, there are bound to be critics. However, following these 2 games, Chen Yi undeniably sensed a decline in his performance, as his previous statistics had been inflated by an excessively high template value. Nonetheless, bolstered by his badges and fundamental stats, his performance among rookies remained commendable, especially considering the ample opportunities for ball possession with the Wizards. He resonated with several domestic commentators' insights, recognizing his own tendency to pause near the free throw line, an aspect of his game influenced by Jeremy Lin's playing style, which he inadvertently adopted due to muscle memory. He has been diligently working to amend this habit. As for the so-called rookie wall, Chen Yi felt he had yet to encounter such a hurdle, with his stats consistently hovering around 15 points and 5 rebounds. Maintaining this level of performance should suffice for a spot on the all-rookie team. Moreover, with access to energy drinks through the system, his stamina was not something he needed to worry about. Amidst the myriad of external opinions, Chen Yi's primary concern lay with the upcoming opponent. Although the Wizards would be playing at home, they were set to face the formidable Los Angeles Lakers, currently leading the Western Conference, spearheaded by the legendary Kobe Bryant. On January 26th, at 6:30 p.m., the Verizon Center in Washington was already brimming with eager fans. Despite the Wizards having recently suffered 2 consecutive defeats, Chen Yi's emergence as a star this season had brought unexpected joy to the fans, solidifying his status as a hero in Washington. Furthermore, the matchup against Kobe's Lakers promised to be a captivating spectacle, with the entire nation poised to witness this thrilling contest. Chen Yi arrived at the gymnasium early to engage in shooting warm-ups. Prior to his arrival, he had exchanged his accumulated 5,000 points for an enhancement of 5 attribute points. 3 of these points were allocated to his mid-range shooting, resulting in an impressive score exceeding 80, while the remaining 2 points were dedicated to his 3-point shooting, bringing that score to 73. 6. The impact of these enhancements was palpably evident. Chen Yi's mid-range shooting accuracy on the training court had soared to an astounding 90, and he achieved an 80 success rate on 3-pointers when unguarded. Clang, clang. Behind him, a succession of sounds echoed, the unmistakable noise of the ball striking the rim. Chen Yi turned to gaze at the opposing court, where a player wearing headphones was diligently practicing. The player received a pass from a teammate, subtly faked with a shoulder shimmy, then launched into the air with a powerful leap, executing a stylish turnaround jumper. Clang. The rim once again denied the shot. A classic case of a missed opportunity. What a disappointment. Chen Yi gazed at the familiar fadeaway jumper, a myriad of emotions surging within him. He promptly seized a basketball and executed a similar spinning jump shot. Clang. A fierce strike of iron, a tribute to Kobe. As the warm-up concluded, both teams donned their jerseys and gathered at the sidelines, awaiting the referee's signal to commence the match. Tonight's adversary was formidable. The Lakers had amassed an impressive record of 33 wins and 11 losses this season, trailing only behind the Cavaliers, led by the illustrious LeBron James, and reigning supreme in the Wild Western Conference. The team's heart, Kobe, averaged 38 minutes on the court, launching 21.5 attempts per game, resulting in a remarkable tally of 27 points, 5 for rebounds, and 5 assists, while also striking the iron 7 times. Besides Kobe, the formidable duo of Pau Gasol, contributing 18 points and 11 rebounds, alongside Andrew Bynum, with 15 points and 8 rebounds, formed one of the league's most elite frontcourts. Sanders harbored no grand illusions for this match. He possessed the self-awareness to recognize the disparity between his team and their opponents. Thus, he urged his players to shed any psychological burdens. After all, it was merely a trifling 3-game losing streak. The notion of halting this losing streak had never crossed Sanders' mind, unless, of course, divine intervention were to possess one of the Wizards' players this evening. Before the tip-off, Chen Yi took the initiative to greet Kobe. Though Kobe appeared somewhat aloof, he proved to be quite amiable, provided one did not undermine him on the court. Earlier, in the locker room, when media personnel inquired about Kobe's thoughts on Chen Yi, he merely smiled and remarked he would comment further once they had the opportunity to face each other on the court. Following Kobe's statement, the media, upon reviewing the starting lineups for the game, became even more invigorated. Lakers starters, Andrew Bynum, Pau Gasol, Ron Artest, Kobe Bryant, Derek Fisher. Wizards starters, Haywood, Jamison, Butler, Chen Yi, Foy. As Chen Yi took the floor alongside Foy, he found himself positioned at the shooting guard spot, facing none other than Kobe, at the center circle for the jump ball. The home crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos as they saw Bynum step forward. The reason was simple. He shared the same name, Andrew. As the basketball commentator from ESPN who had critiqued Chen Yi, Bynum, for his part, felt quite innocent amidst the jeers. Chen Yi was quite familiar with Bynum, who epitomized low intelligence. His antics included illicit affairs with the assistant coach's wife, reckless parking in luxury cars, and peculiar incidents such as exacerbating an injury while bowling, rendering him unable to take the court. However, what left the deepest impression on Chen Yi was Bynum's obsession with hairstyling. During a game intermission, he had the audacity to get a haircut, leaving the spectators utterly astonished. Remarkable, indeed. Following a successful jump ball, Bynum exaggeratedly expressed himself in response to the home crowd, which only intensified the boos directed at him. The Lakers' first offensive play was executed by their star, Kobe Bryant. After a series of beautifully orchestrated yet unsuccessful shots, Pau Gasol seized the rebound and, while maneuvering past Haywood for a layup, earned a free throw opportunity. The 2-1 play was converted, granting the Lakers an early lead of 3 points. Foy brought the ball up from the backcourt to the arc, while Chen Yi stationed himself at the baseline. Kobe, defending him, obstructed Foy's passing lane. As Foy passed the ball to Butler, who advanced to the left side at a 45-degree angle, Haywood set a screen in the paint, aiming to free Chen Yi from Kobe's relentless grip. Yet, Kobe's adeptness in navigating screens kept Chen Yi firmly tethered to his defender. Chen Yi dashed from the penalty area to the arc, a maneuver that captured the attention of Gasol, as Chen held the ball and executed a three-threat move. He was double-teamed by Kobe. This created an opportunity for Jamison to cut into the lane. With remarkable quickness, Chen deftly passed the ball into the paint, enabling Jamison to score. The score was now 2-3. During the subsequent offensive play, after a series of ball rotations, Gasol charged into the paint, earning multiple free throw opportunities, both of which he converted. Following the change of possession, Chen Yi continuously maneuvered on the court in search of a passing opportunity. However, Kobe shadowed him too closely, and Foy struggled to find a passing lane, ultimately opting to pass to Butler on the wing. Upon receiving the ball, Butler attempted to penetrate the lane against three defenders, but was met with a resounding block from Bynum. After regaining possession in midair, Butler dribbled back to the baseline, acutely aware of the dwindling shot clock, and attempted to take the shot again, only to miss. Following the Lakers' rebound, they swiftly initiated a fast break. The Wizards' defense was quick to respond, as Fisher, after slipping from the wing to the arc, still found no favorable opportunity. He then passed the ball back to Gasol on the baseline. Unable to find an opening, Gasol returned the ball to Fisher, while Kobe moved in from the wing to set a screen, effectively obstructing Foy's pursuit. As Chen Yi transitioned defensively, Fisher observed the gaping hole in the interior. Faced with a rookie tasked with guarding him, he decisively instructed his teammates to clear out, allowing him to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Old Fish, as a spiritual leader of the Lakers, second only to Kobe, lacked exceptional scoring ability and the explosive speed typically expected of a guard. Instead, he relied predominantly on his physical prowess. With his impressive musculature, Fisher's strength was undeniably among the elite for guards. Unfortunately for him, he was matched against the formidable Chen Yi, whose power was fully realized. As Fisher attempted to assert his strength against Chen Yi in isolation, he was taken aback to find that his opponent remained unfazed. Noticing the dwindling shot clock, he hastily accelerated for a layup. Yet, as he charged into the paint to release his shot, Chen Yi leaped slightly behind him, his hand swatting the basketball away. The resounding slap echoed, marking him as a master of shot blocking. Fisher, still processing the rejection, turned just in time to see the ball land in Butler's hands. What a block, Chen Yi! Yang Yi exclaimed excitedly. Coach Zhang remarked, Fisher's attempt to overpower Chen Yi with sheer physicality was utterly unreasonable. He may have forgotten that Chen Yi's surprising strength was his initial claim to fame. This play should have been entrusted to Kobe. Although the block was executed, the Wizards failed to capitalize on the opportunity to narrow the score, as Butler's advance was sluggish, allowing the Lakers to establish their defensive positions by the time he crossed half-court. Moreover, Foy, upon receiving the ball in the elbow area, was swiftly surrounded by four defenders and lost possession, returning the ball to the opposing team. After nearly 2 minutes of play, the score remained a meager 2-5. The audience was still eagerly awaiting the much-anticipated matchup between Chen Yi and Kobe, as Coach Zhang observed the unfolding game. Yang Yi nodded, noting, Chen Yi's role as a shooting guard this game should have involved more off-ball movement. However, Kobe's defensive prowess is top-tier, making it difficult for him to find quality opportunities to receive the ball. Furthermore, Kobe's offensive drive has been lackluster today. He hasn't even attempted a shot yet. Just as he finished speaking, the scene shifted back to the game where the Lakers' two big men missed a close-range layup but managed to secure the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Kobe on the wing. Upon receiving the pass, Kobe gestured with his fingers in the air, prompting his teammates to instinctively spread out. Chen Yi crouched in front of him, ready to defend. This round was a one-on-one duel between Kobe and Chen Yi. Kobe cautiously pressed forward, while Chen Yi leaned in slightly, blocking his path. This maneuver granted Kobe an opportunity to break through, yet Chen Yi found himself at a disadvantage, despite often being labeled a clumsy player. The threat posed by peak Kobe's shooting ability was formidable. On the sidelines, Faye watched intently, poised to provide support at a moment's notice, for in a one-on-one scenario, a lack of defensive assistance from teammates could easily lead to points conceded. As Kobe dribbled, he continuously feigned with his shoulders, each movement imbued with a deceptive grace that left Chen Yi unable to discern his direction of attack. Suddenly, Kobe halted, executing a deceptive move that caused Chen Yi to rise on his toes. Seizing the moment, Kobe exploded towards the paint, compelling Haywood to abandon his defense of Bynum and step out of the key in an attempt to interfere. In midair, Kobe executed a sweeping layup, the ball grazing the backboard before descending into the net. Chen Yi picked up the 0-1 shot that had fallen to the ground, feeling a tinge of helplessness. Is this the offensive capability cultivated by rising at 4 a.m.? It seems ineffective no matter who attempts it. Following this play, Sanders decisively employed a double-team strategy against Kobe. In the first quarter, Kobe's desire to score was not particularly intense, especially when faced with 2 or 3 defenders each time. He chose to pass the ball to the interior player, Gasol. After scoring 5 consecutive points at the beginning of the quarter, Gasol maintained a commendable performance. excelling not only in overpowering Haywood offensively, but also in fulfilling his responsibilities of rim protection and rebounding. However, the Wizards, who had previously believed there was too great a disparity in this match and harbored little hope for victory, played liberally and consequently achieved remarkable offensive efficiency. Jamison, who had been silent for several games, regained his scoring touch, engaging in a scoring duel with Gasol, who tallied 10 points while Jamison amassed 9 points in the first quarter. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, under Kobe's relentless defense, attempted 7 shots, successfully making 3, including a three-pointer, accumulating 7 points. At the end of the first quarter, the Wizards trailed by a mere 1 point, 29-30, which surprised many. The Wizards seemed to have rediscovered their offensive rhythm, unyielding in their exchanges with the Lakers, as Kenny Smith remarked. However, Barkley shook his head, asserting that their offensive state remained lackluster, pointing out that the offensive and defensive capabilities of both teams were clearly not on the same level, and the Wizards' narrow 1-point deficit was solely due to Antoine regaining his shooting touch tonight. Barkley perceived the situation clearly. Despite the Wizards appearing evenly matched, they revealed numerous underlying issues, and their team's overall shooting percentage was far from impressive. Chen Yi found himself greatly challenged by Kobe's defense, struggling to maneuver and receive passes in the early stages of the match. Kobe has been selected for the all-defensive team 9 times, including 7 first-team selections, showcasing his elite defensive awareness, particularly in terms of help defense. As the second quarter unfolded, the Wizards' issues became glaringly apparent. Under the Lakers' intense defensive pressure, the Wizards' shooting percentage remained low, especially with both Chen Yi and Jamison failing to step up, leaving them at the mercy of their opponents. Furthermore, the Lakers' second unit was equally dominant against the Wizards. Players like Walton, Farmar, Vujasic, and Odom were formidable forces off the bench, particularly Odom, who served as the core of the Lakers' second unit. With a well-rounded skill set, he was a strong contender for the 6th Man of the Year award. However, like Bynum, he too had faced personal challenges. Following his breakup with Kardashian, Odom indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle, frequented nightclubs and brothels, and was found incapacitated after a 3-day binge at a club named Love Ranch, where he reportedly consumed excessive amounts of Viagra and engaged with 2 blonde women. Upon discovery, he was unresponsive, and many media outlets speculated about the failure of his kidneys and other organs, even questioning the possibility of brain death, with fears he might become a vegetable. Surprisingly, he later regained consciousness, a remarkable testament to the resilience of life. With such a powerhouse on the opposing side, the Wizards' second unit, featuring players like McGee and Boykins, was clearly outmatched. As anticipated, the Wizards were thoroughly outplayed by the Lakers in the second quarter. By halftime, the score stood at 44-60, with the Wizards trailing by 16 points. During the halftime break, ESPN's Andrew was in high spirits. "I told you, Chen and the Wizards would be overwhelmed by Kobe's Lakers. Those who support Chen can pipe down now," he mocked in the studio. "Hey," Smith added fuel to the fire, remarking, "Kobe hasn't even taken a shot yet, and the Wizards are already struggling." Meanwhile, the domestic broadcast took the opportunity during halftime to analyze the first-half performance. Yang Yi used a magnet on the board to review the Lakers' impressive tactics before assessing each player's performance. Shu Qin was the first to speak. Chen Yi scored 12 points in the first half, but his shooting percentage was low. Under Kobe's stringent defense, his strength in isolation plays was largely ineffective, hitting only 5 of 11 attempts. Yang Yi remarked, "Kobe's desire for victory this season has intensified. To contend for the championship, he has chosen to trust his teammates, frequently passing to Gasol and sacrificing some of his tactical position." Zhang, who had a deep understanding of Kobe, quickly added, "In the first half, Kobe wasn't fixated on scoring. Despite only making 3 of 7 shots for 10 points, his contributions on defense were significant, reminiscent of his role as a defensive stalwart during the 2008 Olympics, where he sacrificed many isolation plays for the greater good." In summary, this season, Kobe's play has become more judicious. Yang Yi observed Chen Yi's statistics and noted, Chen Yi's performance was commendable, considering he was up against the multifaceted Kobe. The game is still ongoing. It remains uncertain whether the Lakers will hand the Wizards a 3rd consecutive home defeat or if the Wizards will break their losing streak. As the 15-minute break concluded and the teams returned to the court, Saunders restructured his lineup, with the forward positions unchanged. The backcourt featured a combination of Chen Yi and Nick Young, reinstating Chen Yi as the primary ball handler and granting him increased isolation opportunities. The Lakers maintained their starting 5. On the Wizards' first possession of the second half, Chen Yi passed to Butler in the paint. Butler, shaking off his defender, drove to the basket only to be met with a fierce block from Artest. The ball returned to the Lakers, where Kobe, facing a triple team in the elbow area, executed a turnaround jumper. The basketball precariously danced on the rim 4 times before reluctantly settling through the net. Kobe made a gun gesture towards the camera, a move that sent a jolt through Chen Yi. Amidst the scene, besides a fallen gray ball, there lay a golden ball, his 3rd encounter with the golden orb. Chen Yi felt an exhilarating surge within, yet he maintained an air of composure as he approached. The small orb transformed into a radiant golden light, penetrating is being. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Dominator skill, dribbling shooting expert. This skill has been unlocked for the first time, granting you a complimentary opportunity to activate the Dominator skill in this match. Dribbling shooting expert. Upon activation, the host's dribbling and shooting prowess will become extraordinarily lethal. Even when faced with interference or employing complex maneuvers such as spin jump shots or step back shots, the host's shooting capability will remain unparalleled. This marks the second Dominator skill. The previous skill acquired was the Lockdown Defender, which significantly enhanced Chen Yi's defensive abilities while simultaneously neutralizing the opposing player with the highest shooting touch, rendering it virtually a cheat. The newly acquired Dribbling Shooting Expert, as its name and description imply, is a finishing skill that greatly amplifies his shooting accuracy. Glancing at the scores on both sides, Chen Yi hesitated not and promptly activated the Dominator. The Dominator's effect lasts only 6 minutes, and the third quarter is the perfect opportunity to close the gap. If he can unleash a barrage of shots against the Lakers during these 6 minutes, it will lay a solid foundation for victory. Chen Yi swiftly advanced with the ball from the backcourt. Upon reaching the arc, Nick Young and Butler had already positioned themselves at the baseline, while Haywood and Jamison converged into the paint. Alone at the arc, he faced Fisher. Dribbling fluidly from side to side, Fisher gradually retreated toward the three-point line. After a deft crossover, Chen Yi executed a powerful jump step, landing just 20 centimeters in front of the free throw line, and without hesitation, released his shot. Taken by surprise, Fisher did not anticipate Chen Yi's rapid execution. By the time he lunged forward, the basketball was soaring toward the net with remarkable spin. Swish. The badge of a sharpshooter illuminated as Chen Yi's mid-range shot found its mark. 46-62. Fisher underestimated him. He never expected Chen Yi to shoot so boldly, commented Shu Kun. Young added, he was deceived by Chen Yi's crossover and jump step. Yet, Chen Yi displayed audacity. His teammates in the paint failed to establish proper rebounding positions, and he took the shot while still regaining his balance, executing it flawlessly. As the Lakers mounted their counterattack, Gasol received the ball in the paint and attempted to overpower Jamison. However, Haywood's perfect double team disrupted Gasol's shot, causing him to miss, and Jamison secured the rebound. After passing the ball to Chen Yi, he initiated a fast break. Confronted with a double team from Kobe and Fisher in the frontcourt, Chen Yi signaled for Nick Young to set a screen. Fisher found his path obstructed by the wall of defense, leaving Chen Yi in a one-on-one duel with Kobe at the arc. After the screen, Chen Yi called for an isolation play. Seeing Chen Yi's gesture, Young urged his teammates to spread the floor, excitement evident in his voice. Here it comes. Chen Yi is going one-on-one with Kobe. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Yi executed a series of dribbles beneath his legs, employing quick, probing steps. However, Kobe remained unfazed, maintaining a defensive distance of half a body length. This position allowed him to keep pace with any potential breakthroughs while also being poised to contest Chen's attempts at shooting. Chen Yi did not contemplate for long. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself towards Kobe, who was retreating. As he gathered the ball, he pulled it back and then took a step back, positioning himself just beyond the three-point line. Observing Chen Yi's ball control, Kobe leapt directly to contest the shot. Chen Yi has elevated his shooting release point, coupled with an exceptionally swift shooting motion. Even when Kobe managed to react, he was unable to make contact with the basketball. The ball arced through the air with a rapid trajectory. Swish. Both the sharpshooter and corner specialist badges illuminated simultaneously. Chen Yi executed a retreating three-point shot with remarkable precision. Simultaneously, due to Kobe's attempt to block, he collided with Chen Yi, who was in the midst of his shooting motion. The referee blew the whistle even before the ball had entered the basket. As the ball gracefully descended through the net, Chen Yi made a gesture towards the camera, mimicking the act of drawing a gun from behind his back, followed by the motion of loading a bullet and pulling the trigger, his body recoiling slightly as if from the force of the shot. The Wizards fans rose in unison, their cheers erupting, as the oppressive atmosphere of the second quarter dissipated with that single basket. Oh, is that a sniper's aim at the hoop? Yang Yi remarked with a chuckle at the celebration. Shu Kun was equally amused, commenting, Chen Yi's three-pointer is a direct retort to Kobe's earlier gesture. Kobe had just pretended to shoot a gun, and now Chen Yi has drawn out a sniper rifle. Coach Zhang observed, this shot seems somewhat unreasonable. Kobe's defense was commendable, yet Chen Yi appeared to be throwing it recklessly, with his teammates completely boxed out by the opposition. Had he missed, there would have been no chance for a rebound. Chen Yi's celebratory gesture naturally caught the attention of TNT. Barkley, imitating a shooting stance, remarked, your little pistol merely scores 2 points, while mine is a sniper rifle. Directly hitting 4. Chen Yi stood at the free throw line, executing the additional shot with unwavering composure. The score read 50-62. Upon conceding a three-point play, Kobe's expression soured instantly, particularly when Chen Yi celebrated with a sniper gesture. To Kobe, this was nothing short of provocation. He proactively called for the ball from the wing, facing off against Nick Young. Unsurprisingly, Young, with his lackluster defensive skills, was ill-equipped to tackle the formidable challenge posed by Kobe. Chen Yi and Butler stood nearby, poised to assist should Young falter in containment. Yet, Kobe exhibited no superfluous movements. He backed down and swiftly pivoted for a jump shot. The basketball clanged off the front of the rim, but Kobe quickly surged into the paint, seizing the offensive rebound and scoring effortlessly. Following the basket, Chen Yi urged his teammates to expedite the inbound pass, and he accelerated toward the front court. After a brief exchange with Fisher, Kobe was determined to impart a lesson to this rookie. Chen Yi, having substituted for Kobe, decided to forego the pick and roll this time and instead opted for a direct confrontation. The two engaged in a one-on-one duel on the wing for the second time. Chen Yi dribbled slowly into the elbow area, where Kobe pressed against his shoulder. Chen Yi swiftly adjusted his stance, turning his back to Kobe. Engaging in a back-to-the-basket maneuver, was he attempting to execute the offense in Kobe's signature style? Yang Yi watched this scene with growing excitement. Chen Yi possesses a profound understanding of what fans truly relish. He did not resort to screen-and-roll tactics to exploit mismatches, but instead confronted Kobe directly, employing the latter's most formidable back-to-the-basket technique. As Yang Yi's words faded, Chen Yi exerted force from his back, thrusting upwards with his right hand to seize the ball, while simultaneously propelling himself off the ground with both legs. In midair, he executed a graceful turnaround jump shot. The leaning back motion is notoriously difficult to block, yet for an offensive player, this technique demands not only remarkable shooting accuracy, but also exceptional core strength. Otherwise, the shot may lack power. Kobe, unable to thwart the jump, watched as the basketball swished through the net once more. A triumphant trio. In the third quarter, Chen Yi scored 8 consecutive points. On the sidelines, the Lakers coach Phil Jackson observed the unfolding situation with an impassive expression. His defensive strategy had rendered the Wizards' offense ineffective. Yet this yellow-skinned guard was steadily narrowing the score gap through sheer personal prowess. As he watched this fadeaway jumper, Jackson couldn't help but think of the old rogue from Chicago. Initially, the 3 consecutive scores appeared utterly unreasonable to Coach Zhang, as Chen Yi seemed to be shooting aimlessly. However, he gradually realized that Chen Yi's confidence was not blind. There was genuine skill behind his shots. By the 4th minute of the third quarter, Chen Yi had nearly monopolized all shooting attempts for the Wizards, and what was most alarming was that his shooting percentage hovered above 90. His pace in transitioning between offense and defense was remarkably swift, leaving not only the Lakers' defense struggling to catch up, but even his own teammates slightly behind. When Chen Yi intercepted the ball and launched a quick counterattack, making a mid-range shot near the free-throw line, Yang Yi excitedly commented, "With that basket, Chen Yi has already scored 10 points in this quarter. He has gone absolutely berserk in the second half." Shu Kun concurred. Zhang Heli, standing nearby, chuckled. Chen Yi's play is illogical. Many of his shot selections could have been more secure with a drive to the basket, yet he frequently opts for mid-range shots, which is somewhat atypical of his style. Illogical or not, a basket is a basket, Yang Yi remarked, glancing at him. During the Lakers' next counterattack, Fisher appeared noticeably fatigued. As he dribbled toward the free-throw line, Chen Yi and Nick Young pressured him into a halt, forcing him to awkwardly pass to Artest, who was stationed beyond the arc. After receiving the ball at the baseline, Butler chose to give him some space, and Artest, with a fierce expression, launched a three-pointer. Artest's three-point shooting had been consistently solid this season, boasting a success rate exceeding 35, yet this time, fate was not in his favor, and his attempt clanged off the rim. The ball ricocheted off the front of the hoop, landing directly in the hands of Chen Yi, positioned near the free-throw line. Chen Yi seized the ball and surged towards the Lakers' half of the court. His teammates instinctively vacated the paint, positioning themselves beyond the three-point line to receive his passes. The 35-year-old Fisher found himself unable to withstand such relentless exertion. In the relentless back and forth of offense and defense, he simply could not keep pace with Chen Yi's strides. Helplessly watching as he barreled into the key, Chen Yi leapt from a step inside the free-throw line, soaring through the air before delivering a powerful two-handed slam dunk. The score stood at 56-66. This electrifying dunk ignited the fervor of the bench, with McGee and Foy rising to wildly wave their towels. Phil Jackson immediately called for a timeout. Having observed Fisher's fatigue in the previous 2 possessions, he recognized this timeout would provide a moment of respite while allowing the entire team to regain their composure. After all, allowing the opposing players to score 12 consecutive points could significantly dampen morale, and it was a perfect opportunity to disrupt their offensive rhythm. "How's your stamina holding up? I've let you play through this quarter, and the entire team is rallying around you for the offense. Can you sustain it?" Sanders said, patting Chen Yi on the shoulder. In light of such an extraordinary scoring display, Coach Sanders had abandoned tactical planning. He simply entrusted the ball to Chen Yi and let him take over. Chen Yi nodded, indicating that he had no concerns regarding his physical stamina. Sanders primarily worried about physical endurance, yet Chen Yi had already prepared energy drinks prior to the match. On the Lakers' side, Phil Jackson made a strategic alteration to the lineup, substituting the springy Shannon Brown for Fisher. Meanwhile, Sanders opted to replace Butler with McGee, aiming to bolster the strength within the paint for the Wizards. Chen Yi's stamina rapidly rejuvenated, and as he stood on the court, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. He glanced at the timer, which displayed 7 minutes and 44 seconds remaining. The activation time for his dominating skill still exceeded 3 minutes. Yet the point difference remained in double digits, which weighed heavily on Chen Yi's mind. The Lakers launched their offense. Kobe maneuvered the ball into the front court, and Chen Yi gradually closed in, simultaneously alerting his perimeter teammates to provide support. After executing a pick and roll, Kobe deftly circumvented Nick Young, swiftly penetrating the paint to elevate the ball over Jamison, subsequently finishing with a layup through a series of agile steps. For Chen Yi, the disparity between ball-handling sharpshooters and assigned defenders did not enhance his defensive capabilities. Thus, it was entirely reasonable to concede that basket. After the play, he quickly made his way to the three-point arc. This time, he faced off against Shannon Brown in a one-on-one matchup. From the bench, witnessing Chen Yi's relentless scoring spree, Shannon Brown felt a profound shock, prompting him to defend with utmost seriousness. As Chen Yi executed a behind-the-back dribble, the tense Shannon Brown lunged sideways, taking a significant step. Chen Yi gazed at the spacious shooting area to his side, devoid of any hesitation, and launched a shot from beyond the three-point line. Swish! With the finesse of a dribbling virtuoso, Chen's shooting touch was on fire. The score now stood at 59-68. With that three-pointer, the deficit was reduced to a single-digit margin. Seong Nong Brown nearly found himself sent sprawling off the court, as Chen resembled a celestial being descending upon the arena. Having amassed 13 points in less than half a quarter, Kenny Smith exclaimed passionately. Barkley, observing the three-pointer, remarked in amazement, regardless of the outcome of this game. Chen has unequivocally demonstrated his scoring prowess. Based solely on this performance, no rookie possesses a scoring ability that surpasses his. Suddenly, a name sprang to Kenny Smith's mind, and he chuckled. Oh, what about Brandon Jennings? He once scored 55 points in a single game, a feat that even Wilt Chamberlain did not achieve. Barkley shook his head, suggesting that perhaps it was best to leave Jennings out of the discussion, as his recent month-long performance had made it abundantly clear to audiences across America that he was, in fact, a journeyman. So, do you believe Chen could break his record? Kenny Smith inquired further. After a moment of contemplation, Barkley replied slowly, it's difficult to say. But if Chen maintains this level of shooting, he might just set another record. Back on the court, Pau Gasol, after securing the ball for himself, faced the double team from McGee and Jamison without fear, forcefully making his shot. The Wizards continued to rely on Chen Yi's ball handling. As he approached the arc, Kobe had already switched to defend him. Lowering his center of gravity while dribbling between his legs, Chen Yi suddenly gathered the ball, stepped back, and shot. It was a quick release. Kobe was completely taken aback by Chen Yi's shooting style. This player was truly embodying the essence of a basketball prodigy. Is there anyone who plays the game with more audacity than I do? Chen Yi's retreating step positioned his shot approximately 2 steps beyond the three-point line, resulting in an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. The arc was flawless. Swish. 62-68. The score is becoming increasingly close. Unreasonable, utterly unreasonable. Coach Zhang was utterly bewildered. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled as he remarked, this is the prowess of Chen Yi. If his earlier long-range shots were indicative of his rhythm and dribbling finesse, this particular shot unequivocally demonstrates that his long-range shooting ability is elite. One must ponder, which player in the league would dare to take a shot from this position with ample time on the shot clock? I wonder if anyone has noticed that Chen Yi has been playing with great urgency since the beginning of this quarter. Each time he crosses half-court to take a shot, it never exceeds 10 seconds, Shuqin commented. Kobe shook his head, genuinely at a loss for words regarding that shot. Nevertheless, he was not one to concede defeat. Seeing Chen Yi's effortless shooting, he immediately intensified his game in the next possession against the Wizards. Kobe cut from the baseline to the paint, received the pass, dribbled just once, and then leapt with a single-handed dunk, leaving Jamison, who was on the receiving end of the dunk, as nothing more than a backdrop. Chen Yi, once again adhering to the philosophy of rapid offense, approached the arc's apex. This time, rather than taking a risky step back for a jump shot, he summoned Nick Young to execute a pick and roll. As Kobe, intent on defending closely, was momentarily obstructed, Chen seized the fleeting opportunity and released the shot with remarkable speed. Here it comes again. Chen's three-pointer. Yang Yi watched the shot with palpable excitement, as if he were experiencing it firsthand. It was another success. Chen's trifecta, 3 consecutive three-pointers. The Lakers' interior players were left utterly bewildered, deprived even of the chance to secure a rebound. In the subsequent possession, after a pick and roll with Shannon Brown, an errant pass from Gasol, who had cut to the basket, resulted in the ball slipping into Haywood's hands. Chen Yi, now at midcourt, received the ball and glanced at the shot clock, realizing that time was of the essence. He was determined not to squander any opportunity. Just as everyone expected Chen to penetrate the paint for a dunk, he instead executed a gathering motion from the arc. What? Barkley expressed his confusion. Why choose a three-pointer during such a fast break opportunity instead of driving inside? Chen Yi, with powerful leg thrusts, propelled himself upward, skillfully flicking the ball away with his wrist. Whoosh. Barkley's face was a portrait of astonishment. With this three-point shot, the score shifted to 68-70. Nick Young, in a fit of aggression, collided fiercely with Chen Yi from behind. Those few three-pointers had left him utterly drenched in sweat. As a fellow perimeter shooter, Nick Young understood that not only did these shots require immense skill, but also a profound self-confidence. In such fast breaks, when left unguarded, even elite shooters like Ray Allen would boldly attempt shots from beyond the arc, for the likelihood of making a layup was nearly 100%. It was utterly unreasonable. Sanders, standing on the sidelines, hesitated to voice his thoughts. A coach known for his strictness, he would have banished any player daring to play like this under his watch to the bench for a lengthy timeout. However, tonight was different. Were it not for Chen Yi's seemingly irrational shooting, the formidable Lakers would have likely blown the game wide open. As the head coach, all he needed to do was instruct his teammates to pass the ball to Chen Yi while he rallied them from the sidelines. What manner of monster was this kid? Sanders mused inwardly. In the earlier matches, Chen Yi's brilliance had been confined to defense and aggressive drives, with shooting regarded as his Achilles heel. Yet, it was now evident that Chen Yi had firmly established himself as one of the league's premier marksmen. Had he been concealing his prowess all along? Or had he honed his shooting skills in just a matter of weeks? In the TNT broadcast studio, Barkley watched the timer on the screen, which read 6 minutes and 26 seconds left in the quarter. Such shooting prowess would leave any team at a loss for words. With 4 consecutive three-pointers, Chen had swiftly narrowed the gap from over 10 points to a mere 2, with the potential to equalize the score with another basket, and the quarter was still far from over. Barkley felt profoundly shaken. Phil Jackson's defensive strategy was nearly flawless, and the Lakers' interior defense was impenetrable. Yet, the Wizards, in the third quarter, opted to avoid the paint altogether, relying solely on Chen Yi's jump shots to gradually chip away at the deficit, rendering the Lakers' formidable defenders ineffectual. Kenny Smith remarked, in less than half a quarter, Chen has single-handedly amassed 24 points. At this rate, what kind of terrifying statistics could he achieve by the game's end? Could he break Brandon Jennings' record? Barkley paused for a moment before responding. Let us not discuss single-game records just yet. I believe Chen has the opportunity to set another record. Back on the court, the Lakers, having been struck by a 24-8 run, found their morale severely affected. Bynum, still reeling from disbelief, failed to notice when Kobe, after a pick, had returned the ball to him, resulting in the basketball ricocheting off his shoulder and out of bounds. Having suffered the indignity of Chen Yi scoring repeatedly, the fiercely competitive Kobe was already in a foul mood. Upon witnessing such a blunder from a teammate, he angrily nudged his nose and pointed a finger at Bynum. Startled by Kobe's piercing gaze, Bynum recognized the consequences of inciting the star's wrath and hastily waved his hands, apologizing, "My bad. I didn't see the ball coming." The Wizards resumed play, and Chen Yi, utilizing his movement, received a pass from Nick Young in the low post. With a steady mid-range jumper, he elevated his personal score for the quarter to 26 points. 70-70. The score was tied, as the ball swished through the net. A voice echoed in Chen Yi's ear. Ding. The duration of the skill dominance, dribbling, and shooting mastery has concluded. The skill has been deactivated. The host's shooting proficiency has returned to its normal state. The timer now read in the fives, indicating that the third quarter was halfway through. Following the cessation of his enhanced skills, Chen Yi observed that the score remained tight, and an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Without that extraordinary shooting touch, the Lakers might widen the gap. However, after playing a few minutes in the latter half of the third quarter, Chen Yi realized his concerns were unfounded. Though lacking in numerical boosts, he discovered that his shooting accuracy had only slightly diminished. As long as he avoided errant shots like those from earlier, his open jump shots and those following screens remained precise. It appeared that the rhythm he had established in the first half had indeed carried over. After Chen Yi successfully executed 2 more backward jump shots, he focused on his shooting hand, silently reflecting on the elusive nature of shooting rhythm. Indeed, the phenomenon of shooting touch is rather enigmatic. When an individual experiences a fiery shooting touch at a particular moment, they can remarkably score even from typically challenging shooting zones or awkward corners. Take, for instance, the legendary McGrady moment. On that fateful night when McGrady achieved the miraculous feat of scoring 13 points in 35 seconds, he flawlessly sank 4 three-pointers in the final moments, each taken as he crossed half-court, including a daring 3-1 shot contested by Duncan. However, prior to those final moments, McGrady had only made 1 out of 8 three-point attempts, and throughout the 2004-2005 season, his overall long-range shooting was lackluster, with a three-point shooting percentage of merely 32.6. Yet, once the shooting touch arrives, logic becomes irrelevant. Every attempt seems destined to find the net. If a skilled dribbler can maintain that fiery touch after the dominance of their special ability has ended, the influence of that skill extends far beyond the activated 6 minutes. The phenomenon of missing shots can be contagious, just as the feeling of shooting touch can spread. Under the fervent scoring spree of Chen Yi, Jamison and Nick Young's shooting efficiency from beyond the arc significantly improved compared to the first half. With just 1 minute remaining in the third quarter, the score stood at 85-82, with the Wizards surprisingly leading the Lakers by 3 points. As the Wizards initiated their offensive play, all eyes in the world were fixated on the ball-handling Chen Yi. At present, his single-quarter scoring had reached 31 points. Should he make this next shot, he would tie the record of 33 points in a single quarter set by George Gervin and Carmelo Anthony. Chen Yi faced off against Fisher upon his return to the game. With his back to the basket, Chen Yi exerted a slight push, simultaneously propelling himself upward with a powerful leap, his eyes fixed on the hoop. With a deft flick of his wrist, the ball soared through the air. Swish! A master of the fadeaway. Fisher's attempt to block was utterly futile, as the basketball arced gracefully and descended flawlessly into the net. 33 points. An astonishing 33 points in a single quarter. Chen Yi equaled the record set by the prolific scorer Anthony in 2008. In the domestic broadcast room, Yang Yi exclaimed, "This marks a historic moment. A Chinese guard has not only established his presence in the NBA, but has also etched his name into the annals of record-keeping." Amidst the cacophony of cheers, the Lakers executed an offensive play through Gasol with just 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Barkley monitored the time, noting the last 26 seconds. A complete offensive opportunity remained. The possession lay with the Wizards. With 33 points in a single quarter, this record might very well be shattered tonight, Barkley remarked, his eyes glued to the broadcast screen. Sanders shouted from the sidelines, instructing his teammates to spread out. Jamison and Haywood positioned themselves on the left side of the paint, while Nick Young and Butler occupied the corners, creating space for Chen Yi. MVP, MVP, MVP. The home crowd of Wizards fans rose to their feet in unison. All Wizards players cleared the way for Chen, as they were about to witness the potential birth of a new record. Barkley noted, on the court, every Lakers player heightened their focus. They were determined not to become mere background to Chen Yi's record-breaking performance, especially since they were trailing in points. Fisher and Kobe opted to double-team Chen Yi, who retreated while signaling Jamison to set a screen from the edge of the paint. Kobe exchanged gestures with Arteist, indicating a switch in defense. He intended to personally guard the rookie. Once again, it was a one-on-one between Chen Yi and Kobe. Throughout the third quarter, several of Chen Yi's points had come from plays initiated by Kobe, yet over the course of the first half, it was evident that Kobe had been the most efficient defender against Chen Yi for the Lakers. Chen Yi raised his gaze towards the timer, each second slipping away with an agonizing slowness. Though the final moments of the match had yet to arrive, he felt an intensity far surpassing that of his previous game-winning shot against the Little Bulls. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of failed attempts to shake off Kobe with his dribbling, Chen Yi sought to exploit his explosive speed to force a breakthrough from the right side. However, Kobe, having astutely anticipated Chen Yi's path, positioned himself ahead to intercept him, nearly snatching the basketball from Chen Yi's grasp. Chen Yi swiftly exerted force on his wrist to pull the ball back, executing a back-facing step to create space. Noticing the Lakers' staunch defense in the paint, he had a sudden inspiration, half-turning to lean his back against Kobe. After applying pressure inward, Chen Yi's shoulders swayed lightly to either side before he leapt to the left. The leaning jump shot was Kobe's signature scoring technique, and as Chen Yi feigned with his shoulders, Kobe had already anticipated his intention, quickly leaping and extending his hand to prepare for the block. With a graceful backward lean, Chen Yi released the ball, sending it soaring with an arc higher than that of a conventional shot. Jamison and Haywood, upon witnessing his release, immediately surged toward the basket, determined to secure the rebound should the shot fail. The master of the fadeaway. At the sight of that golden emblem flashing in his mind, Chen Yi felt a sudden jolt of excitement. Swish! The hoop embraced his shot. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the arena. 35 points in a single quarter. Chen Yi has set a new record for points scored in a single quarter. A new record created by a player from Huaxia. Yang Yi could hardly contain his excitement, almost raising his arms in triumph. Coach Zhang emphasized that the record of 33 points in a single quarter was only tied by Carmelo Anthony a year ago, and it is astonishing that it has been surpassed so swiftly by Chen Yi. Shu Kun also remarked that the defender was none other than Kobe, who has been a perennial member of the all-defensive team, and Chen Yi executed one of Kobe's signature moves in a one-on-one situation, making this historic shot. Sanders called a timeout, specifically for Chen Yi, allowing his players to relish this moment. His pre-game prayers had manifested. This evening, it truly felt as if the divine was channeling through Chen Yi as he played. Chen Yi was surrounded by his teammates, and Nick Young even excitedly gave him a playful punch on the shoulder. Chen Yi grasped his right shoulder, cursing under his breath. Fortunately, he had been consuming the nutritional fluids provided by the system daily, or that punch would have surely left him with internal injuries. However, once the adrenaline surged through him, the pain swiftly dissipated, and his mind was consumed with the memory of that remarkable jump shot he had just made. Upon his arrival in this realm, the record for the most points scored in a single quarter was held by Klay Thompson, who had achieved an astounding 37 points against the Timberwolves. Yet now, that record belonged solely to him. In fact, under the butterfly effect brought about by his presence, would the collegiate Thompson ever join the Warriors to form a super team? The record of 35 points might remain untouched for quite some time. As the timeout concluded, after Chen Yi's impressive fadeaway jumper, the Lakers had left the Wizards with a mere 6 seconds on the shot clock. The final play was executed by Kobe. From the same spot, Kobe replicated Chen Yi's fadeaway. The ball swished through the net just as the buzzer sounded. However, even after making the clutch shot, Kobe's mood was far from jubilant. For the Lakers were still trailing. The score stood at 89-86, with the Wizards holding a 3-point advantage as they entered the fourth quarter. It appeared that the Lakers had faced too many blowout victories this season. Now, confronted with a substantial lead, they seemed somewhat unprepared for the opposing team's resurgence. With just over 2 minutes gone in the fourth quarter, Kenny Smith observed the widening gap and remarked, "I thought the Lakers would adjust their strategy in the final period and reclaim the lead, but to my surprise, with 9 minutes and 54 seconds remaining, the score was 95-89, leaving a 6-point deficit." Barkley noted, "Some players on the Lakers seem affected by the pressure. The second unit's Shannon Brown and Luke Walton are playing too hastily, resulting in numerous turnovers." Now it was the Wizards' turn, and once again, Chen Yi held the ball. After setting the record for 35 points in the third quarter, his personal tally had risen to 47 points, just 3 shy of the coveted 50-point mark. Do you think Chen could surpass Brandon Jennings' single-game record of 55 points? A. Smith from ESPN posed the question to his fellow commentators. With nearly 10 minutes left in the game, it seemed almost certain that Chen Yi would reach the 50-point milestone. Meanwhile, Andrew, who had boasted before the game that Chen Yi was grossly overrated and that the Lakers and Kobe would dominate, now found beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In the third quarter, Chen Yi delivered a dazzling scoring display that left spectators in awe. Andrew, resting his hands on his knees, nodded slightly, biting his finger in silence. The Wizards players executed a series of intricate movements, and as Chen Yi utilized a screen to glide to the corner, he found himself perfectly positioned for an open shot. Without hesitation, he released the ball. Swish! A three-pointer from the baseline. As the basketball swished through the net, Yang Yi exclaimed, 50 points. Chen Yi became the third active player in the NBA to score 50 points during his rookie season, joining the ranks of Allen Iverson and Brandon Jennings. However, 50 points were far from Chen Yi's limit. His shooting touch grew increasingly incandescent throughout the evening. Although his accuracy dipped significantly after the dominance of his skill set waned, his teammates consistently fed him the ball. In the next possession, he again took a mid-range shot following a screen. Chen Yi has secured his 52nd point. The Lakers initiated an offensive play. Kobe provided a screen for Gasol, after which Fisher promptly delivered the ball into the paint, allowing Gasol to finish with a resounding dunk. The possession shifted. The Wizards responded with remarkable speed, as Chen Yi brought the ball to the midcourt, and his teammates instinctively created space. He was defended by Fisher during this play. Chen Yi executed a powerful backhand stroke, coupled with an expansive stride that effectively maneuvered Fisher out of position. Crawford skillfully dribbled the ball, and at that moment, the ankle breaker badge illuminated. Chen Yi surged into the paint, managing to elude Fisher. However, the formidable Lakers defenders were not to be underestimated. Gasol and Artest leapt simultaneously, effectively contesting the layup. The basketball struck the rim and plummeted swiftly, while Jamison and Haywood adeptly positioned their bodies in the key, obstructing Gasol and Artest. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yi immediately accelerated and leapt into the air, seizing the basketball before taking another shot. Bainam forcefully maneuvered his way in, attempting to dislodge Chen Yi by gripping his shoulder. Chen Yi felt a sudden weight pressing down on him. In his astonishment, he swiftly regained his balance and released the ball just before touching the ground. Such a blatant foul made it impossible for the referee to feign ignorance, and the whistle immediately pierced the air. Chen Yi, with Bainam on his back, focused intently on the basketball. Once again, the crisp sound of the net echoed. A 2-1. This presents an opportunity for a 3-point play. Chen Yi watched the basketball soar through the air and successfully make its mark. He stretched his shoulders, reflecting on the discomfort of being yanked down from the air by a hefty 130-kilogram center. Fortunately, the shot had gone in. Following the successful basket, Nick Young and Butler charged toward Bainam's back, with Butler offering a cordial greeting directly into the opponent's ear. Nick Young even contemplated taking a swing, but was restrained by the elder statesman, Jamison. If Chen Yi had been knocked to the ground just now, Jamison would have surged forward without hesitation. Yet, contrary to expectations, Chen Yi not only remained unscathed, but also succeeded in scoring a basket. The seasoned Jamison understood that it was prudent to wait for the referee's decision, as any escalation could result in technical fouls for both sides, leading to dire consequences. Observing the unfolding scene, the referee quickly intervened to separate the players. Bainam, aware of his misstep, retreated silently to the sidelines. His earlier actions had provoked a chorus of boos from the crowd, prompting the referee to don his headset and review the footage. Was there truly a need for a replay? It was undoubtedly a malicious foul, remarked Kenny Smith. Andrew, Bainam, in a fit of desperation, had executed a grappling maneuver as Chen ascended for a layup, a flagrant breach of sportsmanship. Yet, against all odds, Chen managed to maintain his composure and convert the shot. Barkley expressed his indignation. Soon after, the referee upgraded the call from a mere shooting foul to a level 1 flagrant foul against Bainham, granting the Wizards a free throw opportunity. Chen Yi exchanged a high five with his teammates and positioned himself at the free throw line. The fans at the Verizon Center hushed their exuberance, intent on providing Chen Yi with a serene atmosphere. Should he successfully make this free throw, he would equal Jennings' record. Yang Yi clenched his palms tightly. Even from the broadcasting booth, he began to feel a surge of tension. Chen Yi took a deep breath, dribbled the ball 3 times, and raised it before his forehead, his legs slightly apart. This was the free throw stance he knew best. Andrew from ESPN fervently repeated in his mind, "Please don't make it." Yet, how could his solitary plea compete with the collective calls of 6 billion Chen Yi fans around the globe? Swish. The free throw was successful, scoring a remarkable 55 points in a single game. Chen Yi was destined to be a great player. He equaled the record set by Jennings for the most points by a rookie in a season. After Yang Yi scored, his previously furrowed brow relaxed. Coach Zhang also remarked, "The game is not over yet. Could 55 points truly be Chen Yi's limit?" This match was extraordinary, as Chen Yi continuously shattered records, etching his name into the annals of the NBA. I just checked, and Chen Yi's 55 points ranks second on the Wizards' all-time single-game scoring list, with the top spot held by Arenas at 60 points, leaving Chen Yi just 5 points shy of that record. Shu Kun's words ignited the passion of fans back home. How many records will Chen Yi break tonight? With just 9.5 minutes remaining in regular time, possession remains with the Wizards. The Lakers have intensified their defense against Chen Yi. Upon crossing half court, he is met by the relentless trio of Kobe, Fisher, and Bynum. Left with no choice, he passes the ball to a teammate. The Wizards players are acutely aware of Chen Yi's scorching form tonight, and should ideally allocate all offensive opportunities to him to facilitate the breaking of more records. However, it is evident that the Lakers are resolute in their intention to contain Chen Yi. For over 3 minutes, Chen Yi, besieged by defenders, has only managed 1 shot attempt, a forced effort that clanged off the rim. His score remains stagnant at 55 points. Nevertheless, in the face of this intense scrutiny, Chen Yi generously shares the ball with his teammates, as the Wizards possess 2 additional scoring threats. With all attention fixated on Chen Yi, Artest and Gasol, despite their staunch defense, find themselves outmatched, as the remaining 4 Wizards launch a series of attacks. Unbeknownst to many, the point difference has consistently hovered around 10. At 4 minutes and 37 seconds, Chen Yi finally finds space in the elbow area, utilizing Jamison's screen to create a narrow window for a mid-range shot. With this successful attempt, Chen Yi secures his 57th point. Chen Yi has surpassed Jennings and is now just a single point away from equaling Chamberlain's record of 58 points in a rookie season game. The score on the court stands at 109-98. Jennings, who had just experienced a narrow victory over the 76ers with a score of 91-88, is basking in delight after hitting a game-winning shot in the final 22 seconds of the game. The media has adorned him with titles such as clutch player, big heart, and mature. Jennings relishes the attention, especially after scoring 55 points, which once dominated the headlines in Milwaukee. However, his teammate Charlie Bell suddenly dashed into the locker room, snatched Jennings' headphones, and exclaimed, "Your 55-point record has been broken." Upon hearing this news, Jennings jumped up in disbelief. What? He hastily made his way to the players' lounge, switching the channel to the Wizards vs. Lakers game. Seeing the glaring 57 next to Chen Yi's name, Jennings felt a complex swirl of emotions. My scoring prowess is no longer unparalleled among this year's rookies. He remained fixated on the game until there was just 1 minute and 12 seconds left, when Chen Yi, who had not been given any opportunities to shoot, finally created an opening amidst the double team by feigning a run from the left corner to the right corner. Suddenly, he pivoted back towards the arc, while Jamison and Haywood formed a formidable wall to block the defenders. Chen Yi received the ball in a vacant position at the arc. This particular spot marked the lowest point of his 3-point shooting percentage, devoid of any badge enhancements. As he observed the opposing defender charging towards him with fervor, he did not hesitate and took the shot. A record was about to be shattered. At that moment, Kobe and Fisher's defense arrived too late, and Chen Yi executed his shot flawlessly. Swish. The 3-pointer pierced through the net, seemingly striking at Jennings' very core. 60 points. In his rookie season, he amassed an astonishing 60 points, the record for the highest single-game score by a rookie, previously set at 58 points by Wilt Chamberlain and untouched for 50 years, was finally broken. Kenny Smith, having witnessed this monumental scoring display, felt a tumult of emotions. Barkley, brimming with excitement, exclaimed that Chen had surpassed Michael Jordan, becoming the youngest player in history to score 60 points. Simultaneously, he and Gilbert Arenas became co-scoring leaders in the history of the Wizards. An astonishing feat achieved in his 12th game with the team, and indeed, his 12th game in his career. Fans around the globe were on the edge of their seats. eagerly anticipating whether Chen Yi could elevate the record even further. However, in the final minute, the Lakers denied him any opportunity. As the game concluded, his score remained fixed at 60. The Wizards triumphed over the Western Conference leaders, the Los Angeles Lakers, with a score of 117-105, thus ending their two-game losing streak. In this match, Chen Yi played the entire second half, totaling 42 minutes on the court. He achieved an impressive shooting record of 22 out of 33 attempts, including 7 successful three-pointers from 13 attempts, and converted 9 out of 12 free throws. He finished with a remarkable tally of 60 points, along with 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, scoring 35 points in a single quarter and an overall of 60 points. Chen Yi undoubtedly captured the attention of the media following the game. Chen Yi celebrated with a high five from his teammates, noticing that they were even more exhilarated than he was. Nick Young, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a blank sheet of paper and inscribed the number 60 upon it, before posing for a photograph with Chen Yi in front of the media cameras. The thrill from sinking the final shot had indeed stirred his emotions, yet shortly after the conclusion of the match, Chen Yi's excitement began to ebb. He could not help but marvel internally at the mastery of ball handling and shooting, a divine skill that began with uncanny precision and retained shooting touch even after the game had ended. It was more formidable than merely locking down defenders. However, after launching an astonishing 33 attempts tonight, Chen Yi felt a slight fatigue. Had it not been for the energy drink that replenished his stamina during breaks, he would likely have lacked the vigor to execute so many shots under intense defensive pressure. Reflecting on this, he acknowledged that even Kobe struggled to find his rhythm at times, as shooting was undeniably taxing. Moreover, Kobe maintained a high defensive intensity for most of the game. Indeed, one must be resilient to overcome adversity. After the game concluded, Kobe sat alongside Gasol on the sidelines, panting heavily. Both of the Lakers' core players logged 40 minutes of playtime, with Gasol dominating the Wizards' interior, amassing 27 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks, pivotal to the Lakers maintaining their lead in the first half. Kobe, meanwhile, attempted 15 shots, successfully landing 8, and converted 8 of 9 free throws, achieving a well-rounded stat line of 26 points, 4 rebounds, and 8 assists. Yet, it was his defensive prowess that shone brightly. In the first half, he effectively contained the opposing Chen Yi. However, in the second half, it mattered little who defended him, as Chen Yi proved unstoppable. Local fans lingered in the arena, reluctant to depart, as the large screen replayed highlights of Chen Yi's remarkable performance throughout the night. Particularly memorable was his layup against Bainham in the fourth quarter. For the spectators present, the ticket price was undoubtedly worth it. The last time arenas scored 60 points in a single game was during an away match, leaving Wizards fans lamenting their inability to witness such a remarkable scoring display at home. Tonight, their dreams were fulfilled. Coincidentally, Arenas also faced the Los Angeles Lakers when he achieved his 60-point feat in December 2006. He reached this milestone in overtime, whereas Chen Yi accomplished it within regulation time, marking an even greater achievement. Furthermore, it was evident that the 2006 Lakers and the current iteration of the team were not of the same caliber. Although Kobe felt a twinge of dissatisfaction from the loss, he nonetheless approached Chen Yi on the sidelines to embrace him. The impression left by this rookie was profound. After 14 years in the league, Kobe had never encountered a talent of such extraordinary caliber. Chen Yi proactively approached Kobe to request a jersey exchange, to which Kobe graciously signed his name on the jersey. This occurred during the press conference following the game. Upon completing his preparations, Chen Yi arrived at the venue to find a throng of reporters, a number that far surpassed any previous occasion. His mere presence ignited a fervor within the studio. This evening, Chen Yi's performance was nothing short of extraordinary, scoring 35 points in a single quarter and achieving a staggering 60 points in his rookie season. He set a new record for the highest single-game score in the history of the Wizards. As the youngest player to reach the 60-point milestone, Chen Yi has established an array of records that seem nearly insurmountable. While declaring him the best rookie of all time may spark debate, it is certainly fair to label him as the most prolific scoring rookie in history. Chen, congratulations on delivering your most formidable performance to date with 60 points in a single game. What does this achievement signify for you personally? A local journalist inquired first. Chen Yi understood that the moment to showcase his prowess had arrived. With a smile, he addressed the reporters, stating, "The strongest performance of my career? My journey has only just begun. The most formidable displays await in the future. As for my personal statistics, I place greater importance on the victories in matches. This one holds paramount significance for me. I merely made every shot that could secure our triumph." Another reporter inquired, "Chen, your 60 points surpass Brandon Jennings, 55. Do you believe Brandon poses a threat in the race for Rookie of the Year this season?" As anticipated, a journalist posed this question. Chen Yi remarked, "Let me face Brandon before addressing this question." Despite Kobe's staunch defense, he managed to score a staggering 35 points in the third quarter, dominating offensively throughout the game. When asked about facing such a formidable opponent, he said, "Kobe is an extraordinary player, If he so desired, he could take 50 shots and tally 60 points. There is much I still need to learn from him. It was evident that the reporter aimed to incite controversy, yet Chen Yi chose his words carefully, aware that any misstep could exacerbate tensions between fans. After posing several questions, the reporters shifted their focus to Saunders, who simply stated, "God is playing in a Wizards jersey number 7 tonight," whenever Chen Yi was mentioned. Following the post-game interview, Jennings immediately sought out information regarding Chen Yi. Upon discovering that Chen Yi was merely a month older than himself, he felt a sense of solace. After all, he was still the youngest player to score 50 points. However, Jennings, still somewhat disheartened, scoured social media, only to find Chen Yi dominating the headlines. Shouldn't there be something about me? Am I not the youngest to achieve 50 points? He pondered, feeling a twinge of disappointment. While many fans had indeed been discussing Jennings in comparison to Chen Yi during the game, once Chen Yi reached 60 points, Jennings found himself overshadowed. The youngest to score 50 daring to challenge the youngest to score 60? When Chen Yi surpassed the record for the youngest player to score 60 points. The player he was compared to was none other than Michael Jordan. What significance does Jennings hold in this context? He is undeniably of an entirely different caliber. Furthermore, during Jennings' 55-point game, he attempted a total of 34 shots, while Chen Yi, with one less attempt, managed to score 5 points more. In terms of opponents, Jennings achieved his 55 points against the Warriors, a team languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference, whereas Chen Yi faced the formidable Lakers, who were perched at the pinnacle of the Western standings. The comparison is utterly unfounded. Jennings privately vowed to reclaim his honor the next time he faced the Wizards. Upon returning home, Chen Yi remained utterly unperturbed by the overwhelming discussions flooding the internet, for he had long anticipated such a scenario. Although it is often said that defense secures championships, it is the spectacle of scoring that captivates the hearts of fans. The breathtaking visual impact of Wilt Chamberlain's 100 points in a single game and Kobe Bryant's 81-point performance undoubtedly eclipses the allure of defensive prowess. Moreover, the 60 points scored tonight were not merely accumulated during garbage time, thus eliciting a chorus of praise across online platforms. In contrast, the late General Robinson faced a barrage of criticism for amassing over 70 points in a final game in his pursuit of the scoring title, a reproach that haunted him for more than a decade. Similarly, Devin Booker's achievement of becoming the youngest player to score 70 points during garbage time was met with considerable derision. Chen Yi is unlike any other. Every point he secures tonight is of profound significance. In addition to shattering several records, Chen Yi has gleaned other vital achievements this evening. Ding! The host has broken the rookie single-game scoring record, earning an additional 5,000 points. Ding! The host has shattered the single-quarter scoring record, receiving an extra 3,000 points. Ding! The host has become the highest single-game scorer in Wizards history, garnering an additional 1,000 points. Ding! The host has become the youngest player ever to score 60 points, earning yet another 1,000 points. As he opens his attributes panel, Chen Yi feels his heartbeat quicken at the sound of the system. The bonus points from breaking records, combined with the 671 points from tonight's match, culminate in a staggering total of 671 points. This is the first time he has experienced such a bountiful victory. Moreover, tonight, the frenzied Chen Yi has elevated his baseline three-point shooting and sharpshooter skills to silver level, while his rim master and fadeaway master skills are merely 5 actions away from upgrading. The silver level shooting badge will significantly enhance his accuracy. Additionally, the fundamental attribute points he has collected during the game have raised his overall evaluation to 74, propelling him toward the threshold of a starting player level, which will guarantee a minimum of 700 points per game, with a remaining total of 872 points. Chen Yi follows the customary procedure to exchange for nutritional supplements before he opens the item section of the mall system. The template category is beyond his means to consider, yet he seldom clicks on the item section. Stephen Curry's shooting package, a staggering 10,000 points. Chen Yi gasps at the first row of shooting action packages. One shooting package could deplete his entire fortune. Glancing at the packages of other stars, he realizes that such celebrity-branded items are not within the financial reach of someone like him. Sea-level wrist guards assist in strengthening muscles and tendons, protecting the wrist during falls and when supporting the ground. Exchange points, 1,500. Sea-level knee pads prevent injuries to the knees after falls, reducing the impact on the knees by 50 upon landing. Exchange points, 3,000. Sea-level ankle guards provide support to protect the host's ankles, decreasing injuries caused by sprains and collisions by 50. Sea-level? Does that imply there are B, A, and S levels as well? Chen Yi murmured, continuing to scroll down. Indeed, the knee pads and a series of protective gear were classified into 4 levels, from C to S, with the efficacy becoming increasingly pronounced as the grade ascended. For instance, a C-level knee pad could reduce the impact on the knee by 50, while the B level could mitigate it by 70, and the highest S level could eliminate it entirely. Of course, the prices were not comparable. A C-level knee pad merely required 3,000 points, whereas the B level demanded 6,000, and both A and S levels soared into the tens of thousands. Although Chen Yi expended 1 point daily to exchange for nutritional fluid, which merely enhanced physical fitness to prevent injuries, it did not guarantee immunity to them. In contrast, these protective gears provided a tangible reduction in damage based on empirical data. Being someone who valued his physical well-being, Chen Yi promptly spent 9,000 points to acquire C-level knee pads, a pair of C-level wrist guards, and C-level ankle supports. With his balance rapidly dwindling, he felt no significant regret. The functionality was undeniable, and spending those 9,000 points was justifiable. After all, one could never be too cautious on the court, especially in the face of unsportsmanlike conduct that could lead to severe injuries, rendering high attributes irrelevant. Following this considerable expenditure, Chen Yi decided to refrain from touching the remaining 1,000 points for the time being, opting to accumulate more before making a substantial enhancement, which would yield a more gratifying experience. Having settled everything, Chen Yi indulged in a few matches in the Summoner's Rift before preparing to retire for the night. The whirlwind brought forth by Chen Yi swept across the globe. Aside from Chen Yi himself, Andrew from ESPN also became a sensation on the trending charts. Following the Wizards' 2 consecutive losses, he vehemently disparaged Chen Yi, even proclaiming on air that he would be overwhelmed by Kobe. After Chen Yi scored 60 points, Andrew found himself not only embarrassed but also inundated with a barrage of insults from countless Chinese fans online. Although Andrew could not view the messages from China, the vitriol from American commentators was formidable. Initially, Andrew engaged with the comments, but he soon ceased, overwhelmed by the sheer volume. Unable to respond to all, he was ultimately silenced by the backlash. The next day, ESPN announced that Andrew was ill and would miss the next recording of the program. On January 28th, Chen Yi boarded the team's private jet to New Jersey, preparing for the final away game of the month. Upon arriving in New Jersey, he simultaneously announced on social media, in conjunction with the NBA, that he would participate in this year's Rookie Challenge. While fans had speculated that Chen Yi would undoubtedly receive an invitation, the official confirmation finally alleviated their anxieties. For Chinese fans, the absence of Chen Yi from the All-Star voting channels was a significant disappointment. Otherwise, they were confident they could secure his place as a starter in no time. Following the announcement of Chen Yi's participation in the Rookie Challenge, the list of first- and second-year participants was also revealed. Within the first-year roster, familiar names such as Evans, Jennings, Curry, and Harden appeared, prompting fans to question why the entire first-year team comprised guards. The tallest player was Jonas Jerebko from the Pistons, standing at a mere 2.08 meters, a power forward stature, with only 2 other players exceeding 2 meters. How would they compete? In contrast, the second-year team, led by Rose, boasted a formidable lineup with Westbrook, the round-faced Gordon on the perimeter, and the likes of Lopez, Love, and Marc Gasol in the paint, capable of both inside and outside play. Many fans speculated that the second-year team would continue their dominance, aiming for an 8th consecutive victory. When Chen Yi first beheld the list, he was momentarily taken aback. His team was undeniably a perimeter-oriented squad, destined to be thoroughly overwhelmed on the boards. To secure victory, they would have to rely on an exceptional shooting performance. However, the league found itself helpless in this regard. In the 2009 draft, 8 of the top 10 picks were guards, and this season's standout rookies predominantly hailed from the same position, reflecting their earnest efforts to maintain team balance. Coaches from the first and second years were selected from the 30 teams, with the likes of Bosch and Durant joining as assistant coaches for the first and second year group. Additionally, the starting lineup for this year's All-Star game was announced. The Eastern Conference starters included Howard, Garnett, James, Wade, and Iverson. The Western Conference starters featured Stoudemire, Duncan, Anthony, Kobe, and Nash. Following Yao's unfortunate injury, Stoudemire finally achieved his long-desired position as the starting center for the West, with only Bynum as his competitor. Despite the high expectations surrounding him, McGrady ultimately found himself edged out by Nash, leading to considerable speculation and murmurs of conspiracy among fans upon the release of the list. Chen Yi remained uncertain whether there truly existed any hidden agendas, yet the fact that McGrady, averaging a mere 3.2 points this year, could secure a starting position in the All-Star game posed a dilemma for the league in justifying this to other players. Previously, Billups had expressed his discontent regarding the high vote counts of McGrady and Iverson. The Western Conference was in utter disarray, while the Eastern Conference maintained a semblance of stability, with superstars like LeBron James and Dwayne Wade significantly outpacing their competitors in popularity. The Eastern roster appeared virtually predetermined. Furthermore, LeBron set yet another record this year, becoming the first player in NBA All-Star history to receive at least 2.5 million votes on 3 separate occasions. During this period, apart from his penchant for the 4-step layup, the Little Emperor had little in the way of controversy, and bolstered by David Stern's vigorous support, his popularity remained consistently high. On January 29th, the Wizards faced off against the Nets in New Jersey, with 2 years remaining until the Nets' relocation to Brooklyn. Chen Yi recalled that Russian owner Prokhorov was set to acquire the team in May, fulfilling the dream of establishing a foothold in New York. Though Brooklyn was not situated in Manhattan, it undoubtedly belonged to New York City. And the team's move to such an international metropolis would surely surpass their current circumstances in New Jersey. The Nets were experiencing a dismal season, with home attendance averaging below 40, a truly bleak situation. However, on this night, the arena was filled with double the usual crowd, achieving an attendance rate nearing 80. The reason was clear. Both teams featured a Chinese player. The significance of this China derby was not lost on David Stern, who arranged for nationwide broadcasting. The previous matchup between Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian had set unprecedented viewership records, and Stern, well aware of the immense potential of Chinese audiences, had been promoting the game days in advance. Moreover, Chen Yi's popularity rivaled that of Yao Ming, having recently achieved the title of the youngest player to score 60 points. He had fully embraced the essence of individual heroism, garnering fans not only in Washington but across various cities. Domestic broadcasters seized the opportunity, assembling a formidable commentary team and dispatching numerous journalists to New Jersey. The Nets players were visibly excited by the vibrant atmosphere, having not witnessed such enthusiasm from their home crowd in quite some time. In contrast, the Wizards players felt comparatively relaxed. The Nets pregame record stood at a dismal 4 wins and 40 losses, with a win rate of merely 9. It seemed inevitable that they would finish at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, with many media outlets speculating whether they could surpass the 76ers' historically poor record of 9 wins and 73 losses. Meanwhile, the Wizards, with 22 victories, firmly occupied a playoff spot. Fresh off a victory against the Lakers, the second-best team in the league, the Wizards approached the Nets as if they had transitioned from a Kings game to one of bronze status. Yet, one individual sensed a tinge of pressure. Yi Jianlian arrived at the arena early to practice, striving to maintain his shooting rhythm, as he was determined not to embarrass himself in front of a global audience. Since entering the league, he had faced Yao Ming 4 times, with a disheartening record of 0 wins and 4 losses. Not only suffering defeats, but also falling short statistically in comparison to Yao. Yi Jianlian yearned for a victory. With Yao Ming sidelined, Chinese fans had shifted their focus to Yi, granting him unprecedented attention. However, with Chen Yi's emergence, media interest had waned, and even CCTV had canceled numerous broadcasts due to the Nets' poor performance. At 6:30 p.m., players from both teams began to enter the arena. Chen Yi discovered that there were still numerous fans of Yi Jianlian among the crowd, as many individuals in the front rows held up signs emblazoned with his name written in Chinese. Chen Yi spotted a familiar face by the sidelines. Brother Ming. He approached the towering figure of Yao Ming, who was watching the game with the aid of a cane, and embraced him, nearly uttering the title of Chairman Yao. Yao Ming warmly clasped Chen Yi's hand, a characteristic, bemused smile gracing his face. In addition to Yao, Chen Yi also recognized another familiar figure in an inconspicuous spot in the front row. Fairy sister? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Liu Yifei. After Yi Jianlian exchanged greetings with Liu Yifei, he bashfully returned to the court. Chen Yi suddenly recalled that there seemed to be a rumor between Yi Jianlian and Liu Tianxian. It was said that the two were once invited to shoot an advertisement for a certain beverage, where Yi Jianlian fell head over heels for Liu Tianxian at first sight. After the shoot, he asked his assistant to acquire her phone number. Subsequently, in his quest to win her affection, he spent a fortune on a bracelet, which he personally delivered to Liu Tianxian on the set of her shoot, moving her deeply. However, she declined his advances, saying, "Yi, you are a wonderful person. Let us remain friends." Of course, this information is merely what Chen Yi gleaned from various posts by internet users, and its authenticity is uncertain. Nonetheless, it appeared that Yi Jianlian approached her for a friendly chat, suggesting they were acquainted. Liu Tianxian was likely invited by Yi to attend the game tonight. The starting lineups for the evening are as follows: Wizards, Haywood, Jamison, Butler, Miller, Chen Yi. Nets, Brook Lopez, Yi Jianlian, Chris Douglas-Roberts, Courtney Lee, Kenyon Dooling. With Mike Miller returning from injury, Saunders has reinstated him in the starting lineup, leaving Foy and Nick Young to occupy the bench. The referee, holding the basketball, gathered both teams at the center circle, signaling the imminent start of the match. Brook Lopez appeared to be the epitome of sincerity, while the fierce Haywood let out a roar as he leaped, startling Lopez to the point that he did not even touch the ball. The first possession belonged to the Wizards. Chen Yi received the pass from the perimeter, and without any flamboyant maneuvers against Doolin's defense, he charged straight into the paint. The silver-hued first-step technique was illuminated as he effortlessly bypassed Doolin, only to confront Roberts, who had come to assist. With a swift pull-up, he launched the ball. A sharpshooter. After ascending to silver level, the sharpshooter badge significantly enhanced Chen Yi's shooting prowess, and this pull-up shot swished cleanly through the net. 2-0. As the Nets initiated their offense, Coach Vanderwijck was acutely aware of what the fans desired to witness. In the early moments of the first quarter, the Nets centered their attacks around Yi Jianlian. After the guard brought the ball across half-court, he promptly delivered it to Yi in the low post. Yi Jianlian fixated on Jamison, backing him down before utilizing his footwork to penetrate the paint, subsequently executing a turnaround jumper. The basketball grazed the rim before settling into the net. Jilian's shooting remains relatively stable among forward players of this era. However, his release speed is notably slow, making him susceptible to defensive blocks. Thus, he often resorts to turnaround jumpers, which inherently increase the difficulty of his shots. If he could enhance his release speed, his shooting would become even more lethal. With the score now tied at 2-2, he responded to Chen Yi with a one-on-one turnaround jumper. In the domestic broadcast, Yang Yi remarked. While Zhang Heli nodded in agreement, Jilian's fundamentals are remarkably solid. He possesses virtually no weaknesses in his technical skills. For a power forward over 2 meters tall, defending against his turnaround jumper is quite challenging. Shu Kun added, prior to the game, some viewers speculated that the confrontation between Jilian and Chen Yi would not match the excitement of Yao Ming's duels, as there were more opportunities for direct matchups with Yao. However, witnessing them exchange blows could still render this match quite thrilling. Yang Yi shook his head in response. After receiving the ball in the backcourt, Chen Yi swiftly advanced, reaching the 45-degree angle before the defenders of the rim had established their positions. Duran, who was tasked with guarding him, was once again outmaneuvered. Brook Lopez, responsible for protecting the paint, was still lingering at the edge of the key. As Chen Yi approached the basket, he was met with an unguarded hoop. With a resounding thud, he executed a powerful slam dunk. Upon landing, Chen Yi distinctly sensed a wave of relief coursing through his knees. Previously, after executing a slam dunk, he would experience a significant buffering force in his knees. However, this time was markedly different, with the cushioning effect diminished by more than half. Dulan simply cannot contain Chen Yi if the Nets fail to adjust their defense. Their paint will likely suffer tonight, remarked Coach Zhang. Yang Yi concurred, stating, the Nets have performed commendably offensively this season, particularly with the Twin Towers and the pick-and-roll from the backcourt, yet their defense is woefully inadequate. This is precisely why they languish at the bottom of the league, conceding an average of 101.5 points per game. Indeed, especially with Devin Harris absent tonight, he could have posed a speed challenge to Chen Yi, added Shu Kun. Returning to the court, Jilian and Roberts executed a pick-and-roll, but instead of passing to the cutting alien, Roberts opted for a sudden stop and pull-up shot. With a clang, the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Jilian positioned himself between Jamison and Haywood, aiding Lopez in seizing the rebound. After a feint, Big Lopez took his shot, and the ball kissed the backboard before finding its way in. Chen Yi observed Jilian's earnest attempt to secure the rebound and couldn't help but exclaim internally, isn't this a bit too straightforward? After all, charging directly into the fray for the rebound would have easily added another point to the tally. The possession reverted back to the Wizards, who opted for a double-team strategy this time, with Roberts and Duran simultaneously positioning themselves in front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi did not force the play. Instead, he deftly passed the ball to Mike Miller, who effortlessly pierced the net from beyond the arc. As it was the Nets' turn to attack, Durant nearly lost possession to Chen Yi during his dribble, prompting him to quickly pass to Roberts at the center circle. Roberts then delivered the ball to the towering DeAndre Jordan in the paint. At that moment, Jordan had yet to hone his shooting skills. Struggling to create space on the court, his attempts were primarily concentrated near the basket, where he preferred to use footwork to score with his back to the rim, embodying the essence of a traditional big man. Under Haywood's defense, Jordan's shot clanged off the rim, allowing Chen Yi, capitalizing on Jamison's box out, to secure the rebound. The Wizards executed their fast break with remarkable fluidity. As Chen Yi approached the free throw line and encountered a double team, he called for Jamison to set a screen. Chen Yi faces off against Jilian in the elbow area, a thrilling one-on-one encounter. Just as we mentioned their lack of opportunities to clash, here it is. Yang Yi exclaimed with excitement. Chen Yi's specialty lies in overcoming larger opponents. Previously, during his match against the Mavericks, he dazzlingly toyed with the Western Conference's top center, Dampier. Shu Kun remarked. Dampier's name is once again resurrected for ridicule. Chen Yi was acutely aware that the audience eagerly anticipated his showdown with Jilian. Thus, he chose to sideline all his teammates, leaving only Haywood positioned at the edge of the paint, poised to seize any rebound. Jilian found himself swaying left and right, bewildered by Chen Yi's deft maneuvering in front of him. With a swift step forward, Chen Yi deceived Jilian into retreating, creating ample space for his shot. As he gathered the ball, he had already initiated his jump, followed by a deft flick of his wrist. Jilian made a timely attempt to contest the shot, but it was too late, as he could only watch the basketball soar toward the hoop. Haywood, observing the trajectory of the ball, promptly retreated on defense. Just as Haywood turned, the sound of the ball swishing through the net echoed. Brandon, Haywood, had relinquished the rebound the moment Chen took his shot, Kenny Smith remarked. Barkley shrugged and said, if I had a teammate like Chen, I could play like that too. Kenny Smith chuckled. What? Are you implying your teammates are inferior to Chen Yi? Barkley replied with a frown, I never said that. Ah, I see. You mean if you had swapped Kevin Johnson for Chen Yi back in the day, you'd have won the championship, right? Barkley shouted, shut your mouth. Amid the banter of these two old friends, Jilian executed a pick and roll with Roberts, cutting into the paint. After receiving the ball, he soared above Jameson for a two-handed dunk. As he celebrated, Yi Jianlian pumped his fist towards the camera. "Brother Lian, you ought to learn to pound your chest," Chen Yi remarked with a smile as he received the pass. Sometimes, exuberant celebrations can ignite the crowd's passion, even attracting a legion of fans. Previously, after scoring against Kobe, Chen Yi had performed an ostentatious shooting gesture, which went viral on YouTube, inspiring many to imitate him. "Playing soft is fine, but the celebration must be fierce," he declared. "Look at Garnett next door. After every gritty jump shot, doesn't he pound his chest?" Such displays leave a lasting impression of toughness on the audience. Yi Jianlian smiled quietly at Chen Yi during the replay, choosing not to speak. Alien was simply too earnest, lacking the communication skills and the flair for dramatic celebrations that Chen Yi possessed. This personality trait did not blend well with the culture of the NBA. Years later, when Yi Jianlian faded from the league, it was not solely due to his performance. His character also played a significant role. Even in 2022, players like the younger Jordan had long since lost their NBA viability, yet their social skills enabled them to secure positions. As seen with Cousins being edged out by the Nuggets. In the first half of the opening quarter, Yi Jianlian and Chen Yi engaged in an offensive duel, thrilling fans on both sides of the ocean. However, the score reflected a one-sided affair. After 7 minutes of play, both Chen Yi and Yi Jianlian took a breather. Having accumulated impressive stats of 9 points and 3 assists, and 7 points and 2 rebounds, respectively. Yet, the Wizards maintained a commanding lead at 17-11. By the end of the first quarter, the score had widened to 29-17, with the Wizards leading by double digits. Aside from Chen Yi, Jameson and Butler contributed significantly to the Wizards' offense, while the Nets relied solely on Yi Jianlian's scoring prowess. The second unit, featuring Nick Young and Foy, consistently pressed the opposition throughout. During the break, Van der Veen approached Yi Jianlian, stating, "In the second quarter, I will grant you more playing time and increase your involvement." Yi Jianlian nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Throughout the season, Van der Veen had placed immense trust in Yi Jianlian, who held a high tactical status within the team, leading to a career-best performance this season. Moreover, with the highly anticipated Huaxia Derby taking place tonight, and Yi Jianlian in excellent form, there was every reason to keep him on the court. Chen Yi played with remarkable ease tonight, as his teammates exhibited formidable prowess, allowing him to remain unconcerned. Despite the significant score deficit, the Nets' home crowd appeared rather exhilarated, with Yi Jianlian's supporters continuously raising their light boards high, amidst the resounding cheers of the audience. The second quarter was poised to commence. In the ensuing second quarter, the Nets adhered to the strategy established in the first, continuing to center their play around the Twin Towers. While Yi Jianlian demonstrated commendable performance, DeAndre Jordan's state was somewhat disheartening. In his matchup against Hayward, Jordan failed to gain any advantage. Not only was his shooting cold, but without the assistance of his teammates, he struggled to secure rebounds. Hayward had already amassed 9 rebounds by the end of the first quarter. It remains uncertain whether Jordan simply lacks positioning skills or is overly cautious of fouling, but he appeared exceedingly clumsy beneath the basket. In Chen Yi's recollection, despite Jordan's impressive height of 2.13 meters, his rebounding statistics have consistently hovered around 4, which is quite perplexing. Nevertheless, the more abstract Jordan becomes, the more it illustrates the potential success of his future transformation. As the second quarter unfolded, the Wizards, under Chen Yi's leadership, effortlessly dispatched the Nets. Chen Yi did not exert himself significantly. During the second quarter, he played for just 6.5 minutes, concluding the period with a modest tally of 4 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist, which made his performance appear rather lackadaisical. However, his teammates were anything but subdued. Hayward demonstrated his prowess against weaker opponents, exploiting the sluggish footwork, poor jumping ability, and mediocre physicality of DeAndre Jordan. Most importantly, Jordan had yet to develop a reliable shooting touch typical of traditional centers. On this occasion, the usually blue-collar Hayward transformed into a dominant force in the paint, single-handedly dismantling the Nets' interior defense. Additionally, Butler and Nick Young, shedding their previous struggles, were relentless from beyond the arc, consistently finding the bottom of the net with their three-point shots. Observing their seamless success, Chen Yi couldn't help but wonder if the hoop at home was somehow askew. It seemed that while they thrived on the road, they transformed into bricklayers upon returning home. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 58-38, with a 20-point gap that clearly reflected the one-sided nature of the contest. This overwhelming advantage was anticipated by all, considering the Wizards were riding high and facing the league's bottom-dwelling Nets without a hint of pressure. The home crowd, too, remained composed, showering their loudest cheers upon Yi Jianlian each time he scored. Chen Yi observed Alien fervently striving to close the gap in points, and adhering to the principle of respecting one's opponent, he naturally unleashed his full potential. With just 2 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Yi Jianlian made a decisive cut to the basket, mismatched against Nick Young's defense. With a deep breath, Yi Jianlian soared high into the air, executing a powerful dunk over Nick Young. Alien, "What an extraordinary dunk!" exclaimed Yang Yi. Zhang Heli added, "It has been a long time since we witnessed Alien play with such fervor. It seems that this derby has completely ignited his emotions." Chen Yi dashed to the basket to receive the ball, gently patting Nick Young's backside as a gesture of consolation. Although Nick Young felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, a glance at the substantial score difference led him to shrug, indicating his indifference. Following Yi Jianlian's dunk, the score narrowed to 62-87, reducing the gap to 25 points. In the subsequent play, Chen Yi, amidst a double team from the Nets backcourt, penetrated the paint, deftly switching hands in midair to evade Brook Lopez's block and score. Having already amassed 11 points in the quarter, Chen Yi emerged as a pivotal figure as the point spread began to widen in the third quarter. The Wizards, displaying overwhelming prowess, excelled in capitalizing on their opponent's weaknesses. With such a significant lead, as the fourth quarter commenced, Nets coach Vanderpool opted to field a bench lineup. Observing this, Chen Yi, accompanied by 4 starting teammates, prepared to conclude the game. In this highly anticipated Chinese derby, the disparity in strength between the two teams ultimately culminated in a 111-93 victory for the Wizards over the Nets. As the final quarter transitioned into garbage time, the home fans gradually began to depart. The face-off between Chen Yi and Yi Jianlian lasted merely 3 quarters. Nevertheless, spectators, particularly those from China, relished the thrilling encounter. Chen Yi played a total of 28 minutes tonight, achieving a remarkable shooting record of 11 out of 20 attempts, including 2 out of 6 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 6 out of 6 from the free throw line, accumulating an impressive 28 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Had it not been for a few audacious 3-point attempts, his efficiency would have soared even higher. Meanwhile, the other star of the night, Yi Jianlian, lived up to the fans' expectations, contributing 24 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists in 33 minutes of play, along with 3 blocks to his name. Throughout the match, Alien showcased several thunderous dunks, including a spectacular alley-oop in the third quarter. Many commentators and media outlets deemed Yi Jianlian a valiant figure despite the loss. Following a sideline interview with the media, the towering Yao Ming, leaning on his cane, approached the sidelines to join Chen Yi and Yi Jianlian, a moment captured by media outlets worldwide. The sight of the three together ignited excitement among countless fans who eagerly anticipated their collaboration. Just as the trio prepared to disperse, a voice called out to Chen Yi from the side. Upon turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see Liu Tianxian. "Hello," Yi Jianlian greeted first. Liu Tianxian smiled politely, then retrieved a Wizards jersey bearing the number 7 from his bag and handed it to Chen Yi, saying, "Could you please sign this? I am a huge fan. You are incredibly popular in New York." Chen Yi, momentarily taken aback, smiled as he accepted the jersey. "Of course, I would be delighted. I truly admire your television series." Chen Yi almost blurted out that she grew up watching your television dramas. Although this was the truth, she swallowed her words upon seeing Liu Tianxian, who was barely in her 20s, as she herself was only 2 years her senior in this life. Yi Jianlian gazed at Chen Yi, who was signing her name on the jersey, his eyes reflecting boundless envy. "I invited you to watch the match, and you went to ask Chen Yi for an autograph?" Alian felt a sudden pang of disappointment. Chen Yi was indeed taken aback to discover that Liu Tianxian was his admirer, and during their conversation, they exchanged phone numbers. The Yao initially intended to invite both of them to dinner that evening. However, Chen Yi had a crucial match to prepare for the following day and had to return to Washington, leaving the possibility of a future gathering instead. After parting ways, the Yao scrutinized Chen Yi's technical statistics from that night, his eyes brimming with excitement. This type of guard was precisely what the national team needed. If he could persuade Chen Yi to join the national squad, it would alleviate concerns about his own absence from the upcoming World Championships and Asian Games. On January 30th, the Wizards hosted their final game of the month, facing off against the New York Knicks. The Knicks, under the leadership of Mike D'Antoni this season, clearly struggled to adapt their roster to his strategic framework. In truth, none of the players possessed the capability to fully realize his tactical vision. Positioned 11th in the Eastern Conference, the Knicks remained a lackluster team. Although they did not suffer a crushing defeat like the Nets had previously inflicted, the Wizards maintained a dominating presence throughout the match. The Knicks played under immense pressure, faltering offensively and failing to defend effectively. Ultimately, as the final buzzer sounded, the Wizards triumphed over the Knicks with a score of 106-92. In this match, Chen Yi played a total of 37 minutes, achieving a commendable record of 21 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists. Following 2 consecutive defeats, the Wizards effortlessly clinched 2 victories in a row. After their final game against the Nets in January, the entire Wizards team enjoyed a day off on the 31st. Last night, after exchanging phone numbers with Liu Tianxian, Chen Yi whimsically spent the afternoon in his apartment indulging in the drama Meng Hualu, and later that evening, he texted Liu Tianxian to discuss the plot. Curiously, aside from Meng Hualu, which aired before his time travel, Liu Tianxian has only appeared in 4 dramas, all filmed before she turned 18. Yet she enjoys remarkable fame among the public. Chen Yi has viewed nearly all her dramas and anticipates future opportunities for in-depth discussions with her. After playing a few rounds of League of Legends, Chen Yi, after a long hiatus, opened his system. Host, Chen Yi. Age, 20 years. Height, 191 centimeters. Weight, 88 kilograms. Wingspan, 203 centimeters. Basic attributes, speed 67, jump 67, strength 100, attractiveness 100. Other stats, standing layup 66. 3. Driving layup 72. 4. Driving dunk 61. 4. Standing dunk 30. 4. Three-point shot 75. 4. Mid-range shot 82. Free throw 85. Rebound 58. 2. Steal 40. 7. Block 29. 4. Ball control 75. 6. Passing 75. 2. Interior defense 30. Exterior defense 70. Stamina 79. Overall rating 75. Starting player. Acquired badges, Silver Tier, 10 cent, 52100. First Step Expert, 31100. Rebounding Master, 20100. Baseline 3-point shooter, 4100. Sharpshooter, 8100. Ankle Breaker, 2100. Bronze Tier, Dunk Specialist, 1220. Fancy Passer, 1020. Rim Attacker, 1720. Fadeaway Master, 1820. Chase Down Artist, 520. Equipment Aura, Hamilton Jump Shot Package, Crawford Dribbling Package. Marion Jump Shot Package. Dominant Skills, Lockdown Defender, Dribble Shot Expert. Points, 1472. Store, opened. Upon reviewing his personal data panel, Chen Yi noted that through a month of accumulation and attribute upgrades using points, his overall rating had reached 75, elevating him to a starting player status. This means he earns 700 base points per game, in addition to the 6 badges that have been upgraded to silver level. The Rim Attacker and Fadeaway Master badges are expected to reach silver level within 2 games, further enhancing his abilities. Besides the improvements in attributes and badges, Chen Yi's personal statistics have also shown steady growth this month. Throughout January, he participated in 14 games for the Wizards, averaging 37.6 minutes of playtime, with a shooting percentage of 56.38, a three-point shooting percentage of 43.14, and a free throw percentage of 86.52, achieving an average of 26.8 points, 4.1 rebounds, 6.6 assists, 1.7 steals, and 0.7 blocks. He led the team to an impressive record of 12 wins and 2 losses, including a remarkable 9-game winning streak. He is also the only rookie this season to average over 25 points and 5 assists per game. In the latest rookie rankings released by ESPN, Chen Yi has surpassed Evans, rising to the top position. Many fans believe that, following the gun incident, the Wizards were destined for a dismal season. However, after securing 2 victories at the month's end, the Wizards stabilized their position in the Eastern Conference with a record of 23 wins and 23 losses. Had it not been for their poor performance earlier, this winning streak could have positioned the team higher in the Eastern standings. As January's games concluded, various awards were announced. The Western Conference Player of the Month was awarded to Chris Paul of the Hornets, who played all games this month, averaging 41 for minutes with statistics of 20.8 points, 4.6 rebounds, 11.9 assists, 2 for steals, and 0.1 blocks, leading the Hornets to an 11-5 record this month. For players like Paul, statistics alone do not fully capture their impact on the court. Since the start of the season, the Hornets' performance had been lackluster. However, during this month, Paul pushed his limits to elevate their record to 25 wins and 21 losses. In the Eastern Conference, this would rank them around 6th or 7th place. But in the fiercely competitive Western Conference, they barely managed to secure a spot within the top 10, maintaining hope for a playoff berth. Chen Yi recalled that it was during this period that Paul had inadvertently set the stage for his injury woes, consequently altering his once aerial style of play. As for the Eastern Conference Player of the Month, the league continued to bestow the honor upon Cleveland's young monarch, LeBron James. Chen Yi's individual statistics and team performance are quite impressive. However, LeBron James's figures are even more astounding. In January, James averaged 39.1 minutes per game, scoring 37 points, 8.5 assists, and 7.3 rebounds, along with 1.6 steals and 1.5 blocks. His shooting percentages were 50.3 from the field, 35.6 from three-point range, and 75.3 from the free throw line, leading the Cavaliers to a remarkable record of 12 wins and 3 losses, firmly securing the top position in the league. In taking both the Player of the Month award from Chen Yi, he also claimed the Player of the Week title. The consistent excellence displayed by the young monarch has instilled a sense of hope in the aging Shaquille O'Neal for securing his 5th championship in the twilight of his career. Many fans even envision the scenario of the historic duo facing off in the finals this year. Although Chen Yi did not contest the Player of the Month award against LeBron, the Rookie of the Month award in the Eastern Conference was unequivocally his. Upon learning that he had not secured the Rookie of the Month accolade, Jennings's resentment towards Chen Yi deepened significantly. Chen Yi not only surpassed his self-imposed benchmark of an impressive 55 points in a single game, But he also ended his streak of 3 consecutive Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month awards, causing national media to shift their focus away from him. Meanwhile, the Western Conference Player of the Month accolade was awarded to the Warriors prodigy, Stephen Curry, who began to unleash his potential as the new year commenced, witnessing a comprehensive enhancement in his personal statistics and a steady rise in his shooting percentage. The Warriors management is now fervently seeking solutions to the compatibility issues between him and Monta Ellis. Following his Rookie of the Month recognition, Curry ascended to 3rd place in the rookie rankings, trailing only behind Chen Yi and Evans, successfully displacing Jennings from the top 3. Beyond these accolades, Chen Yi discovered his name gracing the top 10 of this season's MVP list. On the first day of February, the Wizards faced the Celtics at home. Prior to this match, the Celtics boasted a record of 29 wins and 16 losses, securing the 3rd position in the Eastern Conference, and were also considered strong contenders for the championship this year. In the lead-up to the game, the league announced the substitute roster for the upcoming Dallas All-Star game. Aside from the Wolf King Kevin Garnett, who was named a starter, Rajon Rondo and Paul Pierce were selected for the bench. Many fans humorously remarked that the Celtics' Big Three had morphed into Garnett, Pierce, and Rondo, leaving Ray Allen feeling quite frustrated. The Wizards faced a decisive defeat, losing 88-99 to the Celtics on their home court. The Celtics core trio, along with Rondo, combined for an impressive 65 points, while substitutes Rasheed Wallace and Tony Allen contributed 14 and 10 points, respectively. On the Wizards side, aside from Chen Yi's leading 20 points, no other player exceeded the 15-point mark. Given the formidable strength of the championship-favored Celtics compared to the Wizards, Chen Yi was not surprised by the outcome, unless he could replicate his explosive performance against the Lakers. The team's chances of victory were slim. After being upgraded to a starting player, Chen Yi noticeably felt a decrease in the system's drop rate. He had not collected a blue orb in several consecutive games, with gray orbs predominating. Additionally, as the reigning 3-point king, Chen Yi had anticipated gathering numerous attributes from Ray Allen, yet it was apparent that Allen was off his game tonight, shooting only 2 for 5 from beyond the arc, resulting in Chen Yi acquiring merely 0.2 points in 3-point value. It seemed that to reap rewards, he would need to seek out the dunking king from Golden State. However, with the condensed schedule in February, the Wizards would not have the opportunity to face the Warriors, leaving Chen Yi to hope for a chance to capitalize during the rookie challenge. On the night of the game, Garnett frequently utilized his formidable mid-range jump shot to score, inadvertently dropping some small orbs that increased Chen Yi's stats. Each time Chen Yi witnessed Garnett's exuberant celebrations of pounding his chest and roaring in triumph, he felt an urge to capture the moment and share it with Yi Jianlian, demonstrating what true ferocity and tenacity looked like. On February 2nd, before the entire Wizards team prepared to fly to New York to challenge the Knicks, Chen Yi met with head coach Saunders at a CAF outside the arena. Chen Yi had subtly surmised the purpose of Sanders' meeting. The team has decided to place Karen Butler, Antoine Jamison, and Brandon Haywood on the trading block, aiming to acquire assets in preparation for the upcoming season before the trade deadline, Sanders stated bluntly. Indeed, this aligned perfectly with Chen Yi's thoughts. Recently, Butler and Haywood had been granted excessive control over the ball, their tactical positions elevated to an irrational extent, and Chen Yi understood this was a prelude to impending trades. However, Butler's performance had been mediocre. Despite being given the green light to shoot, his offensive impact remained lackluster. In contrast, Haywood's statistics had seen a modest improvement, boasting averages of 11 for points and 11.3 rebounds, presenting himself as a commendable blue-collar center when viewed through the lens of data. Coach, if Karen, Antoine, and Brandon were to depart, do you believe we could maintain our playoff position in the Eastern Conference over the next 3 months? Chen Yi retorted. Sanders fell into silence. As the head coach, he understood better than anyone the significance of Haywood and Jamison to the team. The Wizards' roster this season was not particularly lacking. The team was constructed around arenas, complemented by the season Mike Miller acquired earlier in the season, making a playoff berth a distinct possibility. Naturally, the management aspired for the team to achieve optimal results. Otherwise, how could they justify Arena's exorbitant contract? Following the gun incident, the team had braced for a descent into mediocrity. Yet the emergence of Chen Yi had seamlessly filled the void left by Arenas. The Wizards' current record remained respectable, with victories over elite teams like the Cavaliers, Mavericks, and Lakers. This suggested that, with a premier guard at the helm, the Wizards' roster could compete robustly in the Eastern Conference. Moreover, Chen Yi had been developing increasingly harmonious chemistry with his teammates this month. Trading players under such promising circumstances could likely yield adverse effects. Sanders took a sip of coffee and murmured, "You know, the team decided to abandon this season back in January." Chen Yi gazed at him with a smile and remarked, "Considering the current circumstances, I trust that no one on the team, including yourself, would entertain the notion of tanking, would they?" Saunders, a traditional coach who had guided the Timberwolves and the Pistons to both the Eastern and Western Conference Finals, as well as being a 2-time All-Star, certainly did not arrive at the Wizards with the intention of allowing the team to languish in mediocrity. Following Arenas' suspension, Chen Yi's emergence had rekindled his hopes. The tactical role assigned to Chen Yi clearly indicated Saunders' esteem and trust in him. Our current record is commendable, and the attendance at home games is impressive. It is not just me. The management has also decided against any notions of tanking, yet they are not inclined to simply maintain the status quo. After a brief pause, Saunders chuckled softly, stating, "The purpose of my visit today is to gather your insights regarding potential trades. The management has conferred with me, and prior to the trade deadline, the team aims to offload certain contracts in preparation for reinforcements for the upcoming season, ideally without adversely affecting our performance." "That is impossible," Chen Yi replied with a shake of his head. "To clear salary cap space without impacting the team's performance, what are they thinking?" Chen Yi continued, stating that the team is reluctant to relinquish their playoff aspirations, seemingly preferring to acquire seasoned players from the free market rather than invest in the development of rookies. Sanders nodded in agreement, noting that the free agency this year is profoundly competitive, with contracts of superstars such as LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Paul Pierce, and even Dirk Nowitzki of the Mavericks set to expire. Historically, the Washington Wizards were poised to secure the first overall pick in the 2010 draft, which they would have used to select the explosively athletic guard, John Wall. However, the tides of history have shifted dramatically should the Wizards maintain their current performance. Securing the top pick is improbable, and they may not even attain a lottery position. Nonetheless, there is no pressing need for them to gamble on nurturing new talent, as Chen Yi is undoubtedly the prime candidate for the future cornerstone of the franchise. Nevertheless, he is not their sole option, as no player on the Wizards roster is deemed untouchable. As Sanders mentioned, the free agency pool is teeming with prominent names, beyond superstars like James. There are also players like Shaquille O'Neal, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, and Carlos Boozer, all of whom are poised to opt out of their contracts. Additionally, after a season marred by injury, Yao Ming has the opportunity to exercise his final player option to seek a new team, leading many media outlets to label this year as the most frenzied free agency market in 35 years. It was during a similarly chaotic offseason that the Heat's Big Three chose to unite in Miami. A few years prior, the Celtics trio achieved immediate success, clinching a championship in their inaugural season together, prompting many teams to weigh the merits of developing rookies against the more immediate rewards of acquiring established stars. It seems that attracting proven players may yield quicker results than nurturing newcomers. In Chen Yi's recollection, the Wizards made the most significant moves of any team during the trade deadline this year. They traded Butler, Hayward, and backup Deshaun Stevenson to the Mavericks in exchange for Josh Howard, James Singleton, and Quentin Ross. They also sent Jamison to the Cavaliers in return for Ilgauskas, and subsequently acquired a second-round pick from the Kings in a three-way trade. Notably, after being traded, Ilgauskas swiftly opted for a buyout and re-signed with the Cavaliers mere days later, effectively allowing the Cavaliers to gain Jamison without cost. In response, the league instituted a Big Z rule, prohibiting traded players from returning to their original teams within a year. Brand is the core of the team's interior presence, adept at handling the gritty aspects of the game, and I have a seamless pick-and-roll synergy with him. Antoine's statistics have improved, maintaining stability, and he can supplement our outside shooting while playing the power forward position, Chen Yi remarked. Sanders then inquired if that meant he believed Karen could be traded. Although Karen can serve as a crucial scorer, his performance has been on a downward trajectory, and granting him possession does not guarantee a consistent offensive output. Additionally, regarding the bench player Randy Foye, I believe any player could fulfill that role just as adequately, Chen Yi replied. Chen Yi believed that as long as Antoine and Haywood remained in the paint, the team could sustain its competitiveness, with other players not posing significant issues. Although Butler is an all-star, his performance has been consistently declining, often becoming a liability on the court. Moreover, Butler was placed on the trading block by the team just last month, after the Rockets publicly declared their willingness to trade McGrady at the beginning of January. The Wizards emerged as one of the more proactive teams, initially proposing a trade of Arenas for McGrady, which was rejected by the Rockets. They subsequently altered their offer, intending to exchange Butler for McGrady. In Chen Yi's perspective, it was fortunate that the Rockets did not acquiesce to the Wizards. Otherwise, the Wizards would undoubtedly incur losses. McGrady's competitive state and physical condition have begun to plummet, while Butler, as a swingman, could still secure a starting position despite his struggles. Sanders pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, I shall convey your suggestions to the management. Maintain your form through the February games, and I will grant you the highest tactical position." Before Sanders departed, Chen Yi reminded him, regarding the draft, the team should consider seeking opportunities to uncover hidden talents at the end of the first round or in the second round. The 2010 draft cannot be deemed a weak year, as players like John Wall, Paul George, and Cousins have made their mark. However, this year's rookies seem somewhat enigmatic, often plagued by injuries. Besides the lottery picks, defensive stalwarts such as Bledsoe and Avery Bradley were selected towards the end of the first round, alongside the second-round pick Whiteside and undrafted player Len. If the Wizards truly aim to select, there lies a substantial chance to discover promising prospects. Chen Yi felt grateful for Sanders' trust, recognizing that only superstars typically have the privilege to influence management decisions. Should they collaborate again next season, Chen Yi intended to employ his 15 years of experience to steer the team in a more favorable direction. Naturally, he could only provide suggestions. He could not fully disclose to management the future potential of certain players, as such claims would likely meet skepticism, given the presence of professional scouting teams. Even if he revealed himself as a time traveler, few would believe him. Sanders nodded earnestly and took Chen Yi along to the arena. Chen Yi sent a message urging Jessica to engage with the management regarding the contract renewal for the upcoming season. It is also high time for him to seriously contemplate his future career trajectory. On February 3rd, the Wizards faced off against the Knicks away from home. When Nick Young and JaVale McGee arrived in the bustling city of New York, they appeared somewhat overly exhilarated, even arriving late to the afternoon strategy meeting, which led to a fervent reprimand from the stern Sanders. For Nick Young, the nightclubs here were far more entertaining than those in Washington. Upon his inaugural visit to the New York Knicks home at Madison Square Garden, Chen Yi could not help but marvel at the fervent fans, exclaiming that indeed, it is exhilarating to be in a major basketball city. Despite the Knicks' dismal performance in recent years, their status as a hallowed ground of basketball remains unshaken. Nestled in the heart of Manhattan, the Garden is conveniently located opposite one of America's largest train stations, ensuring that all travelers arriving in New York are greeted by the sight of this magnificent arena. This season, the Knicks have continued on their disheartening trajectory, with a record of 18 wins and 29 losses, firmly positioned in 12th place in the Eastern Conference. Among the team, Chen Yi is most familiar with their head coach, Mike D'Antoni. D'Antoni's coaching style is distinctive, characterized by rapid transitions and a penchant for three-point shooting, alongside a remarkable skill in utilizing guard players, particularly those capable of ball handling. Under his tutelage, any guard flourishes, exemplified by the transformations of stars such as Steve Nash and James Harden, both of whom earned MVP accolades during his coaching tenure. Notably, during his time in New York, D'Antoni orchestrated a system that allowed Jeremy Lin to exhibit dominance that surpassed even that of Anthony. The global phenomenon known as Linsanity was not solely a product of Lin's diligence and talent. D'Antoni played a pivotal role in that success. His innovative approach involving guards in pick-and-roll scenarios stands as his hallmark achievement. Even without referencing superstars like Nash, Harden, or Chris Paul, one need only consider Raymond Felton's remarkable performance during the 2011 season under D'Antoni, where he averaged 17.1 points and 9 assists over 54 games, showcasing the best form of his career, a level he never replicated thereafter. Aside from his struggles against Greg Popovich, D'Antoni has few blemishes on his record. His tactical style is remarkably avant-garde. The Rockets, under his leadership, emerged as the only team capable of competing with the Golden State Warriors during their era of dominance. Chen Yi even contends that his coaching abilities are not inferior to those of Kerr, attributing Kerr's success to sheer fortune and having found the perfect fit for his system in Curry, Thompson, and Green. These three core players have formed the foundation of the team, further bolstered by the presence of a scoring powerhouse like Durant. In Chen Yi's perspective, had he been under the tutelage of D'Antoni, his statistics might have been even more astonishing, for D'Antoni's system amplifies the value of pick-and-roll guards. As long as one can effectively execute pick-and-roll plays and showcase their unique style, they can exert a significant influence on the game. At 7 in the evening, the players from both teams began to make their entrance. Chen Yi approached the sidelines and greeted Lu Tianxian. Prior to the match, he had sent her a message inviting her to watch the game at the New York home arena. Lu Tianxian, who resides in New York, had accepted the invitation and took her seat in the front row, adorned in the jersey that Chen Yi had previously signed. Moreover, Chen Yi noticed that he seemed to have garnered a considerable following in New York. Aside from Lu Tianxian, numerous fans were also donning his jerseys. This phenomenon was hardly surprising, as New Yorkers have a penchant for superstar athletes, and in the absence of a standout player on their own team, Chen Yi's remarkable displays of individual heroism in Washington had captivated a significant number of New York fans. "Hey, Chen, I have a profound impression of you." Mike D'Antoni approached Chen Yi for a pregame chat. "I admire your tactics, but your team leaves much to be desired," Chen Yi replied with a smile. Noting the amiable demeanor of the older gentleman, D'Antoni paused for a moment, taken aback by the candidness of Chen Yi's observation. Even he recognized that the Knicks roster was somewhat lackluster. The mess left by former general manager Isaiah Thomas was indeed challenging to rectify. Furthermore, D'Antoni had long identified Stephen Curry, who perfectly fit his tactical system, as a prime draft target, only to see him snatched away by the Warriors. Consequently, the chosen Jordan Hill failed to shine. From that point on, Stephen Curry became the cherished idol of New York fans. D'Antoni could only chuckle awkwardly, feeling no offense taken. He and Chen Yi conversed as if they were longtime friends. In the previous game, Chen Yi's performance had not been explosive, yet several pick-and-roll plays had caught D'Antoni's eye, leading him to think, if this young man were under my guidance, his future would be limitless. Once the game commenced, the Wizards swiftly demonstrated their dominance. The Knicks executed their strategies with brilliance, yet their players struggled with finishing. The only reliable asset on the team was the interior presence of David Lee. However, the seasoned D'Antoni, who relished the pick-and-roll offense, found himself nearly leaping out of his seat in frustration as he observed the struggles of his perimeter players. Starting point guard Chris Duhon displayed a lackluster offensive ability and was utterly incapable of containing Chen Yi, repeatedly becoming a point of vulnerability. The situation was even more dire with backup guard Nate Robinson, whose advantages of speed and strength were rendered insignificant against Chen Yi, standing at a mere 5 feet 9 inches. By halftime, the score stood at 63-43, with the Knicks trailing by 20 points on their home turf. Chen Yi achieved an impressive record of 18 points and 6 assists by halftime. While Coach D'Antoni appeared to be in deep thought, the fans in the arena were remarkably exhilarated, erupting in cheers each time Chen Yi scored, while mercilessly booing their own players for any mistakes. The fans at Madison Square Garden had once again turned against their home team. Throughout history, there have been numerous instances of fan discontent in New York, where legends like Kobe and McGrady have dazzled the crowd with their scoring prowess, winning the hearts of many. Yet tonight, the Wizards' Chen Yi seemingly claimed dominion over this iconic venue. Ultimately, the Wizards triumphed over the Knicks with a commanding score of 107-82. Chen Yi, who amassed 34 points, 7 rebounds, and 12 assists, appeared unstoppable on the court. Furthermore, his teammates delivered remarkable performances, seemingly channeling their frustration from a previous defeat against the Celtics into this game. Eager to exact revenge on the Knicks, the Knicks fans genuinely yearned for a superhero to rescue their struggling team. Chen Yi found it perplexing that the Knicks, under the ownership of the extravagant Dolan in a major market like New York, could not attract superstar talent. He recalled that this year, New York had fervently pursued LeBron James, leaving him to wonder what seismic shifts might occur in the free agency market during the offseason. And whether the Heat's Big Three would reunite in Miami remained uncertain. On February 5th, the Wizards faced their third match of February, traveling to Orlando to challenge the Magic led by Howard. This year's All-Star Weekend was scheduled from February 12th to 15th. Before the All-Star Game, the Wizards had only 4 matches, with just one being at home against the Celtics, while the remaining 3 were on the road. Their second stop on this 3-game road trip, the Orlando Magic, was also a strong contender for the championship this season. Despite being recently overwhelmed by another Eastern Conference powerhouse, the Celtics, the Wizards did not feel anxious, having previously faced the Magic last month and secured victory with a double-digit lead. Before the game, Chen Yi once again trended nationally. Initially, one may look forward to such recognition when they are not well known, but it often loses its charm once it becomes too frequent. This time, however, the trend brought Chen Yi some distress. During the last game against the Knicks, the prominent socialite Kim Kardashian was present. After Chen Yi's steady performance led the Wizards to victory, Kardashian publicly expressed her admiration for him on social media, even donning his jersey in a provocative photo shoot. This left Chen Yi quite flustered. Moreover, it was unclear which teammate divulged his phone number, but Kardashian personally called to invite him on a date. Chen Yi felt an overwhelming sense of rejection coursing through every pore of his being. Moreover, was this woman not currently involved with NFL running back Reggie Bush? What a jest. She was a member of the Kardashian family, renowned for producing the true defensive player of the year. The Kardashian clan, a superlative family of socialites, enjoys immense popularity not just in America, but across the globe. Khloe Kardashian, the third sister, has even earned the moniker of the NBA juicer, having dated players such as Lamar Odom, Tristan Thompson, and James Harden. During her relationships, her NBA boyfriends often experienced a significant decline in their performance levels. The swift rise of James Harden to become a top-tier guard in the league following his breakup with Khloe is a testament to the veracity of her nickname. Kim Kardashian, the second sister, shares a similarly abstract reputation, although she has only been linked to NBA player Chris Humphries, with whom she had a brief 72-day marriage. Chen Yi recalls that she has had numerous relationships with over a dozen men from the realms of sports and entertainment. Chen Yi still recalls the moment when Kanye West, after his divorce from Kim Kardashian, publicly accused Chris Paul of having an affair with her. 58 shots. You have truly fallen. After being rejected by Chen Yi, Kim Kardashian tweeted today at noon, stating, "Although he has turned me down, my interest in him and in Eastern men remains unwavering." Chen Yi's inner thoughts. What the heck? After Chen Yi blocked him, he could only choose to ignore it. Deep down, he was acutely aware of Kim Kardashian's intentions in approaching him. Any admiration or affection she professed was merely a facade. It was nothing more than a calculated move to capitalize on his recent surge in fame. Furthermore, as an individual of Eastern descent, if Kim were to associate herself with Chen Yi, the media would undoubtedly amplify the coverage, thereby enhancing her own influence. In simpler terms, Kim Kardashian was entirely motivated by the desire for publicity, seeking to leverage her affection for Chen Yi to elevate her own notoriety. For someone whose fame was birthed from the scandal of a leaked video with a former boyfriend, she was certainly willing to employ any means necessary to garner attention. External factors held little sway over Chen Yi. His sole focus was on the game. Howard was brimming with excitement before the match. eager for a chance to redeem himself ever since Chen Yi had once posterized him, resulting in videos circulating across various platforms. Howard felt humiliated and had been waiting for an opportunity to reclaim his dignity. From the very beginning of the jump ball, he exhibited a fierce demeanor. As they prepared to tip off, Howard let out a roar that startled the Wizards' center, Haywood, leaving him momentarily paralyzed and hesitant to contest the ball. During the Magic's first offensive possession, Vince Carter received a pass from point guard Nelson and, despite Mike Miller's defense, charged aggressively into the paint, executing a powerful dunk. After securing the rebound, Howard tossed the ball back to Carter. Following the announcement of the All-Star roster, Carter, who had been snubbed for 3 consecutive years, felt a pang of indignation. As the second leading scorer for a title-contending team and the man who once revived the dunk contest, it was disheartening to find himself unable to even secure a spot as an All-Star reserve. Eager to prove that he still had the skills, Carter attempted a floater in the paint, only to clang it off the rim. On the other end, the Wizards launched a counterattack, with Chen Yi bringing the ball up the court. At that moment, Magic's point guard Nelson wore a grave expression. During their previous encounter with the Wizards, the rookie guard from the East had made a lasting impression on him. Chen Yi cast a glance at Nelson, his body taut with intensity as he swiftly dashed towards the paint. The familiar formula, the familiar sensation. Nelson struggled to keep pace with Chen Yi's strides, his short legs laboring to follow. As he retreated to the elbow, he was met with a blockade from Jamison. Seizing the opportunity presented by the double team, Chen Yi deftly passed the ball to the cutting Jamison. With ease, Jamison executed a layup, securing the points. Chen Yi returned to the defensive position, while Carter, instead of recklessly attempting to go one-on-one after advancing past the front court, opted to pass the ball to Nelson. Nelson, hesitant to engage Chen Yi in a direct confrontation, initiated a familiar pick-and-roll with Howard at the top of the arc. Following the screen, Howard made a cut towards the basket. Nelson first delivered the ball to Lewis on the perimeter. In a moment devoid of shooting space, Lewis deftly nudged the ball inward, allowing Howard to take a colossal step towards the basket. With a powerful leap, Howard extended his arms wide, akin to a celestial shield, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Following this spectacular alley-oop, the home crowd of the Magic erupted in jubilant excitement. Howard, sporting a radiant smile reminiscent of a sunlit youth, showcased his muscles for the cameras. Chen Yi approached the basket and picked up a small blue ball that had fallen to the ground. Ding! The host has acquired the exclusive badge of the basketball star, airborne finisher, bronze level. This badge enhances the host's ability to successfully complete alley-oop layups or dunks. After a long-awaited acquisition of the badge, Chen Yi received the ball and resumed his attack. Howard had been guarding the paint throughout the first quarter, while Jamison and Haywood repeatedly attempted to penetrate the area but were consistently thwarted. In the first quarter, Howard secured 6 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, dominating the interior defensively and serving as the offensive nucleus for the Magic. On the Wizards' side, apart from Chen Yi's 9 points, only Jamison, Haywood, and Miller managed to score a single basket each, bringing the score to 15-32. The teammates transformed into iron fortresses, resulting in Chen Yi recording only 1 assist in the entire quarter. The point differential expanded to 17, showcasing Howard's overwhelming dominance and suggesting that he anticipated an enjoyable game that night. In the second quarter, the Magic deployed a lineup of Howard, Lewis, Barnes, J.J. Redick, and Nelson, a standard configuration of 1 big and 4 small players, prior to Steve Kerr leading the Golden State Warriors to create a dynasty with a similar strategy. The Magic's 1 big 4 small lineup was arguably the most successful in the league's history. In the 2009 playoffs, they triumphed over formidable opponents in the East, making it to the finals with a singular star and 4 sharpshooters. Conversely, the Wizards fielded their usual quintet of Haywood, Jamison, Butler, Miller, and Chen Yi, a quintessential Iron Fortress lineup. On paper, the Magic's roster overwhelmingly surpassed that of the Wizards, making the significant point difference in the first quarter unsurprising. However, Chen Yi believed that as long as his teammates could regain even a modicum of their shooting touch, narrowing the score gap would be quite feasible. The Magic continued to employ a semicircular strategy centered around Howard, but aside from him, another pivotal figure was Hedo Turkoglu. Following their decision to part ways with Turkoglu this season, both their offensive and defensive systems had quietly crumbled, causing the Magic to gradually step away from championship contention. Presently, guard Nelson was unable to shoulder the organizational responsibilities for the entire team. This was a crucial factor behind the Wizards' unexpected victory over the Magic last month. While there was a significant disparity in the interior, the gap in the backcourt was equally pronounced. Chen Yi calmly dribbled past half-court, initiating the Wizards' first offensive play. Mike Miller received a pass at the baseline and executed a long 2-pointer while stepping on the line, narrowing the deficit to 15 points. Although this long-range attempt was somewhat disappointing, Chen Yi felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing his teammate finding his rhythm beyond the arc. After all, he had distributed numerous passes in the first quarter but had managed only a single assist, evoking a feeling akin to inadvertently stepping into the CBA. As the Magic commenced their offensive play, Nelson continued to engage in pick-and-rolls with Howard. Given the considerable advantage, the season Howard embraced a carefree style of basketball. Under the basket, his clumsy footwork failed to deceive anyone, resulting in a missed shot. Nevertheless, during this phase of his career, Howard was at the zenith of his physical prowess, showcasing exceptional leaping ability. Aware of his errant shot, he immediately leapt to secure the offensive rebound. While Jamison was caught in a double team, Haywood and Jamison struggled to contain Howard in the paint, yet on the perimeter, Lewis was already reaching out for the ball. Jamison entrusted the task of defending Lewis in the paint to Mike Miller. Leveraging his height advantage, Lewis effortlessly launched a shot from beyond the three-point line, which swished through the net. With Lewis's three-pointer, the dynamics of the game began to shift in favor of the Magic. "What do you think, Coach Zhang?" Yang Yi inquired. Coach Zhang, gripping the microphone, replied, "Many teams face a dilemma when contending with the Magic. If your power forward follows Lewis outside, Howard will wreak havoc in the paint, scoring and securing rebounds at will. Conversely, if the opposing power forward remains inside, they will inevitably have to switch guards to defend Lewis, who can exploit his height advantage to score easily." Shu Kun nodded in agreement, stating, "Lewis's three-point shooting remains remarkably consistent. Over the past 6 seasons, he has averaged approximately 2.5 three-pointers per game, showcasing his prolific scoring ability." "It seems Chen Yi has a challenging task ahead," Yang Yi remarked. Back on the court, the Wizards were poised for their offensive attack. Chen Yi faced off against Nelson at the arc standing at less than 185 meters. Nelson relied entirely on his speed and robust physique for defense. However, both attributes proved utterly ineffective against Chen Yi. Chen Yi Chao feigned to the right twice, causing Nelson to retreat momentarily before quickly closing in again. With a swift motion, Chen transferred the ball from his left hand to his right behind his back, and then executed a significant lateral leap, instantly creating a two-body distance from Nelson. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen exerted power through his legs, leaping into the air and releasing the ball with a flick of his wrist. This step-back jump shot not only activated the ankle breaker, but also illuminated the sharpshooter talent in his mind. With both shooting badges upgraded to silver level, Chen's shooting prowess experienced a remarkable enhancement. Swish. The basketball swished through the net in response. Chen delivered a three-pointer, and the difficulty of this step-back shot was considerable, as his body was nearly off balance at the moment of release. Yang Yi remarked, "This is Chen Yi Chao's signature outside shooting motion, in my view. His crossover followed by the step-back maneuver rivals that of Crawford, and he possesses a more stable long-range shooting ability." Shu Kun added, "The Magic launched a counterattack, and Sanders immediately implemented the hack-a-hoe strategy." Howard, cutting to the basket, was met with a foul for hitting. Standing at the free-throw line, Masterhood did not disappoint the Wizards players, making 1 out of 2 free throws. After missing a shot, Masterhood grinned foolishly at the camera. Upon receiving the pass in the backcourt, Chen Yi swiftly advanced. As he dribbled to the left side at a 45-degree angle, the Magic's defensive formation had largely taken shape. Haywood, accompanied by Howard, emerged from the paint to set a screen, prompting Nelson to instinctively move in Haywood's direction. However, Chen Yi, with a powerful thrust of his right leg, charged directly toward the paint. Nelson quickly shifted to intercept, only to be deceived by Chen Yi's half-turn after he halted the ball. By the time Nelson realized, Chen Yi was already at the edge of the paint. As Lewis moved in to provide support, Chen Yi rapidly pivoted into the key, executing a right-handed layup that sealed the play. Such a smooth turn. Before Lewis could follow suit, the shot had already found its mark. The Magic continued to employ pick-and-roll tactics, but this time J.J. Redick faltered at the arc. Howard found himself entangled in a joint box-out by Haywood and Jamison, feeling as though he could not unleash his full repertoire of skills. Ultimately, the rebound was secured by Chen Yi from the backcourt. As Chen Yi dribbled the ball to the center circle, he had just turned his head to seek the positions of his teammates when an unexpected thud echoed from his hand. The basketball was forcefully dislodged and flew from his grasp. Vince Carter seized the opportunity and snatched the ball away as Chen Yi turned back. The sudden interception sent a jolt of alarm through Chen Yi. A mistake at this juncture could prove rather detrimental. He swiftly retraced his steps in pursuit of Carter, who deftly passed the ball into the hands of Howard. With Chen Yi's possession lost to Carter, Howard now faced an unguarded basket within the Wizards' restricted area. Coach Zhang remarked, observing Howard alone in the paint, as the home crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, certain that these 2 points were all but secured. Upon witnessing Carter's pass, Chen Yi quickly shifted his focus and sprinted towards the paint. Aware of the pursuit behind him, Howard let out a silent scoff, forcefully dribbling the ball before leaping from just inside the free-throw line. Prepared to execute a ferocious one-handed slam dunk, Howard had even envisioned his celebratory pose mid-flight. Simultaneously, Chen Yi followed suit, leaping in tandem with him. Thud! Chen Yi's right palm struck the basketball, and Howard immediately felt an immense resistance coursing through his hand, causing the veins in his arm to bulge alarmingly. With a sudden surge of determination, Chen Yi pressed down on the ball, directly toppling Howard along with it from the air. Howard lost his balance mid-flight and crashed heavily to the ground. The Magic fans simultaneously fell silent, enveloping the entire arena in an eerie stillness. The master of blocks. After hitting the ground, Howard stared blankly at the ceiling of the arena. Am I merely a backdrop now? My goodness, Chen Yi's block has left the Magic supporters utterly dumbfounded. Yang Yi shouted, cradling his head in disbelief. Coach Zhang straightened in his seat, exclaiming in astonishment. It is a rare sight to witness a guard overpowering a dominant center in the NBA. Chen Yi's aerial assault on Howard can only be described as a display of sheer strength. Howard, renowned for his physical prowess since entering the league, has, over the years, made LeBron appear to be more of a technical player, embodying the pinnacle of athleticism in the entire league. Until now, audiences have watched Howard deliver devastating blocks to others, making this stark contrast truly shocking for viewers around the globe. After the ball was swatted away, Chen Yi had no time to retrieve it as it rolled swiftly to the sidelines. The referee promptly blew the whistle, awarding possession to the Magic. Teammates seized the moment to help Howard rise from the ground. Clutching his head, Howard replayed the humiliating scene of being blocked in his mind. If only I had executed a two-handed dunk instead of trying to show off. With the support of his teammates, Howard managed to stand. While Stan Van Gundy rushed to the sidelines to check if he was injured, Howard shook his head. It was merely a fall, yet he remained on the ground, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Oh no, it was a tremendous disgrace. Having been violently dunked on by Chen Yi in the previous game, Howard had become the subject of ridicule across various commentary shows. After a dominant performance against the Wizards in the first quarter, he thought he had regained his dignity, believing that the joyful game was just beginning. However, this second quarter block would undoubtedly be clipped and circulated across numerous social media platforms. Howard felt as if his fate was sealed. He would be the target of endless chatter for the rest of his life. Lewis prepared to inbound the ball, while J.J. Redick, after executing a pick and roll with Nelson, ran to the baseline to receive the pass, only to miss the shot yet again. Chen Yi received the rebound near the free throw line and initiated a fast break. At the top of the arc, Miller and Butler executed screens on either side. Chen Yi opted to drive left, but Miller, cutting inside, found himself without a shooting opportunity and was compelled to halt at the edge of the paint due to the double team from Howard and Lewis. On the baseline, Chen Yi signaled for Jamison to come over for an off-ball screen, then circled around Nelson, charging toward the interior. Miller, safeguarding the ball, scanned for teammates. Upon noticing Chen Yi's cutting movement, he immediately raised a finger toward the hoop. Understanding the cue, Miller swiftly released the ball. Chen Yi leaped into the air, locating the basketball before forcefully slamming it towards the hoop. An aerial terminator. The badge illuminated as Chen Yi grasped the rim, swaying momentarily before descending to the ground. Following this flawless alley-oop collaboration, a few enchanted fans in the audience could not restrain their cheers. This dunk was simply spectacular, complemented by the previous block, capturing the hearts of numerous Orlando supporters with both offensive and defensive prowess. Howard appeared somewhat disheartened, especially upon hearing some fans unexpectedly switch allegiance to cheer, causing the radiant smile that once adorned his face to vanish completely. The Magic regrouped for an offensive play. Nelson passed the ball to Barnes, who then bounced it to Howard. Howard, contested by Haywood and Jamison, attempted a forceful layup but missed, resulting in the referee calling a shooting foul on Jamison. However, the fans of the Magic were left disappointed as Master Howard failed to convert both free throws. Seeing the opportunity presented by Howard, Chen Yi sensed a chance to overtake the score. Upon advancing the ball to the frontcourt, he signaled his teammates to clear the area, creating space for him in the paint. Chen Yi engaged in a one-on-one duel with Nielsen just inside the three-point line. With a series of deft fakes to the left and right, Nielsen, thoroughly bewildered, lost his sense of direction. Seizing the moment, Chen Yi rose up for a clean jump shot. Swish! Chen Yi's shot finds the mark once more. Stan Van Gundy, observing his players completely out of sync, promptly calls for a timeout. During the break, Sanders, noticing Chen Yi's fiery touch, gives his shoulder a reassuring pat and smiles, suggesting, "How about you lead the second unit sharpshooters this quarter?" Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Sanders did not regard the opposing team as worthy of consideration. The second unit's defense was woefully inadequate. Chen Yi dismissed Sanders' assertions. Were they to face a team like the Knicks, a mere underdog, he would still possess confidence in his ability to penetrate the defense, even if they fell behind and had to deploy the second unit. However, tonight's adversary was the Magic, renowned for their formidable defensive prowess, ranking among the league's elite. Howard alone could effectively seal off the interior, and substituting in the second unit would likely lead to a breakdown in defense. Moreover, the Magic's current record positioned them as the second seed in the Eastern Conference, trailing only the Cavaliers. Upon returning from the timeout, the Wizards made no adjustments to their lineup, while the Magic replaced Barnes with Vince Carter and J.J. Redick, who took on the small forward position. Howard, seemingly dazed from a previous block, appeared distracted on defense, allowing Jamison several opportunities for layups in the paint. In the second quarter, the Magic's outside shooting was dismal, particularly from J.J., Redick, and Lewis. Lewis attempted 4 three-pointers, managing to convert only one, while Redick failed to score on 3 attempts. The three-point shots clanged off the rim, and a seemingly deflated Howard appeared to have lost his leaping ability, as he was outmatched by Haywood on the boards. Chen Yi has been relentlessly challenging Nelson from the perimeter, leaving Nelson in a state of utter despair. Yet, Stan Van Gundy remains unperturbed, failing to adjust his defensive strategy. Meanwhile, the most formidable threat from the Magic, Howard, struggles with a series of layups and missed free throws, allowing the Wizards to gradually close the score gap. With just 2 minutes and 17 seconds left in the second quarter, Chen Yi executes a back-to-the-basket isolation against Vince Carter, completing a turnaround jump shot after a shoulder fake. As Carter watches the ball sink effortlessly into the net, he is suddenly transported back to the era of the great shooting guards. This picturesque fadeaway jumper evokes memories of a familiar figure. With the shot successfully made, Chen Yi dramatically brandishes an imaginary sniper rifle, pulling the trigger toward the camera, the recoil causing him to leap backward. Once again, he performs his signature celebration, and this fadeaway jumper propels the Wizards into the lead. Barkley remarks, "What a remarkable turnaround." Kenny Smith adds, at one point, "The deficit was 17 points in the first quarter, and now Chen has not only reversed the score, but also given the Wizards a 3-point advantage." Barkley gestures dismissively, stating, "This is hardly surprising. The Wizards have faced numerous games last month where they came from behind, with Chen stepping up to seize control." Kenny Smith continues, "Howard's performance in the second quarter has been rather dismal. He has repeatedly failed to convert strong layup attempts, disrupting the Magic's offensive rhythm. And his free throw shooting has been painfully inadequate, managing only 2 out of 6 attempts. It is not just Howard. The Magic's sharpshooters have all faltered in the second quarter, thus granting the Wizards an opportunity. Look at the home crowd. They have even begun to cheer for the Wizards' baskets. Are Orlando's fans turning against their own team?" Barkley observes. Van Gundy lets out a heavy sigh, signaling to the referee and calling for a timeout. The score stands at 50-47, with the Wizards now leading by 3 points. Howard is internally tormented, questioning the joy of playing basketball. Van Gundy, observing Howard sitting silently on the bench, realizes that his mindset is faltering. It's not just Howard. Following a shift from a 17-point lead to a 3-point deficit, it is likely that no one on the Magic's roster is in a good mental state. Aside from Carter, Van Gundy substitutes all 4 of his starters, allowing the bench to play for the final 2 minutes. After the timeout, the Magic's offense continues to struggle. Subsequently, as Howard and Nelson watch Chen Yi effortlessly glide past the defensive Jason Williams with a probing step, they pound their thighs in frustration. Nelson, with a look of resignation, acknowledges that he has been repeatedly overwhelmed this evening. "Stop his drives," Nelson shouts at Jason Williams on the court. Williams nods, fully aware that it is nearly impossible to contain Chen Yi, and in this one-on-one matchup, he can only hope for Chen's shooting to falter. The Magic, feeling the pressure, become increasingly anxious. With the interior players yet to establish their positions, Carter takes a mid-range shot from the elbow, which bounces off the rim several times before finally dropping in. Under Van Gundy's urging, the Magic intensify their defensive efforts. When Jason fails to restrain Chen Yi in a one-on-one scenario, they resort to a double team as he crosses half-court. Chen Yi stood at the logo, observing as Carter approached with a double team. He thought to himself that this tactic was rather ruthless, not even allowing one to cross half-court. However, Chen Yi was least intimidated by double teams, as the Wizards' sharpshooters were already in position. Once the basketball was passed and rotated among Butler, Jamison, and others, Mike Miller ultimately sank a 3-pointer from the baseline. The score stood at 59-52, with the Wizards extending their lead to 7 points at the conclusion of the first half. In the second quarter, Chen Yi remained on the court, securing an impressive 19 points and 4 assists against Nelson. Although his 3-point shooting was notably subpar, with only 1 successful attempt, his scoring for the quarter could have been even greater. Alongside him, Jamison and Butler also made significant contributions, collectively amassing 15 points in the same period, which was crucial for the Wizards to achieve a dominant 40-20 lead over their opponents. Nelson, feeling frustrated, was reluctant to continue facing the Wizards, as this marked the second instance where Chen Yi had highlighted the disparity in their point guard matchup. Similarly, Howard, feeling discontent, retreated directly to the locker room once the whistle blew. Despite accumulating 14 points, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 2 steals by halftime, his performance, based on the statistics, was undeniably dominant. However, it is worth noting that 10 points and 6 rebounds were recorded in the first quarter. In the second quarter, he managed only 1 out of 7 attempts in the paint and converted just 2 out of 6 free throws. Given that he monopolized a significant portion of the team's possessions, such statistics were undoubtedly disappointing. While the Magic operated within a system that emphasized perimeter shooting, they remained fundamentally a single-core team. Faced with the Wizards' tri-core lineup, Howard's self-imposed limitations rendered the outside shooters nearly impotent, leaving them to wait in vain for a breakthrough. As the second half commenced, the Wizards, possessing the first offensive possession, swiftly employed their long-range firepower to suppress the Magic. Chen Yi did not monopolize the offensive opportunities. Upon witnessing Butler's resurgence in form, he consistently facilitated the ball to him. It remains uncertain whether Butler has surmised the possibility of being traded, but he exerted himself fervently throughout the match, not resting for a single minute in the first half. Stan Van Gundy only sent Howard onto the court after 3 minutes had elapsed. From the outset, it seemed he intended to conclude the game within 3 quarters, aiming to afford Howard ample time to recuperate with the All-Star game looming. However, aspirations often diverge from reality. Once on the court, Howard became a target. Not only was he subjected to the hack-a-Howard strategy, but Chen Yi frequently sought him out in the paint, reluctant to remain a mere backdrop. Master Howard dedicated his full concentration to defense, inadvertently playing into Chen Yi's hands. The cunning Chen Yi repeatedly drew fouls from the earnest Howard. After accumulating 3 shooting fouls within a mere 5 minutes, Howard, seething with frustration, harbored resentment towards Chen Yi and could be seen glaring at the referees in silent fury. With 4 fouls to his name, Howard began to throw a tantrum, forsaking defense entirely. When opponents barreled into the lane, he refrained from raising a hand, opting instead to intimidate with mere glances. Van Gundy was taken aback and promptly called for a timeout. Van Gundy, angrily, "Why aren't you defending? You're not extending your hand at the 3-point line, nor in the paint. What is going on?" Howard, with a shrug, "I'm expressing my dissatisfaction with the referees by not defending." Van Gundy, "Well, if you're not going to defend, then you shouldn't be on the court." He felt that Howard's mindset was amiss. Van Gundy was exasperated by Howard's petulance. He understood Howard's temperament, but felt helpless, as Howard had a position and authority commensurate with his abilities during his time with the Magic. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of immaturity in his mentality. Chen Yi couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon witnessing Howard's defensive demeanor. What if one cannot engage in joyful basketball, then simply refrain from playing? Familiar with Howard, Chen Yi understood that his competitive spirit has never been particularly fierce. The media often labels him a big boy, implying a certain immaturity and lack of diligence. Nevertheless, during this phase of his career, he was still at his peak, making these character flaws less conspicuous. Despite the absence of key players, the Magic remarkably maintained a close score, with J.J. Redick and Lewis beginning to regain their form from beyond the arc. However, as the fourth quarter commenced, the Wizards were no longer inclined to play around. Heeding the advice of management and coaches, Chen Yi began to feed the ball to Butler relentlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Butler scored 14 points single-handedly in the final quarter. After 4 quarters, the Wizards triumphed over the Magic with a score of 112-101, marking their second consecutive victory. Chen Yi, who had a burst of energy in the first half but slacked off in the second, played for 42 minutes, shooting 11 of 22 from the field, including 2 of 5 from 3-point range, and hitting all 9 of his free throws, amassing a game-high 33 points along with 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and a block. The Superman Howard played for 34 minutes, contributing 20 points, 14 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals, although he also committed 10 turnovers. Post-game, Howard, who achieved a peculiar triple-double, became the target of criticism, with many attributing the Magic's reversal to his performance. It was widely believed that had he played normally, victory would have been more probable. However, Chen Yi disagreed with the notion of a reversal, arguing that the Magic had merely led in the first quarter. From the second quarter onward, the Wizards had maintained their advantage. At the post-game press conference, Howard was absent, leaving head coach Stan Van Gundy and Carter to face the media's probing questions. When asked about Howard's playing time in the second half, Van Gundy chuckled, stating, "With the All-Star game approaching, this game's outcome is not paramount. Our primary concern is to ensure our All-Star players receive ample rest, as the season is still long." Following their victory over the Magic, the Wizards' final opponent before the All-Star break was the Charlotte Bobcats. The attendance at the Time Warner Center was notably high, with all cameras focusing on the front row, where Michael Jordan sat. His presence at the home game was a significant draw for fans. In Chen Yi's recollection, Jordan would soon acquire the Bobcats from owner Bob Johnson for a staggering $275 million, becoming the team's largest shareholder. Realizing his dream of becoming a team owner and entering management had been Jordan's aspiration since retiring from the Bulls. He believed his contributions warranted a share of the team akin to how the Lakers treated Magic Johnson, receiving a portion of stock to become a minority owner. Moreover, he sought to be more than a figurehead. He aimed to be actively involved in the team's operations, wielding some degree of authority. After achieving nearly every accolade as a player, establishing a championship-caliber team as an owner would cement his status as a legend in the sports realm. However, the Bulls owner outright rejected Jordan's request, perceiving it as absurd. Jordan, who had led the team to 6 championships, felt humiliated and severed ties with the organization. Since then, aside from significant events like Pippen's jersey retirement and the 20th anniversary of their first championship, he had not attended a Bulls game. Yet, it was evident that while Jordan's prowess as a player was unparalleled, his acumen as an owner was considerably less impressive. His draft selections during his tenure with the Wizards, such as Kwame Brown and later choices like Adam Morrison and Sean May, were far from commendable. Looking further ahead, only Kemba Walker, selected 9th overall the following year, and LaMelo Ball, chosen in 2020, stood out as somewhat successful picks. Nonetheless, despite the Bobcats' record of 432 wins to 600 losses under Jordan's management, he would still profit handsomely. In the future, when he sold his shares, he would net around $3 billion, realizing a profit exceeding $2 billion. This season, the Bobcats held a record of 24 wins and 25 losses, placing them 9th in the Eastern Conference, while the 8th-place Wizards boasted a record of 25 wins and 24 losses. If the Bobcats managed to defeat the Wizards in their upcoming match, their records would align, allowing the Bobcats to surpass the Wizards due to tiebreaker rules. Chen Yi gazed at the extensive roster before him. Although the Bobcats were teetering on the brink of the playoffs, they boasted a plethora of formidable players. The venerable Steven Jackson, having been traded from the Warriors this season, was averaging an impressive 21 points, 1 rebounds, and 3.6 assists per game, showcasing the pinnacle of his career and seemingly poised to usurp Gerald Wallace as the new king of the Cats. Since the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, Jackson had tempered his temperament and displayed commendable effort, particularly after aiding the Warriors in their miraculous first-round upset, which significantly elevated his market value. In addition to Jackson and Wallace, the Bobcats bench featured a defensive stalwart named Tyson Chandler. As the game commenced, the players on the Bobcats side, motivated by the presence of their owner Michael Jordan, were fully charged, especially Steven Jackson. His singular focus was on scoring, having already amassed 8 points within the first half of the quarter, with all other statistics remaining at a standstill. Chen Yi returned to the second position tonight after a long absence, starting alongside Foy. After missing 2 3-point attempts, he recognized his lack of rhythm and refrained from monopolizing the ball, entrusting the offensive responsibilities to Jamison and Butler. Butler's performance has been erratic. Following a remarkable 14-point quarter in the last game, he failed to score in the first quarter tonight, going 0 for 5. This left Sanders on the sidelines feeling anxious, as such a performance could diminish his trade value. Fortunately, Jamison stepped up, scoring 12 points in the first quarter and allowing the Wizards to hold a slight lead of 27-24. However, in the second quarter, the Wizards' shooting began to falter, while Bobcat center Muhammad and Chandler dominated the paint. Haywood struggled to contend for rebounds on his own, and with the Wizards trailing by 10 rebounds in the second quarter, they found themselves behind on the scoreboard at halftime. In the second half, Chen Yi intended to step up, yet his adversaries were not novices. Upon crossing half-court with the ball, he was immediately double-teamed. Perhaps the referees, in deference to the basketball deity, chose to disregard Chen Yi's attempts at drawing fouls this evening. Despite his repeated searches for physical confrontation within the paint, he was not awarded any free throws. This night, he found himself subjected to the Michael Jordan rule, as he attempted to penetrate the interior with increased intensity. Barkley, an old associate of Jordan's at TNT, remarked on the situation. Kenny Smith followed up, noting that the referees were rather stingy with the free throws for Chen. His relentless assaults on the inside inadvertently stymied the Wizards' offensive flow. Barkley shook his head, stating that there were multiple clear instances of fouls that the referees pretended not to see. Tyson Chandler and Muhammad exerted relentless pressure on the Wizards' interior, while an energized Steven Jackson and Gerald Wallace found their rhythm, subsequently pressuring the Wizards as the second half commenced. Ultimately, the Wizards suffered a regrettable defeat, losing 90-95 to the Bobcats, causing their ranking to plummet outside the playoff contention. This loss was not only due to the opponent's commendable offensive and defensive performance, but also significantly influenced by Saunders' strategy of player development. He allotted only 30 minutes to Chen Yi, who managed a mere 16 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists, with a 3-point shooting record of 2 out of 4 and no free throws attempted. Numerous media outlets expressed their bewilderment at the Wizards' peculiar performance. While the second-seeded Magic secured an effortless victory, they struggled against a Bobcats team on the playoff fringe. After the game, the illustrious Michael Jordan surprisingly granted an interview with the media, overshadowing even the victorious Bobcats players. In high spirits following his team's triumph, he praised his players, but when questioned about Chen Yi, he rather arrogantly remarked, "Chen? Is he that Eastern player? His performance seems quite ordinary. I do not have any particularly profound impressions of him." After watching the interview video of Michael Jordan, Chen Yi found himself without an opportunity to respond. Firstly, his performance in that game was indeed abysmal. Secondly, who could dare to confront someone named Michael Jordan? Nevertheless, Chen Yi later expressed his approval of the interview on his social media account, commenting, "Looking forward to the chance to face the Bobcats in the playoffs." Many fans, eager for the drama, were immediately thrilled. Had a rivalry begun to brew? Following their encounter with the Bobcats, the Wizards' next game is scheduled for February 17th, after the All-Star break. Almost all players on the Wizards did not participate in any aspect of the All-Star festivities, granting them a week of respite. Excluding Chen Yi, he was the only player on the Wizards who had to work overtime during the All-Star game after participating in the Rising Stars Challenge. After the game against the Bobcats, Chen Yi, the sole player required to extend his efforts, did not fly back to Washington with his teammates, but instead headed directly to Dallas. The All-Star game in Dallas was of significant importance, taking place at the under-construction stadium of the Dallas Cowboys, co-hosted by the Dallas Cowboys, the Dallas Mavericks, and the city of Dallas. However, while the organizers placed great emphasis on the event, the players were less inclined to reciprocate. In early February, the list of reserve players for the All-Star Game was fully revealed. The Western Conference reserves included Chris Paul, Darren Williams, Jason Kidd, Pau Gasol, Kevin Durant, Dirk Nowitzki, Zach Randolph, and Brandon Roy. The Eastern Conference reserves consisted of Chris Bosh, Derrick Rose, Gerald Wallace, Joe Johnson, Al Horford, Paul Pierce, Rajon Rondo, and David Lee. Following the announcement of the rosters, Chris Paul and Brandon Roy withdrew due to injuries. Paul sustained a knee injury after colliding with a camera while attempting to save a ball during a game against the Bulls, which Chen Yi recalled would alter his playing style from soaring acrobatics to a more refined mid-range game. Roy's injury, on the other hand, would lead to his significant decline in performance. After the withdrawals of the reserve players, starters Allen Iverson and Kobe Bryant also announced their exits from this year's All-Star Game. Iverson needed to be with his daughter, who had fallen ill, emphasizing that family always takes precedence over basketball. However, Kobe's withdrawal surprised Chen Yi, as he had always treated the All-Star Game with the intensity of a championship final. Who would dare argue that the All-Star MVP is not a legitimate accolade? Kobe attributed his withdrawal to a swollen finger, yet Chen Yi sensed that Kobe was also conserving his energy. Considering that the season was far from over and the Lakers were intent on defending their title, Kobe aspired to secure another championship ring to surpass Shaquille O'Neal's tally. The absence of these two superstars significantly diminished the allure of the All-Star Game, particularly with Iverson's departure. As fans were acutely aware that this was likely his final season in the league, the news of star withdrawals left Dallas in a state of dismay. David Stern was also fraught with concern, especially upon realizing that this year's Rising Stars Challenge had garnered considerable attention due to Chen Yi's involvement. Stern regretted his earlier decisions and wished he had included Chen Yi in the voting roster, recognizing the need for a savior for the All-Star Game. The year 2010 was peculiar, seemingly synonymous with injuries. While the rookie success rate was decent, nearly all players were sidelined. Chen Yi recalled a season marked by a wave of injuries across the league. Even the indomitable LeBron James suffered an elbow injury that forced him to shoot free throws with his left hand during the playoffs. The underlying cause was the increasingly rapid pace of the game. Entering the 21st century, the Spurs and Pistons rose swiftly, ushering in a new era of defensive battles in the league. The dominance of centers like Shaquille O'Neal joining the Lakers, along with Yao Ming's arrival in the NBA, escalated defensive standards to unprecedented heights. This, however, also contributed to the drawbacks of a slower game pace. In previous years, the Spurs could limit opponents to an astonishing average of around 80 points. During the Yao McGrady era, if a game exceeded 100 points, the Rockets treated the entire crowd to hamburgers. David Stern was overwhelmed by the implications of defense slowing the pace of the game, leading to dwindling audience engagement and viewership ratings. The little old man sought breakthroughs, consciously attempting to enhance the pace of play, with discussions about rule modifications circulating within the league. The pace of the game was a critical factor in injuries, and while recent years had been manageable, a decade into the future, if the league were to shorten the shot clock to 14 seconds, the pace would accelerate further, increasing the number of possessions and the frequency of player movements, inevitably leading to a surge in injuries. This also explains why many ponder the apparent decline in defensive intensity in modern basketball, yet the frequency of injuries has escalated. Ultimately, injuries accumulate over time. Otherwise, why would Durant and Cousins suffer catastrophic injuries under non-contact conditions in the future? Additionally, the medical teams of various franchises, such as the Trailblazers, also play a role in this phenomenon. After Chen Yi checked into the hotel, his agent Jessica also arrived in Dallas. After a period of assessment, Jessica demonstrated commendable professional capabilities, prompting Chen Yi to conclude her probationary period early and sign a formal contract with her. I have already established contact with the team, and there will be a discussion regarding your early contract renewal following the All-Star Game. The management of the team exhibits a certain indecisiveness, wavering between a complete rebuild and substantial reinforcements for the upcoming season, Jessica conveyed to Chen Yi. Chen Yi nodded, contemplating the sincerity of the management. For I am not necessarily bound to remain in Washington. Moreover, I have explored various avenues regarding your sneaker contract. Numerous brands have expressed their inability to meet our demands. Subsequently, Jessica produced another stack of documents. It's of no concern. I am confident that in due time, they will return to negotiate with us. Chen Yi remarked with a smile. Jessica continued. However, two companies have relented. Chen Yi opened his mouth wide, curiously inquiring, "Oh, which two?" "Nike and Under Armour," Jessica replied. "While Adidas wishes for us to reduce some terms." In Chen Yi's perception, Under Armour has yet to fully establish its global recognition, and its future ability to rival Nike and Adidas in the sneaker realm hinges entirely upon their signing of Stephen Curry. When Curry was cast aside by Nike, the astute Under Armour swiftly courted him, a move that tripled the brand's revenue in less than a decade. Just as they coveted Curry, They now had their sights set on the potential value Chen Yi could bring. As for the affluent Nike, known for its emphasis on traffic operation and cultural development, they certainly recognize the commercial worth that Chen Yi embodies. Compared to Adidas, Chen Yi undoubtedly favored Nike, which excels in marketing, a true win-win for both parties. A feat that Adidas could not match. For instance, while Harden and Lillard may be formidable players, their sneakers pale in comparison to those of LeBron and Durant. However, one must ponder what might occur if Nike were to manage Harden. Let's focus our ambitions on Nike and Under Armour, Chen Yi advised. Remember, we shall not relent. After conferring with Jessica, Chen Yi called upon Curry, Harden, and other first-year rookies to practice at the Mavericks' home court. This rookie challenge presented an excellent opportunity to connect with future superstars. On February 12th, at 7 p.m. local Dallas time, the American Airlines Center buzzed with excitement. An hour remained before the rookie challenge commenced, and fans from various locations streamed into the arena. The attendance at the American Airlines Center was unusually high, evoking the atmosphere reminiscent of the 2006 NBA Finals between the Mavericks and the Heat. Tonight's rookie showcase is more heated than in previous years, remarked Coach Zhang accurately. Our CCTV reporters have arrived on site to provide a live textual broadcast of the game's progress. Commentators Yang Yi and Zhang Heli greeted the audience from the broadcast room. Traditionally, CCTV Sports only airs the skills competition, dunk contest, three-point contest, and the final game of the All-Star weekend. But this marked the first time they scheduled a live broadcast of the Rookie Challenge. Following the release of the first and second-year player rosters, CCTV leadership convened a meeting and unprecedentedly decided to air the Rookie Challenge this year. Within 10 minutes of broadcasting, the viewership surged, rivaling that of the playoffs. Leading many leaders to affirm their decision was indeed prudent, with Chen Yi being the assurance of viewership. As the players warmed up, numerous cameras lined the sidelines. Additionally, several familiar faces occupied the front rows. LeBron, Wade, and Anthony sat in the most prominent positions, while Howard and O'Neal, two towering figures, engaged in hushed conversation as if exchanging free throw insights. Wade glanced back at the audience, exclaiming, "Are we in the right place? Is this the Wizards' home court?" LeBron stroked his beard, noting that rookie from the Wizards is quite popular. Numerous fans donned the Wizards' number 7 jerseys, clearly indicating that the spotlight tonight would be on Chen Yi. The head coach of the first-year team, Bosch, clad in a sharp suit, stood on the court and joined LeBron and Wade's discussion as the players concluded their warm-ups. Originally engaged in a three-point shooting contest with Curry, Chen Yi observed the future trio laughing and conversing on the sidelines, pondering, "These three rascals aren't plotting something nefarious, are they?" Chen Yi promptly tossed the ball aside and beckoned to Curry, saying, "Steven, come, let's go take a look." Upon noticing Chen Yi and Curry approaching, Wade's conversation with Bosch came to an abrupt halt. He turned to Bosch and remarked, "Hey, your two guards are here." After exchanging fist bumps with Chen Yi, LeBron stated, "I remember you. After the last game, when you snatched the ball from Shaq, he couldn't stop talking about you for a week." Chen Yi spread his hands and remarked, "Perhaps Shaq should return to practicing his free throws." This statement elicited laughter from several individuals, who simultaneously turned their gazes towards O'Neal. Sensing the attention directed at him, O'Neal responded as he usually did, greeting everyone with a broad smile. LeBron James then noticed Curry seated nearby, and he stepped out of his seat to embrace him. James had long been an admirer of Curry during Curry's collegiate days. Upon learning that he had scored a remarkable total of 70 points in consecutive games against Gonzaga University and Georgetown University, James promptly requested tickets from Davidson College's staff before a Cavaliers game against the Charlotte Bobcats, so he could watch the match from the sidelines. Chen Yi observed the two individuals entwined in their embrace and mused that their connection was indeed a fated one. As James expressed his admiration for Curry, Anthony, with hands tucked in his pockets, remarked, "I have heard that Monta Ellis has been vying for your share of the ball." Before Curry could respond, Bosch interjected, "Monta's shooting is abysmal, and his basketball IQ leaves much to be desired. He is merely a brute who relies on his physicality." For a fleeting moment, James felt a twinge of offense, yet he reassured himself with the thought of his own high basketball intelligence. Curry offered no extensive commentary on Monta Ellis, merely flashing an awkward smile, acknowledging that while Monta is indeed a proficient scorer, he possesses a greater aptitude for shooting. Anthony shook his head and asserted, "Shooting ability is an essential quality for any outstanding scorer." Chen Yi agreed, stating that indeed, shooting is a fundamental skill that every player must master, including even the towering centers. In the forthcoming era of small ball, possessing a reliable shooting ability will be highly advantageous in any situation. Chen Yi's words sparked a light in James's heart, prompting him to respond with a smile. A big man who can shoot is indeed a rare find. However, excelling as a player, let alone achieving the status of a championship player, necessitates a multitude of qualities, such as physical prowess, defensive skills, resilience, teamwork, and even mental fortitude. As the only man among them to possess both a championship title and the Finals MVP award, Wade spoke with an air of superiority. Chen Yi hesitated momentarily, then spoke. Indeed, you possess a ring, and your words hold truth. Observing Wade's ostentatious demeanor, Chen Yi mused that he must swiftly secure a championship title, otherwise he would be deprived of even the chance to show off. The second-year assistant coach Durant strolled by alongside his close companion Westbrook, both engrossed in discussing their strategies while clutching a tactical board. Chen Yi pulled Durant and asked, "Hey, Kevin, what do you believe is the most essential quality in a player?" Durant paused for a moment, his mind swirling with countless words. Suddenly, he embraced Westbrook and earnestly declared, "The most vital qualities are undoubtedly camaraderie and loyalty. I will grow alongside Russell Westbrook in Oklahoma City to become one of the league's elite players. In our pursuit of the championship, all I need is Russell as my point guard." Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Du Xiaoshui elevated the conversation to new heights. Westbrook was profoundly moved by Durant's words. In silence, James silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart, exclaiming, "Well said." Meanwhile, Curry gazed at the brotherly bond between the two, feeling an intense sense of envy. As the warm-up concluded, the Denver assistant coach Dantley gathered the players on the court, emphasizing the overarching theme of tonight's game, shooting. Dantley faced considerable challenges when he took over this newly formed team. The squad appeared far from complete. With a 9-man roster, 5 were guards, and the tallest forward stood at merely 2.08 meters, making the selection of the starting lineup a daunting task for him. As the most popular player, Chen Yi undoubtedly deserves a starting position. Evans, who had briefly topped the rookie rankings in the past 2 months, also merits a spot in the starting lineup. As for Jennings, his remarkable single-game achievement of scoring 55 points makes it seem unreasonable to exclude him from the starting 5. However, after some reflection, Dantley concluded that since they could not compete defensively or on the boards against their opponents, it would be more prudent to maximize their offensive capabilities. Thus, he turned his attention to Curry, recognizing the necessity of having an exceptional shooter in the backcourt. Faced with 4 guards, each of whom had a compelling case for starting, Dantley felt the weight of his decision. After much contemplation, the final roster he selected was as follows: Blair, Casby, Chen Yi, Curry, and Evans. In the process of shifting Chen Yi to the small forward position, Dantley ultimately opted to exclude Jennings from the starting lineup. With Jennings falling out of the top 3 in the rookie rankings and media attention shifting to Washington, he seemed to endure it all. Yet, to be sidelined from a mere exhibition game, Jennings felt as though he had suffered 1,000 wounds to his pride. In contrast, Ewing, the head coach of the second-year team from the Magic coaching staff, found his task to be considerably easier. Tonight, the starting 5 for the second-year team consisted of Brook Lopez, Beasley, Gallinari, Rose, and Westbrook. Dantley observed the opposing lineup, which featured a standard configuration of 4 players inside and 1 outside, and then glanced at his own squad of smaller players. How could they possibly secure a rebound? The camera focused on the court as the referee approached the center circle, ball in hand, ready to initiate the jump ball. As Chen Yi observed the jubilant crowd, an idea suddenly dawned upon him. He called out to Blair, who was making his way towards the logo, and then addressed Coach Dantley. "Coach, I wish to take the jump ball." Curry, Evans, Casby, and Blair all turned their gaze towards Chen Yi in unison. Dantley hesitated momentarily, contemplating such a move. After all, it was merely an exhibition match. Eventually, he acquiesced to the proposal, prompting Blair to dutifully position himself beside Casby. Lopez, the sophomore tasked with the jump ball, glanced at Chen Yi approaching from the backcourt, a bemused grin spreading across his face. "What is this? You can't be serious about jumping the ball, can you?" Lopez felt a sense of indignation. Was he being slighted? Were they mocking his leaping ability by sending a guard to humiliate him? In the broadcasting studio, Yang Yi was equally astonished. "Wait, what's happening? Is Chen Yi really jumping the ball?" Coach Zhang remarked, "In all my years of playing and watching basketball, I have never witnessed a guard stepping up for the jump ball." Meanwhile, domestic fans eagerly captured screenshots of this moment, disseminating them across various forums, accompanied by captions proclaiming, "Center Chen Yi." As Chen Yi heard the cheers from the audience growing increasingly fervent, he turned back to enthusiastically greet his fans before the jump ball. On the sidelines, Shaquille O'Neal and Dwight Howard exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes widening as they observed their teammates preparing for the jump. It turned out that the center for the rookie team was none other than Chen. Howard chuckled, "Oh, this kid knows how to have fun, even more than I do." The ever-entertaining O'Neal from previous All-Star games conceded gracefully. LeBron James took out his phone to capture the moment, finding it truly amusing. Wade turned to Howard and suggested, "How about you play as a guard next time in the main game, while I and Steve Nash handle the jump?" Howard laughed in agreement. "I think that could work." The referee tossed the ball into the air, and Chen Yi leaped alongside Robin Lopez. Although Lopez's jumping ability was somewhat lacking, his height and wingspan were undeniable. For Chen, participating in the jump was merely for show, with no intention of actually winning. In this scenario, it was Lopez who felt the pressure. Much like a jungler in League of Legends who must be more anxious about securing the dragon than the opposing jungler, Lopez held his breath, channeling all his strength into his legs. Failing to secure the jump would be quite embarrassing. As anticipated, the towering Lopez, standing at 2.13 meters, effortlessly reached the ball in midair, allowing him to finally relax a bit. However, unbeknownst to Lopez, perhaps he had exerted too much force. As he attempted to tap the ball back, his hand's strength betrayed him, sending the ball soaring straight upwards instead. He had certainly overdone it. Chen Yi seized the opportunity as both players touched down simultaneously. However, Chen Yi's reaction speed and jumping ability surpassed that of his opponent. While the Lopez was still adjusting after landing, Chen Yi had already leaped again. With a resounding smack, the basketball was sent soaring towards the backcourt, landing perfectly in Evans' hands. Wang Defa. Brooke, what on earth are you doing? Exclaimed Durant, the second-year assistant coach on the sidelines, clutching his head in disbelief. Laughter erupted among LeBron, Wade, and the others. LeBron raised his phone and said, Brooke, I just captured this moment. On the bench of the freshman team, Harden excitedly rallied his teammates to wave their towels, while Jennings alone clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, he's done it again. After successfully winning the jump ball, Chen Yi did not rush into an offensive move. Instead, he exuberantly celebrated by thumping his chest. This was an unexpected delight for him. Placing his hands to his ears to better absorb the cheers of the audience, Chen Yi mused that it was indeed rare for contemporary fans to be so easily amazed. Before his time travel, there had been a team that executed an exquisite five-small lineup, with the jump ball being taken by the team's shooting guard. Coincidentally, two of that team's guards were participating in the first and second-year teams tonight. Evans, displaying his understanding of the game, dribbled in place at the logo after crossing half-court, patiently waiting for Chen Yi to finish his celebration before passing the ball to a teammate to initiate the offense. Chen Yi received a pass from Evans at the top of the arc, positioning himself at the small forward position, matched up against Gallinari of the New York Knicks. Under D'Antoni's tutelage, Gallinari has become a pure shooter reliant solely on pick-and-roll plays, lacking defensive prowess. Without calling for a screen, Chen Yi opted for a direct drive, executing a familiar step-around move. As he surged into the paint, he faced a double team from the two forwards, Love and Lopez. Chen Yi feigned a three-step layup, yet his true focus was on the baseline where Curry stood poised. A young student, undeterred by the presence of Rose, took a decisive shot. The flashy passer and the 10-cent gesture coincided, as Curry's three-point attempt swished through the net with precision. Following the successful three-pointer, the first-grade team swiftly transitioned to defense. The second-grade team launched their offense. Given the exhibition nature of the match, neither side was particularly defensive. Rose and Westbrook executed an impressive alley-oop in the paint. The connection between guards in an alley-oop is undeniably captivating. However, in the subsequent play, after receiving the ball, Chen Yi noticed Gallinari granting him space and resolutely launched another three-pointer. Swish. 6-2. With two successful three-pointers, the first-grade team seized an early lead. It appears the first-graders are quite accurate with their three-point shooting. Tonight's game is shaping up to be exhilarating, Anthony remarked. LeBron inquired, which team do you favor? Without a doubt, the second-graders. The first-grade team comprises primarily perimeter players. Relying solely on three-point shots won't suffice. Only shots closer to the basket will yield a higher success rate, Howard responded. Wade and LeBron nodded in agreement, as they had all anticipated a victory for the second-grade team. This was not only due to the greater experience of the second-grade players, but also the more cohesive lineup. While they held high hopes for Chen Yi and Curry, the essence of the game lies in teamwork. Zhang, the commentator at the CCTV booth, also favored the second-grade team, asserting that without rebounding and defense, victory is unattainable. Conversely, Yang Yi supported the first-grade team, stating during the live broadcast that as long as the first-graders maintained their shooting rhythm and continued to apply pressure, even at the expense of their interior game, the point differential would only widen. Indeed, as Yang Yi predicted, 5 minutes into the game, the score stood at 23-12, with the first-grade team already boasting an 11-point lead. Chen Yi, Curry, and Evans took turns firing from beyond the arc, collectively sinking 6 shots. Meanwhile, Ross from the sophomore team persistently attacked the basket, and Westbrook frequently scored with his signature jump shots, yet all their points came from two-pointers. As the game progressed to 6 minutes and 23 seconds, Evans drew a foul with his shot, earning himself 2 opportunities at the free throw line. Chen Yi and Curry seized the opportunity to position themselves in the backcourt. Stephen, I have devised a pick-and-roll strategy. Let us coordinate shortly, Chen Yi remarked to Curry. Following Westbrook's errant jump shot, possession returned to the freshman team. Curry advanced the ball from the backcourt, and upon reaching the 45-degree angle, he gestured towards Chen Yi. Evans and Caspi spread out along the corners, creating space, while Blair promptly maneuvered into position beneath the basket. The 3 players aligned along the baseline, clearing the area at the top of the arc. Chen Yi advanced from the baseline, feigning a screen for Curry on the left side, observing Chen Yi acting as a shield. Gallinari instinctively assumed that Curry would drive from the left, positioning himself in anticipation to create a double team with Rose. Chen Yi, perceiving Gallinari's misstep, swiftly maneuvered to position himself beside Rose, who was defending Curry. He promptly abandoned the screen and shifted to the left side, occupying an advantageous angle at 45 degrees. Unbeknownst to both Gallinari and Rose, Chen Yi had already created a vast opening. Curry's pass followed suit instantaneously. Chen Yi aimed at the hoop, and after the basketball was deflected, it traced a flawless arc through the air. Swish. Another three-pointer successfully made. Chen Yi, filled with exhilaration, exchanged a celebratory high-five with Curry. After discussing with his teammates in the previous possession, he was pleasantly surprised by the flawless execution of their first collaboration. This tactical maneuver is familiar to many NBA enthusiasts. In the future, Steve Kerr will lead the Warriors players in executing such plays repeatedly, serving as a potent weapon in their three-point strategy, which domestic fans have affectionately dubbed the Phantom Pick and Roll. Upon hearing Chen Yi's description, Curry was already in awe, contemplating the immense pressure this strategy could exert if applied in the regular season. He swiftly reimagined the tactic in his mind, eager to discuss it with the coach upon returning to Golden State. Chen Yi and Curry's deceptive screen successfully fooled their opponents. What a splendid tactical display, Yang Yi remarked. Zhang Heli expressed disbelief, stating, I have never witnessed such coordination from perimeter players. The rookie team has truly astounded us. On the sidelines, James and others couldn't help but rise to applaud this exquisite collaboration. The rookie team has unveiled an outerline strategy. I never heard Chris Bosh mention it, Wade commented. Anthony, stroking his chin, found this pick-and-roll combination to be remarkably impressive. Yet, he pondered why the rookie team's head coach, Dan Toney, an assistant for the Nuggets, had never mentioned such a strategy before. Does this young man have his own secrets? He sent a question mark to D'Antoni's social media account and subsequently texted Billups and the Nuggets head coach, George Karl, believing this tactic deserved a place in the Nuggets playbook. At that moment, rookie team's head coach D'Antoni and assistant coach Bosh were equally perplexed. Wasn't the strategy they discussed pre-game simply to let Shaquille O'Neal take charge? Back on the court, the second-year team's offense was equally formidable. Rose charged into the paint, delivering a thunderous dunk over Caspi, which left the fans in utter delight. Evans reignited the offensive pursuit. Chen Yi received the ball at the logo and immediately instructed Caspi and Blair to position themselves at the edges of the paint, while Evans stationed himself beneath the basket. Curry then maneuvered to the top of the arc to set a screen. The positioning of the freshman team mirrored that of the previous play. As Curry approached to execute the pick, Ross deliberately kept a watchful eye, scrutinizing Chen Yi's passing intentions. Here it comes again, Yang Yi remarked. Coach Zhang squinted, pondering how Chen Yi would handle this particular play. Chen Yi observed that Rose was obstructing the passing lane, yet remained unperturbed. He gestured towards Evans, who stood beneath the basket. Understanding the cue, Evans swiftly utilized the screen set by the Twin Towers and began to dart towards the 45-degree angle in preparation to receive the ball. Westbrook closely trailed behind, causing the team's defensive focus to immediately shift to the right corner area. Simultaneously, Chen Yi initiated his dribble. Rose and Gallinari were almost certain that Chen Yi would exploit a breakthrough and subsequently pass to the perimeter for Evans, all while coordinating their efforts to intercept Westbrook. However, out of the corner of his eye, Chen Yi noticed Curry had slipped outside to find an unguarded position at the arc's pinnacle. Chen Yi, without hesitation, flicked the ball behind his head, and Curry executed a three-point shot with precision. Westbrook and Rose were momentarily bewildered, having once again fallen victim to a clever play. Meanwhile, Westbrook silently scoffed. Are we really employing strategies in an exhibition match? What a splendid shot. Another brilliant connection between Chen Yi and Curry, Yang Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm. This time, Chen Yi made some adjustments, yet the sophomore team was once again outsmarted. It appeared that the freshman team had prepared exceptionally well, demonstrating remarkable synergy in their teamwork. However, it was true that the sophomore team had been somewhat complacent. Evans was not particularly skilled in shooting, and his off-ball threat was minimal, thus there was no need to shift defensive focus, Zhang Heli remarked. In reality, the freshman team's cohesion was not as seamless as it seemed. They had not engaged in any tactical drills prior to the match. Regarding the earlier collaboration between Evans and Chen Yi with Curry, the truth was that Evans had anticipated Chen Yi directing him to run off-ball to the 45-degree angle, ready to receive a pass, only for Chen Yi to unexpectedly launch the ball to the perimeter. Meanwhile, Curry's cut was entirely instinctive and spontaneous. Chen Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he contemplated the myriad of strategies derived from this ghost screen play. Should he fully unleash them, it would undoubtedly result in a dimensionality reduction strike. However, the execution of this tactic demands a high caliber of skill from the players. Those positioned on the perimeter must possess a significant three-point threat and ball handling prowess, lest they fail to make an impact. The sophomore team, bewildered and outmaneuvered, promptly called for a timeout, preparing to make substitutions. The sophomore roster underwent a complete overhaul, introducing a quintet comprising Marc Gasol, Kevin Love, Michael Beasley, the round-faced Gordon, and O.J. Mayo. Dantley opted to retain only the backcourt duo of Evans and center Blair, replacing Harden, Jennings, and Jerebko. Unlike the regular season, the rookie challenge is structured into two halves of 20 minutes each, rather than 4 quarters. As the game progressed to the 13-minute and 27-second mark, the score stood at 48-33, with the freshman team enjoying a 15-point lead, propelled by the three-point shooting of Chen Yi and Curry. Jennings was finally poised to take the court and unleash his prowess, eager to showcase his skills to the audience worldwide. Chen Yi sat on the bench, observing the game unfold before him. He watched as Jennings fervently demanded the ball, only to erratically showcase his one-on-one skills. Bang, bang, bang. The basketball in Jennings' hands seemed to be glued, the sound of missed shots echoing throughout the court. For the spectators, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The first-year team transitioned from a fluid fast break, effective pick-and-rolls, and a deluge of three-pointers to a series of isolations and clangs off the rim. The audience could hardly contain their frustration, expressing their discontent with boos as Jennings, the small ironworker, took possession of the ball. With each successive miss, Jennings gritted his teeth, nearly cracking under the pressure of the crowd's jeers. Evans, in the background, chose to disregard Jennings' pleas for the ball, opting instead to trust himself or his other teammates. Chen Yi remained seated on the bench until the conclusion of the first half. The score stood at 57-52, with the first-year team benefiting from the presence of Jennings, who acted as an undercover player, allowing their once commanding lead to dwindle to a mere 5 points. During halftime, the spectators at the American Airlines Center chose to remain in their seats, for the league had arranged a light-hearted dunk contest between the first-year player DeRozan and the second-year player Gordon following the intermission. The victor of this friendly competition would earn the opportunity to participate in the All-Star Saturday Night Dunk Contest. DeRozan had garnered a reputation for his explosive athleticism even before joining the league, having delivered numerous breathtaking dunks during the regular season, while Gordon was more adept at shooting. Thus, the outcome of their matchup seemed almost predetermined. Ultimately, as Chen Yi had anticipated, DeRozan secured the final ticket to the dunk contest. After triumphing over Gordon, Bosh took to the court to congratulate his younger teammate, and the Raptors fans began to stir with excitement. It had been a decade since Carter's legendary dunk, and they could almost envision DeRozan bringing another dunk contest championship trophy back to Toronto. However, Chen Yi recalled that this year's champion was the diminutive 5 feet 9 inches Nate Robinson, who would achieve an unprecedented third consecutive victory in the dunk contest. During the intermission, Dantley gathered the players, clearly intrigued by the two phantom pick-and-rolls from the first half, insisting that they reenact the play on the tactical board. Chen Yi commented on the strategy, questioning its merit and hinting at the existence of an even more cunning elevator door tactic yet to be employed. Nonetheless, it must be noted that the first-year team's decision to forego battling for rebounds in the paint actually suited the elevator door strategy quite well. As the second half commenced, both teams continued to rotate their players. The first-year team introduced a diminutive lineup consisting of Blair, DeRozan, Harden, Curry, and Chen Yi, while the second-year team fielded a quintet of Pau Gasol, Love, Beasley, Gordon, and Westbrook. The possession for the initial attack rested with the second-year team. Gordon, with his round face, clearly dissatisfied with his earlier dunk during the halftime break, executed a spectacular one-handed reverse dunk, slamming the ball into the hoop. As the first-year team initiated their offense, Chen Yi coordinated a pick-and-roll with the now beardless Harden. After Harden cut into the paint, he caught the basketball, which Chen Yi had lofted into the air, and completed a two-handed slam, hanging on the rim for a moment. During this period, Harden exhibited his aerial prowess. Yet Chen Yi found his lack of facial hair somewhat displeasing. In Chen Yi's eyes, Harden's most striking appearance was undoubtedly the combination of a bushy beard and a mohawk. The later dreadlocks appeared both unkempt and unflattering. In the subsequent possession, after Westbrook's layup attempt failed, Blair seized the rebound amidst the defensive pressure from Love and Pau Gasol. Blair's performance in this match was commendable, as he assumed the significant responsibility of rebounding for the team, securing 10 rebounds in the first half, largely due to the efforts of the industrious Jennings. After passing the ball to Chen Yi, he then relayed it to Curry, who had drifted to the logo. As Curry contemplated advancing further, Chen Yi called out to him, "Steven, do you dare to shoot from this spot?" Curry hesitated momentarily, glancing at the floor and then at the basket, murmuring, "My shooting percentage from this position during practice is quite high." Chen Yi made a gesture of invitation and then dashed to the edge of the paint, pointing at the hoop and shouting, "Shoot." The entire arena's attention was captivated by Chen Yi's fervent exclamation. The perimeter defenders of the second-grade team, observing the positioning of Curry alongside Chen Yi, discerned their intentions. Nonetheless, Westbrook and Gordon retreated towards the three-point line, believing that Curry would not attempt a shot from such a distance. The home crowd, witnessing Curry's hesitation at the logo, joined in with Chen Yi's enthusiasm, chanting, "Shoot, shoot." Chen Yi swiftly raised his arm, urging the fans to raise their voices even louder. Curry found himself in a precarious position, yet the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. Under the watchful gaze of the entire arena, he executed his signature one-motion shooting form and released the ball. Clang. However, the basketball veered off course, striking the front of the rim and bouncing back. Blair positioned himself to secure the rebound, allowing Chen Yi to seize the opportunity and swiftly dribble the ball towards the logo. Initially, the fans felt a twinge of disappointment, but as they witnessed Chen Yi take possession in the same spot, their excitement reignited. "Let me give it a try." After Chen Yi spoke with Curry, Westbrook followed suit. "Rookie, don't be reckless. Even if I don't defend you, you still won't make the shot," Westbrook arrogantly declared as he positioned himself in front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi smiled gently and gradually moved to the right. He received the ball, aimed, leaped, and executed a wrist flick. The entire motion was seamless. At the very spot where Lillard would clinch a dramatic victory against the Thunder in the future, Westbrook turned to gaze at the basketball that had been deflected. After a high, swift arc swish, the ball struck the hoop perfectly. The fans at the American Airlines Center erupted with excitement. Among them, a supporter donned in Chen Yi's jersey pointed at the back of his shirt emblazoned with Chen for the camera. In this era, the visual impact of a long-range three-pointer rivals that of a thunderous dunk over an opponent. Westbrook could not help but internally exclaim, "Impressive." Following the transition from offense to defense, Gordon attempted a three-pointer as well, but the ball clanged off the rim, and DeRozan seized the rebound. Chen Yi continued to advance, passing the ball to Curry at the same position. A shooter possesses an inherent confidence, even bordering on arrogance. After Chen Yi's astonishing long-range three-pointer, Curry felt his competitive spirit ignite. Upon receiving Chen Yi's pass, Curry made a swift stop mid-run and deftly launched the ball again. A quick release. Swish. An elementary school student shouted in exhilaration, throwing his head back in joy. During practice, Curry often attempted such long-distance shots, yet as a novice, he hesitated to unleash such audacity on the court, fearing the coaching staff would lose faith in him. The players from the second-grade team stood astonished. Even if this were merely an exhibition match, such antics seemed excessive, especially when they resulted in success. With someone seemingly having an automatic aim, what chance did they stand? Chen Yi directed his gaze towards the floor, where a small blue ball captured his attention. Ding! The host has acquired the Infinite Range badge, which enhances the host's shooting accuracy from beyond the three-point line, extending even further. Upon hearing this description, it was indeed reminiscent of the beloved Infinite Range from Chen Yi's previous life in 2K. Once a distant three-pointer finds its mark, its impact is nothing short of devastating. The successful execution of these two three-pointers not only exhilarated the audience, but also ignited the excitement on the bench of the freshman team, with Jennings, the blacksmith, instinctively reaching for his towel, ready to wave it. However, realizing his error, he quickly put the towel down to wipe his face instead. Bah! It was just a lucky shot. Let's see Curry do the same, shouted Chen Yi, as the dynamic duo of the freshman team's perimeter went wild. Coach Zhang remarked, "That shot is unreasonable, utterly so. Thankfully, this is an exhibition match. Otherwise, the head coach would impose a ban." Following a replay on the big screen, Chen Yi continued, "Both long-range shots were impressive, but I believe Chen Yi's shot was even more exaggerated." Coach Zhang curiously observed. Chen Yi elaborated, "Long-distance shooting demands significant strength. It requires not only power, but also precise control. You noticed how Curry launched his shot after a quick stop while running, maximizing his shooting force. In contrast, Chen Yi executed a standard shooting form, which distinctly showcases his extraordinary strength. As the second half commenced, the freshman team played with even more fervor. After Chen Yi and Curry demonstrated their extraordinary long-range shots, Harden and Evans found their rhythm, and even DeRozan, typically less adept at shooting, managed to sink a three-pointer. With both teams not applying high defensive intensity, the freshman team's offense soared, except for Jennings, who felt somewhat disheartened. He had initially aimed to score around 40 or 50 points to prove to the fans who the most prolific scorer among this rookie class was. However, by halftime, the freshman team's coach, Dantley, seemed reluctant to give the little blacksmith any playing time. Although David Stern was not present at the event, he watched the live broadcast from his office. The freshman team's fast-paced style evoked memories of the Phoenix Suns run-and-gun era, significantly accelerating the rhythm of the game. This pace was undoubtedly to Stern's liking. The NBA had become rather monotonous in recent years, especially during that finals between the Spurs and the Pistons. Stern understood what the audience craved. He had been dedicated to reforming the league over the past 2 years. Observing the vibrant atmosphere at the American Airlines Center, Stern mused, "If only the regular season could be this captivating, imagine the league's ratings." Additionally, he felt a twinge of regret for not including Chen Yi's name in the All-Star voting roster. Chen Yi's popularity is exceptionally high. Should he enter the All-Star game, he would undoubtedly salvage the lackluster allure of this year's festivities. Stern harbored a fleeting notion that the Rising Stars Challenge might eclipse the All-Star game in excitement. Yet he swiftly dismissed this rather absurd thought. After all, the main event is to be held at the new home of the Dallas Cowboys, a venue capable of accommodating 80,000 spectators. Adam Silver, then the NBA's deputy commissioner, was present at the American Airlines Center, closely supervising the proceedings, and he was set to personally present the MVP trophy for the rookie game. Like Stern, Silver was thoroughly pleased with the Rising Stars Challenge, even suggesting that such intensity should be maintained throughout the regular season to truly engage the audience. Ultimately, this is a commercial league, and everything must cater to the fans. In his view, the operations of the league should revolve around enhancing viewership for the games. Silver already had a frontrunner in mind for the MVP award. The final score read 126-102, as the rookie team decisively triumphed over the sophomore squad after the clock ran out in the second half. Chen Yi played for 26 minutes, achieving an impressive record of 18 successful shots out of 24 attempts, including 7 three-pointers out of 11, and perfecting 4 free throws, culminating in a remarkable total of 41 points, the highest in the game. Additionally, he contributed 3 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Curry, with 6 successful three-pointers, amassed 28 points, while Evans scored 23 points with 7 assists. Blair delivered a notable performance with a double-double of 18 points and 18 assists. Among the second-year players, Rose stood out, repeatedly penetrating the defense to score 28 points alongside 5 rebounds and 6 assists. Had the second-year team not lost the game, Rose would likely have claimed the MVP title for the Rookie Challenge once again. Chen Yi recalled that originally, Rose was set to withdraw from this year's Rookie Challenge, having already participated in the All-Star Game, the Rookie Challenge, and the skills competition, an unprecedented feat in NBA history. In light of this, the Bulls appealed to the league and ultimately received special approval. However, upon seeing Chen Yi's name on the roster for the Rookie Challenge, Rose resolutely decided to join this competition. After the Bulls' previous defeat to the Wizards, he felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Following the game, James exchanged knowing smiles with Wade, who was the first to speak, remarking that young Eastern player on the court is quite remarkable. I believe this year's Rookie of the Year award is likely to be his. Understanding Wade's sentiments, James reclined on the bench, stroking his head in contemplation. Chen is in Washington, not exactly a major market. After a gathering of the 9 first-year rookies for a photograph, Adam Silver approached with the MVP trophy. Undoubtedly, the MVP of this year's Rookie Challenge was claimed by Chen Yi. The remarkable strike by Chen Yi,